Chapter 3 has arrived, and with it comes an entirely new map to explore. There are some old returning favorites like Tilted Towers, Shifty Shafts, and Greasy Groves. There's also a ton of new POIs like Sleepy Sounds, Condo Canyon, and the Daily Bugle. Now, everyone knows the POIs, but what about the characteristics of the map, and what should we expect throughout the competitive season for Chapter 3 Season 1? Let's dive into some of the new changes and effects it has on competitive play. The first change that will seriously impact the way that competitive games are played out is the large abundance of environmental heals that are now available on the map. Previously, in Chapter 2, a lot of the slurp barrels were mainly located at slurpy swamps, with of course some others being thinly spread across the map in small amounts. Now in Chapter 3 Season 1, there are 87 slurp barrels distributed rather evenly across the map. Similarly, there are also 171 produce boxes spread relatively evenly throughout the map as well, so now a lot more players and teams will get access to not only the free shield in these, but also the peppers for enhanced movement speed. Last chapter, all the pepper spawns are basically limited to one POI, Catty Corners, but now the majority of named POIs have access to these outside of Rocky Reels. Teams like Janus and Vortex, who place second in the first Cash Cup of the season, heavily utilize this in their early game strategy. They land to the south side of Sleepy Sound, and on their individual looting paths, both has access to shield barrels and produce boxes, meaning they can essentially make the most out of the 20 chests they have there, as they barely need to use any shield that they loot. Vortex uses 7 shield barrels to the west side alongside the shield mushrooms obtained from the produce boxes to get himself all the way up to 200 HP. Janus lands on the east side and pops 2 minis, then grabs the 3 slurp barrels and produce boxes to the north. You might think it's a waste, since he could have just used the same shield barrels as Vortex, but landing more split enables them to loot the entire place faster, disengage quicker, finding plenty of minis along the way anyway, so it won't necessarily matter. As you can see, as they leave their POI, they are not struggling for shield one little bit, unlike many of the other teams in the lobby.
You know, Reese, while we're on the topic of heals, we have to talk about the new coolers. These trusty new resources provide 3 different variations of loot. You can get 4 chug splashes, 2 guzzle juices, or 2 chug splashes and 1 guzzle juice. We've already seen this become a huge staple in competitive play. For example, Booga and Skittles drop in Chonker Speedway that has 17 cooler spawns, and when they leave this drop spot, they often have 18 chug splashes split across both of their inventories. This totals to 720 HP that can be healed if utilized effectively. With the cars already equipped here in Chonker Speedway with those nice off-road tires, they have that ease of mobility around the map. With this additional mobility and all of the chug splashes from the cooler boxes, this allows them to spend much more time looting in zone for ammo and better weapons. The issue with this strategy, though, is that it requires you to take a mid-game fight for your surge damage. But for a team like Booga and Skittles, that's something they're very confident in. Overall, this is a very unconventional but successful early game strategy they've been implementing. Last but not least, we have probably the most impactful addition to the map, and that is the spider webs. These webs provide you with mythic Spider-Man web shooters, an easy rotational tool using the webs, and additional heals. Having these provide numerous benefits in the early game, like easy shield and fast mobility. Now, these webs can be really useful in the early game for faster looting, but can be a double-edged sword in the end game. In this game, the first moving zone pulls from south of Daily Bugle to the northwest, which means there are a large amount of obstacles in players' way. Shady and Waze have boxed up next to one of these webs, meaning when the zones start to pull, they can leave their box and get an easy rotation from low ground without the use of a launch pad, and also saving them a ton of material. However, if you're not watching each turn in a messy endgame, you could easily bounce off of one of these and be sent into the zone, or even worse, into Tayson's line of sight. With these incredible additions to the map, plus some old favorites returning, we can't wait to see you all in action when FNCS returns in February. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
Okay. A bit left to Sleepy Sound. Yeah, it's good like that.
On the mountain, like top of Shifty. Like that, yeah.
I'm going like the hill above Shifty, a bit left of that. Yeah, okay. This is my guess here.
On the road above Shifty Shafts Mountain. Like on the road above, like between the mansion. Yeah, up there.
let's say logjam. A lot of zones they pull in more. Like you can't pick a center location. A lot of the time it's not going to be a center location. It's not going to be. I don't think it's going to be shifty, but it will be somewhere around shifty. I was thinking logjam, so it's going to pull in. I think it's going to be somewhere around logjam, in between shifty and logjam.
Nice, fully over.
Oh, that's a good one.
Center?
I got 1 point. Okay, that's good, that's good. Not looking good for the next zone though.
Nice, nice. It's going to go up next, isn't it?
Oh, okay. So now it's a 50-50 if it goes to the right or to the left, but we hope for the left, of course.
Okay, yeah.
That's 2 points, nice.
Yeah.
Ah, it goes to the right.
Okay, I would be out anyways though.
Unlucky.
Okay. So a bit right to the lake south side. Yeah, there. Yeah, there. There it's good.
I don't know, if we make a little greasy zone. Yeah. Like on the hill right under greasy. Like that. Yeah.
Under Greasy, there's like a group of trees under Greasy. Yeah, okay, that's right. That's good.
Right next to Greasy Grove, like the road. Yeah, like right there.
I would say tilted or rocky rails, but I've been showing up last one picking tilted, so I'll pick rocky rails. Go on the bridge in between. Yeah, that.
Ah, it goes to the right. Not close.
Okay, never mind. River is not for good luck.
No. So far off.
Okay. We're not going to be in next then, are we? Yeah, great. Should have picked Rocky.
What's up everybody, my name's Levin2K and I'm here in the lobby with my guy Pink. Pink, it's a pleasure to be speaking with you. First time I really took notice of you and went, okay, maybe this guy is gonna be a serious player, was when you came fourth in Mongrel.
I came fourth in the Trio Cup as well, so I had back-to-back fourth places, which was good. Started
playing with Verox and Norwood.
Yeah, Norwood was very strategic and he fought it out. Like he was a planned player and I was happy to play with him. Like right now I'm an IGL, but at the time I was very bad at it and he definitely opened my mind, and I message him from time to time and I thank him, of course.
Big critique of you guys was off spawn, your fighting ability off spawn. You know, did you feel like that was a fair criticism of that team?
So from going from high ground to low ground, it wasn't much of a problem because while I was learning high ground, on the side I was learning low ground, so I kind of understood the mechanic of it and I've played well.
Obviously you ended up moving on to a trio that I think did incredibly well in terms of your career. You started playing with Stompy and Nebs, that went really well.
So coming from the season of Primal, I think I made like $500 that season, and Stompy and Nebs made, I think Nebs made like 100,000 and Stompy made like 10,000. So for them to try out with me, I thanked them and I told them this already. So it was a very big opportunity for me. I've already played with Stompy though. Us three had the best vibes ever. Like we're just playing, we have so much fun and we all trust each other.
A lot of teams didn't do quite as well as they probably could have, but you guys really stepped up.
You're gonna have that like pressure on you, like, oh yeah, we need to do good, but when we were con, we were just like, we were con anyways, just go for it, you know. And we came third while con, which I don't think anyone else has done. I think that's the best placement.
Outside of Fortnite, how do you sort of wind down? Talk to me about what sort of keeps you going and keeps you level-headed, because obviously as much as you guys grind Fortnite non-stop, there's got to be a bit of balance there at times. So talk to you about, you know, Pink outside of Fortnite.
I quite literally was on my PC all day, every day. But then as of recently, I'm taking a few more breaks. I'm starting to go gym.
No pain, no gain.
No pain, no gain. So I need to just settle down and chill out a bit sometimes.
Talk to me though about your goals for this year, your goals as a player.
This year, I really want to focus on winning, and I want me and my team, so my coach BloodX, my teammate Anas, and my mental coach Papi, we're all working hard. So I hope it all pays off and we just win one of the FNCSs this year.
To all the people watching at home, be rooting for you. Thank you very much for joining me, Pink. It's been a pleasure chatting to you in the lobby. We'll see you guys all next time.
I'm very excited about taking part in Season 9.
It's a different chapter, so everything can happen.
New map, new loot pool, there's a lot of new stuff.
I've been practicing very hard.
I think I have a good understanding of the game.
Fighting ability and mechanics ability. I think that's what I bring to the table.
My aim is my biggest advantage.
Yeah, I'm probably fastest editor, so yeah, I'm bringing the mechanics in.
I think it's my brain and obviously as well my aim.
We will win by just playing consistent late game.
I think we're gonna bring like a lot of chemistry and like good fighting skills.
Me and Refs are gonna go all the way. The Danish Dynamite, we're a very scary duo.
I'm ready to crush the competition.
I am ready for this FNCS and I know I'm gonna do good.
I'm here. I'm ready. I'm taking home the win.
I'm here to win. I'm here to qualify for the finals.
Let's go! Let's go!
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Fortnite Champion Series. It is so difficult to not be at hype levels of over 9,000 right now. Coming back in a qualifier number 2. We've missed you all so very dearly, but you ain't got to wait that much longer because guess what? We're here. We're back on that battle bus, and we're going to get into the action not that far from now. But of course, you guys know I got to have some boys with me. I got to hang out with my best friends in the whole world. That's right. It's Reese who's here, but guess what? Boop decided he wanted to try out the old casting role, so he's going to switch things up, which means I get my best friend back. Some would call him Mr. 2K. I call him my best friend. It's Levin 2K, my friends. Why don't you guys say hello, introduce yourselves, and say hi to the old Fortnite fam.
I'm not feeling this whole best friend thing. You guys thought you could get rid of me, by the way. You thought you could get rid of me. You thought you could get rid of me, but you can't get rid of the 2K. And I'm here, I'm excited. Look, Castle was fun, Shire was great and all, but it's good to be back on the desk, break everything down. Core 1 was a blast. Core 2 will be even better, so it's gonna be fun.
Absolutely. I just think it's interesting right now that Zeke doesn't put Boop in the best friend category already. One show, and it's like, you know, he's already kind of talking us up, talking, maybe putting him down a little bit. You know, maybe I sense that. Either way, we'll say it's going to be a good show today. Let's be real.
Joke's on you, my only real true friend, Sundown. Oh, I wager thought it was going to be him. It wasn't him. Ha ha! I'm getting everybody today. Guys, let's get ready to talk about the actual show here. First off, I got to talk about it. Legends Landing. Have you had a moment to check that out? You need to go into the game right now. You can find it in the Buy Epic Discovery now. You have to go check out this creative island. There's so many cool things to do here. You've got 2 different types of competition. Right here, you can see the aiming portion. There's an internal box fighting where you can even watch people do this. Also, there's a stage to watch. There's a whole hall of champions to walk down and just think back through all the incredible Fortnite Champion Series chapters we've had. Seriously, do yourself a favor. Go check out Legends Landing. You won't be disappointed. And we'll be there because we'll just be casting all this stuff anyway. So you're like not missing a beat. It's great. Check it out. Guys, of course, you know, we got to talk about the broadcast schedule. There might be some new faces joining us here. If it is your first time, we're super happy that you're here, checking out Fortnite for the first time. So right now, we're jumping into qualifier number 2. 2 days ago, we started off with qualifier number 1. Now, do keep in mind, if you like what you see, next week, we're coming back for semifinals. That'll be 3 days of Fortnite, followed by the week after that, the finals, the craziest time with the craziest action. But of course, there's a little bit more to this, Levin. Why don't you break it down?
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it. Of course, you know, we've got plenty of action coming our way. We've obviously been through 1 week of qualifiers, or I say 1 week of qualifiers, just the first qualifier. We are now at qualifier 2. We've been through round 1, 2, and we are just at round 3 in the bottom left of your screen there. The top 8 will advance to the finals. And once we are done with today, of course, we then got semi-finals and finals, but we'll get to that eventually. In the meantime, just know the top 8 teams in today's games will be the ones that proceed to the finals.
Yeah, that's the most important thing, let's be real. But to get to the top 8 on the leaderboard, they're going to need to accumulate themselves a little bit of points here, and this is exactly the format that they're looking for. If you see in the bottom right, top 35, so that's top 35 teams, not top 35 players, is when that threshold for placement is going to start kicking in with one measly point, but it adds up, trust me. Once you get all the way up to the Victory Royale, 32 points. The top 3 is really where a lot of the good points come through for it, because you see it starts getting up to +2, and then +4 every single threshold from there on out. Eliminations also being worth 3 points as well. What I looked at from last week in qualifier 1 was roughly 132 points was that cutoff. Will it be the same today? I don't know. No idea, because quite frankly, the games can really throw it off, but that's what we're kind of looking at for that top 8 qualification.
That's right. Here's our list of qualified players coming into qualifier number 2. I mean, there's a lot of these big names. Like last week, we saw a little bit of Malibuka, a little bit of Mustache, right? We're coming back. Now we got a little bit of Deceptos and Kinzel as well. I mean, look at this. Levin right there in the center top. Mr. Savage, Benji Fishy coming back stronger than ever. I'm really excited.
Yeah, big fan favorites. Obviously, Benji and Savage, I'm sure everybody will have their eyes on them. But on this screen, there are just plenty of supreme duos on your screen. Some that, you know, have really impressed so far this season at different times, like the likes of Anas and Pink and the Let's In It Squeeze, always going to be top names. So I'm looking forward to seeing how all these guys fare against each other.
Yeah, I think Andalex in particular is a very interesting one, right? Because there's a lot of switch-ups. Firstly, actually, the most important note, didn't qualify for round 4 on Friday. So qualifier 1 didn't make it here. This is the first time we're actually seeing him and XWeeze in the championship for FNCS, right? So he has had a little bit rough start to the season. The first 3 weeks didn't manage to qualify for any of the Cash Cup round 2s. Then that week 4 won the Cash Cup because he switched to playing with XWeeze, who he's been playing with for a long time. This duo that they're working with right now, Andalex XWeeze, is a proven strategy for success. And look, I think we're going to see that today.
Yeah, look, some more French names that excite me. The top right of your screen, Clement Floki. Obviously, we saw them in qualifier 1. They were contested and they absolutely dominate. They were so close, literally going into the final game of the qualifier. They were sitting in about, what, 6th, 7th? They looked like they were set to qual. And that was the one game where they went down off spawn and it didn't quite go so well. So hopefully they come back into the day stronger. They're able to keep that mindset and mentality strong throughout all 6 games and not drop off in the final one. But they'll be looking for revenge today for sure.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Like, those off-spawn battles are going to be so intense. I want to see what they're like today, right? Are they still contested? Are they still going to be that stronger team? Because we knew off-spawn, like we said, they were the dominant team there. Especially the games they got off-spawn, they were really able to capitalize and get deep into, having an 11. I can't even say that. It's your name. I should be able to say 11 at this point. An 11 elimination. It's hard to say. Second place. So, like, they were able to get deep into the games, get themselves a ton of points. And that's what you need if you're managing to fight off-spawn, basically.
Dude, there were so many contested teams, right, out of Qualifier 1. That's the biggest thing we're seeing right now. There's a lot of aggression coming out in this FNCS as opposed to, like, previous ones, right? A lot of these duos are just deciding, I want that name POI. I'm willing to fight for it. I will die on this hill if necessary. And we will butt heads until one of us walks away the winner. We'll have to see how that continues to unfold here in Qualifier number 2. And, of course, beyond here in this entire year of duo competition. I look forward to it. Guys, we got to talk about a few more things as we prepare the battle bus. We're warming up the seats. Don't worry, you guys will have front row seats to all of the action. We saved you a seat at the front right next to the bus driver himself, and of course Boop and Shy Wager. But for now, I want to kind of talk to you guys a little bit more about the duos, right? We have 12 returning duos. Some of these that we saw last week did not make it, and if they're not careful with some of these duos that have like made it here today, they could miss their spot in semifinals, which is actually like a really scary thought. Like, we might not see some of these bigger named duos make it to semifinals for the first time in like an FNCS history.
Look, the truth is, this is the first FNCS of the year, and I think after how things went out last year, people know that it is a progression, but in terms of progression, you want to start off, you know, really, really well, and so not making the finals is going to be something that all these teams will fear. I think a lot of them probably are thinking in their heads, look, okay, even if we don't get top 8 today, we should be good on series points to play in the semi-finals, but Reese, you know better than anybody else, you don't even want to be playing in the semis, you want to go straight to the finals if you can.
Man, I like how you said, I know better than anyone else, as if I've been in that situation, as if I've been a semis final player and I'm just, oh, I've missed it. But in all honesty, it's true, right? You don't want to go to the semis if you have an opportunity to go straight through to the finals, because the finals is where all the big prize money is. If you can get straight there through in the qualifiers by getting that top 8 in the leaderboard here today or in 2 days ago in qualifier number 1, like that's obviously going to go straight past. There's like an additional level of stress when it comes to the semifinals, because there's like these 6 matches that you're going to go for. It's a different format. You have to win a game or come top 6 in the leaderboard. So there's a lot of kind of added stress of playing yet another weekend of competition, in particular since there's 3 days of it. So if you have to play all 3 of those days too, you start sweating by the end, right? You're getting your towel damped on the head at that point, because it is, honestly, if you played through 2 qualifiers, 3 days of heat, just please just let me into the finals at this point.
Yeah.
All for a seat on the bus, man. All for a seat on the bus. It's absolutely, this is not the place to be, right? If you're one of these teams, you were absolutely sweating and you were worried. But guys, we actually got to hear from some of our pros here before the competition even began. We got to sit down with them, ask them some questions, and learn some of their insightful tips here in Fortnite. So let's take a look at this content.
I mean, right now the meta Spider-Man is like very, very strong.
I think you should really just utilize the SMG. Just really, really good.
Probably the SMG, because it's very easy to get refreshes with.
Position is a huge factor, you know, in Fortnite, because when you're like at the back of the zone or like at the wrong spot in the wrong zone, you might get focused or you might be late on rotation, and that might scuff your whole game, and boom, it's over, you know.
Mentality is like the main thing this game, I'm not lying.
What I do to try to like keep a good mental state while playing, just trying to have a healthy lifestyle.
Like spend time with my family or friends, talk to them, just like get some activity in, some sport.
Just keep going, and like also have a look around. Like, okay, is there other things in my life that could be stopping me improving?
The best playstyle right now with like these formats is definitely playing like for end game.
One game can change everything. I think you need to fight, but you need to fight careful.
The best playstyle right now is 100% just very aggressive.
I think it's really like rewarding being aggressive, but you also need to be really passive, like if there's someone close to you.
I think the best play is knowing when you can switch it on. You know, like, okay, playing slow and immediately do a 360, just start playing fast. That's when you throw players off.
Make sure you play aggressive at the right moments when you see an opportunity, but then also play passive and just play for endgame.
You love to see it. You love to see it. And the thing I love about these content pieces specifically is like you get to hear from the pros, right? In a lot of these interviews, we get to talk to them, kind of get their thoughts and their insights overall in the larger Fortnite competitive scene, and sometimes kind of zero in on their goals specifically. And this actually leads me into the duos that I want to talk about, right? First up, we have Benji, we have Mr. Savage. Levin, you got to interview Benji back in the Grand Royale not that long ago, right? And one of the things he talked about was his kind of aspirations for 2022. And now that he's back with Savage, especially it being the first FNCS, do you think that he's where he needs to be, and is Savage the right partner for him?
I think when it comes to where Benji needs to be, you know, I think he still is a way off from it. I think he will know that himself, that there is a level where, you know, he wants to probably understand things better for himself. In terms of the partnership with Savage, I think that probably is the best for him. Look, when I did interview him back when it was trios, he was very sort of satisfied with where he was in his career. He was comfortable within that setup, and he very much trusts Savage, and rightfully so. Savage is one of the best players of all time, you know, sort of like Benji, right? So I think these guys are very exciting because mechanically, technically, elite, right? Never gonna doubt that about them. Some of the most talented gamers ever, in my opinion. But when it comes to applying themselves in-game in the later stages of the game, still got work to do, but I got plenty of hope for them.
I got plenty of hope, and I kind of think on a similar, yet at the same time, an opposite view, I think Savage is kind of at his peak right now. If you've watched like any of the streams, any of the gameplay from Cash Cups, from the round 1, round 2, whatever it's been at FCS, he has been on top form. And I mean, like, he is probably the most impressive to watch that I've seen this chapter so far. It's like the mechanical ability, the aim, everything is absolutely on point. At the start of the season, these two weren't looking so hot because they were away, they weren't playing, they weren't practicing, and because it's a whole new chapter, you basically have to put in a ton of work to be able to learn it, to be able to optimize it, especially with the new map, with basically everything new at this point. You have to play to practice, and now that they've kind of caught up a little bit, it seems like they're on an absolute tear, obviously just placing second in the previous round and looking super good as well.
Yeah, okay, I like this breakdown. Let's keep this up with the duos conversation. Landing at Log Jam Lumberyard. We got Kiriachi, Stormy, right? Talk to me about this duo. What expectations do we have for them coming into qualifier number 2?
Yeah, I'll be real. I was not expecting really... Well, I didn't know what to expect, if I'm being honest, from these guys. Kiriachi, there was talks about whether he was going to keep playing the game or not, right? Maybe he wanted to take some time off. But to be fair, they did really well in the last qualifier. They are a team to watch out for. Of course, they've got FNCS winning experience within that duo, so that definitely counts for something. Reese, in terms of these guys, do you really think they are at that level? Do you think they can get back to the peaks they had during trios?
Yeah, I think they can. It's just a matter of, like you said, practice. Right now, when I've been looking at their gameplay so far, it's like they're just trying to get the drop spot, Logjam, right now. There's been a bunch of different teams going there. We've seen Juriki and iDrop, who haven't qualified here today, managed to... They were also like fighting there a bunch. Previously, say, in Chapix were there. So their performances this kind of season so far, you can't really say much about them outside of the performance they just had in the qualifier 1, which was good. 14th, absolutely, but it's not that qualification slot. It's not the top 8. They're not in the finals yet. They should probably have punched a ticket through to the semifinals with the series points that they've gained so far. I think they can definitely be up at the top, winning in that top 5, but will I say they're like a number 1 duo that could potentially win this season? I don't think so yet.
That's tough to hear, Reese, but listen, there's still time. We have 6 games ahead of us, and of course, the semifinal round. They have time to change things up. I'm not as worried as I should be, but there is a little bit of worry starting to creep in the old mind. But let's keep the ball rolling. We got to talk about Vino and Joe. They're landing at Covert Cavern, and these guys in round 2 just dropped the 2 15 elimination games back to back, followed by a 14 elim game as well. I mean, you know, Levin, I'm very excited about this duo.
I'll be real, I'm very excited as well. Vino always talks a good game about Fortnite. Like, if you want to talk to anybody about Fortnite and, you know, really learn and have a good conversation, Vino's always going to be one of them guys. But I think they've actually applied a lot of it. Covert's not an easy spot to land at. You're going to have a lot of teams contesting you. But some of the ideas and small little things I've seen from them, even against some of the biggest names in Fortnite, they have no fear. And Vino really believes that he is one of the best players and he can deliver. And like you saw in the content piece, he says, you've got to know when to switch it on and off. And I think these guys actually do.
Yeah, and I think you nailed a good point. He is one of the best players in the world. All-Stars showed that, where he tied almost so close for first when it went down to first versus second. And obviously, he ended up losing that one out to Tayson in that final shot moment. But if we kind of look back, this rivalry's still going on at this point because they've been contesting each other in the Qualifier 1. That's what we saw, those two going head-to-head, going up against each other. But this time, Tayson hasn't managed to qualify through. So I don't know who else is going to be landing there specifically, but they don't have one of the biggest threats of Tayson and Thomas HD to go up against in that drop spot. You've got to think, even while being contested against one of the best teams in the world, they placed 50 in Qualifier 1. So they were still doing really strong coming out of that drop spot while being contested in that situation. They have free now, you know, things are looking super good for them today.
Dude, I really do hope so, man. I want all these duos to do so well, right? I just want to have a finals where everyone can participate, but it's not quite that easy, right? We need to narrow this down to the very best of the very best. But now you did kind of mention a name, and I want to circle back to this duo right now. Benji Fish and Mr. Savage landing at Tilted Tower, but they're going up against Deceptos. How do we feel about this POI? Do we think this is going to be contested a lot? I mean, obviously, center of the zone here has a lot of opportunities for chest spawns, loot spawns, and even materials to be gained. But guys, this is a very scary POI, especially like now, specifically in Qualifier 2. If you know that all these other duels are saying, look, this is our shot, we want to land Tilted Towers, we want to take this over. I mean, what can we expect out of this?
I'm just being real. If you were here during Qualifier 1, I said when, you know, we saw DKS's trio there, that they're lucky that the best tilted team isn't in the qualifier. And the team I was talking about was Benji and Savage. I think when it comes to off-spawn at tilted, they are the most impressive. The things I see from them in terms of the basic fundamentals of understanding of how to dominate a drop, the way they claim loot, gather information, and then when it comes to the actual engagements against their opponents, regardless of who it is, I think these guys are really on top. So look, Kinzel Deceptos, great duo, but I'm putting my money on Benji and Savage here.
I'm with you. But to be honest, I'm also in a slightly different circumstance because I haven't seen Kinzel go up against Benji. When I've seen them in the same lobby, they're taking different loot paths and they're disengaging. Since I have seen Benji and Savage be a lot more aggressive in that drop spot, but the thing that's actually concerning me is there going to be a third team there, right? That's what we've seen pretty commonly in tournaments so far. And if that's the case, then where are they landing? If they land on that south side, potentially cutting off some of Benji and Savage's loot, they're going to get into that difficult engagement at that point, and then that could mess them up. Kinzel could third party, the teams from around could third party, and it could become a mess. But if there's just the two teams there, I don't see them butting heads and actually getting into any engagements off spawn because they just don't need to. There's so much loot.
Yeah, I'm telling you, dude, I just have this feeling that we're going to see other duos landing Tilted Towers. It's just so, like, high risk, high reward. And the highs are so valuable, right? The low is obviously, like, we're eliminated. We have to kind of wait until this next match to try again. But if you can make it out of there, it's just such a valuable POI. And we'll just set your duo up for the end game. But I'm hoping it doesn't get too out of hand. We'll see. We don't have to wait that much longer to find out. One last duo to throw your way. It's Camp Cuddle. You got to take a look at Malabuka versus Shemeki. Guys, I feel like I have not been able to wrap my mind around Camp Cuddle as like a POI. I just feel like for me, I'm missing something. What insights do you guys have about this POI?
My true insight into this POI, if Malabuka and Sasha there, stay away. Just stay away. just stay away.
That's it.
Look, we think Shmeki's duo may look to contest or may look to at least, you know, grab some of the loot, right, Reese? But in terms of actually fighting Malabuka and Mustache, come on, you know better than that, man. Let's not even entertain it.
These are pro players we're talking about. They understand the landscape. They know the players they're up against. Malabuka and Mustache are easily been able to dominate drop spots like this before. We've seen them multiple seasons before getting in deep into engagements. They're not the kind of team you just want to pick a fight with, right? So we did see there that Shmeki's team's probably going to land to the south side and try and loot the house that's on top of the hill, which will take away 5 or 6 chests from the 27 that Malabuka and Mustache will have access to. But 27 minus the 5 or 6, still plenty for 2 players right now. We may see this engagement, but if we don't see it, I still think both teams could really come out of this pretty well.
You look, if you want to know what it's like fighting Malabuka and Mustache off spawn, just go a bit east and you can ask Benji and Savage. They'll tell you a lot about that one. You know what I mean? So hopefully there isn't any too much funny business going on there.
Just stay away from the left side of the map. You want to be in a competitive Fortnite, just left side of the map, just ignore it. Just don't worry about it until you get to that caliber player where you can go head to head with them. Not worth it, at least for now. Guys, we have another content piece to throw your way. This one's called the Fortnite Effect. Let's see what it's all about.
I first started playing Fortnite back in 2018.
I think my brother, some of his friends was playing it.
I started playing it like since really the start, like first season.
I started playing in season 3.
A friend told me about it and I was like, That's probably like a kid's game.
We tried it and we thought it was fun and we kept playing it.
Like after the second or third game, I was full into it.
It's just like completely different game. It's a battle royale with building mechanics.
You could build and then edit the buildings.
The game was very good. There was no game like Fortnite.
There's so many cool items in the game.
And there still are no games like Fortnite.
I think every like pro player in like any game has like this competitive drive, you know?
For me, like knowing that I can always improve.
You want to be on the leaderboards, you want to perform good.
So I just want to get better and better and better.
Just go Fortnite. Just you shoot people, you build, and you try and win the game. Make sure the storm doesn't catch you.
It's a battle royale with a completely different mechanics from all the other games.
It's the first game where you really can like build and you can outplay the opponent with just by building.
If I knew it was gonna become this big, I would probably try it harder, put more time in it.
2 years ago, no one thought about the things you could do now.
First started on controller, but when I changed the keyboard, I'll put like F1 or F2 and F3. And like if I wish like I did like a good keyboard back then.
Even stream at the beginning, because if you were a really good player and streamed, everyone was watching you back then. So everyone wanted to become good in Fortnite.
Fortnite effect. Just another opportunity, right, to talk with the players so you at home can get to see their faces. You can learn about them and say, hey, I'm a ride or die for that person right now. And that's why, for me, it's always going to be Stompy. I'm a big fan of him. He's a great guy. Really quickly, let's touch on predictions because the battle bus is almost ready to go. We got to talk to these duels we think could end up in that top 8. Remember, top 8 is that bar we want to cross to auto-qual into finals. I'm kicking us off. I got Joe and Vino. I mean, once again, I kind of mentioned it not that long ago, the 215 bombs in a row, followed by a 14 elimination game. I mean, these guys are on fire. 11-2K. You change it up, though. Mr. Savage and Benji Fishy. The crowd
yeah, look, I'll be real. This is more so just like the hope, you know. I'm also just, it's more so like, you know, I like to be very analytical here and give you the team I really think is the best possible team in all of you, but this is also just like the team I really want to see in the finals because I think they have a lot of potential and I think they've shown such high moments already that if they can translate that into these lobbies, it'll be great.
Jason also wasn't here, so he didn't know who to predict. I went with Andlex and X-Suites as well. Mentioned why they're so good earlier. Malabuka, Mustache, Shia went with, and then Boop obviously went with Stormer and Kirachi. We've actually covered all 3 of these teams already. They're fantastic. Let's be real. One of us is going to be right. Someone probably more right than the others, though.
You know, it might be you, Reese, but who knows? It might be Boop coming in. Remember, it's his first time here in Chapter 3, Season 1. He was on the analyst desk not that long ago, but now he's taken to the caster desk with Shia Wager. So, friends, let's go say hello to Boop and Shia Wager.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Levin, and Reese. I mean, if you like their voices, I feel like I just heard them 2 days ago, and you like watching amazing Fortnite, then welcome to Qualifier 2 of the FNCS. Before we get into the awesome action, I have to introduce the man, the myth, the legend, the guy who runs EU Pro Level Practice, and a certified intellectual genius, Boop NL. Boop, how you doing, man? What are your expectations for the FNCS today?
I am so excited to be here, Shio. You are my new best friend, apparently, because you and Reese and Levin, it's all over now, so I'm happy to be here. I'm kind of sad to be known as the practice guy. I think I have a little bit more than that. You know, I've done a few coaching things. I'm a little bit of an analyst, but I'm excited. And there's a lot of good players today in the games that, you know, we're going to be looking at. So me and you, we're going to do great today.
Yeah, we'll throw it down. I mean, there's so many titles that, you know, I have to sort through for you. I just threw 2 at the wall and made them sound hopefully good enough. But yeah, you're doing a lot on the scene, and now you get to just break down some of the best duels you've been watching. And right before we get into it, we just have to take a little bit of the breather. It'll be game number 1, and it's starting right now. And here we go. It was just 2 days ago where we saw a lot of hot action, so many things going down to the final wire. Pablo qualifying off of a win in the 6th game. That means anyone has a chance in qualifier number 2. Every game matters and every elim will change your destiny. Right now, we're dropping hot into Tilted. Many teams here are Boop and Savage Benji, a hot name. They're gonna be one of them.
Yeah, and these guys have, you know, it looks like they're uncontested right now. They do have, unfortunately for them, DKS and Badsap, who are qualified to the finals immediately of last week. But now, you know, it's their time to shine. And, you know, DKS and Badsap, if they qualified from this spot on Con last week, then it's Savage and Benji. They have to show that they can do it too in order to be a, you know, a worthy opponent.
Yeah, what's the difference kind of with Savage and Benji and like, you know, these round 2s versus round 3s? It feels like they can build momentum a lot easier facing a lot of different random teams of the 400 that are playing. Now when it's like 2-on-2, how do things change for this duo?
Yeah, this duo is pretty aggressive. You know, they do really, really well in those semifinals. I mean, they did so amazing. They got first in the Opens in week number 1. The week thereafter, they got 7th. I mean, yesterday they got 7th in the Opens as well. In the semifinals, they got 123rd in the previous session, and now they did Super 1. They did actually make it to the final for once. So, you know, they're sort of figuring it out. I think, you know, these guys haven't been doing too much practice as far as I've seen, but, you know, they have that experience. These guys have been playing with each other for such a long time, since World Cup times, and I'm excited to see them here because, you know, everyone loves to see Benji and Savage do well.
Yeah, absolutely. Ask like any player on the street, any fan, usually Benji's like the first, you know, word on their mouth as to who you're a fan of, who you're rooting for. Right now we also got Rotary and Q-Roll, 2 names that are also kind of endemic to the EU scene. We see them popping up every now and then. When it comes to that legendary status, I still feel like they're trying to rise to that occasion and go for it, right?
Yeah, and I'm surprised there's actually 2 teams landing over the boat here. I mean, I haven't seen a single duo actually try to claim this boat. It's honestly one of the worst spots I've seen on the map, mainly because you're very isolated in the water, right? And you can see this happening here. Malibuca very close by from that Camp Cuddle side, and they're just going to camp you for Surge. You're just isolated in the water. You can't really do too much, and, you know, with 2 teams there, I don't know what these guys are thinking, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I mean, time management as well, right? Whenever you're in a bad spot, you have a few more teams, it kind of just impacts and starts to roll over to different points of the game. Their mid-game probably toss 2 right now. They don't even feel or know it yet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look at the match, 23 builds in total. They do have 4 peppers and the flopper as well, but all gray weapons. It's not looking too good from them. And I see Malibuca and Mercer still peeking out from that gas station side. It looks like they did not have an early game fight with their team that was contesting them of Smeki. As we move over towards, I believe this is Condo Canyon. Yes, Andalex trying to get involved here with another team right next to them.
Yeah, this jawsaw not too forgiving when you actually start to get shot and end up in a bad spot. There's not too many places to escape from. Andalex trying to go for a sneaky one, but does miss. That blind shot, unfortunate. Executes on the top side, little bit 2v1 blocked off the ramp inside the box. Andalex is in a lot of trouble. It's a blender, but the settings look to be kind of weird. Doesn't matter. Both players eliminated in an instance. It's Hookah and Zestin. Hoop, I mean, they just showed up and they're ready to play.
Yeah, Hookah and Zestin, this is a duo I've seen a lot from practice-wise. They were doing super well against Kiriachi and Stormlight as well, who used to land Condo Canyon. Vidil and Wiesen, also mortal enemies of Hookah and Zestin. And, you know, I'll be honest, these guys, I've seen them storm fight for a good 10 minutes inside of Condo Canyon before, so they are not ready to give it up. And they're showing up today up against Andalex there.
Absolutely, and a lot of the times when it is in practice, right, those storm fights are to kind of send a message or claim that POI. You need to have a little bit of balance of that now too, because only 6 games to play, every single one matters so much. You have to really know, do you really want to secure the spot, or are you trying to go for that win?
Yeah, for sure. And you don't really want to give up that spot. I mean, if you play passive in game number 1, this is sort of like the feeler out, right? You want to be feeling out your opponents. Usually the first game, as we saw in the last finals, it was very unstacked. This one is a little bit better. 86 people still left alive. But, you know, you're going to have to try to feel it out. You want to see where people are landing. You're going to adapt. You're going to go back into replays, take a look at where they're landing. And you do not want to be going towards that south side of Condo, Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, feeling it out exactly is what every player wants to do, and Q-Roll Rotary are now probably feeling pretty bad because you mentioned that boat drop contested, Rotary now down. I think I've seen Q-Roll in this position with a different team or a different player so many times. He does have that clutch factor, the kind of the clutch gene to get his team back into the game, but even then, these guys have a huge uphill battle.
Yeah, and he's going to be running into Covert Canyon very close by there. It's a little bit scary for him because I believe Veno and Joe are uncontested. We did mention in the analyst desk, you know, Tace and Thomas AG not qualifying this week, unfortunately. Didn't even make it past Opens. You know, that is the biggest shocker of all of us. And just goes to show that, you know, it can happen to the best of us. You just got to be consistent. As we move over to Cyrox here, he is hiding. There's 2 players here that are they're sniffing him out. And I think he's safe so far, but this is a scary proposition.
I don't even think his teammate's eliminated yet, so I'm wondering where Flawless is right now to try to come and help him. But this is going to be trouble, and I'm pretty sure this team knows exactly where he is. The biggest issue right now is the fact that he has no mats. So I think this is also a very good spot because it's kind of, you know, in the dark, in the shadows, it's huge, but it is also one of the mats that people love farming, these huge rocks, right? Like, no matter what happens here, I would assume Nico and Vang might want to go up here and get their brick up, but it looks like they're getting their funny comedic timing up instead as well. Vang's actually just moving out. Nico's not going to bother with this hunt, and it looks like Cyro's looking good.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's kind of a worthwhile strategy sometimes in this meta to camp cards. like Storm Surge, as we noticed last week as well, was a very tough thing to have. You know, if you can get both eliminations early on to the fight, that's at least a good 200 damage. If you're just including white health, if you're including shield, that's upwards of 400. So you can even camp card, and even if you do tank a lot of white health in Storm, that's completely fine because there's no reason for you to rotate that early, right? The reason why a lot of these teams are rotating quickly is because they do need Storm Surge. But in that position, you can camp the card. You can be kind of a rude boy and destroy other teams' chances. And yet again, this is sending another message to the team that's landing nearby. Hey, don't mess with us because we're going to be camping your card and we're here to play.
Yeah, Jox and Skyzoo rolling in, eliminating one of the teams that did have the lead a little bit in terms of eliminations. They're going to be looking at what they want to do. And right now I can kind of see that game one Fortnite effect kind of happening where a lot of teams are kind of scuffed. Teammates going down early, fights they might not want to be planned a part of. Right now, looks like Link's also in a little bit of trouble. His teammate's down. He's going to have to 1v2, expending a lot of materials to keep that high ground, but against two players, it's going to be oh so difficult. He's in a little bit of a rough spot. Pump shot, damage done. The SMG can't even get you out of this one, my friend. Yeah, Link's going to go down.
Valiant effort there, my friend. But interesting to see again, you know, a lot of aggression coming out of Chonka Speedway. Last week, there were 3 teams contesting it. I believe there's only 2 this time, with Lechi and Fastroki and Kali landing here. But so far, not that much aggression out of the teams actually landing in Chonkers. But I believe Victorina and Jikes here are landing out just outside of it and trying to third party to get medal there.
Yeah, we're talking about drop spots. I want to even pull a little bit north if we saw this fight actually breaking down. Wait a minute, I thought it'd be a little bit of a slow burn. Chapix, unfortunately, taking a lot of damage, and this is what ends up happening. I feel like every time I watch this duo, it's one little mistake that makes a good position to go absolutely disastrous. Jumped into the box. Chapix is down. It's up to Seti, and he misses the first shot from the shotgun, but has that MK7 just rattling away. He gets the trade 1 for 1, but now he's out of shield. This is trouble. Launch padding away. He'll try to reset. Double sprayed. It's a whole new duo coming in.
Yeah, and I think he probably should have gotten that finish there on that body. I'm not really sure. He only has 2 builds there in total, so he has to play off of that Siphon elimination. But he, you know, he's a pro player, so he might know best, has to use that launch pad to get out of there. But right now, you're giving up that control, right? And if you don't get that finish on that body, the other player there is going to be able to pick him back up, and they're both going to be camping on your card. And that is Janus and Vortex nearby. Those guys are so aggressive. And Vortex, you know, he is a ridiculous player. We've seen him do super, super well in solo cash cups. He, you know, he's jumping into boxes all the time, and he's coming in for the third party, and he sniffs out Seti very close by, but Seti's, you know, he's swimming away.
The Elam just came through inside the feed, so Vortex even knows exactly who it is in terms of Seti getting that elimination. So it's going to be vital information in terms of knowing how Seti plays, what he wants to do. We'll have to see exactly if Seti can get it back. The good thing about Seti right now is he has 2 med misses in total. That's like, what, more than almost 2 minutes inside one of that first storms. He's going to be able to just chill out for so long. Actually drops 1 for 6 chug splashes, maybe to get his teammate back on HP. But we'll watch that fight drop down as well. How did Seti get the other elimination? He actually ends up stealing it, so it wasn't even the confirmation from the other side. This man, it's just lethal. We've been seeing some crazy stuff. Last days, it was just what, Thomas HD with the crazy beams in the sky. This time, Seti's active and online.
I mean, Seti has that experience. You know, when he back in the old days in the other map, he used to land in that Cammy split. And, you know, he took turns with Cammy landing on top of that pylon, shooting at plays at Dirty Dog. So that track and AR coming through yet again. But I wanted to note there that Seti, you know, he has the 2 eliminations. So that's actually a very good thing, because you have to remember, Storm Surge is still a factor. There's still 78 people left alive, I believe. And because he has both eliminations, they don't need to hurry up. They don't need to force anything. He can take his time. There's 5 minutes on these Rubik cards still, so he can take his time to go through, Charo.
Yeah, there's a huge potential for a good game here for Seti as well. 2 launch pads. He wants to get Chapix back. He wants to make the end game. They're so rare and difficult to come by, and they just changed the entire game to have your team get a little bit more control overall.
Yeah, and you need to be careful, though, because this zone isn't the best for you when you want to reboot. There's not that many options. Obviously, you have the reboot van to the west there, but you also have the reboot van in Sleepy. But the issue, if the zone does push Sleepy, where are you going to pick up your boy?
Yeah, I mean, there's not too many vans that are kind of low-key entirely. We'll see exactly what Seti can do, but this duo is what I wanted to talk about, and one that you're really hyped on. Boop, Stormy Wright and Kiriachi coming in from Logjam, Lumberyard. I mean, why do you predict them to do so well today?
Yeah, these guys, they got 14th last final. You know, they're a very aggressive duo. I think they have some of the best synergy I've ever seen. Obviously, 2 FNCS winners again from trios. And take a look at the quick stat there. They finished first in both previous qualifier rounds of this qualifier. So, you know, they're coming in with a lot of momentum. And I feel like they've learned the mistakes of last time. Unfortunately, they don't have the surge strategies down yet. But, you know, they had a whole finals of experience last week to do it. So I have faith for them.
Yeah, I mean, I like that word that you tagged this team with, momentum, but I feel like it's a double-edged sword for them as well. If their game 1 and 2 doesn't, you know, rile up very fast, I feel like they tend to go to sleep. Like, they don't actually show up for the rest of the game. So this should be a very important game for them. It's literally in their hemisphere. They kind of have the home zone entirely as to where they get to play. They have so much info on the map. Joe and Vino too. I mean, you're talking about momentum. They were looking so good in the previous rounds of last qualifier. They're here again to break things down, and this time their drop spot doesn't look that contested either.
Yeah, it looks like they weren't contested at all. If you take a look at Vano's inventory, that confirms that 2 launch pads in total. Getting that out of the vault there, you know, that is more than enough than what you need in this end game. Obviously, the Surge is looking like a pretty good spot as well. They have that mountain near Shifty, which is actually surprising that they're able to get there as quick as they are. Because, you know, Cover Canyon, it takes such a long time to loot compared to some of the other POIs. I believe this mountain is claimed by Pink a lot of the time. I've seen him rotate to that spot very, very quickly with quad crashes prior, but unfortunately, quad crashes not really that used nowadays, as we see Chapix instead of getting rebooted. And, you know, this is a far reboot. So, like I mentioned before, like, they're not going to be able to find a very good spot to refarm the metal. This house right below Chapix here does provide you with a good amount of metal, but it's pretty slow, and you don't have too much white heals here to heal up.
Hopefully going to be opening a few random chests, getting some bad miss out of them, maybe even getting a few splashes or two. Pena and Volko, though, they'll be moving in the actual action. No storm chasing here from this duo. Sleepy Sound, we're expecting a lot of contestation from different teams. And now we're seeing that these guys are going absolutely to the skies. And the fight is the limit, apparently. Pena does not care about how to play this game. He just wants to go in and deal damage, rather trap inside someone else's box, drop people down. Julex is gone just like that. There's no way. Chico does get the trade. He's not out yet, but no, Pena gets him too. Is that allowed? Have you ever seen someone do that this season?
I mean, Chico and Julex there get the chapter 2 classic, and the single SMG right into the box there. And you know, who needs a Storm Surge plan where we can just jump to a box like that? Easy done. That's wraps there for Chico and Chulix, unfortunately. Interesting note there, Shayo. They are getting coached by Queasy today. Queasy did qualify last qualifier, sorry. And, you know, knowing Queasy's reaction, he's probably not very happy about that either. Having his team just getting jumped on by a double SMG. Looks like Malabuka here. He's right next to another team, and they're getting tagged by Surge. Hard find. Obviously, a controller play, so he's going to be struggling with those long-range tags. Nova as well right next to him, but Malabuka, I mean, he smells blood here. He hears it, but actually, it might not be these guys that are getting tagged, Shayo.
Yeah, it might be someone right above them. Yeah, I think it's literally someone beside them.
Yeah.
These players obviously can't hear the tags themselves. They can hear the shield cracks when they happen, but back and forth, here we go. Jumping in, Malabuka, they just know timing so well. They know exactly how to survive, when to strike, and now that Storm Surge changes straight towards Nova. There's the double pump shot right there. It's so simple for Mustache and Malabuka.
Yeah, I don't looking at Malabuka's loadout here, I'm not too happy with it, I'll be honest. That purple Ranger assault rifle is very good for long-range Storm Surge tags, but as you saw there, he struggled to jump into the box. You definitely want an MK7, and there you go. Malabuka does swap it out. There you go. It's almost like an analyst, you know? I mean, there you go. He switches it out. You know, you want that high fire weapon, especially where you don't need any much surge nowadays. You know, they jump to the box there, they got all the surge. They're pretty much fine until that first moving. And there you go. Malabuka, the only player with 10 eliminations in a single game during Qualifier 1, Round 3 in NES, NOS, or EU. And I'm not surprised, Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, across the whole world, this man is the guy in terms of just going in, making sure every shot is perfect and lands at the best times. I just feel like, once again, timing is so good for this duo, or even, you know, in the past seasons, trios when they're playing together. But right now, although the timing might be right, the build's a little bit incorrect in moving in, and they have an entire wall to pass. Clement and Floki right in front of them, leader on the left side as well, with Irazumi coming in what, 50th place overall. So they're ready, they're looking to go, and Floki is also driving straight in.
Now, this is a pretty tough zone for them to rotate in on, and especially when you're late. I mean, I'm expecting the zone to pull right towards Sleepy Sound side, and there's a lot of little hills and boxes that people are going to be basing up on. Luckily for them, there's not a team holding out this edge, so they should be able to get in for free here. But if this zone does tend to pull northeast, they're in a very tough spot, especially with that reboot coming out.
Yeah, and the different types of flavors from teams are going to be prevalent here too. Storm Surge is the big thing. If you don't have enough damage dealt, the server will start to deal damage to you. A bunch of teams already know how much damage they kind of have or need to do, and right now, depending on that, some teams might be a little bit more aggressive, others a lot more passive.
Yeah, and if for those of you that don't know, after we get a reboot going in, after Storm Surge has already popped, you're going to have Storm Surge reactivate as soon as this zone starts closing. So 71 people left alive here. You're going to have a few teams not expecting this, because, you know, it is a little bit scary, but luckily for them, Castry goes down to Bevies and Vortexia. And, you know, we're not going to get the reactivation of Storm Surge as Zone does actually pull towards those northern mountains. So everyone on the south side, you know, I'm feeling bad for the Chonkers team because this has been a full sprint and marathon across the map.
Yeah, they've just had to just keep going up, and up, and it's mountains they have to deal with as well. Every team's gonna be focused on this position, but also on dealing damage and making sure they don't go down. I mean, this is just so tough. With elevation in the mix boop, it's so rough to find a good spot to kind of, you know, hide and base out.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. As we saw, Venno also going down very early on here, so not able to have that first good game. Cover Canyon on con, but sometimes, you know, everything could go perfect and you could just have, you know, like Chico and Trulix, so you could just have a team right next to you that needs Surge and then your game is ruined, unfortunately. So maybe that's what happened to Venno and Joe here. And Venno, I have seen him clutch out a lot. You know, when he used to play trios with Shadow and Benji Fisher, sorry, he was the clutch master every single time in solo cash because my man, as a solo, will clutch up top 5s, top 4s consistently. He is one of the most ridiculous up-and-coming players. And I say up-and-coming, you know, very lightly because I don't think a lot of people give him credit, you know. Joe is considered by a lot of pros to be one of the best creative fighters, one of the best fighters in the game. But, you know, by the majority of people that, you know, follow competitive Fortnite, you know, he might not be someone that you really know. So I want to give credit to him because my man is ridiculous.
Absolutely. Always putting on a show no matter what team he's on as well. And that clutch factor is the big reason why. Floki and Clement, though, I mean, they're probably hot off the press from last qualifier. They really want to make sure this is the one where they lock it in. And you can already see the struggles. This is heavy metal on all sides, still getting sprayed out across the lines. It's so tough for even the best teams in the closest spots to get inside the zone.
Yeah, and luckily for them, they're 400 above Surge, all the way from Chonka's side, so I did mention how far they had to rotate, but the Surge is solved, and here we go, Venno and Joe. Joe, 29 below, and he's gonna get sprayed up by multiple players, and oh no, he goes down early on, and that is not how you want to start your FNCS finals with Uncon Cover Canyon, Shayo.
Not at all. It's going to be Irazumi, though, with Leader, who pick up 2 launch pads, and then Malabuka's here with 2 as well. So we have almost all the rotation on the south side of the map for the whole lobby. They've had a tough time getting in the zone now, but they can all just end up using these pads together to push themselves even further into the zone. Malabuka and Mustachio, notice the number on the right, the damage threshold, 116 above. It seems good right now, but yes, as you can see, that number can quickly dwindle away down to just 2 digits, maybe even all the way to 1. Flawless goes down. Jox is getting Blaka as well. Parmy falling inside the feed. It's Clement and Floki who are just absolutely tearing up every build with shot after shot. 5 eliminations and 400 damage almost above the threshold before we even start the endgame.
Yeah, and I want to go back to Malabuka and Mustache there. If you looked at their inventory prior, they had the Spider-Man, they had the 2 launch pads. So even though they're only 100 above Surgery into half and half, first moving, the way that you sort of play this loadout is you launch pad towards front side of zone, you box up, and then you wait. So they're going to be able to get a lot of tags on players depending on how the zone pulls. But I won't be worried for them because they're going to be more than likely above Surge. But those of you that are not above Surge is Kiko and Marshia. Only one more person needs to be eliminated as the kill feed's going crazy. 24 above. It's so close. No one's really going to be jumping to the boxes though, because everyone thinks surely one more person goes down. Surely it's not going to be me that's going to tick below.
And that's always the situation, but then no one ends up falling. It becomes very drastic. 42 damage in total there for Mashi. Very nice. This is such a good angle to be able to land a few shots, but he misses left and right a little bit. Will it matter? We'll see in just a second. Benji picking up Bang. He's still on the feed too.
Yeah, Maush and Kiko, they were contested in the last finals. So the Surge, obviously, you know, the Surge tried to this time I believe they're uncon. As you see, they have 0 elimination. So they're sort of figuring it out, you know, trying to find something different. It's so tough for you to go into a different kind of mindset, Shayo, because if you're so used to being contested, then you know, we don't need to think about Surge. We don't need to think about boxing up and getting tags. And we see that, you know, struggling just a little bit as Clement and Floki now going to get taken out. 5 elimination for these guys. So, you know, that's already 18 points in total. So it's not a lost game, even if Clement goes down here. But surely he should be fine with 10 chug splashes here in his inventory.
Unless he gets trapped before he gets to use them. Lots of pressure on his boxes, and he's all out of hard mats. Just wood. That can quickly get absolutely set ablaze and taken away. Clement has to keep splashing. This is not the quietest heal that gets used. You'll notice the players might only even hear 1 footstep. He's going to have a tough time hiding in this box.
And this zone is absolutely disgusting, Shayo. Push straight across the water, away from congested side of zone. This is not going to be fun for any of these players. Hopefully, you're going to be able to use your relose a launch pad, but if you're on that backside of zone and there's no one with a launch pad, you're going to be drowning.
Absolutely, and the big thing too, there's not 2 big skyscrapers, not many communities of bases built right now. It's all just one big amalgamation of boxes. Everyone's gonna start to spread like a virus around on their rotation. They might end up clashing with each other. There's not gonna be that much information to be gathered as well, duo to duo. And right now, Benji's kind of abusing that fact. The fact that people can't see him and Savage diving into every box, just absolutely wrecking the competition. And they already have a few eliminations before they get going. Now they're inside the sky. Match are looking very fine as well. They actually get such a good portion of the zone down low ahead of everyone else.
And there's such a beauty to watch Benji and Savage. I mean, these guys could probably play without any comms and they could still do super, super well. You know, they are locked into each other. They are mind readers. And you see that now, you know, 400 above Surge. The mats are looking okay on Benji, but obviously Savage is going to have the majority of the materials because he's the main tarper. As Malibuka, I did mention they were going to be fine on Surge, but I guess the strategy, I mean, the launch pads are gone and the 50 below Surge, Shayo. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be tough. Yeah, absolutely. But they have those Spider-Man web shooters. They get all the way ahead. And now this is prime position to start landing shots. But unfortunately, their back wall gets a little bit beamed. They see a few swingers on the left side, but can't actually land the shots. It's too difficult. The pendulum swings way too fast. And now Malibuka is trying to go for that big bully from the high ground. Yes, he gets a little bit of shots in, just two below. They need a little bit more.
Yeah, and you know, this is a bad zone for them as well, right? Because no one wants to be on that low gun in the water. And you saw them looking down for players on that low gun, but no one's going to be there. I think all of these pros, they have the experience to know you do not want to be on low gun in the water zone because you're just going to be stuck swimming. It's an awkward spot to build as they are now 12 above Surge, 32 people left alive, Shayo.
Maximum focus though. They swing straight through the air, land on builds that they make themselves and all the way boxed in while they're getting hit by Surge. That was absolutely amazing, but now it's down to Clement trying to clutch his team's dreams right now. He's going to be inside Genesis' box. He goes for the quick swipe in and goes for the shotgun shot, but it's blocked by a wall. Clement's trying to do whatever he can to stay inside this game. 150 mats. He needs a refresh soon. He needs to just try to get that skin routine going right now, but it's not going to be there. It's not going to be possible. Close box to box. He has to reset the entire momentum swing on brand new layer. It's all wood builds. It's almost over. Yes, he gets bullied by the man he did pump all the way down to 1 HP. Janice claps back.
And there are two people that we don't really see in the game on high ground. T-Chips and Artskill on top of them. T-Chips, you know, a very good French player. Artskill, very, very aggressive player. You know, he does well with a lot of different people. Janus jumps into the block and he takes out one more. That's his third elimination of the game. He gets himself Siphon, builds up a zone and push 4 yet again.
Who is going to stop Janus? Because this man has no teammate right now, and he's absolutely tearing through every single box and build. 101 HP effectively. Krusty in front of his wall. They both trade, healing up a few shields. It's about to get crazy once more. He's not even anywhere near the high ground either, so it's going to be chaos near the low.
And Stompy without his boy Arco on the high ground. Now with his new duo, but Janus gets another one. That's his fourth one of the end game, style.
He's still going all the way, hamming through. This is just an absolutely impossible situation for Janus, but he's finding answers. 3 more options, up, middle, or lower. Where will he go? He looks towards the sky, has a few builds to break, but only 100 mats to his name. High ground, held by 1 floor. Will he interrupt it just shortly? No, he doesn't really go for it just yet. He's hiding. It's a perfect position, but he gets rattled a little bit now. No builds. He has to go for just a shot. A final 50 pot as Kinzel goes down. Benji is still popping in the feed. It's Artskill all the way up top in the sky. T-Chips finds Kane on the ground. Janus is looking for his next shot, but he can't find anything free. No. The cost is too high. He jumps inside the storm. He's still alive. Big shot, and this time it's on a Savage. Benji claps back. You can't break the duel's mental on the low.
Benji and Savage on the logo takes out another one. 1v2 situation now as Benji goes up, plays super aggressive. He needs to be careful. He only has 55 HP and he does it. Benji and Savage, a 10 elimination win there. You know, they came from not qualifying from opens to winning the first game of the final, Shayo. How do they do it?
I have no clue, but it's amazing on all fronts. The clutch from Janus, the crazy one-man show from Joe as well. It's just insane. And then Savage and Benji on low. It's just nuts. I mean, 2 teams or 2 players are fighting with maximum shield. They have nothing in terms of protection. They're just landing shots. They're all the way out of mats, but they get the victory royale.
Man, we just love to see these things, man. Savage and Benji back at it again in perfect form. We love that.
Absolutely. I want to see exactly what Zeke, Levin, and Reese have to say about that one. Boys on the desk, what's up?
Yes, Shia Wager, that's what I like to see. Levin, your boys are on top. The 10 Elim Victory Royale to begin the day. Qualifier number 2. They didn't make it here, Qualifier 1, and they said, listen, we were just waiting, we were biding our time. We just wanted to put on a show. We wanted to make an entrance, Levin, and sure enough, they do that.
Believe. I told people to believe in these guys because Reese, they have all the chemistry in the world, right? In terms of just the understanding between them, the firepower in end games, it's a match made in heaven, and I can't wait to see how they do over the next couple games because after that, what a way to start.
Yeah, my full analysis of this team has always been, man, if they'd scrimmed, imagine the proficiency that it could have. But these guys have been playing together for so long, their chemistry is just so good. They stick together so well, they shadow each other. One player looks one way, the other player's already looking at that exact same way. Like Savage leads Benji so well, and Benji just follows that lead. And look, when they have the aim, when they have the mechanics, they pop off in endgame, exactly like we've just seen Victory Royale game number 1, 10 eliminations.
So good. And a lot of these duels, we're doing things in this game, and it's just his first game. They really should not have been able to do, right? You've got like Seti and Chapix who went down way early, right? And then still make it into the end game. But here we go, that run from Benji and Savage. My goodness. This is exactly the statement you want to have in game number 1, right? Like, this is, Boop had kind of talked about it at the very start of this just first game, momentum, right? This is giving them that momentum to get the ball rolling to ensure that they can look at one of those top 8 spots. As long as they hit that top 8 11, they'll be okay.
Yeah, honestly though, Boop's going to be shaking because if these guys do this well without practice, you know, Boop's Noble's going to be in shambles. Nobody's going to want to practice if they think they can do this good. But no, honestly, you can't do this good without practice because the natural talent these guys have is unmatched, right? They've been doing it for so long. World Cup days we're talking now, right? So, I mean, they are just phenomenal. I was going to say they're in scintillating form, but, you know, that would be an understatement. You know, it's an understatement for them, though. They are so good right now. They are on point.
Absolutely, no doubt. Like, that was an incredible pop-off game 1. That's exactly what we need to see. A ton of other pop-offs that we saw there. There was a solo clutch from Janus as well. He absolutely fragged out by himself, right? We saw, obviously, Vortex ended up going down a little bit early. Janus with a single elimination at this point. This is almost at the start of the moving zone. So many players are left alive at this point, and he managed to get things going so deep into this endgame and clutching up a 3rd place finish by himself. That's so many points purely by this solo clutch we're watching right here alone.
Yeah, and what I've noticed this season with these solo clutches that typically you want to stay on higher layers as a solo. If you go low ground as a solo, you are just finished. And Janus doing a great job there as well. He made sure to stay on high elevations when he was low materials and was able to pick people off one by one. He's such a phenomenal solo player as well. So even if it comes down to solo duo, he's going to be just A-okay.
I mean, he is the solo invitational champion for a reason, going all the way back to Chapter 2 Season 2.
That's a throwback.
That's right. Far back. Let's take a look at the standings really quickly before we get ready to jump into game number 2. We got to take a peek and just see how things settled after that first game. No surprise, 10 eliminations, but look across the way, right? Right below Jokes and Sky as well, 10 elims.
Yeah, look, we were telling them, make sure you don't go anywhere near Mestash and Manabuka. Clearly they listened and they've had a great game. Really interesting to see them in second, but of course, I don't want to get too ahead of myself, Reese, right? We already saw after Qualifier 1, game 1's just game 1. You got to keep doing that over the next 5 or so games.
Yeah, interestingly, Kinzel Desitos, who we saw contesting Benji and Savage, also in the top 6 right now, too. So they didn't fight off spawn. Both have come to a mutual agreement, clearly in-game, not to fight. But seems to have worked out well. Seti and Chapix, remember from the start of that game, we saw them not necessarily doing so good. We saw Chapix go down, Seti clutch up big time, and managing to get a top 8 on the leaderboards after losing your teammate early and getting them rebooted. Now that is capitalizing on a shambles game.
And that was worst case scenario for them in terms of shambles, right? A game starting like that was awful for them. So if they did that well, even in a game that was bad,
well, they had 2 launch pads, so it couldn't, you know, it's not the worst.
you say that, right? But we did see a lot of teams struggle, right, in terms of being able to get their loot up mid-game, right? In terms of once you move away from off-spawn, being able to get the resources required to have a good end game. And sure, right, launch pads will help in terms of nullifying that, but you know, to have that kind of game is still very impressive. But not a surprise because again, these are 2 of the best players in the region, no doubt, in the world actually, no doubt.
Yeah, I love it. I love it indeed. There we go. Timer is all said and done, which means we've got to go back with Boop and Shy waiting for game number 2 of Qualifier number 2.
It's all about the 2s right now, and in game 2, it's all about fixing those mistakes, right, Boop? It's all about seeing what happened in game 1. You just clashed with a brand new team. You might not be used to contesting. How do you change things to get better?
Hold on a second, Sha. I just want to call out real quick. How dare you say that I would not want Benji and Savage not to do well because of practice? How dare you? That is a violation. I'll be honest, though. You know, not everybody is Benji, Fishy, and Savage. Not everyone has played since World Cup. You know, they're not going to have that sort of, you know, chemistry. So, you know, you still need your practice kits. Please don't kill my server.
We'll see exactly how things roll in practice or no practice. Clement and Floki have had enough of experience, at least, at Chonkers, at just playing inside this round 3 of qualifiers. And over again, it seems as though they get right there at the precipice of greatness, of just that qual line, but then fall a little bit short. See what happens now. They're leading the lobby too. This is gonna be tough.
Yeah, these early game fights at Chonkers, they are tough. They're very low material count fights. They're basically 50-50. I see a lot of teams land south and north side and splitting it, but this time Lechi not wanting to split it, and that is his demise here as he gets taken out. But Link there is very nearby, needs to be careful because, Floki needs to be careful here because Link is creeping up.
It's always this situation at Chonkers. You feel like you've done such a good job overall. You've won a big fight, and then an entire new duo comes in that's usually even more stacked, finding a little bit of more luck inside these chests, getting the weapons they need exactly, and you're going to be a little bit damaged off that fight before as well. Clement is so low. Floki has to do anything and everything he can on this defense, but they have limited materials as well. This entire game just started. You can see it on this player as well. 97 not gonna have too much to use. Gets inside one of the whiplashes that's buffed up with those tires, but doesn't really have his license right there. He's still trying to drive past these trees. Link doesn't have a tire. I think these guys are better off running.
I mean, this is what you get when you give kids a car. You do not want them to be behind the wheel of a very, very fast car there. And interesting for them to disengage in this position. I wonder if they saw something that I didn't, because if I'm looking at the map there, bottom right, I only see a team very nearby, but no one was sort of aggressing towards that spot. So not really sure why they actually want to disengage, but I guess they do not want to sort of risk their game here this early on, trying to go down. You know, they have good loot. You know, you can, like I said last time, you can split the spot with 3 different teams. You can come up completely fine, so.
Definitely want that damage as well. Sometimes you find an easy third-party opportunity, and an easy third-party opportunity is just double the easy, because third-partying is what you want to do inside these modes. Nova, though, is going to try his best interpretation of starting a fight. It's not going to be received that well, though. Hardfine has to force himself through a door edit. Looks like all the edits are struggling right now. Those extra 2 seconds might have made a difference inside that shot, but Hydro's going to be there anyways to kind of defend and get the trade. Now an entire new duo is rolling in. The Siphon Mats are there from Belusi and Hydro, but the damage, it's kind of taken its toll. The shield's not there for this fight. They have to back off. They have to heal.
That was a little bit too close there with that SMG tracking there for Hardfine. I mean, those guys, they struggled for Surge last game. This time, I guess they tried to go a little bit more aggressive, but it did not work out for them. And Belusi takes them out very swiftly. But Boofink here and Bevies, they are very, very close by. And this is the issue with fighting on spawn. You do not want to have a prolonged fight. And you see, bottom right, the timer. This fight has been going on for about 4 minutes, right? So that gives other teams more than enough time to loot up very slowly, get the material count up, and come to third party Shio. As Bevies, with this Ranger assault rifle on the high ground, it's not going to do too much damage. He does have that stinger in his inventory, but they're hiding. They don't want to show themselves yet, and I think that's a smart move, because you got to be a little bit scared of your Bevies here, because you don't want to be creeping in towards enemy builds and then just run into the face of a shotgun or something like that.
Absolutely, he has an arsenal of assault rifles right there. It's like 3 inside the inventory. Stinger SMG to pack a punch as well if he gets close, but he is looking to deal a little bit more damage before he gets rolling in. I like the fact that he's using his ammunition to kind of give himself a medium range engagement instead of being really close to the wall with the pickaxe. He has so many magazines to go through in doing this. Meanwhile, Malibu and Mustache, they're going to have a little bit of a rough time on their own. Some friction off of spawn at Camp Cuddle. Lots of different teams around them, but they seem to be handling it pretty well.
Yeah, I think this is fine for them. Oh, yeah, there you go. It is
there
fine completely. Havix gets taken out there, and I think his teammate Smeki was taken out very early on. And this is fine for Malibuka, especially if we consider the zone here. It looks like zone does pull far bottom right. You know, those are one of the worst zones for Malibuka and Mercenaries. We've seen them struggle with these far eastern zones a lot of the time. So I think they're happy to have the surge from this position. So they can just farm it out now, get the material count up, and they can put themselves in a good spot going into this mid-game.
It's all about the damage. Bevies takes a big shot himself, down to 150 HP. I like the fact that he's staying up high a little bit, denying a lot of angles. And as a result, also clearing the fact that there's no other third parties around him. He would have got shot at some point. So he can really focus on this low ground fight. They have a huge pinch with Fink here on the left side as well. And they are actually finally dealing damage. Hydro loses his shield.
Yeah, and you do really want to be careful in these early game fights. And you see, you know, they're taking that strategy of basically just spraying from far away, evaluating the situation, and kind of seeing what comes to fruition. Because you don't want to just start smacking walls all of a sudden. You don't know if these guys have very low material counts. They're going to instantly edit out onto your face and then try to pump you or run with an SMG. You know, you got to be a little bit careful here. And as he gets traded, but there we go. There comes the third party yet again. And what I said, you got to be so careful. You got to evaluate the situation, and not even in front of you, but also behind you, because people are going to be hearing those shots coming out, and they're coming in for Storm Surge as well. And Bofink here unfortunately has to run away because his teammate gets eliminated as another team tries to sneak back in, and it was Link in default, and Hydra also now disengaging. And you know, their inventory is not looking too hot.
Not at all. And even though this is kind of drastic on the side of Fink as just being a solo player, you have to realize, yeah, it's not the worst and not the, you know, absolutely disastrous situation that Hydro's in, because they've got no build whatsoever. Now, though, 2 players coming in, fully shielded up, full mats. This is where Fink's in a little bit of trouble.
And this is exactly why Link in default, they disengage very early on in Chonkers, right? This is the exact same reason. You saw this team try to third party that fight over there in the Butterbond split. They got eliminated by the third party. Link in default now, they realize that is such an option near Chonkers. There's so many teams around there. There's a lot of those rifts as well nearby that you can just get landed on by, so you got to be careful. As we move on to a replay here by Crawl, back yet again at the boat spawn, and I guess these guys are just committing to landing boat, which is surprisingly enough, as we have Kiko, and I mentioned them being uncom, but it looks like this time someone landed on them, and Gooden and his duo there taking out Kiko and Mosh very early on. Unfortunately, not a good game 2 here for them.
And you can say in all these kind of post early game eliminations, like in between the early mid game, it's a lot more organized madness. It's a lot of just 2 players coming in a little bit later and ending fights in an instant. There's no more dragged out fights that Boot was talking about all the way from the early game. Now it's just people picking up the scraps from around the map. And now we'll kind of transition to that point where we'll see a lot more bases, a little bit more farming finally, as people get out of their spots as well. Janice, Seti, Savage, all on your screen right now.
Yeah, and look at the bottom left here, sorry, bottom right here for Savage and Benji. This zone is pretty good for them in terms of surge tags. There's a lot of mountains on this north side. There's a big body of water that can hold out on players. But, you know, they got to get out of Tilted soon enough, because they're going to miss a lot of opportunities. And teams realize how hard this zone is to play. You know, this southern zone near Rocky Views, there's so many mountains. You do not want to be late here as Benji and Savage, you know, with 3 minutes left to go until the zone is closed. They're finally coming out now, so I'm not really sure how much tags they got in, and they may have gotten a few off spawn to justify this sort of late rotate out of this draw spot. But as you can see, teams are now outside of this mountain near Tilted, and they're kind of stuck down here, Shayo.
Yeah, it's kind of rough, close and personal. It's kind of funny too, because you're trying to get out and then you're tossed into these wacky situations. EU in general has been kind of wacky as well. You'd assume some people would be landing snipes, but you just saw that stat on screen. More pickaxe eliminations. I mean, off spawn is getting that crazy. People don't have weapons. They're going for that disrespectful swing.
Yeah, you don't really want to run a sniper. There's so much you can carry in your inventory this season. You know, you have your peppers, you have those shield case that Benji's carrying. Interesting enough, he has 2 in his inventory. You don't really see that too often, but those are great. Shayo, did you know you can throw a shield keg on a car and it works?
Really?
Drive with it. I don't know if they patched it, but I'm pretty sure they did. I mean, sometimes these cool things get patched very quickly, you know, but, you know, it used to be a thing, so maybe it's still possible to do it, but, you know, I don't think you're going to be risking it in the finals here, because you don't want to be testing out that thing in the final situation. You're just going to do what you know, and what Janus and Vortex do know here is aggression, as they try to jump near this team of Anas and Pink. And Anas and Pink, they are the opposite of aggression, I have to say. You know, these guys have some of the lowest average eliminations in any sort of lobby, in any sort of final. And, you know, Janus and Vortex, you know, they don't know it's them, so they disengage. Yeah. If they did know it was them, maybe they would want to, you know, get a piece of them, but I don't know, Shayo.
Yeah, they're kind of like the hot knife, and then you see Pink is kind of like the butter, right? But both teams are in a dark kitchen, so they're not going to be able to know exactly who is who. And luckily, no one gets sliced in half. Vortex and Janus end up prioritizing position, which is very smart. And sometimes we see that. We saw it a lot in the history of FNCS. These aggressive teams get a little bit too into that mindset and end up kind of spiraling their game, tunnel visioning on that aggression. It's really cool to see Janus and Vortex not only play so well, but know when to turn on the aggression and then turn it off and go for position.
Yeah, and that's sort of a thing that comes back to mentality, right? These guys, you know, you have something practiced. Let's say you get a coach, and your coach tells you need to box up on this spot, you need to go over here to get Storm Surge tags. But when you're in the moment, you are in fight or flight response mode, and basically all that happens gets thrown out the window. You know, there's that. I don't know exactly what the saying is, something about being punched in the face and you don't know what's happening, but you know that's exactly that sort of feeling. You know, you're gonna be going for the aggression. That's what you know. That's what you know. That's what you've done before. And I guess Vortex and Janus, they're trying to do that yet again, but you know, they do have a little bit of restraint as we see Joe and Venno. They already have 2 eliminations, interestingly enough, Shayo.
Yeah, they're going in. The word for that for me is frazzled. When you get frazzled, you get a little bit jostled in the brain, you know what I'm saying?
I don't know exactly what I'll be honest. I might need to open a dictionary here on the second one.
Get a lesson from Levin, right? This man has like 3 dictionaries
Young Shakespeare.
rolled up. Yeah, young Shakespeare with the 5-syllable words, but we'll see how it goes. Although, hold up. So this is a little trick as well. That's what it is. You got to wait a few seconds for the threshold update. I always have a knee-jerk reaction to seeing a team below Surge, but Benji and Savage, this one is solidified, 22 below.
Yeah, and that's what I said, right? They took way too long to get out of Tilted Towers. Another 22 below Surge, right? Everyone that they wanted to get tags on is already rotated past them. And, you know, there's a few teams still behind them. They're waiting right outside of zone because they know that they can get most of the tags outside of zone here. But, you know, they're going to be in a tough spot. And I feel like, you know, I hate to bring up practice, but this is where experience comes back into, is that these sort of situations. Or maybe I'm just, you know, maybe I'm just trying to push my agenda just a little bit too much.
Now we'll see how it goes. 22 above now. It seems like when it's Benji and Savage, the world just aligns for them in certain moments. And right now, it kind of has to. You see that beam from the sky. That's not a visual error at all. When you're watching things on broadcast right now, we have this thing. Whenever we're inside this big overarching drone shot, you can see exactly who's in first place. You can even see at the bottom left right now. It's a new addition to this season. The team and the number beside them is actually their live leaderboard spot in-game for the moment. So after that first one, it's Benji and Savage. That's team number 1 in first place. We go to the other side of the board. Let's magnet all the way down to the South Pole. In 31st, it's Analex X-Squeeze.
Yep, 8 below here. And this was actually a decent zone for Analex and X-Squeeze, surprisingly enough. But, you know, they are going to get pushed here, so that's a blessing in disguise for them. You know, you always love it when you're below Surge and the team pushes you because, you know, you're on the back foot, but they have to run into you. So you know you're going to get guaranteed tags. Benji Savage, meantime, 174 above Surge. Managed to get it, and you did see that you utilized that shield keg, you know, to trade Surge because you're going to get a lot of Surge shield back from that shield keg. So you're able to trade a lot of Surge, take 50-50s, and that's a free shield and Surge spot there coming out there.
Absolutely. It's all about that balance. You might be even asking back home, kind of looks different from the game. Everyone plays themselves. Why aren't people pushing boxes all the time, 24/7, just going for the fights? You don't want to risk getting damaged yourself. Savage and Benji go for a quick drop down right there, but don't find that much success. They're going to stop a little bit because they need to make sure they temper their resources for the rest of the game. They also have a long ways to go. I count about 10 different teams in front of them, and this is a very good personification for what it looks like for everyone. The house is burning. Everyone's about to basically catch on fire. They need to move very soon. This is not a comfortable place to be in at all. Benji is in a world of hurt.
The roof is on fire. I mean, and unfortunately, you know, it does go back out. You know, I thought we were going to see some spicy things there. You know, it is sort of, you know, it's a little bit scary sometimes when they have fire all around your base because it makes your edits also a little bit weird. Sometimes you can't edit that wall, so you got to be a little bit careful. But if you take a look at the zone here, bottom around the map, you see zone pulls far yet again. So all of those north teams, you know, the teams that did well last game, Benji and Savage, and they tilted, not a bad zone for them, but they're going to be one of the last teams to rotate too, and they don't have a car, they don't have any sort of rotates, and they have a team right next to them that's going to be holding them out for Surge as well, as Jeff is having a little dive in zone here. Not sure what they're doing here, Shayo.
Might be a class down onto Analex and Squeeze. They might be down on Surge and looking for a few angles. They seem kind of desperate. Seems like another, you know, predator hunting its prey situation, but Analex has basically an invisible radar on. He knows exactly what people are thinking. That's just the way he kind of plays the game. The fundamentals always just so strong in knowing what's around him, the awareness. So they find a quick pickup. They're going to keep moving.
Yep, but you know, again, the zone is tough for them. I mentioned this, the mountains, the hills. There's going to be so many teams on this edge, and Analex is the force to launch pad, but everyone's eyes is on them because I think that shield crack came out here. Analex is going to get sprayed up by everyone, and he's eliminated out of the air. X-Squeeze being a very good teammate here, trying to pick him back up, but honestly, I don't think this is a move. I think you need to run away with the Spider-Man because people are going to be jumping in, and that's exactly what's going to happen. The Stinger SMGs coming in, they're jumping, they're going through, and X-Squeeze misses the low launch as well. He's panicking just a little bit. He gets pumped yet again, and his Spider-Man is going to reset. He's able to get past this side now, away from line of sight, but again, this team is being a bit of a nuisance here, Shayo.
He's got a few things to kind of delay a little bit of time, but they got web shooters of their own. Everyone here can beat Peter Parker today. This is going to be absolutely unfortunate for X-Squeeze. A big shot landed down, but it's not going to be enough when you have shotguns and SMGs and everything spraying at you. They leave a launch pad behind for many teams on that south side. Up towards the north, though, Savage and Benji still at a stalemate. They're not all the way in. About 10 more meters away is paradise for them, Boop, but I'm not sure if they're looking at a mirage as they go for this oasis inside the desert. Savage and Benji are just in trouble and barely even in.
Yep. I mean, this is a tough spot to be. I mean, if you're always on the back foot, you're never going to find opportunities to get Surge either, right? You're going to have this tough spot, and I mean, never mind. They're just going to find a player, just give it into that box, and maybe that's a bit of that luck you mentioned before, Shayo. All of a sudden, there's just a player in Benji's box, a quick little pump to the face, and that's a quick elimination there for Benji.
I'm telling you, they're following some sort of script every time there's a tough situation. Easy random siphon available for Benji and Savage. And I kind of also want to see what some of the other teams' positions are looking like right now as well. I mean, if you look at it, there's just a crescent moon of duos waiting around. Irazumi on the right side, Rayad there too. Let's look at second place and how their journey was going as well. They're on the same side as Benji and Savage. They left slightly later. This is that burned down house, and they get eliminated. So you're talking about what Benji and Savage need to do, Boo. They have so much more space now. The second place team behind them down. You can see the light, the beam shining on them from above. It's just showing them that, hey, you've got the spotlight. You're in first. How far can you go this game?
Yeah, and consistency is the name of the game. I mean, any sort of duo, they can just come back with a very high elimination game, right? We saw Floki do this last week, you know, a 13 elimination game, I believe, put him back into the top 8 position just off of one game. So even if you are below that top 20, top 30 place, just one good game here could put you back up. So you definitely don't want to be throwing the chances where you have very good situations here. And Benji and Savage, they do get saved just a little bit here, Shayo.
Yes, they do. But on their left side, looking at them right now, Joe Vino, Irazumi and Leader as well. Two different duos that act as interrupters for a majority of teams in the season as they try to move. They try to pick you apart when you're on the move. So Savage and Benji have to be very careful. They don't have the web shooters. They don't have any aerial movement, but Savage's got the slides. He's got the moves. That was nice. 3 boxes and the time it takes to make one, and now Benji takes the lead. Look at the dynamic switching you have in between. A Savage needs to heal. Benji picks up the building portion of the duo.
And I love that. I love seeing these new mechanics coming out of these players, you know? Always a ton of creativity coming out of there. And that slide is just going to give you that extra inch to box up and be safe. Make your hitbox a little bit smaller so people can have a tough time shooting at you. But look at that. Somehow they know that it's Malibu and Mustache, and Malibu and Mustache trades back too. You know, these are their rivals back in the last season as Steamy Stacks, and somehow they sniffed them out. Maybe giving a little bit of revenge back on them, but, you know, they get a little bit back as well as Malibu and Mustache get a big trade. But Texia in the meantime and Castry, double controller duo, 145 below Surge, and I'm not surprised. Maybe they should have gone to those gyro controls, because this is not enough Surge tags.
Yeah, they might want to get a little bit of that aim factor in. We're looking at them right beside another box, but it's going to be a brick build. PKR knows exactly what's going down. They back all the way up. They have so much room. Big Vortexia in, and he gets slapped in the face. Castery denied immediately too. That's 2 shots, 2 elims, and 2 big messages sent to that duo.
I love that. You know, they're perfect timing shots. They knew when the wall was about to be broken. Boom, the pump to the face, and they just get eliminated. You know, that's also a little bit on them as well. You got to be a little bit careful on the timing. You do not want to leave it to the last minute when Surge is just about to pop. You got to be, you know, you got to set yourself up. You cannot do it right before. As Benji here, he sniffs out an opportunity, finds another good pump through, and look who has gotten 50-50 here, Shayo.
Yeah, it's Benji and Savage. They have that 5th zone. It's landed right exactly where they are, and they found another body of heals to be used as well. They keep overreaching for a little bit of damage, for a little bit of position, and keep getting blessed with rewards in terms of heals as well. But the majority of the zone is not in right now. I see a few launch pads and Spider-Man swings going on from the right side, where you can see just the left half of the word Chalker on the mini-map. A lot of people are going to be swinging and flying in. Vino, of course, is in one of the best spots of the map. He's going to keep pushing that position forward. That's exactly what you want to be doing in this situation. 2 launch pads as well. You talk about potential right now for Vino and Joe. They're both alive, Boop. It looks better than game 1, and I feel like they're about to pop off in this one.
I mean, this is just Covert Canyon loot, right? 2 launch pad, those 6 chili splashes. They have 3 big pods, 6 minis as well. It is a lot. And, you know, they already have 3 eliminations as well. So what happened last game of the surge issues and obviously Veno going down early on is now going to be a little bit saved. And looks like if Veno's trying to take a peek at high ground here, and not a single team has height. And I don't think it's the right play to go for yet because they do have those 2 launch pads. You don't want to be using those materials to go up and waste them because you're going to be launch padding anyways. It's not going to give you too much. Those those splashes, sorry, are going to be good enough to play mid ground and then launch pad afterwards. And zone pulls bottom right towards Shank's side. So luckily for the majority of this lobby, it pulls back towards that congested side. So a lot of these guys are going to have a pretty easy access through. And knowing Veno and Joe, you know, he was looking at high ground. I expect him to fully land at high ground on the front side of zone. And actually, if you take a look, you'll be seeing this in this first moving here. Everyone on that north side, they're going to be launching first. They're going to be landing. Veno and Joe, they're going to be the last team to land. And that's when they're going to have the opportunity because they're able to extend that launch pad as far as possible. And then they save themselves so many materials because everyone's already on the floor, right? Everyone's already landed. So you have 0 risk of ever getting late landed on because you're the last team to launch pad, Shayo.
Absolutely. It's also a barren desert, a wasteland. There's not going to be too many mountains or anything around the city of Chonker Speedway to land upon. Everything here is going to be player built. So you're absolutely correct. Leaving as late as possible will give you one of the highest points of elevation you can latch upon. Sunny Chappiks have to leave a little bit earlier because they were towards that backside. Base up, go for a few shots. They have another launch pad to leave this position as well, but they're just trying to farm as much damage as possible. Now you hear the gliders in the sky. They're popping left and right. 200 damage above for Seti and Chappiks are looking for a little bit of freedom towards the clouds. They find it. You can see the overview right now. Lots of mid-ground positions. One definitive team on height. Seti's looking for a little bit of a higher elevated base as well. As we look towards the other side on low ground, it's Savage and Benji. They're going to be towards the backside of the zone now. Still finding trouble getting in, but the spicy splash dropped down towards the feet, making things hot. Feisty, fast, and speedy. Good for both teammates, but they're slightly separated too. It's Kuriachi that Benji takes down as he moves across the cars and the dirt on the ground. They're looking pretty good so far, Boot, but they have a long ways to go.
I mean, he had almost 0 builds then. All of a sudden, Kuriachi just into the box, back up to 80 as you get this nice little panning shot. Benji still stuck in the backside of zone. Yet again, a result of a little bit of late rotations as he has to progress through all of these old builds. He's going to be very careful. Savage is going to try to elevate themselves away from this spot. As we have a high gun battle, you have Pink and Anas trying to go up on top of there. And these guys, you know, they don't have the most aggressive playstyle, but when it comes to those late moving zones and zone transitions, they love to go on top of it. And they do have Spider-Mans. They do have the momentum to go back up, and they have it for free now, going to 8th moving zone pretty damn soon. And I like the easy spot for them.
Absolutely. Pink actually uses the web shooters to go forward, negate the fall damage, and then build all the way back up, reconnecting the high ground, stopping the weakness of these builds. It's absolutely genius. Past that, Trulex Chico looking for a little bit of revenge on any aggressivity happening towards the top side of this map. They're going to be looking to maybe take over height. Vino and Joe all the way down low. Don't have any launch pads left anymore. Savage actually going down in the feed, but trading Rotary, so I'm not sure where first place is, if they're still alive, but they're having a little bit of trouble in Paradise. Joe and Vino, though, they're denying everyone on this low ground towards the forward side. They're going, just landing shots left and right. Floki, Hook on boxes right beside each other on the backside as well. A little bit of calm for every single team as the zone moves again, but Floki denied on low. It's tough to heal. Hookah wins that one. And then Pink up top with an Us are still looking good to reign on high grounds.
Yeah, now it is time for the big impact factors for Veno and Joe. 4 eliminations already. With the zone pullback, though, it's going to be a little bit tough because you see them on this logo, but you're going to get smothered just a little bit. They do find the toes of some players. They find another one.
This is crazy.
There's good tags coming through. They do have those flashes, you know, to tank zone just a little bit, and he does go for it. But unfortunately, I think that's only going to be Cypher materials. Yes, it is, because those players will completely scuff them backside of zone. They do have those flashes to go back up, though. And, you know, they're making use of the inventory very well here, Shayo, and they still have 10 more seconds in the zone transitions.
They needed the mats. It might just be a little bit, but it gets them a little bit of more space to survive. And Vino shoots another shot again, lands a big one. Not going to get the elimination. Mappy on the backside now. He's also out of mats. They're going towards almost uneditable builds. They have to break it through. Double swinging with a pickaxe is going to be looking good. A little bit of ammo picked up from the backside. Mappy going down. PKR also denied. Pink is still raining absolutely bullet after bullet from the high ground. And Nas is holding on to it still. They haven't been challenged. And now we're down to 5 teams. Pink and Nas, absolute control of the lobby right now. No one can even breathe, but the map gives gives people the chance to fight each other on low. It's gonna be that Speedway warehouse that everyone has a chance to just kind of wrap around, and armored walls pulled up by Vino and Joe to give them a little bit of a situation on the right side. They have a path, they're moving in, Bedmiss popped. This is so constrictive, they have no space to move, and it's an entire diner they're gonna be rocking with on the right side. A person right in front of them, it's Default that gets bopped inside his own hometown. Vino now looking for the siphon, does he get it? Yes, another player on his front side. He denies it too. Somehow Vino and Joe are alive. The final 2v2. Can they make this happen? It's amongst tyrants all the way on high ground who've had no interruption so far. A big shot from Vino and the spray. 30 HP, and he's still finding a way to have a conversation, a voice inside this battle, but the spray comes down. There's no builds to hide behind. You can have the best aim in the world, but it's not gonna stop Pink and Anas from getting that win.
That was a valiant effort done, Logan, by Venno and Joe. You know, there was chaos down there. 4 players just running around with no materials with their heads cut off. And Venno and Joe, they come out on top. Very well-played game there from Dan. And Pink and Anas, you know, very good fundamentals. Again, taking height on that zone transition. A bit of a lucky zone pullback there for them, considering the material count. You see them finishing this game on 0 materials. And that's a good victory royale there for Pink and Anas. And, you know, these guys are warriors in these finals lobbies. I love it.
Absolutely. It feels like, though, even for me, after watching that game, me and you might have to go outside. I can barely breathe. I thought I was getting sprayed by
it is hot.
and a Nas from high ground. Zeke, Levin, and Reese, are you feeling the heat? That was insane.
Well, Shy Wager, for some of us who can't handle the heat, we got to get out of the kitchen. But nope, I'm here. I'm still hanging out. I am dying, but it is okay. I will hold on until my very last breath. My goodness. Guys, this felt like a semifinals round, but like a light version of that. So many of these different duos just executing exactly to perfection. Now, there was a few flubs, I will say, along the way, Reese and Levin, but overall, I'm very pleased to see, like, the seriousness from Qualifier 1 to Qualifier 2. You can tell duos here are like, no, I want that top 8. I don't want to go to semifinals. I just want that seat on the bus.
Yeah, I love the way you went, you know, there were some flubs recent living, like where the flubs, by the way. Like, you know, watch your tone, mate. Watch your tone. Look, I'll be real. This is why we talked in the first game about how let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Those are 2 teams in the final zone where they didn't have the best first games by any means, but they are 2 teams where the expectations for them were high. Pink and Anas, one of the best final lobby teams in the region. The way they play high, very, very good. They have a great understanding. Execution can be off at times, don't get me wrong, but they got the right things done in that game. And hopefully now moving forward, they probably won't have that many teams contesting them up on high.
Fingers crossed, let's be real. But you never know. You got guys like Queasy who aren't here, who's just height. Yeah. That's it. That's why when I think of Queasy, I think of height. Yeah, that's it. But for Pink and Anas, like, they are game winners, like you mentioned. Out of the 3 cash cups they made the second round of, they won 2 games in each of them. So these guys are capable of winning matches. I'm slightly a bit more concerned about the games that they don't manage to, right? 3 good games is roughly what I saw from Qualifier 1 to get you into that kind of top 8, obviously with a couple other points, another one. That with 7 eliminations is absolutely fantastic, and it's already a ticket there.
I'm still seeing these duos, man. They're struggling with Storm Surge. I mean, you look back to like Benji and Mr. Savage, right, who then get gifted the Storm Surge, the duo just falling into their laps and just being eliminated. Loot transfer complete. But as we take a look at our overall standings, they're still holding down that #1 spot. Now, there was a little bit more of a gap coming into this game, but for right now, we're seeing these other duos, right? They're meeting them, right? They're looking to answer back and say, look, that's fine if you want a spot, but you better be aware we're going to join you up there.
Yeah, look, it's one of those things where I think we all know that their early game fundamentals are there. End game, yeah, they got stuff to work on, but mid game as well can be a bit dodgy. The reverse caster curse from Boot coming through on that one was pretty funny as well. I think the big thing for them now is probably hoping they can get a bit of zone. Like, let's not deny, right? Of course, teams will prepare, teams will have great fundamentals, this and that. But sometimes you need a bit of zone luck to go your way. And so they probably won't want many more south zones if we're just being real. But if they do, hopefully they can use that first game as sort of a learning moment on how to handle it.
Yeah, I think one of the things you mentioned was interesting. Benji Fishy manages to get caster curse RNG. I mean, like, how does that happen? Positive caster curse RNG. That's fantastic. Well, and a good team, obviously, we hadn't really picked on too much was Vino and Joe there. The absolute pop off at the end, taking them up to second place in that match. We didn't see them in the top 10 there in the leaderboards. They're roughly in that kind of 11th to 20th place right now. And that's just because of that bad first game. If they can keep this up off spawn, like, this is going to be super strong for them.
Yeah, the way they maneuvered, you know, in this endgame was really impressive. We talk about the chemistry, the synergy. This season, the things you can do with your teammate by your side are just incredible. You can see here the edits, both of them ready to fight for each other. I think when we talk about confidence, we talked about it at the top of the show. These guys are more confident than a lot of their opponents, and that really shows off here. Of course, they did just sort of get caught out at the end, Vino thinking he was safe from above, and so he went for the hill or whatever, and it just sort of didn't work out. But for the most part, man, I would not be worried about their first game being a bad one. This is one of the best teams in the lobby, and they've shown that over the qualifiers so far.
I mean, confidence absolutely sums it up. We saw in the previous round, we mentioned they got 4 games in a row where they got double-digit eliminations. The third one on that was particularly interesting to me because they went down in 30th with 20 elims. So like, or sorry, 16 elims. So there's only like 4 people in that game who weren't eliminated by them at that point. They were absolutely fragging out, and they've carried that confidence here into round 3 where they've obviously managed to pick that up in that second place there.
So good, man. And there's this thing, we have another 4 games out ahead of us, but you heard the buzz, which means we're getting ready for game number 3 of Qualifier 2. So for now, we're going back in with Shy Wager and Boom.
Game number 3 is the game of opportunity. It is now your chance. You've had 2 games to make mistakes, and now it's the third one. It is due. It is the time to do it all, Shayo. Who do you expect to come out on top this time?
For me, I mean, slight bias here and there. I'm liking this Benji Savage situation we got going on. If Pink's on height, they're on low ground, that'd be insane. I want to see Mustache Malibuka keep popping off. I want to see Lecce and Swilliam actually get their game started as well. But before that happens, Floki and Clement, this has to be a chance for them at redemption. Another Chonker Speedway breakdown and 4 different teams.
Yep, good landing here for Floki, and it looks like he jumps into the trash there for some reason. The Ranger AK versus the Stinger is not good enough. I mean, it was like fighting with no arms, basically. He had no chance in that situation, and that was an easy elimination there for Swilliam. And I don't know where Floki's teammate's gone. He seems to disappear off the map here.
I think Clement definitely having a little bit of issues on that drop, but it's all good. We'll get Lecce and Swilliam a little bit of the beef up, a little bit of the jump up as they get their fights and early games started. They still have a long ways to go. Teach them some art skill as well. This is a team I wanted to focus on for so long because I've been watching this team specifically in Cash Cups and whatnot. They've been some of the most consistent overall. When it comes to early game fighting, this is what they have the lockdown with. Look at art skill right here. 1v2 and still is able to deal a little bit of damage. T-Chips is there though. Is this just Harpoon? Okay, so he got to pick up the MK7.
He has the right hand peak though.
I'm trying to look at this one. I don't think his opponent knows he has an AR, right? But I don't even think he used it once.
No.
It's kind of crazy. That team, that duo is just so adaptive, and they've kind of been under the radar entirely, right? And might not be household names completely, but they've put a little bit of a pedestal, a footprint, even if I could say, into EU this season so far. So I'm hyped to see them in this qual, hopefully making that top 8.
I mean, this is a season of opportunity, right? We've gone from, you know, an old chapter, an old map, to a completely new meta and a completely new map, right? And we're going to see some fresh faces. I mean, these guys aren't super unknown, right? We've seen them before, but, you know, I love to see, you know, some of the old guard, you know, being switched out with the Neo, and we're seeing some new names coming through as we move over towards Covert Canyon. Looks like Joe and Venno this time are contested. They do have height here, but they got to be careful because there's a player lurking, but Venno's awareness is just ridiculous. He gets a nice little shot through, goes back to Bapena now from behind. He's pinched, but you got to be a little bit careful here because Joe's down to low HP here.
Vino still wrapping a few shots. There's you were saying that Vino and Joe are contested. I feel like it's Pena being contested right now. I feel like they're the ones who they might not even drop here, but they're getting absolutely beat down. Pena inside this wall. He has the control as well on all pieces around him. Still has a little bit of trouble eliminating Vino completely. It took a little bit of time, which might let Joe get an angle here. Oh no. First shot predicted miss. The next one, 72, landed. That bullet finding its mark, and it's trouble now though. 1v1 and a little bit of that separation. No team really profits from this one.
Yeah, and Joe, you gotta do me justice here. I was hyping him up the game before, you know, one of the best fighters, one of the best creative players in the game, and now he's stuck in a 1v1 situation for his tournament life here. But Anas and Pink, they're here, and this is what I mean. Anas and Pink, they land on the mountain nearby, and Joe unfortunately goes down. And Anas and Pink, they're here to reap the rewards. I don't think the vault's been opened either yet, so Anas and Pink already have 10 chug splashes, and they're about to get a lot more this game.
They're still rolling in.
Oh my god.
Is this their usual route as well when it comes to Covert Cavern, right? Are they the ones actually chomping down on Vito and Joe? Looks like there might be slight differences in the way they're rolling in, but they're reaping all the rewards of the most powerful spot on the map.
Yeah, they don't usually jump into Covert Canyon. You know, they sort of stay on top. Usually the fights in Covert Canyon, they take a long time. You know, one of the teams are going to be getting the vault card and then trying to get that vault. The other team's going to be, you know, nearby. A lot of the time you split it up multiple directions. But Pink and Anas, you know, if there's an opportunity there, they're going to take it. You know, these guys, they know the spot in and out. They've done it before, and they have the entirety of Covert Cavern. You'd think they've already looted the vault with the loot that they have, but they're going to be getting even more this game, and they already have the surge set up as well. This is going to be a spicy one for Pink and Anas, Shayo.
Absolutely. They basically brought like their own lunch to the restaurant. These guys have like 2 meals to eat. It's kind of insane. Benji and Savage though, right? You're talking about being wealthy for the moment right now. They're the ones kind of in the driver's seat completely. 89 points rolling in. The team behind them, 78 in the form of T-Chips and Art Skill rolling through. I feel like the one good thing about Benji and Savage right now is every game that they end up winning and winning more, the second place team behind them is the one that has a little bit of that curse. They get pushed back a little bit, and no one's kind of able to catch up with them and keep it close enough. 10 points, I mean, in this format, it seems close right now, but that gap can really widen over time.
Yeah, and it's also the benefit of having a pretty much set spawn plan, right? They know that there's no one else in Tilt. It's only them and Kinzo and Deceptos, I believe. So there's nothing really that can go wrong for them. Unless they fight Kinzo and Deceptos all of a sudden, there's no reason for a team to sort of go into Tilted unless they're planning on doing some, you know, some different things there. So they'll be able to be consistent, and, you know, they have no worries there, Shayo.
Absolutely. And Boop, you called Game 3 the game of opportunity. It looks like Kiko and Mashi so far haven't had theirs rein in so far. I mean, these guys are good fighters. Kiko's one of the most insane players when it comes to box-to-box, pound-for-pound weight, you know, in these side close-range box fights and whatnot. What do they need to do to get back inside this competition?
I mean, they're doing what they need to do, right? They're gonna try to play aggressively, trying to get those early eliminations of spawn now. You know, they have teams that are nearby. I believe they were contested last game, but this game, is this the same team? It's very hard to tell, actually. It seems like it is, yeah, it is the same team from Joneses before, so this is not actually a push. This is them chasing them out of the spot. This is about alphaing Joneses here, Shayo. They do not want this team landing next to them yet again.
Absolutely not, but that fight is dwindling on for a little bit, so we'll tune in with it in just a second. Seti and chat picks, I mean, we talk about Storm Surge this, you know, going for damage that. It's still kind of early on inside the game. You'll see people still fighting for their spot right now. It's pretty basic Fortnite so far till teams start to disengage. Even at Sleepy Sound, usually there's a fast disengagement there. That's gonna take a while to come through. And yeah, the Joneses, I mean, it's lasting so long and it's so loud that I see a third team on the minimap now kind of attracted towards this fight. And if you introduce a third party to this one, it's gonna be absolutely chaotic.
Yeah, and it's sort of how you decide to play, right? There's 2 main parts of Joneses you can land on. You can land either on the north side or the south side. A lot of the time, they have one team that lands on the north side. They play a bit passive. They try to sneak up through the tree lines. But it seems like this time, you know, both these teams landing on different sides of Joneses. One of them trying to disengage with those Spider-Man gauntlets. And that's what happens. And yeah, another team now comes through yet again. And this is the tale we've seen of this whole final, basically. You know, a little bit too much over-aggression. You know, you can play a little bit emotional. That's fine. But you got to think about your own gameplay and your own finals in the end. You know, you do not want to be throwing your finals just playing a little bit too emotional, trying to chase the team out of it because you want to alpha them. But at this point, I think it's already too little too late. They're going to have to commit to this fight because the material count and the shield count here is not looking too hot.
Not at all. I'm watching some funniness from Mashi. He's just rolling in and just slowly crouch walking, going for an SMG spray. Ooh, and just absolutely moving through boxes. And yeah, now he's even disrespecting the opposition. I like it. I like the emotion that comes in right now. And at Joneses, you'll see that third-party team completely disengaged. I think they also, maybe they were watching and seeing exactly how this fight was breaking down. It was a little bit too, you know, Jenga tower falling over gif for them. They just kind of left as fast as possible. I don't blame them at all.
Yep, and SC here back through the spawn fights near that orchard spot. Joe, I mean, he got eliminated by Anas and Pink. You know, that third party coming in, unfortunately for him. And that's their momentum gone in game number 3. Anas and Pink, I would love to see that loot at some point because right now you think they got the vault, but so far they still have it. Pena managing to run out just a little bit and also gets caught there with Anas and Pink in the box, and that's not what you want to have there from them as we go back towards Chonker side, I believe. And there's still a lot of aggression going on here. Both teams still trying to fight it out, but Alex and X3 here trying to, you know, loot up their materials. You know, they do land nearby. Looks like they need to up their metal count here.
Absolutely. I mean, by the time the second zone's coming in at this point, every time I look at the mini-map for a lot of teams, I would not see a big name on it at all. People are usually outside of the name POIs fighting in some weird mid-game skerfuffles, right? But that's not happening right now. It seems that people are not getting out of their off-spawn fights fast enough.
Yeah, and you take a look at the player count as well. 74 people left alive. You know, this is sort of like I mentioned. This is it's a time to do things, right? So you have to make a difference. So people are trying out different things. They're trying to third-party different spots. They're trying to get more eliminations early on because you know it must be very frustrating to be eliminated by Storm Surge every single game. So these guys, you know, they're making the decision. Hey, we're just gonna jump in and we're gonna get a quick elimination on spawn, so we don't have to worry about it later on. But this is yet again another South Zone. And looking at Pink and Honest's loadout there, you know, again, very, very good. But another Storm fight coming through here with Stompy and Jew coming from that Bugle side, I believe. And then all the way into Sanctuary now, running to another team here, Shayo.
It'll be tough for Stompy and company because, you know, we just keep seeing this pattern. A lot of the times, it's an extreme as to where the zone is pulling. They're going straight all the way down south. Matt's resources going to be expended towards absolutely thin right now. Even Pig inside the Storm, he's having a little bit of trouble getting all the way in. I like the fact that you pointed out aggression is going to be so much more so different inside game 3. Limited player count overall. People kind of, you know, they might not even expect certain spots to be taken, or, you know, the regular thing you might be expecting to happen inside the game might not be there. It's going to be a very different landscape for a lot of teams.
Yeah, and this is probably the worst zone for Stumpy and Jew there to sort of storm fight in this position, right? Because it is so far away from them, and there's not too many points for you to reform your metal. So you need to be careful here. And looking at the map there, bottom right, you look at how many teams there are on that rotation. So much congestion right into Chong, because all of these guys trying to reform the metal. And if you're late on this rotate, it's going to be tough. I don't think this zone's going to pull all the way towards the water side, because it doesn't tend to do that. But you never know. So it could be lucky. And there you go. Storm Surge is going to pop up for the first time. 4 players need to be eliminated until that is gone. About 415 above Surge here for Iris, Yumi, and Older, our 3rd place team. So they're in a pretty good spot so far.
They are. When you talk about, you know, where the zone can't go, whenever it's on broadcast, it goes straight to the water, man. I'm telling you, it has like an affinity for it. I don't know why, but it happens. And it seems that wherever Benji and Savage go, flames follow. Another house that's being completely set apart on fire.
I think it's the same one, Shayo. I think this is Butterborn. For some reason, they have a vengeance against this Butterborn. But yet again, you know, take a look at the Storm Surge. I mean, this is almost the exact same zone, right? So again, Benji and Savage not really learning from the mistakes of last game. 37 below Surge here, and there's not going to be a team to jump into the box this time to help them out. As Benji and Savage here trying to trade some Surge, they do have a lot of minis. And for those of you that don't know, there is a pretty good strategy that a lot of these duos do. They basically, actually, never mind, because Savage is going to pop his big pot. Not really sure why he's doing that. Oh. Okay, there we go. So what a lot of teams tend to do is they try to stay on 150 HP and they try to use those minis over those big pots, right? Because big pots, they're not expendable. You only have 2 or 3 of them in total. Minis, you have 6 in total in your inventory, right? So you have a lot of your HP. You're basically trading your HP for Surge in this situation. But Savage not doing that. I guess he feels a little bit scared maybe for another team trying to push them. And I feel like this is deja vu. This game is, you know, the same zone. Benji and Savage below Surge yet again. Vortexia and Cassia also below Surge. What am I seeing here, Shayo?
I mean, if that is the case, then Vortexia and Castry have about 2 minutes to live until they get popped twice in the face. So hopefully it's not the same game for them so far. Benji and Savage, though, getting bullied, and we really didn't see this POV that much in the last game. We saw them rotating in and not having the worst of times. But it feels like Vortexia and Castry, they've learned from their past mistakes, have one of the best spots right now to bully an isolated team, and unfortunately it is Benji and Savage on the other side. 11 points for them, 89 for Benji. Savage are in 1st place and want to keep it going.
Yep, and this is again that little bit of psychology, right? 74 people left alive. Even if you're, you know, only 50 above Surge, you know, you're gonna think surely it's not gonna be us that's gonna be taken out here. And you never know, if one team gets taken out here, Benji and Savage, they could go below Surge. If the other team that's below Surge, you know, the way that it works is all about thresholds, right? So you gotta be careful, because one team that gets 1 extra tag, it could be you being below next. And with Benji only being on 95 effective HP, this is such a scary position to be here.
Absolutely, it's that domino effect completely, right? For all the teams. One team gets further up, everyone else comes toppling down. So you want to make sure you're upkeeping with that flip. And right now, Yaizen, I mean, he's in trouble.
I mean, look at this. I mean, okay, I gotta be careful here because I'm new to this casting thing, Shao, so I didn't realize I had such an effect on how zones pull.
I'm telling you,
and this zone has pulled straight towards the water of Chonka's side. So, worst case scenario for a lot of these teams. This is, I mean, it's gonna be a painful zone for these players, but it's gonna be a lot of fun to watch, I'll be honest.
Absolutely is. Unfortunately, too, this is one thing I've noticed overcasting a little bit and watching these zones move. When you're down on Surge and the zone kind of moves even more so where all teams are, it becomes a statue situation. You're not able to watch anyone else kind of move out of their boxes. You're in so much more trouble than any other situation if you're bad on Surge. You just saw it with Kaizen right there. There's nowhere to go. One team ends up hearing your shield get cracked, roll in, pops out. You do not want to be low on Surge when it's kind of a statue type zone. You want, when things kind of get, you know, constricted, you see it coming, to be proactive, get on your fight fast. I think we saw it from the first game. I forget the duo that did it, but it was done to one of the teams that were a little bit higher on elevation. They just straight up pushed in. It might have been Pan that we saw get right inside the box, I believe, beam up. Yeah. You want to be able to be proactive and not wait for that zone to close. Right now, it's all in for a lot of teams. Jox, Skyzoo, that push inside, wait for this fight because they need the damage. They're in that statue situation. No other team is going to allow them to deal damage to them at all. They're just going to be hiding, turtled up inside their boxes. And now it's going to be unfortunate completely. Another situation where Surge is the demise of Jox and Skyzoo.
And I think these guys got their GPS settings installed incorrectly because they are on the wrong side of Storm here. There's so many players on this northern side. And even Benji and Savage a little bit later this rotate. Look how many players there are on this edge. This can be a tough one. They're going to have to use a lot of material count. But, you know, Savage with that 200 IQ, going to be very smart going along this ridge line, you know, cutting off line of sight, being unpredictable. Maybe he had a little bit of mind games there too. He showed himself to the left, went right to the right side. And he's a bit of a magician act here from Savage. You know, trying to confuse an opponent. Unfortunately, though, gonna get sprayed from below here. Needs to be a little bit careful. And now is the time for them to just be careful, just to wait. It is mellow time. You do not want to be editing when there's so many players around you. You want to wait for these metal walls to fully build out before you make any sort of moves. And I don't want to call the zone, but it is going to actually pull towards the right side. So away from the water, thankfully for them. And we are going to be saved here from another water zone here, Shayo.
Question is, are there any pads for Savage and Benji to maybe bounce on and have an easier way inside zone? I see that Anas has one inside his inventory. If that's the case, and once again, we're in the desert, we saw who the Pharaohs were last game, right? Anas and Pink, they stayed up top. They let that family lineage kind of rock from zone to zone to zone to zone. No one could really dethrone them. And they're looking to do it again. An armored wall available for Anas as well. So if anyone tries to go for that chop down, that spray all the way upwards, he has that extra layer of protection and another beam inside the box. So not only looking for height right now, Boop, they're aware of every single edit going on around them.
Yeah, so what they're basically doing in this position is try to hold as many people away from them on this high ground, right? Because if you shoot at players that are trying to rotate near you, they're not going to box it below. They're going to try to rotate away from you in this position. So what that's basically going to do, it's going to set you up to have less of a chance of someone sneaking up towards high ground if you do pull half and half here. And I want to talk about the inventory just a little bit. They had 12 chugs passion. I believe they have 6 more in the inventory of Anas there. So what these guys love to do sometimes, they like to, you know, sneak up below high ground and try to take it away that time. So maybe if I get a few fortunate zone pulls, you might see them make a storm play with those chug splashes because they're very variable. You know, they can heal you up when you're in trouble, but they also are there for those big IQ plays on high ground.
Absolutely. Right now, you might have to toss IQ straight into the bin. Savage and Benji have to just use their feet. Stop thinking, start moving. Spice is also in effect, so they move at double the speed. Question is, though, if you do end up going the wrong way, that's double the mistake that happens as well. You're talking about the right, left, the elasticity, the bounce back of this team. They're really making the move, showing themselves off to the right, sticking to the left. I like that call out, Boot, but now they're stuck between walls. They can't really edit through it. It's metal after the fact as well. The peppers are not going to make your pickaxes swing faster. You have to just keep going, and they're getting focused still.
And that's the least of their issues here. 250 below Surge. I don't know where they're going to jump in on. I mean, there's going to be a team nearby, but by the time they're actually into zone, they're going to lose all of their material count. They barely have any hard mats. 160 metal.
Oh,
there's
no.
a team behind this wall. They don't know. Maybe Savage does know. Oh, and he gets taken out there by a team hiding. He did read it correctly to Savage. Where? But Benji is 2v1 now. What? Still alive somehow. 9 builds, 7 builds. Now he needs to be careful, but I mean, it was all done. It was a valiant effort for Benji, but he's still alive actually. Okay, he's sneaking up. He's being covert, and this player is on low HP. He does get the wall behind him. I don't think this player realizes. Sneaks back through. And does he know it? But Surge, he does know he's there. And Surge is going to take him out. 24 HP and he cannot heal up anymore. Surge is going to be the one who takes up Benji and finally somehow survived the absolute anarchy there of multiple players in this box. But there's one thing that is true, and Storm Surge eliminates all.
Absolutely. You can't build past it. You can't hide away from it. And he was out of mats too. Unfortunate. Art skill, that POV we just dipped towards. That's going to be second place, looking to take that gold beam and add it towards their inventory to have that luxury. There is no first place team alive right now who can take that title.
Yeah, and if you look at the half and half zone here, zone actually does pull, I believe, on top of Pink and Ana. So all of that setup they did prior to set up the high ground is probably now going to be good for them. I'm not sure what layer they're on. I think they're close by, but like I said, you know, you do not need to go crazy on high ground in this half and half, Shayo.
Absolutely not. 68 points right now. They basically want to clasp all the way up towards 90. If they get 100 in this game, that'll be absolute huge, but that means they have to survive the entire time. If we could just stay on this POV, I want to see exactly how they break it down. They will be going for right here. They have 2 different pads as well. Can they hold on to being the finessers of this zone entirely? 23 till we see where exactly moves, but I'm liking the fact that they're staying low key right now.
Yeah, and don't expect them to go for high ground initially, right? They're not going to be going to high ground and first moving. If they do that, I'll sound very stupid, but I don't think they should do that, right? They both have multiple launch pads in their inventory.
Why should they not?
So basically, the reason why you don't want to do it is because you want to use those launch pads effectively, right? If you have 3 launch pads in your inventory and you're going for high ground to first moving, you're basically using materials that you would have saved with those launch pads. Exactly. And with zone pulling far away from them, yet again, they're going to have more time to launch pad, and that's going to be good for them here, Shayo.
Absolutely. Irizumi, very same position. Might not have multiple launch pads, but they have 80 points so far. They might not be controlling high ground completely like Pink and Anas, but they've been consistent over their last 2 games. Now in the 3rd game, they have a spot to even steal that lead from Benji and Savage, and it's about 12 points ahead of Pink and Anas from what we saw before. Irizumi even pops that spicy pepper, a little bit of a speedier glide. We'll see exactly how this looks down. They've checked up top, and what a way to pad past all those builds on a single floor, blocking him through there. High and mighty inside the sky. They go straight for that forward position. We see so many teams in good spots all the way towards that final zone make this move first. And Irizumi and leader, they're not all the way towards the low ground. They have no people next to them either. This is such a good spot.
Yeah, they're in a very good spot. They do have those peppers popped as well. And then we go back towards Pink and Anas here. See, they're holding out. And like I mentioned, they're going to launch pad very slowly towards the front side. Launch pad yet again. And now they're going to evaluate. Is this a good time to take high ground? And it doesn't look like it because there's a lot of people pretty much set up yet. So they can wait until that second moving. And then if the second moving pulls north, for example, then they're going to have a lot of materials because they're able to save those materials with those launch pads. So I'm hoping to see a north zone pull because it's going to be a launch pad towards height in the second moving zone here, Shayo.
Absolutely. De facto first place right now will be Artskill and T-Chips up inside the box. They're desperate to find any damage. 79 below. They might be in first. They might have 93 points, but that 95 below threshold is the number that matters, and they changed it up, rewrite their destinies. 360 above, or 63 above, excuse me. They're still trying to find some type of damage. Might get close to 360 with the way this damage is going right now. They dodge the first few strikes of Surge as well as Stompy finds a few more in the feed. Chulex down. Mustache taken out by Endless and Squeeze. They're side by side, but it's Stompy going all the way up towards the skies. Nylu has to be forced to drop down. 536 damage above for this team. They Spider-Man their way all the way forward as well. They stop another height take too. The denial is insane.
And you gotta be careful. If you're fighting on the backside of zone, there's gonna be another team towards the front side that's trying to take it away from you. Juice smartly here, Spider-Man towards the front side, but they get chopped down. Oh, they do reconnect though, but is the damage done? I don't know. They only have 4 more builds in total, and here comes Pink. Like I mentioned, if you're fighting on the backside of zone, you're going to be using a lot of materials, and Pink's been able to save it this entire game here, Shayo. 26 builds left, and they have it into this 8th moving zone.
Oh, they take out Stompy, and Pink is still active and alive. The aim electric, the bullet's magnetic, and they're not missing. This is just insane. Anas is there too at the very front of it, applying the pressure that Pink is making as well. He's making sure not a single edit can be made upwards. Mappy's kind of trapped. Seti's right below him too, so they're being forced into a pinch as well. T-Chips though, still in first, taking down Link. Finally, Endelex takes him down, so that might be the first place team not active either. They were close to 95, 98 points. It's 80 so far, but Seti too is also popping up, takes out Mappy, survives the pinch, and this is where trouble starts.
And I think we're going to get 2 in a row here from Pink and Anas because the zone pulls back over old builds, right? So they have, even though the material count is very, very limited, they're going to be able to stay on top of them, and no one's really going to pressure them because they're all going to go through, Shayo.
Absolutely. Seti, though, this is going to be another clutch situation. We saw Janus do it before, but he's out of mats, and unfortunately goes down towards the front side. It'll be Endless next Squeeze that picked that one up. 26th place for them overall, but they're looking really good. And Austin Pink, again, it's like just walking a dog or something. It's just so simple for them. Every time, business as usual when it's the desert. These guys make sure everyone else is just low and dry. Pink, once again, another launch forward, and he secures another spot of the high ground.
and it is a game of numbers, right? Even the small launch pad there, you know, it's only 2 to 3 blocks, but every single build counts here. When you go into that final moving zone, that one build might just save them as you have 7 duels left alive, Shayo.
Absolutely, Flixie now, he's gonna be in trouble. You're talking about every single build. They only have about 6 left. Pick up a few more on the left side. Armored Wall buys them a little bit of time, but it's time that's gonna be translated into money, into points right now. The longer you stay alive, the more placement you're going to get, and they're trying to milk every single second so far. Up top is where the roof comes crashing down, and Flixie is the one to pick up all the mats left around. This is gonna be huge for them. Dodging even more sprays. This man has like a shield bubble around him. There's no way he's taking no damage from all this pressure. Right now he's looking down, lands another big shot. Surge doesn't matter right now. It's only about getting these eliminations and staying alive ahead. Inside this feed, a big one from the heavy shotgun slug. It comes straight in. No, it's a pump, but it doesn't even matter. The damage is true. Nailu still alive right now. The Siptos also getting a few picks, and they're going all the way up for high ground. 3 builds left. It's not going to be enough. He doesn't have the mat to actually go all the way up towards the top, but he has a big shot on the left side. That's an interruption. Flixie's insane. Pink is down. The Emperor's usurped. The med mist might be enough to keep him alive inside the car. The tech is nuts, but no. Driving is not going to be allowed today. Anas saves it for now. A 1v1, no materials, a pump shot. It's do or get done, and he does it. Anas, back to back. The Pharaohs rise. That is insane.
Oh my goodness, Anas there, absolutely electric. Kept this cool. I think that player bounced on top of a tire stack or something, because Anas kind of lost him for a second there, but he did finally find that tracking, and this is just a fortunate zone there for them again, right? Everyone on low ground, every material, nobody has bats, and Anas here keeping this cool, you know, playing it safely, even tanking a little bit of storm, is able to find the Siptos there for free, and wow, I think that's 2 in a row there for Pink and Anas. I mean, the setup, it was all there to be seen from the start, right? They got those early eliminations at Clover Canyon, they got the vault, they had multiple chug splashes, and that was just free. GG's.
Absolutely. That armored floor, ramp, wall, whatever, like it was absolutely crucial. I think it was one more shot and would have dwindled away. So that was literally a game of inches. I know that the desk will talk for miles. Zeke, Levin, Reese, I mean, what was that?
Ridiculous.
Shayo Wager, what is going on in this qualifier number 2, guys? Semifinals is next week. Finals is the week after that. We gotta calm down, okay? My little heart can only take so much of this action, but Shayo Wager was extremely accurate in that call, right? That armored ramp there being the difference. At that point, that player has to say, this is not worth wasting ammunition on. I'm just gonna take a chance. I'm gonna go in this direction and hope this guy's not up top waiting for me to just get domed. But for Pink and Anas, once again, another victory royale. The back-to-back, Levin, it's going down.
Yeah, and we saw it coming from a mile away. Reese and I sitting there in the call just knowing, hey, look, after their off-spawn battles and whatnot, it was clear they were going to have a brilliant game. Of course, they had all the loot you could possibly ask for. The setup for height, Reese, was very, very patient, and it's actually something that I think people underrate, right? A lot of the time, you see a bunch of teams fighting for height, but they're real good high ground teams. They'll stay elevated, they'll wait for all the action to happen, and they'll just sneak on right up and win games, and this is what these guys do so well.
Yeah, the back-to-back doesn't happen just randomly. Like, these guys are experienced. They've been practicing left, right, and center, and they are veterans of the game at this point. Anas has been around for so long. So has Pink, getting a lot more of the limelight this season, absolutely. It showed in the final moment, right, where Anas had to clutch up the victory royale, and we kind of saw a bit of a difference between Flixie on low ground. Here, exactly, jumping straight into the car. He's a less experienced player. He's not made a single FNCS final. This is a big moment for him, whereas Anas, calm, cool, collected, veteran of the game, connects the shots that matters, and picks up the back-to-back.
Yeah, Shai was talking about the Flixie's tech there. I think you're giving him a bit too much credit. I think there was a bit of panic there from him. But look, they were very impressive in that endgame. Him and Nailu popped off, and that's going to really help them moving forward.
And that's what they're trying to do, right? They're just trying to make it in that top 8. They don't have to be first. They just have to meet that top 8 requirement to go straight through the finals. Let's take a look at our standings right now. It does not look like I read slowly. Okay, so right now, second place, 102 points. That's how slow I read, guys. But I started from the bottom to the top. Take a look. That is a massive game for them, right? Now they're able to jump up, especially halfway through the competition, Levin. they're able to say, look, as long as we can just hold on. A second place, they very well can make top 8. If everything goes horribly wrong, they may be able to hold on.
Yeah, look, I'm actually not even that surprised seeing Nailio and Flixie here, just because this season so far in Cash Cups, when I've been watching and analysing some of the bigger teams, I always see their names popping about in lower layers, you know, really getting those pop-offs. They are very, very exciting players to watch, and so this could be the start of a really big year for them.
Yeah, their best placement so far is 12th in one of those finals, which was really, really good. Like I mentioned, they haven't made an FNCS finals yet, so with a couple games remaining, 3 left to go, I'm hoping they don't crack under the pressure.
Just gotta hold on, boys. Just hold on. We got this, but for now, we're getting ready. We're jumping back on the battle bus. Boom, Shy Wager, take it away.
Man, when it comes to these games right now, I think Zeke put it the best in game number 2's post. It's like a semifinals light, even a finals light after the action we're seeing with this one, Boop. I mean, I'm not sure where it goes from here. If we're at the desert again, I might just lose my mind.
Yeah, I think it's very zone dependent, but it's also because the sort of teams that we have in this lobby. I don't think I see many high teams in this lobby, Shabia. A lot of the high teams that we know are all qualified last time. So, you know, the Videos and Visas, all these guys are already qualified towards the grand finals guaranteed. So Pink and Anas, they're making use of a very good situation for them. And, you know, they're being the only high team here right now, you know, it's doing well for them.
Yeah, it's like a personality switch as well, because you called it in the first game. Anas, Pink, kind of a little bit of a passive duo overall. They don't like to take that claim, but when it comes to endgame, everyone has to be adaptable enough to do just that, right? And if you're looking for another banger, we're on the precipice of one right now. Game number 4 is about to get started.
Yep, and you know, we saw a lot of aggression coming out early on, but we saw a lot of aggression coming out early on into that last game, and I'm expecting exactly the same this time, and the point discrepancies are going to be even higher, you know? There's going to be a lot of those people, you know, towards the bottom 30 to 40 on the leaderboard. They're trying to play super, super aggressive now. It is not the time to be eliminated by Surge anymore. Now is the time to pick it up and make things happen, Shayo.
Absolutely, and sometimes you might not see a team pick it up. You might not know exactly how they're in a certain space. I feel like that is the wave for ArtSkill and T-Chips. Once again, just like the Cash Cups we saw in the previous season, they're just there somehow. Top 6, top 5 right now, and 2nd overall in a spot that seems even weird too. Yeah, there's a big vault to be able to, you know, be used, but past that, like, these outpost spots, Boop, somehow so effective week after week.
Yeah, everyone seems to love them, but I didn't notice in the feed, I saw Anas get an early elimination. So maybe that was because of the bus path, or maybe someone is trying to make something happen here. I would love to see that later on, just a little bit of replay maybe, as we have this early game fight. Looks like, oh no, never mind, they're just going back in. They got a taste of blood the last game, and they want more, Shayo.
Absolutely. This is going to be super early, though. That's the part I'm kind of worried about. And you mentioned it. Yeah, early elim, it's good. But then, okay, I like this. Getting out of dodge and making sure you're not going to be inside the preliminary equation. They want to be like option B of the overall test, right? They want to be the second question, the multiple choice after the fact. And this is the way they got that first elim. Pink being bullied and really being the bait to the final second. That man's HP is low.
Get yourself a teammate like Anash. No, my man slid down the mountain, risked his ankles to come help his boy out, and it worked out for them. That's going to be early storm surge for them as well. And it seems like someone's trying to shake it up just a little bit. It looks like Pink's loop path is getting disrupted just a little bit, but Pink, you know, has that perfect drop. Pink is one of those players that is prepared some of the motion, has played so much practice. He's done so much VOD viewing, has a coach, has everything in his arsenal to do well, and he's showing that off today. As Benji and Savage, this time, we mentioned having a consistent off-spawn strategy. This time, they're shaking it up. They're pushing towards Kinzo and Deceptos, and Deceptos gets taken out early on now.
Yeah, I mean, consistency is one of the essences of surprise, right? If you keep things completely consistent on your drop, it makes it that much easier to have a little bit of a jump scare on the team that's next to you. So right there, Savage and Benji not engaging whatsoever. Deceptos might have been a little bit overall confused, lackadaisical as he's moving around, kind of free-formed, and Savage capitalizes on that, picks it up. Should be a close range fight they were having. Looks like they took control of a spot they don't usually go to in Tilted, and because of that, Savage has a free elim.
And you know, this is a little bit scary though, because we're only in game number 4, right? We have 2 more games after the show, so you really don't want to be messing with your neighbors, especially when you're in a position to qualify, right? Benji and Savage, 94 points right now. You know, they are in that 6th position. So if Kinzo and Deceptos, you know, if they have a bad game or they have another bad game after this one, they might say, you know what, let's push Benji and Savage. It doesn't matter anymore to us because they griefed us in game number 4. But looking at the leaderboard so far, Kinzo and Deceptos are actually tied on points with Benji and Savage on 91 points. So this is maybe a play for leaderboard, you know, taking out the players that are next to you, and maybe that gives you just that little inch in order to qualify to top 8, Shayo.
Absolutely. There's a lot of time, though, inside Tilted to be able to stay around there, right? And you're not going to be able to guard the card as much when it comes to Benji and Savage. You mentioned, you know, maybe one of the mistakes they're making is they're taking too long in Tilted. They're not getting enough surge. That might have been an answer to their surge overall, but they need to move now. So as a result, yes, you are making a difference in that 91-point tie, but Kinzel's going to get Deceptos right back up. They'll still be in the game, and they'll be looking for revenge.
Yeah, for sure. And it might make a little bit of a difference as we move over towards Anlex, also now trying to play aggressive on Fast Roki and Kylie. You know, those guys, I expect them to be in chonkers the majority of this final. You know, they've been talking about it a lot on Twitter. Chonkers, it's our chonkers. But when it comes to the real finals, when there's actual things on the line, looks like they've given it up. You know, there's a lot of talk coming out. You know, I love it. You know, I love the drama on Twitter as well. You know, you're trying to claim those spots, but, you know, sometimes you just got to pick actions to your words, and they're not doing that. But they do have 41 points right now, so it's not too bad, right? I guess they're sort of appreciating the fact that they can do better from a different spot. Don't have to make ego for those spawn fights. But, you know, Anlex and X3 is here. They're trying to play aggressive on them. And Kylie now in a difficult spot. 0 builds in the box. Tries to whip out the pistol. Only has 14 ammo in that Stinger SMG. As Anlex is trying to get a sneaky revive here on X3. Kylie is also doing it. They try to trade, but Anlex has the shield advantage. And that's more than enough here against Fast Roki to eliminate him. And Anlex there on his 40 points. 2 eliminations now. And Surge settled. And has a pretty good zone to rotate to as well.
Absolutely. And one thing I liked a lot just in that fight specifically, Analex baiting out the chug splash noise, making it feel like they're going to be trading reses, right? That was genius, and then immediately pushing. Right now, too, in terms of contestation, only one contested team has kind of won so far when we're looking at how things are rolling, too, right? When it comes to the Victory Royale. So the thing right now is if you have a very clear type of mind overall when you're looking at how the games are being played, and you have that set loop path that you're pushing so much, Boop, right, in terms of being able to get that practice and be able to get that familiarity, and you're having a much easier time getting to that Victory Royale.
Yeah, for sure. As we hop on board now with Kinzo, he's trying to get his boy back up in Deceptos. Looks like Savage and Benji, they're hovering the area. Actually, I think Savage might be camping that card. It was over near that garage side of the buildings. But, you know, Kinzo, the time is ticking. He still has a lot of time, I think. It should be fine. But unfortunately for him, the first zone does center near Tilted. So there's actually zero reason for Savage and Benji to do anything but wait here. They can farm the materials out. They have a bit of surge. And because they have priority on this rotate against the other Tilted team, because usually, right, you have that team in North Tilted, they're going to be blocking out your rotate. In this situation, they're the team that's deciding the rotates, and they have all the time in the world here to make something happen. But I don't think Deceptos should shoot at this player at all, because he wants to sneak in carefully to try to get that car and then dip right back out. And it looks like the timing window is almost perfect here. Kinzo, oh, I'm nervous here, Shayo. This is, oh, he gets it. There you go. Thank God he gets out of there as we go through to another fight here inside of Daily Bugle. Stompy and Gio on that 80 points so far in a pretty good spot in this final, getting W-keyed by a player with an appropriate name, W-key Able. I mean, for sure, he is able to W-key. And Gio in the similar situation to Deceptos, trying to play passive and run away now.
Yeah, it's going to be tough overall. Stompy, this team entirely just seems like they've had a little bit of trouble, a misstep even, that cost them the entire game. It's not even, you know, a completely wrong calculation or a big mistake, just a slight error sends them spiraling into a place they don't really want to be in. And at the Bugle, we saw this in qual number 1. It is tough to get out of the spot with a card and get back under your game in a good pace, right? It gets really, really difficult. Right now, Anas and Pink as well, denying a little bit of the damage on what I would assume would be Kriachi and Stormy, right? Bullying them a little bit. Curious to see exactly what it is. It is Kriachi Stormy, right? They're going right beside Sleepy Sound and or Logjam Lumberyard, excuse me. This should be the one spot that they could back up to if they're leaving Covert Cavern, but the issue is it's going to be a team that's not contested, that's going to be able to scout out the grounds and possibly push even for that surge. And Austin Pink in trouble in first place as well.
And this is what I mentioned, right? 4th game now, Kriachi and Storm right at 18th place with 45 points. So they're trying to be proactive instead of reactive. You know, they were eliminated in 13th place in game number 1, 22nd in game number 2, and 25th in game number 3. So that half and half surge really affecting them in this final. And now they're trying to play super aggressive against Pink and Anas, and, you know, trying to make an opportunity happen because they need elimination in order to catch up. They had a decent finals last week, and hopefully for my prediction, they have a better one this time. But so far, it's not too good.
Not too good for the moment, but they'll be able to get some damage and get out. That was the goal. Sometimes you don't need to commit to the entire fight. For Gore, it might be a little bit different. Slowway right behind him. Gonna be having a little bit of a pinch over here, but he can't go over to the left side. The hardwood actually misses and hits the enemy instead of the build. That's huge. And another just walking forward pump. It's actually Chico going down, Trulex, that was the first team I was talking about in game 1 that keeps getting keyed. It seems like they're our bullied duo of the day. No matter where they're trying to reposition to, there's a team that finds them and then just dives in the box.
Yeah, unfortunately, Chulix and Chico again getting eliminated by another team in the mid-game aggression. You know, the games where they aren't getting pushed out, they placed top 10 in every single game so far, but, you know, they got to survive. You got to be careful because there's aggressive teams in this lobby, and if you can't handle the heat, you got to get out of the kitchen.
You got to get somewhere. I don't know where they're
away from the kitchen, maybe.
Away from other teams, but there's just teams playing. That's so unfortunate for Trulex too. The harpoon kind of just solidifies everything. And the fact that Gore just like has the focus to just keep going, even though he's getting so much damage dealt to him. The trust in his teammate Slove to get the trade. I mean, ultimately, that trade didn't need to come through. He had the damage himself. It's still kind of nuts. Kinzel to Ziptos back on their feet. The Ziptos on low HP, and this time they're getting chased. But for Texia, this is going to be a tough ride away.
Yeah, and this is a team, you know, these guys, they have struggled with Surge the entire game. But when there's a nice little cake right in front of you that's rebooting for you, you're going to take that opportunity to get everything that you can. Kinzo and Deceptor's only going to have those 150 word in total, as Kinzo has to pad away. 21 builds for him. Deceptor gets left in the dust, and he's going to be the bait. He says, he says, Kinzo, run away, my friend, because I will be your sacrifice. And Kinzo will have to do it yet again, because Deceptor goes down, unfortunately, and it is another waiting game for Kinzo to help his boy out.
I might not even need stats for this next claim, but I think Deceptos is the player in the lobby that's given away the most Elam points to other teams so far. Right? That's 4 in total. This man has gone down twice, and Vortexia and Castry, they're still searching for Kinzel.
Yeah, I mean, you want to maximize, right? Like, if you can solve your surge right now, then do it. There's no reason for you to, you know, play passively, you know, let this guy run away from you. But, you know, Vortexia has a little bit of a sixth sense. Maybe he feels like Kinzo's nearby in this bush, but, no, he doesn't seem to know it yet. And we're running out of places here for Kinzo to reboot. You know, you can only reboot someone twice, I feel like. And there you go, the replay of it happening. Vortexia with that Stinger SMG to jump in through. Crawl from the outside trying to trade tags as well, and that is Deceptos. I feel bad for him, man. He has not had a fun game this time, and I feel like it's gonna happen again because Kinzo, being the good and valiant teammate that he is gonna try to reboot him yet again, and I feel like he's gonna meet the same fate.
I'm wondering what the maximum amount of points a single player has given to another team has been in the past. I think Kinzel's going for a record right now with Deceptos. It might be 6.
Might be. I think you get 8. I mean, might as well. If
that's
you get a record
4 times.
That's my prediction for this game. You know, if you're gonna do anything this game, if the game's gonna be a throwaway, you know, might as well get the world record while you're at it. You know, and the 103 below surge. Actually, we might not even get to that point, unfortunately. So the fun and games are over for Kinzo and Deceptos. Now comes reality, as Cassie and Vortexia are gonna hold them out yet again. And you know, this outfit, is so recognizable. And you know, they know this is the solo, and they're gonna be pushing in. SMGs come through. Kinzo, can you make something happen? No, the pinch comes from both sides, and Vortexia and Castry take them both out, and that's going to be a good start for their game here. You know, the surge is settled. They don't have to worry about it anymore. But for Hookah and Zessen here, you know, who have been playing aggressively in Condo Canyon, their surge is not settled as they're going to get pushed out here.
They're going to be tough. Hookah at some moments has, like, you know, really good swings in terms of getting enough damage done right in front of them. This is going to be nice control, box like a present, and Christmas is way past. Hookah's just going to be pushing forward and getting every elimination that he wants to, no matter what. Sirs is the one going knocked down and then completely eliminated. Past that, one more player just left right in front of him, and they know he has no shields. They know he's kind of healing up right now. Look at all the loot they got. 2 MK7s to switch into, shield kegs, Spider-Man's web shooters as well. This is just an absolute, you know, treasure chest of an elimination.
It's good to see a little bit of diversity in the zones as well. You know, going to get a little bit of greenery, not all of that yellow sand that we're so used to. So, you know, Pick and Anas are going to have to adapt just a little bit to this different type of zone, but it's not too bad of a one, as we have Link here and Default still on this backside of Tilted. You know, kind of get held out now as Storm Surge is going to activate. 81 people left alive, so it's one of the biggest surges we've had so far. And Clement and Floki here on the left side of your screen are on top of multiple players. They're trying to scout out, trying to find something, as Link now goes back down Surge. And they do have a lot of shield though, so there's no reason for them to panic yet. But, you know, they're going back up and down, Shayo.
Yeah, and right now there's going to be a team up top that is going completely down. I just saw Anas go down in the feed. Pink did get a little bit of a trade. That's Vocal fighting an Awesome. Pretty sure that's one of the teams that lands inside covert a little bit and goes back and forth with Joe and Vino. Not exactly sure what's going on there, but it's all up to Pink now. White damage up on top of Vocal, and he's going to go straight for that big finish, 360 surge. So they've been fighting for a long time, a little while. And this time they're gonna have to go straight into the splashes as well. Yeah, Pink is going all in for this one. Will he drop 2 more as well? No, Vocal will actually drop down towards the ground. Pink is still looking forward and has a little bit of control, but this time edit on one side. Matt's picked up on the other. He's maxed out on all fronts, and he has chances to go for a reboot on this north side. There shouldn't be too many people left here at all, but Pink is having so much trouble finding this elimination.
And I like the aggression here from Pink, right? He realizes there's very limited opportunities to reboot in this situation. So he needs to get this elimination as quickly as he can because Zone is ticking down. There's 4 more seconds to Zone. And the longer that you wait on this fight, the longer it is going to be for you to reboot your teammates. And you need to be eliminating this play as quickly as possible here because you want to put yourself in a decent spot to set up. And now comes some good mechanics out of Pink. This player gets beat from the other side, but Pink doesn't realize this. He's in the box. And he's down now to 30 white health. Unfortunately for him, that play does get elimination, but does get siphoned, and Pink is gone. Game number 4 is not for Pink and Anas, and I feel like this is a bit of a snowball from that early game, right? They got landed on by another team, and then got pushed up by Curiosity and Stormrat yet again. And you know, the sort of mojo and the flow here is getting disrupted. And now with a different type of zone, this is something, you know, you're gonna get these sort of curveballs thrown at you in Fortnite, and sometimes you're able to adapt, and sometimes it's just gonna be tough.
Is very tough, but I still feel like they have a leg in the race, right? If their kind of history is we either go out without any placement points or we win a game, all they have to do is just stay alive towards an end game, have a chance at being top 3, because when they do stay alive, literally, they win back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, might as well win 2 games and then be eliminated early on into the next game. That's fine, you know. As long as you have the consistency, you know, so far, they've been eliminated in 22nd, won 2 games in a row. So this time, being eliminated in mid-game. So surely they win the last 2 games of this final as well, Shayo.
Yeah, and how does that change in terms of this game for every team? They had a launch pad before they went down, so that's a lot less rotation available for a bunch of people that are going to be on the map. A lot of people like to just reuse these pads, and Pink and Anas are always in one of the best spots to use them for everyone to recycle as well. So that won't be a part of the business so far. And you're going to need launch pads for this next zone, because if you look at it, I don't see an inch of land inside where we're going so far. It'll be the absolute center point of the map, it seems like, right above Tilted, and there's just water. That's all I can see.
I don't know if you're the analyst, Shai, or if I am, but that brings up such a great point. You just sparked my memory here. And there's a strategy that a lot of these players can do. If you remember the outfits of the covert team, right? You know, Ven and Joe, 2 guaranteed launch pads. You have to remember that. If you know what outfit they wear every single game, if you box up right next to them, guess what you get? 2 launch pads for free every single time. So this is sort of a strategy I've seen a lot of people do in solos as well. If you know a team or a player is near a, you know, an airdrop, for example, or a supply drop, then you know this player is going to have a guaranteed launch pad, and you're going to have to play right next to them. So that's a very high-level strategy that can come out of some of these players. I don't know how easy it is to remember the outfit of another player, though, because obviously, you know, they're going to be changing this. They're going to be changing those every single game. But you know, it's worthwhile to think about.
Absolutely, and you'll know they'll be on one of the sides of the zone as well, right?
Exactly,
like,
north side.
Look towards the north, look towards the west side, even if it is a zone that's kind of like this. The one thing I like about these zones too, I'm a very kind of lore-based individual. I like to make up weird storylines in my head when I'm watching. You end up getting like continents of players and boxes that kind of build their own histories. I feel like everyone coming in from the east side will be fighting a lot more, right? Because the zone is slightly a little bit more northern, so they'll have a lot less match there, a lot more chances for a big box dive on the right big bases that are being built. Everywhere along the left, though, that'll be people who are very well off, haven't had to move too much so far. They'll be looking a little bit better on damage. They'll have a controlled game, so you'll see that poverty line kind of split way down right the middle diagonally. Everyone on the top left looking good, the bottom right kind of hungry to see what happens next, and no one is going to be near the center at all. I feel like they might be forced to be in a little bit of a second, but it'll be cool to see if the rich will have to move first on the top left side, or the people who are struggling a little bit more. Hookah and Zestin right now, who are low on mats, an inventory slot out, no rotation really. The bottom right will have to keep moving and keep up with the rich of the lobby.
All I know is I do not want to be that team on the bottom left of the map, right? If that zone does not pull to you, all the eyes are going to be on top of your face. And when you launch pad
as well.
Oh, they do actually get a package here. So maybe that, I mean, that is sort of a bittersweet thing, right? Because even if you launch pad in the situation, everyone's going to see that poor little team on the edge of the map, ready to launch pad, and that is going to be 3 eliminations for this lobby. 1 more seconds to go, and I'm waiting for it. Oh my goodness, they get it. Somehow they've read the zone. Their brain is bigger than mine, so it doesn't matter. They've got that supply drop. They got zone as well, so those guys are vibing, Shayo.
Yeah, more importantly for the rest of the lobby too, the poor will have to move once again. The rich part of the lobby ends up getting 2 care packages as well, 2 airdrops to launch pads. I mean, that's just insane. They get even richer. Now everyone else on the right side, this is where you see surge issues. Vico right now, he's going to be in so much trouble moving forward. Andalex is also going through it right above him. Melody in front. Everyone's just kind of boxed out, having trouble. I'm not even sure if anyone survives this rotation.
Yeah, and that's a little bit of inexperience coming out. I believe Vico isn't a player that makes many finals lobbies, right? He's a very competent solo player. Struggled, I think, last week, this week, qualifying to the finals. You know, a little bit of inexperience coming out. He's doing pretty well, 53 points in total. But, you know, sometimes the surge just doesn't go for you, and that's depending on the zone. But, you know, what is going to be good this game is for Benji and Savage, right? This is a very good zone for them. They've struggled with having to move across the map the entire time. And now zone is basically in the backyard, and they have a pretty good spot to set up here, as, you know, with multiple teams here with no launch pads. And this is basically going to be a reverse of what I expected for those teams on the island, as there's going to be multiple eyes on you. And Vico, unfortunately, you don't ever want to shoot the players right in front of you, because, you know, those guys are going to turn back. You're going to make so much noise, and everyone's going to realize that you're there. But he was put into such a difficult position, needed that surge, so had no choice but to shoot, and he gets eliminated there in 26th place. But it's eerily quiet, Shayo. I feel like, oh, never mind, there's an SMG.
Always rely on it to have a little bit of a rattle. But yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. What people don't want to do right now is make anyone mad. There is no insurance in this zone whatsoever. You end up making a mistake and you need to move, especially if the zone is this low, this squished down. You're in the water right now, so everyone's just biding their time, waiting for the next zone to come in. And yeah, the cruise is over. You kind of go straight over towards land, get overboard, get right back into the brass tacks of Fortnite. They're going to be going right off the water. This is good for the majority of teams. The issue is I'm looking at a little bit of a ramp. And like, you know, if you're doing an incline walk for 40 minutes, your legs get tired. Right now, it's not muscles that are going to be strained for a lot of teams. It'll be their mats. Moving upwards, especially from a low ground position, you're going to have the sickest possible builds. And at the same time, everyone on the right side, there's not too many launch pads here either. It's going to be tough for them to move. Some people already low on HP, even setting in chat picks uncharacteristically when inventory stock is completely down, surge down as well. They have to move, they're swimming, they're desperate. This just looks like trouble.
I'm very curious to see who takes over high ground in this first movement, right? We have Pink and Anas dominating in that second to third moving zone now, but they're not in this game anymore. So I'm very curious to see who wants to go up for it. And I have a feeling it might be Benji and Savage trying to go up for it, because they have a very close by zone. They're going to have a higher average material count compared to the lobby. So hopefully we'll see some action on height here.
It's going to be action on height, survival on low, though. Somehow Hookah and Zestin still alive. The last duo in and the first one out. Talk about produce rules. That's exactly what they're doing right now. They're still moving in. 116 below. Hookah hanging on by a thread. They have to find one shot in a box somewhere. Anything. A possibility. A crevice. A crack. No, nothing. They have one wall claim. A little bit of damage traded, but it's only on towards them. Hookah now down to 1 HP. Zestin almost taken out on the left side. They're deleted, and we go back over to Savage. No Benji. Just one man with a mission. Absolutely catastrophic in terms of a position to try to take back first, but there's a chance there. 4 Elims to see what they can do. On the other side, Vino and Joe, you're asking Boop who has height. It's the covert duo themselves, and they're not hiding anymore. They're ready to play.
Yeah, and that makes a lot of sense, right? These guys had the most launch pads in the lobby. They have those Spider-Man gauntlets as well. They are the most aggressive duo in the lobby, and with that high fire rate golden SMG there, the second highest can be a little bit scared. But Savage here, this is the guy that you want in your corner to be clutching up, right? One of the best solo players in the game right now, has so much experience, has the biggest brain in solos, and with a Spider-Man in his hand, I think there's a good chance he clutches up here. And those crucial... Whoa!
What?
Whoa, no!
Wait a minute!
What have I just said?
The fix! The pad?
Oh, he's back. Okay.
How is that even possible? They got booped by one of the webs that's there, and then actually just adjusts in midair like Spider-Man himself, and then finds a pad. Only Savage gets into situations like that and stays alive.
How does this keep happening, Shayo? How does it keep happening every single time I say something nice, they just get destroyed by something random? But Jew here, surely it doesn't happen to Jew, right? 3 eliminations, he has 7 builds. The zone is going to push slightly back, so He's going to be a little bit careful, but Savage here finds another shot on another player. He's going to play this very slowly. He's not going to jump in aggressively. He's going to take and buy this time as he finds Slowway there. That's probably only going to give him Cypher materials in this position, but that's good enough. He does have those armored walls still to set himself up, though. There you go. 22 builds in total, but he's going to get held out, and he's stuck below this mountain now. Now it's due. It's all about survival now against Stormrat and Kiriachi. Those armored walls coming greatly into effect. Those gonna be able to hold out, but there's another web there, Shayo.
What? He just keeps getting booped up. This is crazy. Webs that shouldn't even exist. But Savage makes it happen. Now his mats are out. Needs to find a shot in the pick, but it's not going to be possible. That's a different side of the zone. He's getting an absolute haircut from high ground, though. That's gone, and now it's up to T-Chips and his teammate Artskill to kind of take that lead. Hard find up top, and this time him and Nova have finally seen an end game. They don't want to go down now. They're trying to rain a few shots up top, keep that pressure up. It's not going to be enough. So far, they go for a few more beams, but it's blocked by T-Chip down below. There's still one more team that's in the mix. Ju finally down, and now it's a 2v2.
You gotta be careful though. There's that massive log in the middle of this end game, and you cannot build around it. So they maneuver themselves around to the left side, and Heartskill there, 11 eliminations in total. Artskill and T-Chips on 5 eliminations as well, but the mats are running out very slowly. Instead of 90 seconds left on the zone, and I don't think there's much you can do in this position here. It's all about biding your time. You gotta be very passive. You gotta be a little bit careful, but I feel like they could spray their SMGs just a little bit more, Shayo.
Absolutely, the final drop down's in. It's an absolute all in, and it's hard find that finds a flush all the way on low ground. That's what I'm talking about. What a breakdown. They keep it simple. They keep it smooth. That's what we like to see, and that's what we expect from that duo on height. Crazy though that so many different teams hogged up all those eliminations, and Savage with a clutch all the way in the top 10. That you don't see every day.
Yeah, these zones are so brutal. We saw this in the other game as well. When it pulls over water, everyone's material counts are just low, low, low. And you know, the team that does the most eliminations in total, those are the ones that are gonna have the most height going into that final moving zone. And they're gonna have more of those times, more of those positions in order to set themselves up. And that's a free win there for Hardfind. And with that big elimination win, that's gonna boost them all the way up on the leaderboard here.
Absolutely. I want to see exactly what that leaderboard looks like, but also what Zeke, Levin, and Reese think about that game.
Shayo, I don't know what's happening over here, okay? I keep assuming I think I know what's gonna happen, and I keep assuming we've met the toppest high here of the competition in Qualifier 2, and then some other duo rises to the occasion and says, hold on, Zeke, you should be paying attention to us too. But it was two separate teams, Artskill and his duo mate coming in second place, who now seem to have overtaken that #1 spot. And then on the other side, Hardfind and Nova, 13 eliminations in game number 4.
Yeah, that's a big surprise. Shout out to my guy, Coach Harry. I know he's been doing some work with Hardfind. Clearly, it's paying off. They were able to get the dub here. But look, Boop, spot on there, right? This zone was eventually going to come. You know, it always comes at some point, but it's so shambles for a lot of the teams. It's very, very hard to deal with. But props to Artskill doing because they've been very, very consistent over the course of the games.
Yeah, they've been absolutely popping off, like game after game after game, getting deep into end game, seconds, first, whatever it is, they are up deep in there. But we got to give props to Mr. Savage. Let's be real. Yeah. He was down in 5th, and that solo clutch was 30 points by himself, by the way. 30 points to manage to fly them up, which was absolutely huge. It was unfortunate to see Benji go down to the back of the zone. A rough first moving indeed, but this is the kind of thing Mr. Savage is absolutely known for. I said at the top of the show that Mr. Savage is in his perfect form. He's in his final form, may I say, at this particular moment. Every single time you watch him, it is a highlight reel. And that gameplay that we just saw from him, the bouncing off of the webs, the utilization of the Spider-Man's web shooters to recover from being deep out inside of the zone on multiple occasions, absolutely big-brained, and it's just what Mr. Savage is all about.
Yeah, man, the ability to just sort of stagger your rotations with the Spider-Man, sit behind, look for everyone to get ahead of you, and then you just sort of web your way in. And then, of course, when you're hitting shots like that onto Slowway, goodbye, good night. Yeah, Savage is on one today. And look, people call him one of the greatest solo players ever. And it's not an exaggeration. Like, he just thrives. He can just get into that element, get into... Remember some of the show we were talking about snapping it on, right? He is just on point. Mr. Savage, man, what a player. Can't wait to see where they are now in the standings after that clutch.
Well, let's take a look together. Let's see how things are going, Levin. Remember, that was game number 4. We still have 2 games left to go, and we want to try and make it in that top 8 if we look to auto-qualify going to finals 2 weeks from today. Right now, Kinzel Deceptos in 9th place, knocking on that door, right? Trying to make it in. But once again, we turn our attention to the very top of that board. Eliandra, and I'm so sorry if I say your name wrong. Art skill as well, 143 points. Now, once again, we've kind of seen that clutch, that solo clutch factor. We've talked about it all last year, and we're seeing it here once again, right? Mr. Savage, he didn't necessarily get the victory out. He didn't get a ton of eliminations, 11, but what he needed to do was secure that top 5, right? Because those points, they do matter.
Yeah, nah. And look, I'll be real. I said at the start of the show I was predicting them because of the hope, but this is going beyond hope now, right? This is a real possibility coming into these last 2 games. And, you know, I hope they can sort of hold on to this. I hope there's no choking involved whatsoever because everything is setting up well for them. Of course, we talked about the POI tilt. It's a great spot. Don't have to worry about the zone variation too much. So as long as they can stay how they've played so far, hopefully they will be in that top 8 by the end.
Yeah, remember I said the qualification threshold was 132 points last week? Well, guess what? Or Qualifier 1, they're already on 132 now. But in first before this was Pink and Anas. They were in that first place slot. We saw them now drop down to 6th place just from losing out in that one game, right?
That's right. I can't. It's coming down to the wire here. You know, with 2 games left, some duo is going to turn this entire qualifier to on it and shake things. Dude, it was.
This was so rough because he doesn't get the siphon because I think Vino in the distance gets the elimination and steals it away from him. So he could have actually maybe survived that, but he just barely missed on the elimination. You hate to see that kind of thing, man.
It's rough, man. Sometimes it just be like that. It's Fortnite. Some things will happen. Duels will rise and others will fall. But you guys heard that battle bus, which means we're getting ready to jump aboard once again. 2 more games before we wrap up the day in Europe. So for now, let's send it back on over with Boop and Shy Wager for game number 5.
Game number 5. This is where, if you're on the bottom of the leaderboard, it's time to rise up. You only have one more chance to get your name into the pot before it gets pulled on that final tally on the leaderboard. If you're on top of that ladder, it's time to play defense. That's T-Chips, Art Skill, that's Benji and Mr. Savage, PKR, Mappy, bunch of teams that are there past that 100-point threshold and want to hold on.
Yeah, and it's pretty easy still. You can still do it in 2 games. The point difference between that top 8 position and about 20th place is about 30 points. So basically 1 victory royale will put yourself up there. So it is still everything to play for. And everyone at the top, you can't get too comfortable unless your name is T-Chips and Art Skill, because you can still be knocked out of that top 8 as we go back to the absolute anarchy that is Chonkers, I feel like. And I mean, it's already over before it even starts there, as they get eliminated. Swilliam and Lecce, you know, finally winning it out again. I think they're doing a little bit better compared to last week, which is, you know, it's always good to see improvement from them. We always love to see Lecce on top, Shayo.
Absolutely. I feel like I have like a morning routine now with these games as well. I got to start watching Floki and Clement get bopped. More action on Chonkers until we move on past that as well. But you can see across like all the regions we're looking at right now, it's Bugha and Miro, 2 big names, right, from NA East that are rolling in with success in Chonkers and really moving on to the next portion of the competition. That might just change a little bit inside semifinals. We'll see exactly what brings down before these qualifiers right now. It is very difficult to kind of get out of here and claim the spot entirely.
Yeah, I wonder if Bugha and Miro were uncon in Chonkers. I'm not too sure about that, but in EU there are so many teams at Chonkers, so that statistic makes a lot of sense, right? Everyone's a piece of those coolers, and you know, if that happens, then obviously the teams that are landing there aren't going to do that well because they're all trying to fight out for that loot. Lecce here with that nice little heavy shotgun popping through, and that is Floki and Clement's game done very, very swiftly.
Wow, okay, so Gore's also rolling in. Stena and Rayad taking out a team that's also very defensive off of spawn, especially in duos. Getting cracked. You don't usually see that every single game from them. So the aggression on the north side is still really raining forward. The question is, what do things look like now? But we're talking about patterns, maybe getting aggressive a little bit too early on inside these games. Is game 4 a good time to chomp down on the duo that's contesting you? Benji and Savage thought so. And right now, that might be trouble for them because the Deceptos and Kinzel, they might clap back.
Yeah, I think game 5, I mean, obviously Kinzel and Deceptors, they could be very emotional about this, right? They could try to fight back towards Benji and Savage, but these guys, I don't think that's within them. I don't think they need to do that. They're in 9th place right now. If they were a little bit further behind, I feel like they wouldn't make more drastic decisions in that position, but being just off that edge, that has to do something to you psychologically. You have to feel that pressure to not mess up in the early game, so there's no point to push out this, Io.
Absolutely, you want to just stay secure, and I'm liking that pattern as well from Pink, Anas, and every team at Covert Cavern this game as well. It's really fun to watch though, because one slip up there on the mountain, you're straight up into another duel's box, and those are some high placing teams right now. Pink and Anas in 6th overall. Mustache Malabuka, I mean, I expected a few greater things today overall, but it looks like Camp Cuddle has been a little bit of a problem for them to get out of. This off-spawn contestation, it's sticky, it's lasting longer today as well. And then on the back end of it, Mustache once again, shield crack, has to walk back to Malabuka. They split up that shield, they're ready to go again, but the pressure's on.
Yeah, and these guys have been haunting them for such a long time. Every single practice session, every single duo cash cup, the boys, Smeki and Gabix, the Italians, they are there haunting them. And you know, you would expect Malabuka and Mustache to do, you know, much better in these spawn fights, but I feel like a lot of the strengths come from the late game, right? They have the best clutches in late game, but the early game fights sort of not going their way, unfortunately. You know, they don't have the material to sort of play the sort of play style. And now, you know, looking at the point, that reflects it. 44 points in total while being contested. Definitely tough. You know, I think they have their issues with Sturge in these stack lobbies. I think it is sort of a blessing in disguise sometimes to be contested, especially when you're such an aggressive and strong fighting duo, but today that opportunity just hasn't presented itself.
It's very, very tough, and it just kind of gives me a little bit of a flashback, some reminiscence of Steamy Stacks, right? But even over there, they can just bunker down in brick and metal. It's very hard to break through walls, farm, and get found out. Over here, the lodge is all just wood, and it can get set ablaze at any time. Big sprays, but jump up and down from his opponents. Mustache can't find the finishing shot. Now Malabuka is hung out to dry by himself. They've taken high ground somehow. This entire fight is flipped on its head, but it's also reset because there's lots of chug splashes down below. That team now fully healed, ready to go. And Malabuka, he's feeling the pain from all of this. Barely any mats, barely any shields, just hanging on by a thread. Tyzon's the one that's creeping up from the left, but he gets bought twice. The double SMG spray, they're still split apart. Where is Mustache? There is no help. He's been kind of just evaded the entire time. Tyzon and Smeki have the God movement, and yeah, there's a little bit of peering in from the windows, but that little bit of shopping might not be enough. You need to get in there, make some transactions, get some damage down. You can't just look at the clothes right from the outside. This is just tough for this team.
Yeah, and I think Mustache tried to play it a little bit smartly, right? He had that high ground advantage. In his early game fights, you really want to stay on top of high ground. You want to whittle down your opponent's materials. He made that big push to go for his high ground, but Malabuka was sort of stuck down below there. You can get all of the advantages on high ground, but you know, if your teammate's not there, then it's not going to work out for you. As Mustache now, with those 6 builds, tries to go back down, but he is just in such a tough spot here. And these guys are unrelenting with this Stinger spray. 2 more builds left in total. He's able to run through the maze though, surviving a little bit longer, but I don't see any chance he can survive this.
This is why you practice all those edits. He's been given about 3 or 4 very good timed pump shots. Somehow he's still making this an absolute big cost of time for Tyzon to clasp down on, but there was almost a possibility there for a 1v2. He had about 3 or 4 shots that he could have hit a bit harder and made it a 1v1. Unfortunately, with all the pressure there, with a teammate down, with game 5 on the line, with the contestation and the SMGs spraying in your brain, it's tough to have that reaction.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit worried for Malabuka and Mustache, right? I think they're basically guaranteed to be qualified to the semifinals or the heats. But, you know, with only having sort of one lobby of heats, you know, with that constantly being refilled, you're going to be meeting up with these guys every single time, right? So if you're not winning these spawn fights, then I don't know exactly how you're going to be able to qualify to the finals, because you're not going to be consistent. You're not going to be winning games either. So we might not see a grand final with Malabuka and Mustache, and that scares me a little bit.
Yeah, that's not like EU. They need to be there. I feel like the one way you can do it is just not be in the same heat as the people that are contesting you. And like one big thing too, when it comes to, you know, the qualifiers to semis right before finals storylines, is sometimes spots open up, right? People are already qualified. You might be able to move your drop spot, go somewhere else, qualify, and then come back. Those questions, though, are not on the mind of Jeff and Keandro right now. They're focused on surviving this fight in front of them, and that focus might be faltered by pump shots left and right. A big one there, though, with a trade. He goes for the finish and doesn't get it. Those Elam points, the 3 that he might desperately need, are not going to be there. Kiko and Mosh finally win a fight.
But they're getting chopped out now. He does use those Spider-Man though to get off of it, but Mosh not so fortunate. They're breaking his legs, I believe, as Kylie now trying to push up towards them as well. And you know, Mosh and Kiko, they seem red in the eyes. You know, they're trying to push every single team nearby them. And I think it's sort of a reaction to being contested on spawn in Joneses, right? Again, they're trying to chase that team from Joneses away from them. But every time they're running into a different sort of team, not the ones that they're looking for, and they run into Kylie and Fastroki. I mean, Jeff doesn't even land in Joneses either, I believe. So unfortunately, the game's sort of being thrown away, but maybe this is again a push for offering the drop spot, maybe for heat, for something else, who knows, because for finals it's not working out here.
Not at all. And right now, it's unfortunate too for Fastaroki and Kylie. The longer this fight lasts, the less resources, the less loot they gain overall from actually finishing it. Kiko already wasted 2 launch pads, 4 Spider-Man charges. He's trying to run through those chunk splashes as well. They need to finish this fight immediately. Try to get at least a little bit out of this, because I know they're going to be full up on minis anyways, but Kiko might clap back. He has the potential. He blocked off 2 different sight lines and hit a nice shot. Very good trade. That shouldn't be possible, but he's not on that wall. A nice little triangle edit with a big shot in from Fastaroki. They finally clasp it down.
Yep, that was a little bit too easy. It didn't take that long, so fortunately Kiko not going to be able to live there, as we have another player just getting jumped in on the box by Kaizen there, also near those islands. And, you know, it's kind of quiet now. 74 players left alive now. Players are trying to play a little bit more aggressively yet again, and we might even get second zone surge here, because I think people are jumping into boxes.
What are the mindsets around Game 5, Boot, for a lot of teams that are rolling in that might be around, let's say, 20th, 15th place, like 10, 20 points away? Do you turn on the gas now? Do you wait till Game 6 to do those desperate strats? Or do you keep it consistent?
I think it's entirely dependent on your playstyle, right? Like, in theory, the math is there. 2 good end games, 2 top 10s or 2 top 5s. That should be enough if you're in the top 20 or top 15 range in order to qualify top 8. But you have to think about it. If they weren't able to do that in games 1 to 4, then doing it when the pressure is on in game 5 to 6 probably just isn't possible. So people sort of go back towards the animalistic sort of, you know, the animalistic sort of play style. They try to jump into boxes. Like I mentioned before, if you have a coach who, you know, helps you practice, you do things a certain way in practice, but you're so used to playing another playstyle, it's just easier to revert to that playstyle rather than, you know, keeping your cool. And as I say that, Kinzo and Deceptos, you know, a very passive duo who I thought would keep the cool, jump in the box there and get another elimination, but it is not Benji and Savage, luckily.
Yeah, I was about to get worried too. I thought it might have been Benji and Savage. You talk about those animalistic type tendencies going towards your natural. I feel like Deceptos and Ginzel, one of the 2 players, no matter what team they're a part on, love setting traps. We haven't seen them do that much. They're here now in game 5. They finally did set it up. Get one of the eliminations. We're talking about Benji Savage. Benji in trouble. Kinzel actually going down. They're finally actually clashing, going for the trade, and the finish comes through. Benji ends up staying alive. Kinzel is down. They like laying traps, but the one thing about laying those traps, you have to put yourself out there. You have to put your team on the line in weird positions. And yes, they pick apart one team, but now the big legends of EU come rivaling in and take them down once again.
Yep, and when you're laying a trap, you gotta be well hidden, and they were not well hidden. Everyone knew that they were fighting, and yet again, this goes back towards Tilted Towers, right? That being a super deep drop spot, a lot of mountains nearby, so much potential for third partying, so much potential for players to be in there, and maybe they thought that was Benji and Savage that they were trying to push in, but they got the wrong team, and Benji and Savage, they capitalized on that situation.
Yeah, and Tilt is just one of those spots that also evolves, right? You see a spot like, I don't know, Shifty Shafts, it never really changes in the way people interact with it. People don't go in there as like a refresher type of POI. They don't go in there to stay there for a while. For Tilted, yeah, it's a drop spot in the beginning, but after that, it becomes a central hub for everyone to come in between. You can't lay traps in there and be all, you know, lazy-daisy while you're moving around. Things can get bad, and that's exactly what happened for Kinzel.
It was close there, though, Shia. It was so close. Benji down to 30 HP there in the replay, but unfortunately there for Kinzo was not able to get through. But Deceptos, he's going to continue on to lay the trap. He's now fully pieced up, stuck between 2 big boys, and unfortunately, he's not bigger than them, and he gets eliminated in that position. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do what Kinzo did to him twice last game, disappointing his teammate, unfortunately. But, you know, it's just another day in the office here for Benji and Savage, as they're up to 132 points today. Absolutely ridiculous gameplay from them. And, you know, if they make it to the finals this time, I think it's going to be a good stuff. It's going to be a weird spot for them, because, you know, DKS and Bad Sniper are already in the finals, right? Remember that. So they're going to have this, but times 10 in the finals, because this DKS and Bad Sniper, they don't care. They want to contest Tilted every single time.
Absolutely. I'm not sure if that contestation will actually end up having them clash completely, right? Because we just saw from today, there has been a little bit of that, you know, spinning top in a bowl type battle. They end up chipping away at each other over and over again and then spin out of control. They're not all in each other completely.
Yeah.
Good, though, I'm liking the way he gets all aggressive in any team that he comes up against. Chavix and Seti, though, what's going on with them today? 9th place overall. It doesn't seem like an overall 9th place result that we see from them game after game, but Seti has had a few good clutches. I'm waiting for what I like to see out of this team group, the duo dynamics, not just the solo clutching, right? Because we know both teammates can do it. I want to see that synergy.
Yeah, they sort of haven't been able to put everything together, right? If you take a look at the last 3 placements, 7th place, 17th place, 12th place, and 11th place, they're sort of hovering around that top 10 range and not fully making it to that final moving zone. So there's some core issues there for them. Maybe they're not able to get the impact frags that they want. Maybe it's the zones that are playing for them. But having an uncontested job spot, you expect them to do a little bit better, but you know, the Survivor right now, they're sort of around that area, and with the Deceptos and Kinzo going down, they are right there in 10th place. You know, 2 points is the difference between them and Kinzo and Deceptos, so this is a good start for them to sort of catch up in this last half of this final here, as they do have this fast car coming through, and it's another different type of zone, now near Cammy split, but no Cammy this time in this final.
Yeah, it's going to be steady rolling in for the moment right now, but they'll be able to see them very soon when it comes towards those finals. It's also so difficult to not say Cammy's name or Teeks when you say Setis. I'm still trying to get over that aspect. Also weird too, why isn't it ever going to be called the Seti or Teek split, man? It's always the Cammy split, you know what I mean? But I think we talked about that last week as well.
I mean, you gotta... Cammy, he is the innovator, right? Seti, he might be the leader in the duo, but Cammy is the innovator, and he sort of finds out these spots. Surprisingly enough, Castry and Vortexia actually doing super well. We've seen them, I think, 2 games out of the 4 games that we've watched so far being below Surge, but somehow these guys have been able to recoup this final, and 11th place for them is looking very promising. And right there, right beside them, is Joe and Venner, also on 89 points, very close by. So them doing well with a Covert Canyon team is honestly quite impressive, Shayo, because I feel like the Covert Canyon team has all of the advantages on the map to do well in this final, but so far, Joe and Venner sort of been bullied from the teams outside of it, teams sort of prodding and poking at them, and you know, it's just the nature of that job spot. You know, they were contested, I think, by 3 other teams in the last final, and that sort of helped them out get those early elimination points. That sort of boosts up their stats just a little bit, gives them extra surge as well. But when you're on con, you have just so much to loot in that area, and maybe there's such a thing in Fortnite as too much loot, right? You want to loot everything. You want this, you want that, and that's going to mess up your timings as well. We saw that with Benji and Savage, that other game as well. They try to loot too much, it's going to mess up your positioning, and maybe that's what's happening there for Vino and Joe here.
Absolutely. The thing with them, like, you're just correct on that, right on the nose. They spend so much time inside that Vocal and Payna and Us and Pink. They end up taking so much control around them. They have tough times getting out of there after the fact as well around Covert. Then you have that entire Camp Cuddle, you know, beef going on that they have to walk through as well. You have Senna and Rayed sometimes who are alive. Naku as well. Actually, Stormy, right? They have to walk through sometimes too. So they have to be very careful off that early game. It feels like with the way zones are going, with the way the pace of the game is going in EU specifically for this round in qualifiers, getting out earlier is a lot better. Getting control of the map just allows you to play. We're talking about Cammy just a moments ago. Cammy and Teek showed that, right? The way they just move over to Tilted Hills, have a complete reign on their game. They look calm. When I look at Joe and Vino, I always sense a sense of a little bit of panic. You know what I mean? They're always in spots they might not want to be in, and that might be trouble.
Yeah, and it comes all down to preparation, right? A lot of players, they seem to think that you need to, you know, make the decisions in-game, right? Oh, this zone shows up? Okay, this is what we're going to do. But for sure, I know Cammy T, they probably know exactly what to do in every single type of zone situation. And Venom and Joe here, I don't feel like they're the type of dude to sort of prepare. They're more like butting their heads at a wall and then seeing if it breaks. And then most of the times it does break, and they're able to play aggressive and find those sort of cracks in those walls to find those points. But, you know, in a final situation, it's very tough to be consistent. And with every single zone, you know, we've had a top right zone, we've had a bottom left zone, we've had so much variety in these zones, and now this zone yet again, a very tough zone to sort of play because of the open sort of planes. You're going to be it's going to be very hard for you to rotate, and zone actually does pull towards that gas station side, so there's going to be one big central team on top of that gas station. Everyone's sort of going to be outside on the outskirts, and you have to use so many materials in order to get into the zone because there's not that many hills to block out your line of sight. And you know, if you're the last team to rotate here, it's going to be so scary for you, Shayo.
Absolutely. Joe and Vino are one of those final teams rotating, and who's watching them like hawks right now, looking at the mice running through the field. It's Pink and Anas up top on a hill, but they're not going to strike just yet. The talons aren't going to be outstretched. Joe and Vino will be able to move around a little bit. Look at Pink and Anas actually adjusting, going slightly more south, looking to maybe block them. No, they're actually going around the hill, and it's Joe that ends up striking first. You talked about not shooting people on rotation. Joe gets a little bit cheeky with it and gets a few free shots in. Sometimes you get those opportunities, but I bet you, Boop, I bet you that Pink will remember that, and now they have this duo on their sightlines permanently for this game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you're going to remember that team that sort of briefed you. And there you go. Another team puts a shot in the face of Joe. And this is what I mean, though. Pink and Anas, I feel like Joe and Venom probably shouldn't have shot at them there, because if Pink and Anas did not see them on their rotate, they could have just followed suit right behind them. But now they're forced to use a launch pad because there's so much players on the southern edge is holding them out. And Pink and Anas, look, on the bottom right, they've made it in for free, right? They've made that rotate easily. They were able to hold out the other team. And that might have a bigger effect than you think, Shayo, because that is the other high-ground team in this lobby, right? We saw Joe and Venom on height into that second and first moving zone. So if they eliminate the other high team in this lobby, we might see another win here for Pink and Anas. Maybe that streak continues. You know, one bad game, two victory outs, another bad game, and then another 2 victory outs. Who knows?
Could be the wave. I see Chapix and Seti, though, inside this game. You're talking about not too many hype teams alive all the time. I know that Chapix loves to say high and dry completely every time he's playing this game, no matter the mode, no matter the meta. So that might be a thing. It all depends on who gets this next zone. And as the circle closes in, it's not going to be Seti and Chapix. And just like they didn't get zone, Seti does not get a good trade there either. Completely deleted on shield as it comes in. Some players who we're not going to be seeing so far are going to be Vortexia, Naku, Drawn, a bunch of people who are not making this squish when this fourth zone comes in. The pressure too much to handle. Castery getting traded as well. Benji getting a refresh, a very good sign for this moment. But who is every team looking at to face, to dethrone, to pass by inside the top 8 when it comes to actually fighting for those bragging rights? Because all those guys are pretty much almost already qualified. It's T-Chips and Artskill. We're having this incognito type run. It's not crazy. There's no victory royales really, you know, outstanding, fully attached to it. They're still looking really good as they walk in. A second place to start off the day and a second place in the previous game. They're almost there on that win, but they're doing so mighty fine throughout this day.
And this is now again a result of that sort of delayed rotate for Pink and Anas that managed to make it in. But you've had a very good point there. I mean, 2 teams out of the top 14 are already done in this game. Kinzo and Deceptos, and then Neilu and Flixie. Those guys are done in game number 5. So it gives you some room here to catch up with these players. And you got to make every single game count here as we have some teams flying across as Chapix gets eliminated and Janice as well. And Janice just haven't had the best of games today. I believe Seti's managed to make it in, but not without his teammate, unfortunately. And, you know, this is going to be a very interesting zone to play through because unlike the desert zones we've seen before with a lot of hills, a lot of sort of buildings in there, there's not much to connect to in this zone. It's very flat. And if the zone pulls south, then it's very good for the high teams. But if it pulls north, you're going to have vest so many materials in order to keep that high ground.
Absolutely. Want to make sure you're in the best positions to be able to translate those positions into points. So what is the context? What are we watching for right now? Obviously, it's top 8, but you can't really end up seeing that right now. Seti, Chapix, 9th place overall. Bottom left, you can see it. The points, 95. They want to get to about 110 by the end of this game, but once again, it's just Seti with the clutch. If they get closer to 120 as well, that's going to be huge. A placement point ticking in, 96 for Seti overall right now. The elims will be worth 3 each. What he wants to do is just get into the top 8, maybe get in the 7th, 6th place overall. Will be a good spot to be at because you don't want to be right on the line. But that's going to be a big task because it's just him. And yeah, he can pull a little bit of loot with those webs, but now it's all about going all in. He has the zone. It pulls towards him. He should be ahead of Surge. Right above him is that first place team. They'll be playing passive, so that's very good for Seti. Just keep rocking. He might be able to just follow them. Meanwhile, everyone else is looking to maintain that 120-point line, stay ahead of it. And Austin Pink, not fully qualified just yet, but this game might solidify that.
Yeah, and this is sort of a result of them using that launch pad early on that other rotate. Like I said, this is such a tough zone to rotate because of the open plains, and that, you know, that's going to be translated for this first moving here. Making us have to go through that Loga, but Seti, in the meantime, stuck between multiple players, able to hold out somehow, fully piece that opponent, and he is gone. See you later. Spider-Man's away, and he should be able to survive this, but he's still 111 below Surge now. He gets shot now by the teams, and this is the ideal timing, right? All of those players are going to be launch padding halfway through and now into the static zone. They're going to be looking back towards low ground because this isn't a water zone. This is a flat zone, and there's going to be people on low ground that you can eliminate for free, and Seti's going to be one of those players. Still 200 below Surge here, trying to traverse through this. The Spider-Man is saving his life just a little bit. He has those heals to survive though, but 5 more players need to be eliminated, and Pink and Anas, they're also in the trouble here. Also below Surge, but they tick back up, luckily for them, and here comes those chug splashes, and this is what I mentioned before, those chug splashes for height, and there's no one on high ground actually, and all of the high ground teams are, I think, out of this lobby. I think Veno and Joe, they were very, very scuffed going into this rotate because Pink and Anas held them out, and this is what I mean, Shayo. This is a butterfly effect. They held Veno and his duo out very early on into half and half, and now they're the only aggressive high team now progressing into the second moving.
Hey, you called it, Boop. It's all about having maybe one rocky game and then going for another back-to-back for Pink and Anas. They're right there, but Seti is still keeping the dream alive. 12 HP, he can barely even dip into the zone. He has a little bit of shield to work with too, but heavy shotgun shot, a rattle of an SMG should just delete that in just a second. He has to play defense perfectly. 4 match, 2 match, 1, and almost done. Now he just has one more ramp to place. It's not going to be enough, but he has enough to get past that 100-point threshold. 138 for an Austin Pink, though. They're in a different complete dimension, a different hemisphere. They're literally all the way up inside the skies, and they're making it look like they're playing the same game over and over again. Randomly walk up on height and beam everyone else down below.
Yeah, but the problem is, though, the zone does not pull back now into this 8th moving zone, so they have limited materials. People are going to be building for them, so they're going to be delaying their rotate just a little bit, but they have teams below them, and if there's teams aware, and they can be a little bit dangerous, though, but Kyriachi and Storm right here, they do find more elimination on this backside of zone. That's going to give them Siphon, but now back to 0 as they hold back out, and they got to be careful now.
Absolutely, Kyriachi actually ends up interrupting that high ground take, and then Stormy Red that takes apart the other 50% of it. Pink and Anas are down. Kyriachi at 116 points will look to take away their place on the leaderboard and maybe even get closer to the lead. This might be a qualifying run for them. A victory royale here might solidify their spot inside the finals of this duo. FNCS have a launch pad below, but not actually going for it at all. They just want to maintain control and make sure no one comes up. Look at the beams, the spray from Kyriachi. This man is finally awake and ready to get things going in this end game. You notice 360 degrees, he's just moving around and around. It's like his entire mouse is on a spinning top. Him and Stormy Right have absolute control. Hookah, Kaizen, Nyzen all the way down on low ground. They have to stay secure.
Yeah, and there's a lot of very new duos in this endgame, right? A lot of faces we haven't seen before, but one we have seen a lot is Hookah here. 150 points, 4 eliminations, but unfortunately he runs into a full duo on that low ground as we go into a 2v2v1 situation. Link just surviving now with one more build. He's sneaking his way through, needs to be a little bit careful. There's a rock there right above him that's going to provide him a little bit of cover. He's going to drop down there. They don't know. The tracking is good, but unfortunately not good enough, and that's only good for the high ground team here, Shayo.
Absolutely a good interruption, though. Now it'll be a 1v2. Disaster for Kaizen. Absolute glory for the team that retook height. Kyriachi, Stormy Right, they won an FNCS. They won a game here too as well. That's what I'm talking about. Make that game 5 look so good. A retake. We have not seen that today. It's been too free for Pink, and Kyriachi finally comes in with Stormy Right and adds a cost.
Yeah, unfortunately not a zone pullback, right? I think if the zone did pull back in the situation, it would have been a guaranteed win for Pink and Anas, you know, as we saw in those other games that they did win. But this time it didn't pull back, and sometimes, you know, things don't go your way. You just got to be lucky sometimes. But Kyriachi and Stormride were deadly on this high ground and the zone, and that's a 7 elimination victory royale for them. And, you know, that bodes very well for them because all you need is those games to catch up. And this is a very good spot for them.
Absolutely. I want to see what the desk makes of that one, because if this is a team that's rolling in and looking good, I can't imagine what the rest of the board looks like.
Let's take a look together. Shia Wager, I appreciate that you had your comb in hand. You're making sure the hair looks good. I appreciate that. Always lean good as possible. My goodness, Stormy Right, Kyriachi, they come into that game at 13th place. And after that run, they are now looking to contest into that top 8 for sure. I mean, Levin, I'm not surprised by any means, but what I am happy to see is them finally having this game, because they are a duo that are capable of putting up performances like this, but it's not as consistent as it needs to be.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, these guys, like we mentioned at the top of the show, they're sort of just taking the season as it goes along. And at every moment when people sort of doubt their ability to move forward and keep on getting better, they do just prove people that they can. Yeah. And this is what you get with elite players. Kyriachi, if you're ever thinking about quitting Fortnite, please don't, right? We need to see you continue to pop off in end games, man, because the talent is still quite obviously there. And if they go into this last game with the right mindset and actually have a good game and retain a spot in the top 8, FNCS could get long for some teams.
I mean, I think they only need a couple more points now. I think they're up to 132, if I saw correctly there. They had 79 before that, and then that elimination game that they got, 53 additional points. So they nearly just got all the 4 games points before that in a single match. And like, Kiriachi himself has been an incredible duo player all the way since Chapter 2 Season 2, probably before that. I don't know even that far back at that point, but even since then, always been super deadly, was always capable of stuff like this. And when he's teamed up with Stormyrite, we've seen it succeed in the past. FNCS champions, like you mentioned. Here we go. This could just be a run for the FNCS finals.
That's right. We can't forget, of course, Anas and Pink. I just don't know how they continue to have that high ground, right? It doesn't matter who's up there. They just know when it's time to execute, when it's time to move on over, they're ready to engage. And I mean, especially in this game, they struggled, right? They struggled here in the early game, and then they just completely changed the game. They're like, look, we need to find eliminations. We need to go for height. We know what we need to do to win. Let's just do it, Levin.
Yeah, honestly, you know, Boot made a great call, right? They really were unfortunate in terms of the zones here, right? In terms of just not being able to have the zone pull back on them, it just meant that they were so shambles. And honestly, man, as much as I'm sure they would have wished they could have a better game, again, they've shown in multiple games now, they are the only real elite high ground team. Coming into this last game, everything's setting up for them to be able to close it out and secure themselves in that top 8.
Hands down. Realistically, what's interesting is the fact they got sprayed out by Kiriachi Stormyrite, who obviously ended up winning the game, but they also had no mats. So it was like no mats versus no mats. If they kind of funneled that a little bit later and focused downwards rather than just tarping head, we saw they were just busy building basically in that wood to get ahead. And if they looked down, they would have been able to probably pick up some elims there.
Well, let's see how this affected the standings, friends. One game left to go. Remember, top 8 is what we're trying to hit. 120 is that threshold right now. So remember that as we go into the final game on the day. But right now, once again, Benji, Savage, they've taken over that #1 spot. That's great and all, but I want to turn your attention to that 6th place spot from 13th place. Now, Kiriachi, Stormyrite, they've broken in to the top 8. But remember, 120 is that cutoff. It's really not that much, right? That's a handful of eliminations. That's a difference in placement. Anything still can happen. The final game on the day. Fortnite fan, make sure you buckle up and be prepared. We're doing this one last time in Europe from qualifier number 2. Boop, Shy Wager. Take us in.
Zeke, Levin, Reese dropping off knowledge bombs like usual, and it's rightfully so. Right now, game 6, so close all the way towards that top 8 spot. Boop, one more chance for people to qualify. It's top 8 that they're going for, and this is the FNCS.
Yeah, there's a few duos that are guaranteed qual. I think Benji and Savage being one of them, T-Chips as well. But that does not bode well for Kinzo and Deceptos, all the way down to 12th place now with 95 points. And if I was Benji and Savage, I'd probably be pushing towards them because you want to be eliminating another tilted team away from your draw spot. If you have another tilted team qualifying, then you have 3 people in that party, and it's going to be a mess. So I'm expecting a lot of aggression or spawning for Benji and Savage.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of mess from start to finish in this game as well. I mean, we got Default and Link. Link 3rd place in that last game, 9th overall right now. He needs top 8. So many teams behind him as well. Who will be that team that qualifies? We'll find out right now in game number 6.
Game number 6, the ultimate game of this finals. There is so much on the line here. One game could be the difference, but will it be the difference for Kinzo and Deceptos as they have 1st place Savage and Benji right next to them? And that is probably the worst case scenario you can have because those teams are going to come in with confidence. They don't care anymore. All they care about is alphaing their draw spot, Shayo.
Absolutely. Redemption also on the table. For many teams who've battled off spawn, on the top right of your screen, you can see Clement and Floki for the 6th time on broadcast in a row going for it. 66 points. It's about 33 away from trying to be in a spot that can qualify. They'll have to go for this win and this off-spawn fight as well. We'll see what breaks down. It's Swilliam, and this time he's denied. Clement and Floki stay alive. It'll be Lexi somewhat nearby, and another 2 teams they have to fight towards. Link is here too, and so many stories must clash now before everything else, before even the end game, in terms of getting through to the finals and to getting towards that top 8.
Yep, this time he did get that Stinger SMG. Luckily, no more Ranger, but is it going to work out for him? It will. There you go. That's easy done, and that is Swilliam and Lecce being taken out very early on into this game. I think it's been pretty even today in terms of these spawn fights. Floki and Clement doing pretty well. It's going to be tough for them to qualify, though. I think they need to get basically a win at this point in order to qualify, but with Surge set up right now, it could be good.
Yeah, if history also repeats itself properly, I mean, we saw Pablo roll in somewhere near the 19th place slot all the way towards top 8. It was insane. Benji and Savage, though, they should be qualified totally right now. This is a POV of them owning Tilted Towers, and now we see the Siptos on their side. What happened here? Was it trouble inside Paradise? It was absolutely. Savage actually beams them down. That's insane, and they get the finish, Boop.
Yeah, I'm surprised actually of what happened there. I thought Savage and Benji were going to push them very aggressively, but oh my goodness. And this is what I mean here, Shayo. It is all about blood now. They do not care. They are qualified. It is all about making sure that the other team does not qualify.
Yeah, the agenda has changed. Usually from this spot, I would see Benji and Savage. We've both actually seen them leave Tilted, go for farming other mats, go and actually play out their game. Them having 154 points, being qualified, what do you not want inside the finals? A team contesting you, right? So all they're gonna do is just sit on the Siptos' card and wait for like 5 minutes. They'll wait until the third zone, until Gilzel has no chance to play out this game.
Yeah, that is just absolute pain for Kinzo and the Siptos. Honestly, it might have even been worthwhile to not even land in Tilted at this point, you know? Maybe change it up, try to do something different, maybe catch another team off guard. Obviously, it's hard to be a mind reader, but in those sort of situations, I mean, if you see the first place team right next to you, it's sort of obvious of what they're going to do, right? They're going to be pushing in towards you because they already have DKS and Bad Sniper there in the finals waiting for them. And this time, they don't want Kinzo and the Siptos there as well, so... maybe Tilt is going to be owned by those two, but Kinzo and the Siptos, you know, they're good enough to make it through the heats, to the semifinals. I think there's a chance there, but in this final, it's not looking too great.
I was still right here and right now. Kinzel, let's talk about it. What does he need to do as a solo? Because you've seen phenomenon happen before. He's about 25 points behind, and then he needs to not only catch up, but then thrive past that. So he needs basically a solo top 3, a solo win. Clement and Floki as well have a long ways to go, almost 50 points in total. Boom.
Yeah, Kinzo, I mean, it is very easy now because the games are getting progressively less stacked, right? So he's not going to have to deal with that second zone surge. So that is one of the biggest issues that you have as a solo is that second zone surge, trying to get those tags. This time, he's not going to have to do that, but getting towards that half and half surge, it is just so tough as a solo to farm 600 damage because not only if you shoot another player that, you know, those guys will know that you're a solo. And if they see a solo, especially right now in the last game, people are going to WQ that solo without a doubt. And that is what Clement and Floki are doing here as well as they find another player. But again, so much aggression in Oxfam fights. They're going to be pinched by multiple players. And it's Jackson yet again. I think with Vicariona. Vicariona, oh my goodness. He just had a firing. It was like fish in a barrel there. Two of them just funneling into the box, and that was just easy shots. I could have even hit those shots, Shayo.
He was in the perfect spot. A shadow, a little bit of darkness inside the box, and it strikes. Unfortunate for the team that was looking for the comeback potential, but this is going to be very good for Link. Him in default, 9th place. They're right on the line. They want any free elimination they can get. I can smell, I can feel the hunger, and Vico can too. He's running as fast as possible, away and away, back into the darkness, the place that he works best, but no, chased by a flashlight. It's Link and his box, the beams, it's too much. Vico can handle it actually. He actually flaps back, but no, there's no possibility to stay alive with default finally coming in. That's the main man when it comes to aggression in that duo, and he wraps that up supremely.
Yeah, it's like an animal backed into that corner. The little corner there for Vico. He somehow turns into a monster. Almost took out one of those players there, but unfortunately, 2v1 situation, it's just not going to happen. And Link and Default here going to get that extra elimination point, put them up to 115, and they're making their way closer towards that final top 8 position.
Yeah, they're 5 points now in difference to Nailu and Flixie. And that team should be one that we have to watch because that will be very, very disastrous in terms of them going down. That'll open up the floodgates for everyone to come up. But I see 2 eliminations on Benji and Savage, though. That means at some point, Kinzel should have gone down as well. This is Vico just popping off from his perspective. Looks absolutely phenomenal and great. Let's see if we have a POV extra to see exactly if Kinzel also went down. It'll maybe be there in the future.
Yeah, it must have been Benji and Savage, right? He must have remembered the outfit that Kinzo wore. And Kinzo, I don't think there's much of a point playing this out as a solo. It is just too difficult to do in this finals lobby. And Benji and Savage there with 2 elimination. Oh, we are actually going to see
here it is. Okay, nice.
And they did chase him all the way out towards that east side of zone. Benji and Savage, you know, there it is, done and dusted. Kinzo and Deceptus, unfortunately for them, will not be making it into the finals through top 8, but they have guaranteed their slot into the semifinals. But Benji and Savage here only have one thing to worry about, guaranteed in the finals of this FNCS.
Now there'll be victory lapping, and wow, Janice going down? Casri Vortexia with a big Giga Clap on the south side. This is kind of nuts. I mean, they've been interrupting so many different teams. It comes at a cost, though. They have to use so many heals after all these fights. It's never fully clean, but they do get the job done. 96 points. They're also 15 away from the top 8, and they're trying their best to catch up with eliminations.
It seems like everyone's trying to push Castry and Vortexia for some reason, but they always clap back. I mean, they have such good aim, obviously because they're both controller players, but, you know, we'll move on from there. But, you know, those guys have very, very good box fighting mechanics. They're not afraid to sort of react to that position. But there you go. If you take a look at the stat here, more than 30% of the 30% of Castry and Vortexia's points have come from when the other one is down. So these guys are just so clutch, Chayo.
They're so clutch, but that's also kind of like a walking paradox, you know? When you look at it from that perspective, it should be both teammates being alive. That's where you get the most elims. But it seems like one goes down. That's when they finally wake up. I like to see it.
Yeah, I wish I knew what paradox meant. Yet again, like I told you, I don't have that dictionary with me, Shah. You're going to have to inform me. But Castry, he is doing the walking, though, as he tries to play aggressive on this player. Rotary trying to run away, but these guys, they see, yet again, 2 free eliminations. And that's, again, going to be the search salt for half and half if they can find this player. Castry is going to be low on material count. 45 builds for Castry as he still comes through. The pinch comes in. And Vortexia eliminates that player finally. And that's them having now 2 extra eliminations. That's 6 points in total. And that's going to put them up on the leaderboard slightly even more. As you go back over, I feel like we've seen this every single game so far, Shaya. Marsh and Kiko just chasing out a team out of Jones's as another team of Mappy looks nearby. And I think they don't want a piece of this and they try to run away.
Not at all. 120 once again is the line we're looking at right now for a lot of the teams in the early game. That's kind of what they want to hit with all these eliminations, get closer to. That is where 8th place is currently at the moment. That's Nylu and Flixie. Benji actually getting taken out, but it's not that prevalent. Might not net them the first place position overall. I'm getting flustered too because this is just so intense. There's so many teams here right now. Mappy and PKR, depending on how the end game goes, Boop, they might not even be qualified as well, right? I think 132 is the line we were looking at for points overall. Yeah. Just need a little bit more, but who knows how exciting this final game gets. They have to keep pushing onwards.
Yeah, it's entirely dependent on how consistent the top teams are, right? If a lot of these teams go down early on, then you can have a massive shift because the format sort of plays towards that, right? 32 points for the Victory Royale. That's basically 13 eliminations per win. So anyone could do it. You can either play for late game, you can play a little bit more aggressively, and that's what Vino and Joe are doing here with 4 elimination, Shaya.
Turning on the aggression, and usually when you guys are watching, you want to pay attention to the top left to see how many people are alive, yada yada yada. The top right can show you the game state. The bottom right is the mini map. What you want to be paying attention to is not only the points overall, and we're saying it's 120 that people need to get to right now, but it's the bottom left of the screen, what place the team is in specifically. Anyone with 8 and above is qualifying for the FNCS finals. Down below, they're trying to get to 8th and climb towards the sky. This is obviously the first place POV. This is us just watching a victory lap, but we're also watching Savage and Benji potentially end or affect other people's runs. I believe Irazumi right here down below is very close to the line of 8th place. They're 10th overall. They're 2 spots away, and they're trying to hunt the first place phenomenon that is Savage for the moment, and he is clapping back in this 1v2. Irazumi down, peeked apart again is his teammate. Leader beamed, 1 shot, so close. Savage with 7 HP. Is it the lucky number though? He only has a 50 pot. Leader has all the chugs available for him on low ground. He is ending someone's run single-handedly while in first place. This is the ultimate flex.
Yeah, and Overden and Irazumi, they're very close to qualifying as well. This is a big, big fight. As Savage does get the finish there, and another team's going to come in, and Savage is just so ridiculously clutch. And I feel like it's a little bit of a happy, sad story for Benji and Savage. You know, they did eliminate Deceptus and Kinzo. You know, they were able to, you know, push them out of Tilted Towers, but I feel like there's a certain level of accolade in order to win the finals as well. You're coming in with a boom, you know. DKS and Bad Step, they did pretty well in the finals, but Savage and Benji, they want to win today. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, though, as they do get eliminated, and we're not going to get a first place for Savage and Benji, because T-Chips and Artskill, they're very nearby, and I think that would have been a big flex.
Possibly. It's not to be able to push this game, and what Savage did set up is Flixie and Nylu, the POV I really wanted to see. 8th place, you can see on the bottom left. It sets them up to get another free 3 elimination points and turn that 120-point line to 124. Now even boosting up with a placement point for that extra one, and possibly even taking out Leader, 10th place right below them. They do get him down, so that's one team they're worried about not in the running. They're still in 8th place overall. 127 is not enough to get them into 7th. They're still on the line, but this is the hot seat Flixie and Nailu, they will be the ones holding everyone back. They will be the targets of the rest of the lobby. Look at Savage though. That basically just secures the destiny of leader Nairazumi. Imagine going for that 2v1, being confident, but it's Mr. Savage, and he lands the shots, and then Flixie comes in 8th place to set you apart and solidify you, freeze you in 10th. That is heartbreaking, but it happens here. That's just some of the stuff in the qualifiers for the FNCS.
Yeah, and it's going to be very good for them, right? It's going to give them a little bit of breathing room because the Ovda and Iwajumi are right below them on the leaderboard, you know, only about 10 points behind. So they're going to have a little bit of space now. You know, they can make a few more mistakes. Obviously, you don't want to make those mistakes, but if they do happen, then you have that little bit of buffer in order to save yourself and be able to qualify. Setting Chapix also around the range. They're going to be very happy to see Iwajumi and Ovda also go down in that situation because as many teams, the more teams that go down, the better it is for you.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's Flixie and Nailu who are taking those teams out. They're happy there's one less team to worry about, but the bar is being set higher. Imagine going for a high jump boop. It's at 2 meters, and as soon as you're up in the air, it jumps up to 2.5. That's literally what's happening to these teams. The bar is being set to a point where they can't even leap over it, and if it's Flixie and Nailu who end up getting more elims, people like Vino, people like Chapix, they're in trouble. 106 points, that is 20 points behind.
I appreciate the confidence that you think I can jump 2 meters, Shayo, but it's more like half a meter in that situation, more than likely. Maybe 30 centimeters, you know. Maybe on a good day I can do, you know,
We'll work on 40? We'll work on it. I'm a jump trainer, you know. Yeah.
I might need your help after this, but yeah, 2 meters, that's a interesting analogy to pick for me, to be honest. As we go back towards Veno and Joe, you know, they are very high up, maybe higher than 2 meters in this position on this high ground. And Joe is sort of running around, you know, trying to clear out the space and back over towards his Butterborn side. You know, we're going to get another Cami split zone with Mappy and PKR. I feel like they've been very quiet today. Haven't seen them too often in the late game, but they're up here on 132 points, Shayo.
Yeah, I mean, they're just kind of dabbled in the top 15, the top 10 over and over again. One misstep in the last game, 25th place. They just had a few placement points, no elims. Now, it's about keeping that consistency. We talked about it in like game 3, Boop, right? You want to keep playing the same way. Maybe in game 6, that's where you make the switch, but they've kept true to their form. 132 points. We're wondering who's ahead of Flixie, who's in 7th place. Once again, look at the bottom left, Team 7. They're the ones in 7th place, 5 points ahead at 132 points. And they're looking for a little bit more pressure now too. Analyx X Squeeze, you might be wondering back home, why is it even worth to watch people in 20th place right now? What are they going to be doing? They're best to interrupt the competition. They're best to get some practice. And right now they're going to be affecting 7th place in total. PKR and Mappy being targeted by the 20th place team right now. They're looking for big swings. They're looking for desperate moments of elim after elim links. And it might be PKR they rush towards.
Yep, and I hope to see some improvement from some of these players compared to the last game, right? This is basically a replay of that other game, so you're able to change things up again. Hopefully, we won't see Veno and Joe get stuck on edge again, Pink and Anas. Hopefully, they're able to rotate just a little bit quicker, sort of learn from those mistakes. But it is all about Chapix and Seti now, though, because they are in a very good spot now to hold out a lot of players. And, you know, with this river in the middle of the zone, it's such a tough zone to play a lot of the time for these players. I always feel weird sort of thinking about positioning these spots because you want to be playing through these ridge lines. You have a few hills that you want to sort of maneuver across, but that water is so deadly sometimes. And if you get unlucky, I mean, I'd say I'm unlucky to get half an app, but sometimes if you're unlucky, you get half an app and you're on that low gun on the river, you're just going to get smothered over and over by multiple players, and that's not the spot you want to be in.
Not at all, and you're not only thinking about your position overall, you're thinking about, like, you know, how do I move to get even more points? Seti not even has to worry about making, you know, good decisions and playing a normal game. He needs a big swing. He's about 20 points behind, 22 points actually. He needs to get to 127 right now to catch up to 8th place. He's in 12th. It might just be 4 places behind, but multiply that by 6 basically, and that's what he needs in terms of overall performance in this game so far, just to keep up. PKR finally gets the pressure off his back, but it costs him a little bit of time inside the storm. He has to move back up just a few meters away, but you know, Boop, in these situations, 10 meters can feel like 30 miles in getting into the zone.
Yeah, 10 meters definitely feels like 30 miles for me, usually, Shayo. But for that player, that PK eliminates him very, very swiftly, and that's pretty much easy. Interesting fact I want to give you guys real quick, though, is Seti and Chapix have the lowest average eliminations of the top 15 so far. So I expect, you know, when you say Chapix, you expect aggression. You know, he's this very troll guy, but he does not care. He likes to jump boxes, is very good aim, some of the best mechanics in the game. Seti, on the other hand, very, very passive. You know, we know him from Kami, Seti, and Teak before. Also one of the lowest elimination trios of past time, but them together, it's sort of uncharacteristic for Seti and Chapix to have this little eliminations in the final. So not sure if it's nerves or if it's just the sort of situation to be set up in, but that's making the difference so far because the players above them, you know, 3 average elimination, 3.4. Hookah and Zestin, 4.2 average elimination. That's basically 12 points per game that they're getting, which is ridiculous, Shayo.
Yeah, that's what Seti should be getting. You tell me that fact, I'm like, you know, Seti, no, really? Like Chapix, no. I wouldn't imagine that these would be the players who are the most passive inside the entire game, but things do end up switching up, especially when you have, you know, different people in different spots. Usually EU is a high ground slugfest as well. You look at height right now, it looks like old school NA West. People can just walk up 2 layers and gain height, right? We've seen the Twitter clips way back in like 2019. Now, obviously, NA West is gonna hype you with it inside the end games. I'm looking at some crazy shots in the air right now as well. You talk about Zestin and Hookah, they end up going down. Schmecky's the one to pick a few up. But once again, what are we focusing on right now? Vino getting another elimination. It's 5, but they're still so far away. I'm going to keep stressing this. They can be 700 damage above. They could have, you know, an Infinity Blade in their inventory right now, but it wouldn't be enough, you know, because they're still 15 points behind. Boop, it's still trouble.
Yeah, and that was Vortexia going down there. So that was the team right above Veno and Joe. So they're slowly making their way through the top of this leaderboard. And Joe and Veno, they're in a very good spot. 5 eliminations going to this last game. And I feel like this is sort of what Veno sort of feeds off of. The more eliminations this guy gets, the more confidence he feels. The more confidence he has, the better he sort of goes for these high good retakes. And I'm expecting an explosive finish here from Veno or Joe, because surely this should be enough for them to qualify.
Absolutely, and like the big thing too is that, you know, they're gonna want an explosive finish. Every team right here is gonna want an explosive finish as well. Talk about explosions on the board. Seti actually stopping Art Skill. That is our de facto 2nd place team overall. That might have taken over first when Savage, you know, had a little bit of trouble this game, or if he still is alive, all the games are kind of blending in to one for me at the moment. But the top 3 isn't as relevant as the people on the cusp of top 8. And once again, we're at that POV before this end game starts. It's Nilu and Flixie. Top 8 qualifies. They are the 8th place team. Once again, you can see it on the bottom left. This is just for anyone new that's tuning in right towards the end. And 129 is the baseline that they have that everyone's trying to catch up towards. Every team we're watching right now, Boop, they're at 100 points. They're at 110. They're still about 20 points behind.
Yeah, this is such a tough spot for these northern teams, right? A lot of the time when the zone is this close to you, you tend to sort of feel like, you know what, I don't want to waste a launch pad on the zone. I don't want to, you know, use that movement right now. I'm going to be greedy and I'm going to walk it. And that's maybe what Neilu here and Flixie are going to try to do. They're going to pop a pepper, trying to go for that supply drop, but oh, never mind. They're just going to go for the launch pad. So they're not taking any sort of risks in this position. You know, I guess you could VOD review that in post and maybe see what the best play is there, you know, to sort of save that movement. But in this situation, they're so close to qualifying, there's no point taking that risk, Shayo.
Is that Flixie that actually picks up elimination as they move? Yes, so they actually bump it up to 130 points overall, get a full refresh. I think the play was to actually get in to the zone and at the same time get a free refresh as well. That might be worth more than the launch pad. And you were talking about it in game 4, Boop, right? You can track who has pads around you. They'll keep in mind who opened up that airdrop and know exactly where that pad is. If they say towards the south side right now, they can still use mobility from someone else to get inside the zone.
You passed the test, Shayo. I'm so proud of you for remembering that. In the meantime, Seti is going to need that pride because Chapix has been eliminated in this game, and it is all up to the FNCS champion, Seti, to clutch this up. He did it in that previous game. He clutched up so much placement points in that position, but this time he does have the Spider-Man gauntlets. He does have a decent mat count, but this is a tough ask with 44 people left alive and the zone pulling away from him, Shayo.
I really want to see that 8th place team, though. I know these are all the POVs we're looking at right now. Link, Vino, 113, 120, Seti at 112, 11th, 10th, and 9th overall. We'll look at 11th for the moment. He has a possibility to clutch, but if that 8th place team goes down as well, that's going to be big trouble. Seti, off a solo clutch, he glides. Finally in. Stops a little bit. Issues with the crouch bind, but it's all good. He's finally up and alive in a good spot to go for a few beams. Not going to see it there too much, too far. Flixie, though, 131 points. 8th place, and to get another big refresh. Look at the loadout, Boop. This is the best thing you would want in the end game. Peppers, the gauntlets as well. You have such good Storm Surge thresholds overall, and a front portion of the zone that's fully tarped out. Your builds are at max. You're living the absolute dream, and you and your teammate are alive.
My man is playing solid gold right now. This inventory is ridiculous. Still has his 2 peppers though in order to progress through this low ground, mid ground. Needs to be a little bit careful though in terms of elevation because there's a lot of hills here that can sort of mess you up in this situation, Chayo.
Yeah, I'm looking at a little bit of hesitation from this team as well. Looking like they don't exactly know what to do. They're not all the way in the front of the line. They're not editing, taking any shots on the backside of the box. Vino though is by himself as well. 6 eliminations. We've been giving him so many good props so far. Seti also a solo. It's 2 POVs, 2 journeys that might end here today in game 6.
And this is what I love about duos, right? It's all about these solo clutches. It is Veno versus Seti, all to play for this final. This is all that they need. They need to rely on themselves to clutch up, and only themselves. There's no teammate to help them out here. There's no one but themselves, and it is so much pressure. Veno is used to that pressure though, because he got second in All-Stars, but is he going to be able to hit the final shot this time, unlike in All-Stars?
We'll have to see. Vino's going to be going straight for it. No whips in action. He does not have the web shooters, just him. And a few splashes, a little bit of spice to get that step prepped and going. All the way up on mid-ground, he is running out of materials. It's the last brick wall. Metal actually taking over an armored ramp to block off the way, but on the left side, Link will try to get all the way in. That's a 9th place POV. That's looking for a rat-a-tat-tat. A way to get Vino down, and they do clasp it over. Do they have enough points to go for that 8th place team? Nylu is looking desperate. Flixie, from a place of paradise now, is dropped down into doom. They have no shields. They're finally getting a little bit of their step back, a little bit of stability, but they're so far up high in the sky, beamed down from side to side. This is going to be tough for Flixie and Nylu. They're on the last brink of survival right now. This is so tough. The sprays from all sides. Get out of the box, guys. There's no way. It's a bounce back. They get saved by the zone, and they're in 7th now as well. This might be exactly what they need. Surviving that fight saves them possibly a spot in the finals.
Yeah, this is going to be super, super close, Yishao, with Janus and Vortex on the high ground as well. But Flixie and his teammate, they have just been surviving here. They have not been living, they're surviving, because this has not been an easy road to this. They are trying to claim this low ground, though. Another player trying to go through, but that zone pullback was so clutch, because if zone did not pull back there, it would have been the end for them, Shayo.
They have an entire new journey, a new path forward, but at the same time, there's no information. All they hear are just very scary footsteps above them. A nice pickup on the right side, but it's not going to be a full point finish for them. Just the elims and the match they need. Big beam. That's 8th place right behind them. They can stop them in their tracks. 6th place overall for Nylu. Maybe we go and look over to Link. Yes, absolutely. 8th place overall. They're making this happen, and they're barely in with the zone. 40 effective HP. They can't go back in the line. Do they get a bounce back? No. They get squished in even more, and they have to move forward. 24th place in front of them. 9th place below. What can they do? They have to break apart every build. Only 5 mats left for Link. Default on the left. Link goes down. This is where Default shines. Down on the low. Nylu in front. That's a team right ahead of them. Could this solidify the qual? Back towards the storm. No! Stopped at 137 points. Fixley at 149. He's making this run work. They started at 8th. They're now 5 teams left. And he lands a crucial shot to boost forward into 5th place. What a run from Nylu and Flixie.
Flixie is absolutely electric in this position. He has been popping players on this low ground, and he's still continuing to go on. 3 more duos left in the Janus and Vortex trying to drop down. And we have WK able, true to his name yet again, and he's in the box with him. Another SMG shot. Now it's up to Nylu. He could shake things up now. I think it should be enough though for him to qualify, but you never know. Every single point counts. The edits are quick. He's in the box. The tracking is good, but the ramp comes out. 30 HP, and it's not enough for Nylu. Unfortunately, Janus and Vortex there win the final game here, and I don't know how many points they're on, Chayo, but this could shake up the entire leaderboard.
Absolutely, the comeback from so many teams on the bottom of the board, but the focus would be on the Flixie. The focus would be onto Nylu, starting off in 8th, not only holding the line, but elevating it entirely. They go straight to 5th place with a phenomenal performance. That is just clutch when it's needed most. Janus, too, is there in the mix. A phenomenal run, a very good win overall with Vortex. We waited for it coming, but definitely the spotlight of that game was that 8th place team bumping into 5th. What a show from EU today, Boop. I mean, that was just insane. You two, the debut of the cast, you were just knocking off every single prediction over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, it's sometimes a little bit too easy to call these predictions, you know? That's why they pay me the big bucks. But honestly, Janus and Vortex, a little bit too slow to start. Maybe it might be the downfall, but they ended off very, very strongly. And hopefully, just hopefully, that's enough to put them into that top 8 position. But I'm not sure about that. We'll see, because that game was absolutely ridiculous. It's going to shake up the leaderboard so much, Shayo.
Yeah, it's a blender of a game for the standings. That being said, though, that's it from me and Boop. Big shout outs to Boop, though, too. He absolutely eliminated his time on the show. If you guys want more, stick around. There's many more regions to come, as well as this dash, because Zeke, Levin, and Reese, Boop, they have to break this down. Boys, I want to see your gasping faces.
There it is. There it is. That was my level of excitement. Wow. I can't believe the action that we've gotten to see today out of qualifier number 2. It really does feel like this is a semi-final round flight, right? I'm thankful for that too, Levin, that a lot of these duos are looking at this and saying, if we want to make it there and we want to hold our own against those duos at that next step of the competition, we have to treat this today like that. And I'm just appreciative of that.
Yeah, man. Honestly, I was really excited after Qual 1. Qual 2 definitely didn't disappoint. If anything, it got even better. And coming into this now, I'm not sitting down, but I am metaphorically at the edge of my seat, you know, waiting to see who were the last ones to push their way into the top 8. We saw crazy clutches there to close it as well. I'll be real, Reese, this is what Fortnite's all about.
It is indeed. We saw some mad clutches. Flixie in particular this time not jumping in a car in the end game, using his weapons instead, right? We saw right at the start of the moving zones, he managed to pick up a refresh, which was super critical because you could even just like tarp ahead, popped off shot after shot after shot after that alongside Nalo as well. Don't want to forget him out. Don't want to just give Flixie all of it. They've been great today. Definitely a team that has not qualified to an FNCS finals before. I've only started to hear about this time after them hitting a bunch of the round 2s in the cash cups, and they've already now punched a ticket to their first FNCS finals.
Yeah, super impressive. They have all the technical quality that you need to be a top duo, but clearly they've added a bit, you know, finesse to their game. They understand what layers to be on. When they're on low ground, the understanding between the two of them to find refreshes and pick out the solo players and get their points up that way has just been sublime. And look, you know, I can't always see who's going to be the best teams from Cash Cup performances, but you guys have been pretty decent in them, and now they'll be playing in the finals of FNCS as well. So a great way to enter your way into the EU professional scene.
Absolutely. A little tip of the hat there to Vortex and Janice coming in clutch there in game number 6, right? Being able to put everything together. Remember, they may not necessarily have qualified, but this is still series points, right? This is locking in that semifinals play for them. And then, so we'll see them next weekend, where they will look to compete for one of those spots going into finals. But still, like, I guess, Levin and Reese, how do we feel about this performance specifically? Like, we haven't seen them do too much today. And then in this last game, yes, they do show up, but is it too late? Or are we like, no, it's fine. Like, they just needed to make it into semifinals, and then we'll definitely see them in finals.
Well, expectations will be high in terms of Janice. You know, he's been a duo champion before, right? And so I'm sure he will want to, you know, reclaim that status or hold on to it, I should say. It's not been what they would have wanted, but they definitely are on the right track based off of that last game. Vortex is just insane. You can see this here, right? The confidence to even go out for the pickaxe there when you're in the box is nuts. But look, it's not been their day particularly, but like you said, series points will be huge for them.
Yeah, and Qualifier 1 was won by a team who just popped off in their final game, and when I saw Janice and Vortex there, I thought, yes, but that sign next to their name unfortunately said 13th in the leaderboard, which is out the top 8, but as we mentioned, that is valuable series points. They'll 100% made it through to the semi-finals, and a team of this caliber, I definitely think they can win a game or at least get the qualification threshold to top 6 and make it through the finals. It would be sad to not have Janice in there, and I love watching Vortex as a crazy fighter to sit, and this duo together has been super good from those two reasons. So if they're not there, I'll be sad personally.
Yeah, I think we can have those high expectations like you were kind of talking about, Levin, especially in semifinals, right? They have this kind of week to take a look back, VOD review, and then come back that much stronger in the semifinal rounds next weekend. Let's take a look at our final standings, though, before we do say goodbye on the day, because remember, we're looking for that top 8. They auto-qualify and go straight to finals 2 weeks from today, but next weekend, everyone else is playing in the semifinal rounds if they've made it through on series points. So, Stompy, I've not seen your name all day, brother, but you made it in the top 7. That's absolutely crazy. But take a look who then gets knocked out, right? Link and Default. They almost did make it out. And kind of think about that, guys. That last interaction there, that literally cost them.
Yeah, that was everything. And I think coming into this game, they were sitting in 9th, right? And so with all the crazy stuff going on, you would have hoped, right, that they would have been able to sort of push their way in, but no, staying in that place. again, I don't even want to sort of belittle them by saying, oh, it's good for series points, though. They will be disappointed, right? They will be disappointed because, you know, coming into these final 2 games, Link obviously came third in the game before this, and they had some deep runs. Default as well will be ruined the day when he can get another chance to hit some shots on low ground, but it's one of those ones where they still did perform quite well on the day, and I think they should be able to take a lot of positives from it going into semis.
Absolutely, and it's, you know, this is where he cracked. Notice, just have a look at the crosshair placement, you know, look at the shots going through. In this situation in particular, you can tell he's obviously a little bit nervous there, thinking this is the qualification, and that elimination alone would not have qualified him. We just still need to get another placement threshold on top of that because they would not have won the tie on eliminations total in the leaderboards. So, you know, that's what the difference between some of the players, like obviously we said Savage clutching up earlier, Anas winning that game with nerves of steel. This is what some of the veteran players bring to the table, and what some of the more up and comers, the newers, the names that have just started to come up over the last couple of months are yet to have.
So tough, but it's good. We're back next weekend, 3 days of Fortnite action. Let's take a look at our predictions before we say goodbye. Once again, some of us are right, some of us are wrong.
Who's wrong, Zeke? Who's wrong?
I am 0 for 2 right now. I'm really struggling, boys. I'm real struggling.
Yeah, it's one of them ones, man. It's all good. I would give you a pat on the back, but yeah, you got one wrong here. Look, Benji and Savage, huge game. Can we get some claps for Benji and Savage?
I don't know if you can hear my claps, but I
can't hear them. Look, if you're watching in Legends Landing, be sure to do your favorite emote for the big Benji and the big Savage. I'm sure all their fans across the world are super excited to know that these guys will be playing in the FNCS finals, and I can't think of anything better than to see these guys popping off there as well. Super impressed by how they did today.
Absolutely. You know, I obviously went with Andalex next squeeze. They came 14th, so good overall, but not the kind of top placement I was hoping. They definitely struggled a little bit off spawn in Kondo, which was unfortunate, right? Because any game they got off, they got deep into, like 4th, 6th eliminations in that final game there in particular. So they had a good comeback in the second half, but the first half, unfortunately, just wasn't for them.
It's weird because I remember thinking to myself, I wondered why Vidu and Reason gave Kondo to Andalex in his squeeze, and you know, maybe this was the plan all along. They thought, yeah, you guys can have it. You weren't even called from there anyway, guys, so don't worry about it. You guys can land there all you want. It's been a fun time, but look, hopefully, you know, going into semis, those guys can do something if they have enough series points to even make it there. But yeah, a lot of top teams not having the results they would have wanted. That's it. Sometimes you got to just hit the throwing board and come back stronger.
Next week is that time, right? One last opportunity to make it in on the bus, heading on to finals. That wraps up all the action here in EU. Thank you so much for hanging out with us, watching these 6 games. Remember, if you want more Fortnite action today, you still got the NA East team, and you also have the NA West team. So what are you doing? Make sure you come back for more action here from the FNCS. Until next weekend, we love you all. Stay safe, and we'll see you on the battle bus.
Beep, beep. Chapter 3 has arrived, and with it comes an entirely new map to explore. There are some old returning favorites like Tilted Towers, Shifty Shafts, and Greasy Groves. There's also a ton of new POIs like Sleepy Sounds, Condo Canyon, and the Daily Bugle. Now, everyone knows the POIs, but what about the characteristics of the map, and what should we expect throughout the competitive season for Chapter 3 Season 1? Let's dive into some of the new changes and effects it has on competitive play. The first change that will seriously impact the way that competitive games are played out is the large abundance of environmental heals that are now available on the map. Previously, in Chapter 2, a lot of the slurp barrels were mainly located at slurpy swamps, with of course some others being thinly spread across the map in small amounts. Now in Chapter 3 Season 1, there are 87 slurp barrels distributed rather evenly across the map. Similarly, there are also 171 produce boxes spread relatively evenly throughout the map as well, so now a lot more players and teams will get access to not only the free shield in these, but also the peppers for enhanced movement speed. Last chapter, all the pepper spawns are basically limited to one POI, Catty Corners, but now the majority of named POIs have access to these outside of Rocky Reels. Teams like Janus and Vortex, who placed second in the first Cash Cup of the season, heavily utilize this in their early game strategy. They land to the south side of Sleepy Sound, and on their individual looting paths, both has access to shield barrels and produce boxes, meaning they can essentially make the most out of the 20 chests they have there, as they barely need to use any shield that they loot. Vortex uses 7 shield barrels to the west side alongside the shield mushrooms obtained from the produce boxes to get himself all the way up to 200 HP. Janus lands on the east side and pops 2 minis, then grabs the 3 slurp barrels and produce boxes to the north. You might think it's a waste, since he could have just used the same shield barrels as Vortex, but landing more split enables them to loot the entire place faster, disengage quicker, finding plenty of minis along the way anyway, so it won't necessarily matter. As you can see, as they leave their POI, they are not struggling for shield one little bit, unlike many of the other teams in the lobby.
You know, Reese, while we're on the topic of heals, we have to talk about the new coolers. These trusty new resources provide 3 different variations of loot. You can get 4 chug splashes, 2 guzzle juices, or 2 chug splashes and 1 guzzle juice. We've already seen this become a huge staple in competitive play. For example, Booga and Skittles drop in Chonker Speedway that has 17 cooler spawns, and when they leave this drop spot, they often have 18 chug splashes split across both of their inventories. This totals to 720 HP that can be healed if utilized effectively. With the cars already equipped here in Chonker Speedway with those nice off-road tires, they have that ease of mobility around the map. With this additional mobility and all of the chug splashes from the cooler boxes, this allows them to spend much more time looting in zone for ammo and better weapons. The issue with this strategy though is that it requires you to take a mid-game fight for your surge damage. But for a team like Booga and Skittles, that's something they're very confident in. Overall, this is a very unconventional but successful early game strategy they've been implementing. Last but not least, we have probably the most impactful addition to the map, and that is the spider webs. These webs provide you with mythic Spider-Man web shooters, an easy rotational tool using the webs, and additional heals. Having these provide numerous benefits in the early game, like easy shield and fast mobility. Now, these webs can be really useful in the early game for faster looting, but can be a double-edged sword in the end game. In this game, the first moving zone pulls from south of Daily Bugle to the northwest, which means there are a large amount of obstacles in players' way. Shady and Waze have boxed up next to one of these webs, meaning when the zones start to pull, they can leave their box and get an easy rotation from low ground without the use of a launch pad, and also saving them a ton of material. However, if you're not watching each turn in a messy endgame, you could easily bounce off of one of these and be sent into the zone, or even worse, into Tayson's line of sight. With these incredible additions to the map, plus some old favorites returning, we can't wait to see you all in action when FNCS returns in February. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
When did I get my first gaming PC? I knew you had a laptop at one point. I heard that once, but I have no clue when. That was really much shorter than I thought. I thought it was way longer ago. If I had to leave at one of the Chapter 3 POIs, where will that leave? That's a good question, okay.
I don't know, it depends what he puts.
Okay. Oh,
nice! I got it. We used to drop there at the start of the season.
which year did I first start playing Fortnite?
I'm pretty sure it's 2017 or 2018 because it's the start of like the game, but I'm not sure if you started playing after December. No!
Oh,
Dude, I missed it. I don't know, I thought it was January for some reason.
when did I win my first cash prize? Oh, that is easy.
I'm going with this. Oh yeah, I wouldn't have got that ever.
Why? I told you I made winning World
Dude,
Cup,
I mean,
and then I bought
I was
another
thinking
PC.
Of a random solo cash cup like before that or Winter Royale. What's been my favorite chapter and season so far?
I'm gonna go for easy guess. Okay.
I mean, even I gotta think about this one.
Oh,
Wow.
what? Why did you choose World
Yeah, no.
Cup season?
Dude, that was like my season, bro. What's my favorite food?
You told me like not that long ago. I completely forgot because I told mine too, but yes!
Yes, sir. We got it. I don't know. It's just amazing and simple. It's great. What's my favorite POI from Chapter 3?
I'm gonna go with the easy guess with a place that everyone liked. Yes, I knew it.
I just land there in arena all the time. It's not the same spot at the other thing. What's the most eye points, me or you?
Oh, that is that is the easy one.
How many points is that total?
All right, what's going on, Fortnite fam? Today I'm in the lobby with Cease. How are you getting on today? Simple one to start it off.
I'm doing pretty good.
Perfect. That's what we like to hear. So I'm gonna go with a bit of a wild card to start things off with here. Assuming the entire world was a zero ping single region, who would you want to duo with?
I'd probably want to do it with Volks because he's a funny man. He's OCE, and yeah, I've hung out with him a bunch of times.
Another weird one. Time travel your current skill back to the 2019 Solo World Cup. Where are you placing?
I don't think I put much more than like a couple hours into practicing for solos because I was so focused on duos, and duos was of course the day before, so I was already excited. I was like, I already did. So what can I do? So I literally landed at the most shambles spot ever. If I could change anything, I would probably just land the block.
What would be the first and best piece of advice you'd give someone who's kind of new, starting to get into the competitive scene now and just starting to improve their kind of Fortnite competitive placement?
If you place top 15 in a cash cup, take that $200, whatever it is, and put it aside. If you get top 10 in the grand finals, just put that aside for a new computer or for a new mouse that you've been wanting or whatever. Like, invest in yourself. That's exactly what I did. Like, my two teammates in the last FNCS were on the worst computers possible. I got them new computers for the Grand Royale, and look what happened. We made I think we made double what we made in the last FNCS.
Where do you rate yourself on the greatest of all time, the GOAT list?
I think right now, I probably put myself, within the top 25. But I think after this year, I'll be, back into the top 10, top 5.
There's a lot of money to play for when it comes for a lot of these finals, and there's a lot of stress involved in that too. Are you planning anything in particular with your mindset?
I don't think I had any nerves at World Cup. Like, I literally at duos, and I can tell because we were so prepared and we had a game plan knocked out. But then it came to solos, and I was extremely nervous because I had nothing, and I was by myself, and so now into trios, it's like this last FNCS, I had so much prepared. I knew exactly what our game plan was. I knew what we were going to do, and we knocked it out.
You already mentioned earlier your favorite game mode is duos in particular. What's your least favorite game mode?
Well, duos is always like a part of the game, but when trios came out, I was like, oh no way, a year of trios, I hate it. Now we're on the duos, I'm like, no, trios is gone, I want trios. And so I always didn't like squads, and I'm guessing if squads got announced for a year or however long, I would be like, I'd hate it, but then by the end of the year, I'd love it. So it's just like, I don't really know. I think squads right now, but who knows? Maybe it's probably solos, honestly.
Thank you very much for your time, Cease. It's very, very, very appreciated here. Where can the people find you?
At Cease on everything. That's just my handle across all socials. So just stay in touch.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
feels amazing to be back at FNCS.
I'm excited to keep my journey alive and keep pushing.
I just love to win.
This is where it's all going down, you know?
Yeah, I'm excited to go up against like all the high tier pros and see how well I could do.
I feel like I can do the best I've ever done. My IGLing is what separates me from the other players.
I like to think that I have very good aim.
Other competitors should fear us. I'm very excited to crush the competition this season.
My toughest opponent is probably going to be like no one. I'm just the best.
I'm ready to win this FNCS. This FNCS has to be mine.
I just can't wait to show everybody how good I am.
And I'm not going anywhere for this FNCS besides first place.
Let's get it, boys.
Let's go!
Eight teams have progressed to finals from Qualifier 1 tonight. 50 more duos will go keg to keg for the last remaining 8 auto-qual spots. Which names will headline the Daily Bugle in the morning? Let's find out. Welcome back to FNCS NAE. It's Qualifier 2. My name is Adam Savage. I am delighted to be your host once again, bringing you all the action from across the region. I'm also joined tonight as well by the almighty SBG and Sundown, setting the analytical foundation for us here on the show. It's going to be a wild one. Obviously, you can see here as well, guys, on the panel, Vivid's gone. Vivid's just... Honestly, Qualifier 1, I predicted Commandment and Stretch to go all the way. They came first place. He couldn't take it. He ripped off his headset, said something Vividy, and just left the building. And he's... it's tragic, really. Not really. Tonight, Vivid is making his casting debut alongside Monster. It's going to be amazing. We can't wait to see it happen. That's coming up very shortly. But boys, welcome into the squad. Sundown, great to have you here on the desk as well, my friend. But SBG, we are back. Qualifier 1 was amazing. What can we expect tonight? 8 more places up for grabs, my friend.
Oh man, we're gonna see some of these best teams, and then a few teams snuck in that didn't necessarily make round 3 in the first qualifier. So we'll see how they're able to really change things, and obviously the top 8 are gone, so there's those spots up for grabs, whether it be actually on the leaderboards or on the map, and these teams are gonna figure that out. But I'm really interested to see how tonight goes.
Yeah, as SBG noted, there's plenty of spots up for grabs. 8, our top 8 will be going through to the finals, but also 8 of those biggest sharks are kind of pulled out of that pond. We saw the action on Friday end up going down, and while we have a lot of repeat duos who have ended up making it through to the final round, there's some new faces as well with a lot on the line. It's either that top 8 going straight through the finals, or you're battling for series points to try and make the semifinals. So a ton on the line today, Adam.
So much on the line. You're hyping me up here, boys. I can't wait. It's all coming your way. You guys watching at home here on broadcast, we're going to go through it all. Talking of which, let's go through the broadcast schedule so you can see exactly what is coming up for you, courtesy of FNCS. As you can see here on screen right now, we've had Qualifier 1 already happen on Friday. Today, it's round 3, which means it's Qualifier 2 here February 20th. Coming up next weekend, the semi-finals we were alluding to there with the series points. Who's going to get there? February 25th through 27th. And as you can see here as well, the finals, the actual finals are happening March 5th and 6th. Now remember, you can watch all the action on the new Legends Landing. It's found in the Buy Epic Discovery Row. Make sure to check out, there's loads of fun things to do on there, as well as watch the games live, which is simply unbelievable. I mean, SBG, this is such a great experience for people at home watching it actually in Legends Landing.
Yeah, you can take a seat, use your favorite emote to sit down and actually sit down in game, or you can challenge your friends to do a bunch of different things. And Sundown, I think the coolest thing is the Hall of Fame, and we see these guys here that have won all of the different FNCSs. That's so cool, and now they're enshrined forever in Legends Landing.
Yeah, having that little Hall of Champions and being able to see just like what was the top players were able to do and have it enshrined in there. But go around exploring. There's so many fun things to go through, but we're going to take a look at the format now here.
Yeah, and for our format, we're going to have our second qualifier. We went through the first one already, and it was slightly different here in the qualifier number 2. We had 10 matches in round 2 as opposed to 7 in the first one. Now we're playing 6 matches. The top 8 are going to advance straight to finals. Everyone else is going to get series points. And why do the series points matter? Well, that is how you qualify to semifinals. We're going to play semifinals next weekend. There's going to be 3 different sessions. The top 6 in each session are going to be advancing to the finals. But wait, if you get a victory royale in any match during those sessions, you also advance advance to finals. Then we have our 2-day final, and it's going to be so awesome seeing that new match point format introduced this season.
Yeah, it's going to end up making points. I mean, we're talking about points here against Sundown. Just to jump in, format-wise, points. This is so important for our team. This is how they get to those finals.
Yeah, this is how the teams will be accumulating those points going through. So the first round of placement points occurring at 35th, and then at 30th, you can see once you end up getting then into the top 25, it is +1 for each team who ends up going down. Until you get into that top 3, then there's some bonus points, +2, +2, +4 for the Victory Royale. So 32 points in total. But don't forget, in round 3, it's 3 points per elimination. So those really end up adding up very quickly.
Yeah, there's eliminations. 3 points to go. That's huge. It makes massive differences when it comes to the leaderboard. We're going to see that fluctuate all over the shop today. We're actually going to take a look at as well the players who are actually competing in today's I guess, qualifier 2. We've got 50 duos going head to head, trying to make it through into those 8 spots we're giving away today. I say giving away. They're going to battle out for today, of course. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Some familiar names as well in that players list, SBG. Some ones that were really standing out for us that we're excited to see happen.
Yeah, and some of the teams we saw just narrowly missed that qualification of that top 8 in the previous qualifier joining us here today. But the first 2 names on this list didn't even make round 3 of the first qualifier. So Rise and Agers, Quanti Peterbot, welcome to round 3. You guys are more than deserving to be here. And Sundown, I'm sure there's some names that you're looking at and you're like, oh, these guys have got top 8 easy.
I'm not necessarily sure about easy because there's a lot of really good duos going through here. Immediately have to call out Muzz and Avery being able to represent the only multi-region FNCS champ making it through to the round. My prediction itself, I talked about it a little bit on Friday. Fatch and Pam Style, one of the returning duos. There's 18 returning duos, including basically everyone who is between 9th and 20th. Only 3 teams who weren't in that top 20 of the duos will be back and playing today, including Scented and Cold, who I know were very much a Caster and Death's favorite as well, and kind of surprised they didn't end up making it into the top 8 in that first qualifier.
They got so close, didn't they? I think they were a few points away. They were in 9th position. 8 of the top 8 went through. So close. Obviously, today they want their revenge. They want to go through and get in there. Thanks for going through some of those teams, guys. Obviously, there are so many to look out for. I'm sure you guys at home have your favorites as well. We'll see how they do later on. But first, we put together a few little bits for you guys to enjoy as well at home. This is something called Ask a Pro. Check this out.
Which other pro player do you wish you could play with more?
I love playing with FaZe Dubs a lot. He's really fun to play with. He has really good energy. Honestly, I wish there was some crazy team game mode or something like squads or something, and I would play with him one day. That would be awesome. He's really fun to play with.
I think I wish I could play more with Queasy. I think that Queasy is one of the most insane IGLs in this game, especially for his region.
I think I would go with Scented, because Scented knows a lot about Fortnite, and I think just playing with it will be really beneficial in the way because he will learn me a lot of stuff that I don't know.
This is a hard question, honestly, because I play with a lot of pro players.
I really like playing with Canada. I play with them a lot. It's really fun playing with them.
And so I'd say maybe Epic Whale or Tayson.
I miss my boy Booga, bro. He left me recently, and I wish we could replay with each other, man. I miss him.
What's the best way to use cars?
Definitely for rotation. It's definitely a good rotation item. It can also be a good aggressive item if you're looking to push people.
Get the 2-door car, throw some big tires on it, get it to max fuel. That's the recipe for success in this meta. Other than that, any cars with big tires on it is going to do incredibly well. And now that trucks, obviously they've always been 2 doors. Or 2-seaters in the inside, so you can have a duo in there now instead of a trio with 1 person on the back. Learning how to abuse cars in the best way possible, boxing them up on a good refarm, making sure that you can still have your high material count, but have that incredible use of mobility inside of your base, ready to go for the zone.
You should be able to save your car to the 3rd zone, so you have less time to run, so you use less mods.
After you have a bad game, how do you reset to come back in a positive mindset?
If you're not accustomed to it, you better get accustomed to it, but you can't win every game. It's very difficult, especially in the finals.
Honestly, after a bad game, you always got to remind yourself how many more games there are left, how much more you could do in just one game. It's very important to just look at the format and actually realize all you need is a win with a couple kills and boom, you're at the top.
go outside and just take a quick breath, and then I'm ready to play again.
No matter how bad you're doing, there's always room for a comeback. And I really always want to see myself doing good. I never want to, like, I don't let that stuff get to me until like the games are over, and then like I can tilt as much as I want.
My advice would be to not think of it now and just go to the next game.
You got a call, then you just gotta pop off.
It is so much about positive mindset, isn't it? That mixed with experience as well. That gets you so far in this competition here. And we're going to see who can manage to go all the way this evening, because you have to take those bad moments and really utilize them and make them and turn them around into good moments. And hopefully that's going to happen for a lot of our teams today to get into that top 8. Let's focus on some teams in particular. Obviously, POIs and drop spots are incredibly important in this format as well. Who's going to be contested, who's not. Let's look at one of our duos first and foremost, Peterbot and Quanti. SBG, why is this duo such an exciting one to see compete at this level?
So I think first and foremost, we've seen Peterbot play with like 3 or 4 separate duo mates, and now he's finally found the one that's clicking at the right time. Him and Quanti are going in, they're going to be playing well, and like I said, they weren't able to reach round 3 last time, so I'm interested to see what they're able to do now that they've reached that round.
Yeah, and they have a very unique playstyle. I think it's one of the things that's made it difficult in duos, because with trios you can kind of plug in somebody of Peterbot's skill and there's no real problem, but if you watch him play solos, he plays very differently. It's a lot more methodical, it's a lot of ambush practice, and he kind of manufactures eliminations. And finding somebody who wants to play in that playstyle, it can be tough at times. Then also making that playstyle work when you add somebody else isn't always necessarily a given. So I'm very interested to see if they're able to put it all together when under the pressure of basically only having this qualifier to really run through it.
I totally hear what you guys are saying. I think that's really important. It is a real difference from last season as well. Trios going to duos as well. You've got new teammates, new teams forming. It does have a massive impact. You've got to kind of take all that, and particularly in the moment as well, things get so intense. That communication is really important. There's so many factors. I want to see what happens again as well. I love that kind of the VT we just saw as well there with Omzo in his chair going, "Yo, Miss Google, man." I love this guy, and I'm excited to see how he works with DGen this evening, because these guys came really close last week. It didn't quite happen, or let's say a few days ago, didn't quite happen for them. Tonight they was looking pretty good indeed here, SBG. Again, another great duo who have got so much potential.
And the tough thing for them in the first qualifier was off spawn. They went down numerous times, but Knifer and Byla aren't going to be in this one, and they're not going to be contesting them. That doesn't mean that someone else may not be, but we'll have to see if they're able to make it to that end game, because once they're there, Sundown, they are such a strong duo.
Yeah, they were able to put up results every time they made it off the off-spawn fight. You have to assume, because Knifer and Byla aren't there and no other duos on East necessarily want to be fighting both Knifer and Byla and then Eomzo and DGen, if you don't have the reps at that drop, you're just going to get waxed out every single time. The guaranteed llama is so strong, and you can see how practiced they are, making sure they have the exact same landing. They rotate over there in a very timely manner. And if you're not necessarily on your X's and O's like they are, you're just going to get pushed back into the lobby waiting for the next match. And once that happens once or twice, I assume you'll get pushed away. So I'm hopeful that now that we're into the last qualifier, teams are going to be a little bit more deliberate about their game plans. They're going to find a drop spot that works. They're going to do the math. They're going to go look and see what everyone else is saying. And they're going to find a spot on the map where, hey, we can get enough materials to give ourselves a chance in the mid game on Storm Surge and into the end game. And if they do that, I think we're going to see a really tight top 8, which has been the story of NAE so far.
Oh, that's why we love it so much here, though, Sundown. We love it getting tight. And particularly, we saw in EU there as well, the bubble teams. Everyone was kind of in that last game, potentially going through, which made it so much more exciting. One team that is actually going to be competing today, who weren't here on Friday, didn't qualify for that, but are today, Muzz and Avery as well. We know, obviously, Muzz last season, going through Booga, Miro, Muzz were FNCS champions, now teaming up. I got a new duo with Avery, who we know so well as well. Talk me through SBG. I mean, we know these guys, but what makes them a really captivating duo?
I think they're a fan favorite duo just because of how cool it is for a player to literally come across the world and then dominate another region. He was able to do it over in OCE. He's now doing it over here in NA East, and we really haven't seen anything like that before. He's now teamed up with Avery, who's more of a slower paced player who is very mechanical and has the ability. It's all a matter of whether these two are now playing together well at the right time. I'm not sure. I haven't really seen enough from them to tell me yes or no, but individually, I know they're good enough. It'll just be a matter of how it plays out today.
Well, I think one of the biggest things, and there's no doubt that Muzz is a skilled player, but he's also a very emotional player. Right, we've seen it when he ended up coming over from OCE. They didn't instantly have success when it was that full OCE trio, and it took him splitting apart and then going with some other NA East players. He most certainly has the ability, but they need to get things rolling right away, and I think that's where Avery's deliberate playstyle is going to be able to help them out, where if they're able to get just 1 or 2 elims early on, get 1 or 2 picks to get a refresh, or even just not be threatened by Storm Surge, if they're able to do that between the first 2 games and make it into the end game, I have no doubt that they'll be pushing towards that top 8 threshold. And I think if you're able to just get that little bit of confidence into Muzz, he's just kind of a ticking time bomb in that circumstance where he's going to go off at some point. He's going to rack up a bunch of eliminations. He's going to make a sick play that's going to keep you in the game or win you a game, right? So it's just enabling that to happen.
Yeah, with Muzz, it's all about fueling the self-confidence fire there, and he's like a steam train. That's what we need to do here. Hopefully that happens for him. Let's talk about some of the off-spawn fights as well. We talked about how important it is to actually kind of get those maybe early eliminations, get some Storm Surge, kind of really give you a bit of impetus going forward into those kind of final phases of each game. Let's look at Windmill Split in particular here, and the off-spawn fight that's happening there. SBG, 2 teams that are going head-to-head here, Redux and Jacksons. What's going to happen?
I don't know. What I have seen, though, from Jackson J and Fabled Taco, they're one of the duos that have come almost out of nowhere. I know Fabled Taco is a very strong collegiate player, now putting it all together. So one of the older players in the lobby, old for Fortnite, and we know Savage and Redux are more veterans within the space. They've played this game. They understand how this final format lobby is going to play out. So like Sundown said earlier, it's going to come a lot for, you know, those first couple of matches. Who's able to make their staple on this and push the other team off?
I don't, not so hot take maybe. I think if you're ending up contesting Windmill Split off of the start, you're both in for a bad time. It's not necessarily the worst spot on the map, but there's tons of other splits enabled, and the fights there off of the start are so awkward where, again, this is true for a lot of parts of the map, where if you don't resolve the fight quickly, you're just not going to be able to get anything going. You're not going to get your materials as you move further into the map. Everything will have already been picked, cleaned, and scavenged and pillaged, and if you're fighting so far away from center, I'm going to put you both outside the top 8 unless one of the teams just straight rolls the other.
Well, exactly. And we all know in this situation as well, when it is playing for those 8 positions, anything is possible, chaps. Anything is possible. Right, we've got something else for you guys. Predictions are coming up, but we have got, I think, Where in the World first. Let's take a look at that and see exactly what it has in store.
Oh, it does get harder. Oh my god.
Let's go. I'm ready for the random patch of grass or like the random wall up close. I'm just not gonna be able to understand.
Oh, this is a good one.
This is on the south side of Sleepy Sounds. This is looking towards the lighthouse behind it.
Oh, this is from Sleepy Sound, I think.
This is definitely Sleepy Sounds, I'd say.
This is that Sleepy Sound.
That is Sleepy Sound.
It's a little close, but...
Let's go. We are in Condo Canyon.
This is actually my drop spot, I believe. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is Condo Canyon.
I'm not 100% sure. I just say Condo Canyon.
Oh, this is at Condo Canyon.
That is Kando. I don't know the name. Kando something. Kando Canyon.
Condo Canyon. Nice.
I'm just too goated at this or something. I don't know what to say. Oh my god, this one is such a hard one.
Uh-oh.
I think this is Bugle.
Meowscles Morsel.
Okay, no, this one is this one's in Coney.
Probably Tilted Towers because of the building.
Coney? I'm just guessing Coney. I'm not sure.
So the building looks familiar. I think I'm gonna say Tilted.
I don't know a sign on the view. I didn't even know it was there.
Nice.
No way.
Oh my lord, what is this? What is this?
This is Greasy Grove, 100%.
Oh, Greasy.
Easy. This one is so easy. It's Greasy Grove.
Gosh, I have no clue.
Oh, this is at Greasy. I land Greasy, so.
I'm gonna go with Rocky Rios.
Let's go.
4 for 4.
Oh, this is a tough one.
If it's not Jones's, it might be Camp Cuddle, but I think it's Jones's. I'm gonna lock in Jones's.
Is this Shifty Shafts? Oh wait, no, it could be Camp Cuddle.
I think Camp Cuddle because of the trees and the campfire. I don't really know.
The Joneses?
Like, this doesn't even seem like a POI. Like, I'd say Camp Cuddle.
Great.
Loot Lake, wow. Yeah, I've not been here.
Yeah, I've never been here either. Yeah, don't land here.
See, I would have never guessed that.
Users there coming out on top. Obviously, he knows the map better than the rest of his peers there. But I tell you what, I love those content pieces, getting to know the players a bit more, a bit more depth as well about them as well. Not just seeing them kind of playing the game, but actually getting to know them as people. Let's talk about some of the favorites as well. SMG, who are you looking forward to seeing? Just being out there, just putting on a show for us.
I think it has to be Muzz and Avery. I know we've talked about them a lot already, but to me, it's one of the coolest stories currently within Fortnite is watching Muzz. And Avery is an incredible player in his own right. We've talked about why they're going to be good, but hey, Sundown, who are you looking forward to?
I mean, there's tons of duos. I think immediately, we've already talked about Sentient and Commandment, want to see them at Degen and Niamzo. Again, I think Avery and Muzz is another caller. I'm really excited to see Aegis and Rise because I think they have potential to be one of the stronger duos just across the entirety of NA East. So not seeing them compete on Friday was a little bit of a surprise, but I think now that everyone's really settled down, this is the final chance. These duos are really going to be pushing the limits today in terms of what they're capable of, and I think we're in for a lot of really exciting Fortnite.
Yeah. Do you know what? That's the great thing. For you guys at home as well watching, I'm sure you might have the similar favorites or different ones as well. Put it out there on socials. Let us know. Let's see how you actually fare at the end of the day. Let's have a look at the predictions that we've made as a broadcast team as well. You can see here, I have gone for Degen and Niamzo simply because we talked about it earlier on. Llama split, the fact that Knifers Duo didn't get into the qualifier today, which means that they kind of are uncontested in their area, which I think is very, very strong for them. Somebody's Gun, walk us through why Cold and Scented.
I gotta stick with Cold and Scented. I went with them last time. I'm not moving away from my pick. They just narrowly missed out on qualifying in the previous round, and now I think they're gonna lock it in. They're going to be one of those top 8, no issues. They figured out whatever the problems were. But hey, Adam, Monster has similar taste as you. He's also going with Niamzo and Degen because two great minds must think alike.
Thank you, mate. I appreciate that. Sundown, obviously you weren't on the same Degen Niamzo bandwagon there. Fatch and Pamsto, why?
I've been stuck on the Fatch and Pamsto one, predicted them on Friday. A broken clock eventually has to be correct, and they've looked really good. So I'm hoping that my caster curse won't last, and eventually if I predict them, I'll be right.
And of course, Vivid there, Jamper and Dukes as well. I mean, he can tell us himself exactly why he's chosen them, because I can't believe I'm saying this. Vivid is casting the action alongside Monster. This is going to be this is a momentous day in Fortnite history, guys. This is going to be epic. Over to you, fellas. Let's do this thing. Game 1 is coming.
Hey, man. Listen, I'm happy to be here. I'm even more happy to be alongside my man, Vivid. We're bringing the action today. Let's talk about these picks, though, Vivid. Let's get into Fortnite, because that's what we are here for. You're jumping into the Jamper and Duke train right now. Talk to me about your pick.
Listen, I kind of went against my own policy here, right? They haven't been doing too well in the Cash Cups throughout the season, and I'm willing to admit that. However, looking at the past Grand Royale that we just had and the most recent FNCS, we have Duke, Mira, and Booga right at the top of the Grand Royale, right? So we have Duke up there. And then we see Jamper, Day, and Tragix also right in the second place spot in that Grand Royale as well, right? So we have a duo that is formed from people who have gotten first and second in these events already. So I'm coming into this qualifier. They didn't do too well yesterday, but I think that they are well-vetted players. They have the experience, and especially when you take into consideration that coming from qualifier 1 that we had this weekend to qualifier 2, we got a bunch of players that are new. They don't necessarily have this experience. These well-vetted players, man, they got to be able to place, and I think that they can.
Yeah, no doubt. And not only that, the dynamic of the map's going to be a little bit different. So Friday might have been a rough day. We have new players on the map. We have new contested drop spots happening all around. One of the particular picks, in my opinion, is the reason I'm leaning into Iamzo and Degen, right? They were battle tested by Knifer and Byla there yesterday or on Friday, the previous qualifier. It was a tough fight for them, both of which came up a little bit short, right? Didn't quite have the performance they were looking for, but that's what you expect of a contested team. It's going to be a lot harder for you. This time around, being uncontested, we're going to see, because the battle bus is here. Game number 1 of the FNCS is underway. We're going to kick it off right now.
All right, here we go, getting straight into the action. I am really curious to see how this early game pans out. We know that MDF has alluded to Iamzo being uncontested over at the llama spot. That is going to be huge for them. I am also confident in saying that I believe that Jamper is going to be uncontested at Chonkers Speedway. That being said, though, we're going to be taking a look at some of the action down here at the Windmill Split.
Yeah, this is that big fight that Somebody's Gun was talking about, but Sundown said it best. I believe the two teams down here are in for a surprise. If they think they're going to do well, this is a very interesting place to take any kind of early action and or engagement. Now, it's not a traditional one. They kind of are split, but on the other side, a more head-to-head clash is going down right now. Sprite already losing his teammate Nounsy, but he does get the siphon onto Agers there, so there's a deadly exchange happening between the two, and a pretty even face-off here as Rise has about the same health that Sprite does right now. So, I mean, Vivid, what's the play here? Disengage, take the small victory, go to the reboot van. Like, there's a couple options here.
Listen, as we can just see, Sprite just got a buttload of meds. He has so many chug buses that he has to take advantage of. And as you can see, he is going to go ahead and do that now. He's going to use them, make sure he creates some space. He's actually going to go for a little bit of an interesting peek. And yeah, he's just getting worked right now by Rise. Rise is finding all the angles. Finally, Sprite with a nice edit. And man, Rise, even though all the odds were against him, he actually finds some crazy angles, and it just was so much better in that environment.
That's crazy. Game number 1 off to a bang here as Rise and Agers clash up against Sprite and company. Listen, what a fight there. Yes, we have to run it back for a quick second just to see how things started off. So it was actually Rise who catches the first elimination here, tags up Sprite big time here, but man, even with that advantage, how do you connect this flawlessly, just quicker on the draw there? Rise is a deadly bad man, and he proves it. On over to the Daily Bugle, though, we have Macwood and Donnie here. Oh, they had a hard and a difficult time here yesterday, but maybe it was because Bucky was just on fire, right, with Cam 1X?
Yeah, I believe that when Macwood was laning here, they were actually contested by Polarized, but I think they got a little too comfortable because at one point, I believe it was the first like 2 games, they kind of got out of the Daily Bugle untouched, but then eventually Polarized showed up and was like, hey, listen, I don't necessarily think that we should just let these guys walk away from our drop spot anymore. Right. Maybe it was like a Storm Surge problem that Paralyzed was having to where they wanted to be a little bit more aggressive off spawn, but regardless, look at Macwood and Donnie here. They already are going to be full shield here pretty soon, and Macwood's got some pretty good loot, even though they are splitting this drop, like an MK7, a Striker shotgun to boot, you know, and you got to speak about the web shooters, right? Those are so valuable in these lobbies.
And not to mention the 3 points to kick things off to a much better start than yesterday, where they were eliminated quite quickly out the gate, multiple times back-to-back. So a couple 3-point swings here. That's the difference in the format today. The format is going to heavily favor taking these engagements and winning them. The rewards now in the later stages are kind of amplified here, so these elims are worth a fair amount. Now, though, between Chubbs and Twix here, they're kind of sizing up Team Assault down low, who are staying hip-to-hip with one another. This is how you want to play these kind of engagements right now, but taking it slow and steady does come with its own risk. As we're seeing now, Chubbs is trying to look for the angle here. They definitely have the piece control. They have most of the builds here, but they're not wasting any time, so you got to get some farm on. Looks like this might end up in a little bit of a disengage here.
Yeah, you got to be really, really careful in these early game situations, right? Like, you can see that they have the high ground, they have plenty of shield, they have the weaponry, but the longer that you sit here, the less time that you are taking making progression towards your mid and late game. In the late game and the mid game, you need mats. You need to be able to sustain throughout any damage that you take. You need to be able to build throughout each one of those stages. And the longer that you kind of just sit here, you're not really working towards that. And as you can see, if you look down on the bottom right, the map, we can see that the zone is actually pulling somewhere to the northwest. So they definitely are going to have to travel at least some bit. So we can see here that this guy right here, Statics, he only has a total of like 13 builds. And that's like nothing. You know, we got other players in the lobby who are uncontested. They're working their way up towards 150 total builds right now.
Here's a rough fight going on for Sensei and Cold, who have the disadvantages up against Muzz and Avery. Big team, big clash going down right now. Scented and Cold should know better than to take one of these early game engagements, especially with how quick it's chewing through the builds here. And you can tell the veterans managed to hold off just enough, but it looks like it was a fight for loot. So Muzz and Avery might have best of the team here. Sensei and Cold slide on up. They get to bully them off of the rewards, but at what cost? It is going to come to the detriment of a couple heals, but not the end of the world, as they do have the movement. They get some tags. Remember, these tags are going to be crucial in the bigger scheme of things, the grand scheme of things. As we get that little map shot down there, this is a full-on northwestern pool. So, yes, they're safe for now, but there's plenty of, I guess, you know, space to work off of, right? They're not completely safe just yet. They have a long game in front of them.
Yeah, and we know Scented, right? He makes it to so many end games. We always see consistently, maybe not necessarily always winning those end games, but we can always find him, always rely on him to be in the end game somewhere on the low ground. And to be able to do that, you got to be able to consistently find the Storm Surge throughout this early game. So, you know, we can see Scented focusing around like the edge kind of zone here, where there's a nice little hill where he can post up on, and a little bit of a fight that, yeah, we saw him get into over some resources and stuff like that, but he knows what is worth it and what is not worth it.
I mean, this is another one of those positions that I'm proud to see Degen and the Yamzo in, right? They definitely have their drops themselves, but let's talk about the loadout here. Long range weapon, right? So we have the long range rifle in hand. We have the SMG here, no shotgun in play. This is the harder, I guess, of the two options, right? Between the MK7 and this rifle here, you really have to have your first shot accuracy down packed. That's kind of the play right now, right? If they're playing this passive, this could be a team that could be facing potential Storm Surge issues in the long run.
Yeah, I actually really like the Ranger Assault Rifle personally, especially in a situation like this. Degen is well known to have a very, very good aim, and the fact that they're all the way on top of this very tall hill means that they are going to have to be taking some long-range shots, and the MK7 isn't necessarily the best at doing that, but the Ranger with that first shot accuracy does work from distance.
Yeah, for sure. Muzz and Avery on the other side also with the MK7 in hand. This is pretty much a face-off between the two. On the bottom, you have Scented, who's in a completely different situation. But for Muzz and Avery, they're looking to take this open-toe exchange. This is something you see between pro players happen pretty consistently, right? They're willing to kind of stand out in the open, take these shots, take that risk, and hope that they can land the shot first, be a little bit quicker, be more accurate. Muzz does not get the shots he's looking for. Guard still very, very high here. Another opponent off in the distance. Ooh, he's going to be very upset that he's missing these, though. These are very crucial opportunities now. Not many are going to start presenting themselves later as the game begins to develop, though.
Yeah, it's crazy. You can be like later on in the game and you're sitting there, you're like, man, how have I not done enough damage yet? And then maybe you go back for a VOD review and you're watching yourself take some of these shots and you're just like, oh man, I gotta hit some aim training or something like that. But nonetheless, you know, it is some far range shots and it is still early on in this game. They have plenty of time to secure some of those Storm Surge tags. But we know Muzz, we know Avery, they are well vetted players, especially considering that Avery has played with the likes of like Booga before. You know, there's a lot of some of that information that gets transferred between these players when they play with one another. And then Muzz, great experience in a whole different region. This guy's cross-regional at this point, came over from OC, which has been the big story around Muzz, and he has done absolutely well on the North American East region.
Yeah, he brings so much to the table now, paired up with Avery. That's an exciting duo, one that I didn't see coming, but now we have the pleasure of watching. Here's Glace. This dude, they already have 2 eliminations, which is pretty big here. Heavy common shotgun in hand. This is definitely one of the more favorites of the few. These guys are pretty much tucked far and away, safe in the zone, no one in sight. Playing this far western portion, you can see they're just comfortable with the rotate right now. Try to buy themselves some dead side. Now, only a few teams can actually pull this off comfortably at this point, right? You had to have been a team that wiped another squad out. Otherwise, you'd be putting yourself in a big risk situation, being this far off from what we would call the population of the rest of the server. Now, little do they know, there is a team ever so close sneaking on up, and judging by the speed at which they're moving, I don't think they have a vehicle, so they have the drop right now as Baka and Glace are in the low ground here.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you could get a little too comfortable as, you know, we keep an eye on the map down there. They are getting a little closer, and yeah, there we go. A big beam comes out. But if we look at Baka's heals here, he's got plenty of heals to heal up, but we just got to get a full reset out of him. And this could get a little awkward because, as you can see, we have a river right here that's running right here. So they're in a little bit of a valley. There's big hills all around them, which could make it very hard to rotate out of the situation they just got put in.
On the other side, Peterbot and Quancy just wrap up a duo right here. And it looks like they have a lot of loot to play with. And unfortunately, they are going to have to ditch this loot as the zone is going to pull far west. Let's go on and take a look at what went down here from Shoni and Polo 13's perspective. They just get lined up on it. Seems like Quancy and Peterbot got here pretty quick and were even faster to get the shots off as they just murked that team. And my gosh, they were... If I had to guess, probably rotating on by, melted in the process. Quantum and Peterbot wasted no time to finish that battle up.
Yeah, I feel like we definitely got half the story on that one. Looks like they were just running around those builds. That player felt like he was a little comfortable in the open, which was a little weird. Peterbot and Quanti, though, creating a quick pinch around him to make sure that he couldn't really go anywhere. So well done by them nonetheless. But again, look, we see the prioritization of these hill positions. Rise and Agers, even though they already have 2 eliminations, they're still looking for that Storm Surge. And man, Scented actually reviving Cold. We're going to have to get the story on it. It looks like they don't have any eliminations, but Larson and Smite very close. Going to be box fighting now for Storm Surge, essentially.
Not going to work out at all. Sensi gets wrapped up right there by Smite and Larson. And man, for Scented, it's been a rough day since Friday. I mean, already, right, off to just missing qualification by a hair, then to come on in after a long qualification round 1, steps into round 2, gets dropped early here today in game number 1. That's probably the worst kind of start that you can be off to, right? Not really catching any eliminations or breaking placement threshold. This is actually much more stacked than we saw the games on Friday. The NAE's pacing was off like crazy, right? We had a lot of action happening last time around. Now we have tons of more teams, and I think that's because reality's setting in, right? This is the pressure of the situation now. It's like, hey, these are like one of the last opportunities we get to punch our way straight to finals here.
Yeah, you know, hypothetically, when we think about the format, we know that next weekend is our semifinals, and there are 2 ways to qualify after you get there. It's a victory route or top 6, right? And right now, you're in a situation where you have to get top 8 to qualify to those grand finals. Now, obviously, you don't do it this weekend. You're not completely out of the competition, but if some of these players, you know, maybe they're thinking, oh, I can't even get top 8 in what's technically supposed to be an easier bit of a round, then how am I going to get top 6, you know what I mean, next weekend? So that pressure, like you alluded to, is potentially coming in, and some of these players might be getting nervous, so they're more likely to play safe and not necessarily go for these eliminations in the early game.
Yeah, and of the stats, I mean, they show you need about 4 very, very solid games in order to break up into those top placing spots. Already a team like Scented and Cold dropping 1 puts them at a huge disadvantage coming in here, and I mean, 8 other teams are part of that same exact situation as D-Roller and Trashy get taken out there. And you can see the feed lighting up just a bit as teams are trying to figure out their Storm Surge situations. Now, 14 players have to go down now before this cutoff is completely met, before the threshold turns off the Surge. Otherwise, it's going to continue to rain down lightning bolts. And you can see it's already happening here. Users in Man City's threats. One of the few teams that have this issue on hand here. They're way below threats. If he gets tagged one more time, no, there it is. Gets just enough damage to stay in the game, but this is close. They're not completely safe, not just yet. Other favorites, Muzz and Avery get sniped out of the competition. Larson and Smite also had to make a quick move. We were just on them, seeing that they were comfortable. These are teams that rotated in from the storm line and then meet teams that are on fire. Smite and Larson now taking out, what's that, 2 of the caster favorite picks. My gosh, how the tables are turning now.
Yeah, they are on a tear, but look at this. They are 697 damage above. Some of these players are looking at damages that they're like below, and they're just like, man, how can I get some tags? You can play like these guys. You can get 4 quick eliminations, and now picking up those 2 heavy favorite teams in Muzz and Avery and Cold and Scented. They're walking away with, you know, a lot of shield here. 6 minis, 3 bigs on Smite himself. I'm sure Larson has a similar inventory, so this is looking really, really great for those guys. But that just turns into one of those situations, right? That Storm Surge comes in, you're on the rotate, you're a little bit behind, and then all of a sudden you're on the Storm Edge, and, you know, you just gotta go for a quick battle, which is why we saw Muzz and Avery kind of just quickly get in. But Users, though, finding a quick beam in the back. I don't know if he actually hit any shots right there.
No, they did not connect this onto Day. Day, who I don't see the teammate here. Wait a second, might be his lucky situation right now, as another team was just nearby. They actually put additional pressure here. Day finds a counter tag as well. This could be enough for them to, you know, respectively decide, hey, is it even worth pushing this player right now? But no, Day's going to leave his backside open. This is probably the biggest mistake he'll make of the day here. Now comes Users. Users looking for the angle. It's a 2v1 in the box situation. Doesn't matter how good you are, Deshaun, you're not going to get away from 2 pro players on the heels with the storm pressure. In addition here, it's going to work out for Users and Threats as they kind of claw back into the situation right now, but pressure is on. This storm's going to really start to chunk soon. If they don't make it in time, it'll be a 5 tick, but they should be a-okay, right? We have some peppers. Other highlights going down right now. Don't worry, we're keeping you guys in the loop here. Evasion and Zerch. You might have been wondering, how in the world did they take that engagement? What went down here? It was a face check into the box, followed by big counter fire and shots from Curse, and he was able to clutch up that 2v1 situation for him and his teammates. Not bad at all. Look at this, though. Users, man. He hasn't stopped since.
Yeah, the reason why we're seeing, again, so many of those close range fights go down very, very quickly is because of that Storm Surge that all these players get worried about. But Users and Threats, they actually make it in. I was a little bit worried about them because, as you can see, there is a lot of congestion on this southeast side of the zone. That's because a lot of players have been rotating out of there. There's been a couple fights that went down on every single side of it. So a lot of people down there. But Yamzo and Degen in a really good spot, especially with that little wind tunnel that they have right next to them.
Yeah, definitely don't want to fall prey to anyone here. So having this extra bits of mobility will be huge. At least having options is really what you want to be in with these kind of situations. Now look at the congestion right now. With this zone pushing far west, it's continuing to do that. So that rollover of the zone moving in the same direction is forcing players to hub on top of these little pieces of high ground. But not only that, because you're comfortable being in the zone, you start to get more and more people on top of the real estate. So this is becoming more and more of a difficult situation for Smite and Larson, though, who are pretty much leading the server right now at 4 eliminations, the most points by far. That's why you see that big beam and that glow on top of them. They're looking pretty solid here. One of the players in sight was Pamstu, just underneath. Did not see Thatch near him, so that's a little bit worrisome for someone like Pamstu. And yes, it does seem like he lost his teammate, so Pam's got another uphill battle for him as well in front of him as we're starting to approach the mid game now.
Yeah, and here we go. We are going to have this zone start to move towards the 5th one now. Interesting to see how these guys are actually going to make this rotate. Are they going to use the pad that they have to jump at? No, they're just going to go down and walk it. Interesting decision because, you know, you mentioned that congestion that's happening on the east side of the zone. They are also on the east side of the zone, so they are going to opt to walk with all these other players, and I'm just not sure if this is going to be able to work out for them. So we're going to have to see what happens there. They might have to panic and go ahead and use that jump pad that I know that they have from one of those eliminations that they picked up earlier.
I love this, though. This is like peak Fortnite new season in play here. They're like, hey, we don't need a launch pad because we have the mountain playing into our favor. We can just, you know, swiftly slide our way down the zone here, and it actually works out for the most part.
Yeah, that was good.
About 200 of the heavy materials, but look at this. They get into the zone. They manage to recycle some of the opponent builds, and just like that, they're inside the zone. Now they get to keep a launch pad for zone 6 after the half in. So very, very nice for Reciprocal, though. Not looking too hot as Convicted and company on the other side of the wall. Too many teams are sandwiching in now. This is you know, this is more than a party. We have a parade going down right here as, again, the zone is just telling us a story in its own. There are so many players here, and another surge warning is forcing the fights. Now, if you're a team that's above the surge, and you're hearing all this action, you're probably going to jump in because you can, right? The points are equally as tempting.
Yeah, it's just one of those things, right? We get done talking about, oh, how are these players going to rotate? And instantly, as they make the rotations, the storm surge warning comes up. So these players got to constantly be worried about so many different things at once. But still, though, storm surge's problem is not solved for everybody. Still, 5 players have to go down, and half and half zone is coming up quick in only 20 seconds. And as you can see, there's only about 5 total teams in that half zone right now. So we're going to see like 20 plus teams rotating directly towards that small bit of area. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out, but 20 over the Storm Surge going for a quick play and actually gets a knock on the Iamzo. That is huge.
Yeah, but the pickup should be able to come in here. Although the zone is starting to move right now, there's enough time to go in and get that. Here's Shadow 1x right now. Also, in a dire situation. Not only is Storm Surge on, but there's pressure coming in from the other side. Big knocks here for Rise and Agers, who are on fire now, looking to kind of jockey their way up to that #1 position. But OMG Me Too says, hold up, it's not over yet. You may have gotten my teammate, but you have to find me first, and these are his builds. It's his world, and he's making good control of the situation here. Wait for him to bounce back and hold on to pretty much the game at this point, as it was almost all over. And look, he slides out to the side. No big heals, but he is in the game. That's all that matters. For every team now that starts to fall after top 25, there are placement points to be made. Peterbot about to lose Quanti. Can he get the save here in time? There goes the Chug Splash to give him a little bit more room to breathe here. But no, here comes the asphyxiation, the big choke out from the other teams nearby. He's gonna have to give up his teammate. He takes the fight instead of backing off. Vivid, very bold move of him, but he's feeling confident. He's still here for the battle.
He is holding his ground here. 2v1 situation, editing amongst all of that, going for some shots. Very well played from Peterbot. Obviously, ultimately cannot end up saving Quanti, his teammate. But let me tell you, if I was Quanti, I'd be proud of my teammate putting up a fight for me like Peterbot just did. But a big development over here, Larson and Smite. Smite actually goes down, and Larson kind of in a similar situation as Peterbot, trying to fend for his teammate's life. Ultimately, not going to be successful, but Larson is in a good position here because he has 7 uses of the web shooter, and we're going to see that immediately come into play. As long as he gets it off, yeah. He almost got caught by somebody there as if they were fishing for him, but he's good. He's chilling. He's got 150 total HP after you use that med miss there, so he should be in a good position.
Look at this. Peterbot actually got a knock onto users. Man, we just saw that little clip of users in the situation here, the pre-show, showing how a little insight onto users and how much knowledge he has. But even all that knowledge is not going to hold you back against someone like Peterbot, who's on fire. Back over to Larson, though, who's trying to sit up. They've set a crazy standard here. 5 eliminations coming into endgame already. What can Larson do now that he's lost his teammate in Smite? Smite, who had the bulk of that firepower here, but these mythic hands, the spider web shooters, will allow you to travel and traverse the zone, so he should be able to steal away tons of more placement unless someone gets in the box, which just happened. But Peterbot has a story of its own going down right here. He finds Nick. That's 4 for Peterbot now, who is on fire here, bringing his team up to 6 eliminations. We love to see it. Full loadout, full deck of cards in hand, except he doesn't have the ammunition. This is one of the worst situations to be in as a pro player, not having that additional pressure. He's going to see opportunity after opportunity open up in front of him and not be able to take advantage. So now comes down to strategic play, right, Vivid? He has to stay alive here. He has to play smart and basically somehow pull a refresher off.
Yeah, but look at this. We have Macwood and Donnie on top of the server. They're going to be playing for the high ground here. Very, very cool to see. We talked about them at the Daily Bugle, see how this is going to develop. Looks like they walked away scot-free. So they're going to be playing the high ground. And let me tell you, the high ground in this season is very, very strong because you have these high fire rate weapons in the MK7 and the Stinger SMG that just pressure the entire lobby down as long as you have the ammo to back it up. But Macwood looking like he's only running on 40 AR bullets right now. But Peterbot, again, look at him. He is still thriving on the low ground, finds himself in a stable position with 17 builds left. The moving zone is about to move, though. He's got 5 seconds until he's got to make a decision on where he's going to go next, and it doesn't look like he has an easy way out.
No, definitely not. This is all unfamiliar territory. The base just plays out.
Yeah.
It goes back in his favor. Peterbot does manage to stay alive now. He did have a couple players in his line of sights here. Can he find an elimination is the real question. Dusky on the front side of zone looking very comfortable, but it's Peterbot, our current lobby leader, who has the most points just off of Elan's alone. Still up, still holding on. In comes someone into the box, and no, it's Okiss, someone who is deadly with the rifle, barrel stuffs him and gets him out of here. Iamzo goes goes down as DJ goes for the high ground play. It's a 1v2 situation into the box. It's not enough. He gets shut down as well. Macwood and Donnie have been gifted the high ground for free all this time, for free, just coasting along here. Plenty of material as well. Here, Vivid, listen, this is a comeback situation for Donnie and Macwood. Are we watching the development of a tough day yesterday, but a comeback run now?
You know, I think so. They are definitely probably guaranteed, hopefully not Cast or Kirsten for the first time here, but they're probably guaranteed like top 3. Though it is worrisome because they don't have a lot of ammo to pressure the rest of the lobby, so it could be a potential for the low ground to actually win this game. But Play using the web shooters there to grab them like a harpoon does, grab some mats real quick, so that's cool to see. But as this lobby develops, we can see a lot of players playing that low ground now. We can see Golden there in the middle layer, find himself through some old builds, going to be keeping himself safe, which is awesome. Baka, though, trying to play the low ground against Dusky, but Dusky is doing well in preventing them from rotating, which is really, really good because you want to claim as much space as you possibly can.
Here comes Chucky sweeping around the side here. Our current point leader, right? So we had the camera on top of Peterbot for quite some time, but Chucky says, put it on us here. As Glace and Chucky already have, make that 8 eliminations. I was going to call 7, make it 8 as they find Dusky in the low ground. So Glace is definitely picking up the refresher that they need. Now, no more material, though. Ooh. Chucky gets rolled up from behind and steamrolled by Golden there. Oliver, though, does have a win condition, right? So this is a team with a true win condition. They have the mythic hands, Playify and Oliver, but Golden's trying to see what he can do. He's playing the zone right now. Very smart for him to just go ahead, take his time here, try to squeeze out some placement points. And this is going to come down to the element of surprise, but a little late. One choke build could be enough. Here comes the swing in. It's a 2v1. Shut down. 3 more points for Oliver, OG, and Playify. Macwood and Donnie have done an exceptional job of pretty much coasting their way across the height, but can they close out now as they're out of builds here? This is still winnable.
Oh,
no.
there we go.
Donnie, good enough, quick enough, and hits the shots that he needed to close that game.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was worried there. I was watching them on the high ground. He was running out of SMG bullets, and he had no builds left either, but they ended up doing enough damage to Oliver and Playful, especially Golden there as the solo. He was coming in, kind of created a distraction to where he could open up some angles for Macwood and Donnie to actually play around, and Macwood and Donnie controlling the high ground for what it looked like for that entire end game, and they just coasted straight to that first victory route of the day.
And one thing we're not seeing very much of this season or this chapter so far is high ground retakes. Although we have launch pads in play, although we have mythic web shooters in play as well, people have been way more passive with the high ground. Could just be the result of new names, new rosters hopping on up, and maybe people are still getting comfortable for this new season here, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, there is a whole new meta. It's a whole new chapter, a bunch of items. Speaking about all the stuff that went down that game, I'm excited to see what the desk has to say about it. Man, usually I'm on the other side of this, but let's see what the boys on the desk got for us.
I can't believe it. I'm catching from Vivid. This is awesome. I can't believe this is fantastic. What a day. What a day for me personally. That was incredible. Obviously, we saw Donnie and Macwood there, claiming high ground. And again, similar to Qualifier 1 here, SPG, we saw that there was not really anyone trying to contest them for that high ground. They were kind of there to reign free and just enjoy their time until end game, and they won it through.
Yeah, it's really funny. You see Bucky and Cam, they move on. Now, Macwood, Donnie landed in the same spot, playing the same exact high ground strategy, taking it early and just holding it throughout the entire end game. Hey, maybe someone knows the recipe for success here, Sundown.
I mean, it feels like teams don't want to risk the opportunity of going up and challenging the already established high ground. But with high ground just winning out, you have to feel like there might end up being just a little bit more of a contest, a little bit more sense of urgency when that 5th zone, the half in, half out, is revealed. If so many points are just basically being given away for the fact that you're 3 or 4 layers above, like not only hasn't there been somebody going up and challenging, there hasn't even been shots thrown up in that direction.
Yeah, it's great to see as well. You can actually, from that high ground as well, with the weapons on with the MK7, the SMGs, you can maintain that high ground, and it's very hard to challenge unless you do use the likes of the mythic web shooters to get around the back. I mean, looking at standings now come up as well. I mean, it was great to see the likes of Peterbot, who managed to just withstand it on the low ground, just keep going, keep managing to get as many points as possible, be it eliminations or placement points for his duo. Let's see how it affects standings. SPG, this is how it looks after game 1. Walk us through.
no surprise, our top 2 placing teams in match number 1, we got Donnie and Macwood in first place after the Victory Royale. They got 6 elims. You got Oliver, Play of 5. They were on the low ground. They had 1 extra elim, but finished in second place. And then Glace and Chucky holding out our top 3, only 1 point behind, and it's a good start today. A lot of close teams up in that top 10.
Yeah, and I think the Glace and Chucky scoreline is very telling of just how important eliminations are. While they were able to rack up a bunch of placement points as well, the fact that they are 2 elims above basically the rest of the pack at that 8 there, the plus 24 points just on the back of eliminations right there shows that, hey, if you're able to rack up a couple of those and then just get a few placement points on top of it, you're going to be competitive.
That's absolutely right. I mean, we look at 11th through 20th place here as well. Already teams, even in the back of the pack here, are starting to score points because we all know SBG just how important it is, regardless of what game it is. There's only 6 games here. They have to score as much as possible. And even if it's not the last few games, the first few are so key in a format like this.
Oh, yeah, every single point matters. And we saw that at the end of the day yesterday, where the last, I guess 18 teams were all within 1 solid game where they could have pushed into that top 8. So again, that first game matters so much. Even if you're just able to get 10 points, that could be the difference. And that elim that you just knock somebody out, you're pushing them down lower. So it's very, very important how this all plays out.
I mean, NAE so far has been the story of the tiebreakers. Every point, every interaction mattering. I think yesterday, if you ended up looking, it was 2nd through 7th were within 6 or 7 points of each other all the way across the board. So you have to be doing every little thing right. And starting off in match 1 is a great way of doing it, but you got to keep rolling.
Yes, Rod, that's absolutely right. And you hear the bus is beeping as well, which means game number 2 is ready to rock and roll. Let's head over into the game. Let's see what happens next.
There we have it. Game number 2 is underway here and now. It's time to kick things back off. Onto the battle bus we go. Big victory royale for Macwood. They needed that. Yesterday was such a tough day, or I should say qualifier. I keep saying yesterday, but lucky for us, we had a nice little relaxing day, unless you play the cash cups, but you guys get it. The Daily Bugle is the hot spot. On the screen though, Vivid, Sprite, and Rise back at it again. This is a pretty interesting spot to be fighting for. Now we get the first dibs of the action here.
Yeah, quick reminder, if you guys remember, Rise clutched up, and look at this, he is already doing work right off the spawn. Quick knock on the Nounsy. Sprite picks up, finds the shotgun on the floor loot, and actually picks up both of those eliminations, saving Nounsy there. Oh, actually, Nounsy got one of those eliminations. I didn't even see that go down, so apologies there, but Sprite and Nounsy winning over Rise this time.
It's funny that you say that. I was thinking to myself in that situation, Rise, back up, finish a down body, get your 3 points, get the siphon. He was so lit up. And unfortunately, he did not. I think he might have thought Sprite didn't have a big weapon, but he did. And here comes the other perspective. So, yeah, it was actually true. No weapon in hand, finds the striker right off to the side. Yep. Bam! Makes it look nice and easy right there. Could not save his teammate at all. Oh, GG's. So, Sprite and Nounsy have an opportunity now to bounce back. After that last game, being one of the first teams eliminated, they get to give him a little bit of their own medicine. But I don't know, man. Rise was looking really good in that last game.
Yeah, Rise and Ages actually were 6th on the leaderboard after that game. So, picking up those early eliminations, they ran with it. Picked up 34 total points with a total of 6 eliminations. So 4 more were found after the all spawn. But here, Covert Cavern, right? Big developments over here, right? Because you have the element of the vault, which, you got to be a little bit careful about your angles there. He is actually going to be finding a big part right out of that chest, though. We'll be right back to full shield, but he does have that key card, so interesting to see how he plays this.
And just take a look at the map, right? We have 2, 3, 4 teams housed up in this general area, the Covert Cavern. Looking at the draw spot map, you wouldn't have thought this would be the situation, but this is what happens when teams want to switch it up, teams want to contest one another, and or just rotate in for a little bit more, getting a bit greedy for some loots. On the other side, another fight we did not get to see in the early game, but definitely had the pleasure of watching the feed go down. It's Tabnate and Death taking up the fight here once again against Shoney and Polo 13. A little bit of a split situation here between Tabnate and Death, though. Trying to change up the spot now. I think they realize there's a player off in the outskirts as well, so big danger lurking by.
Yeah, good on Tabney there. As we were speaking last game, and we were talking about the contest that was going on, you got to be careful about what you do with your early game. Because again, we can see a similar situation where they're just kind of sitting on top of them in these builds and not really doing anything. But Death, though, going for a play, finds a quick edit, gets some return damage, though. Gonna see what happens here. He does have 6 chug splashes, which is huge in a fight like this, because if you can just willingly trade some damage and then back up and heal both you and your teammate, then it's going to be in your favor. But we got to pay attention to the ammo that's going down here, right? Not a lot of light ammo, not a lot of bullets in total for either of these teams, because it's a straight up all spawn fight. They haven't looted a lot. You can see here though, Shawnee proves me wrong, 243 light bullets for him.
This looks like they found a llama. There's no other way. They have brick, metal, everything that you need in between, tons of ammunition. Yeah, dance for us, because you're looking pretty solid here for the most part in this defensive hold. Definitely the more, I'd say, favorable team of the two here. And they're still working their way through. So I'm more concerned for Death and Tabney, who are sitting on top of this squad here. Now, mind you, they're pretty much, neck to water here as 24th in 2015. You guys are both in a tough spot. This is not a fight that y'all should be entertaining at this point. I think you extend the tournament play, maybe get on out of here. But Tabney and Death feeling a little bit confident as they're continuing to stick around here, maybe because they have the heals to work with.
Yeah, look at this. Our leaderboard leaders over here at the Daily Bugle, though. A couple of lurking players all the way on top of that hill looking in. Mako's got to be careful if he exposes himself here. Ooh, those players up there aren't actually looking, so he's not going to get punished for that. But he's got some solid loot again. Again, those web shooters coming into play. This is what I love about the Daily Bugle, man. These webs that are everywhere, you can literally just fly around the POI. You can launch yourself up to some buildings, create some nice little sneak attacks, because as you can see, there is actually another team here, but he doesn't necessarily seem too worried about him.
I was gonna say, not only that, you can use it and then just find yourself a fresh pair, but Reciprocal says, time out, Monster. Got a fight going on here. Give us some love, give us some action. 20 Reciprocal managed to find himself an Elim. Little tech play right there as he falls into the trash can to mitigate any fall damage too. So, out a little bit flashy. This is a North fight. What teams are landing up here? There's a couple actually, yeah, including Magnolia and Crew. You have Slacks just nearby at the lake house as well. So this is not a free drop by any means, but they do manage to get this battle into their favor. And look at this, they walk away with 5 big pots as well, couple launch pads. Now that the interface is all updated too, you can see there, this is honestly a perfect situation. Here's what we expected though between Death and Tabney, but didn't expect Death to be able to actually clutch that right there. No builds though, Vivid.
Yeah, remember, Tabney and Death were actually fighting over Connie Crossroads. Looks like a third party came in, which is why Death actually found that Elim off here to the side. And we can see that the other 2 players now, they're thinking about just going right back into the POI. Tabney and Death, though, in a pretty decent situation, throwing down, getting some shield right there. And there you go. They have the solo up there in Pure, who was a teammate of the elimination that Death found. This guy, though, he's got some pretty solid loot. If he can find his teammate's card, he's got the web shooters, maybe he can swing away, find himself a reboot van, get a quick reboot. But not a solid situation, right? You're left as a solo. You know there are a couple duos around you. He's staying up here, and Tabney entertaining the idea of looking for him. Maybe he doesn't actually know it's a possibility that he's here. Tabney searching him out. Maybe a disengage coming down. Yeah, Death is walking away, but chops him out. Here we go. 150 though. Wow, Pure.
Tough shot to hit too. This is the heavy shotgun we're talking about here, guys. Singular pellet that flies out of that. So you have to be deadly and spot on accurate in order to hit a big shot like that. That was as good as it gets, and honestly, what makes this weapon such a hit or miss. But hold up, big pressure coming in now. Pure, who've already lost Crunchy off the bad positioning here, now having a reset right now. Death and Tabney picked up a lot of loot from this engagement here, but hold up, an even more important team coming through. This is a fresh D-Roller and Trashy. They want to get their hands dirty here. And Pure just wants to mythic away, right? He wants to hit these spider webs and get away, but it's not looking like an easy disengage right now.
Yeah, Pure getting a little bit of his own medicine here, getting third-partied. There we go. Who actually ended up finding that Elim there is probably Trashy and D-Roller, I believe. And that's going to be huge for them. We know that D-Roller loves to be aggressive, and finding all this loot right here is going to be very beneficial. But when we think about it, how much damage do they really get out of that? So we know that Pure took a little bit of damage prior to them actually taking that fight. So they won't actually get a lot of Storm Surge from that. Nonetheless, though, it helps in the long run. And here we're going to see D-Roller actually hit these shots right out of the sky. Yeah, you're not going anywhere, man.
The crazy part is that he only hit for 23, so Trashy took him from like 125 to less than 23 HP. Because D-Roller only connected once right there, so it was Trashy who just melted. And that's what happened. You give him a pixel, they'll take him out. All right, that's how pros work. So GG's for them. Trashy D-Roller, well-timed entry, come away with a much needed upgraded loadout, but more importantly, all the mats and the free points as well. Back on over to the esteemed Covert Cavern. Once again, we still have about 4 duos sitting up, trying to figure out this positioning here, trying to figure out what to do with themselves in their tournament game. Because not only do they have zone, so they don't want to move, but you know, they don't have much stuff to work with either, just in terms of ammo and whatnot. So look at this, the wide shot kind of telling the story here, but I mean, that's just a ticking time bomb, if you ask me.
Yeah, a lot of players over there. And listen, when you're in a cave like that, not necessarily an easy thing to find yourself out of, but they do have the zone, so they're comfortable for a little bit. Maybe they're happy just hanging about, maybe, you know, just talking to each other, you know, trading some shots here and there. But Trashy and D-Roller, again, they got that early Storm Surge, so now they're going to be happy with it, right? You can see there's just 92 players left in the lobby, which means that pretty soon here, we're going to have to see 22 players drop to Storm Surge if nothing else changes. And they know that they got a little bit of damage, and if there's 92 players alive, that means not a lot of eliminations have happened. There's not a lot of damage has occurred, so they know that their Storm Surge threshold is probably going to be pretty low. But in the top left, we see Cold goes down.
Oh, not again here. Losing Cold means that Scented has, again, an uphill battle to play off of here. Yup, it's to the hands of Larson once again. Smite and Larson have their name written, and they are on the hunt here, and that's the full finish onto Cold. The counter shots come into the bush. Scented, you can hide, but not for long. That tracking's going to hit you through that bush there, and it's going to hurt every single time. Striker in hand. Oh, man, this is not looking too good right now. Don't hold your breath, guys. It probably won't last long. We've been here before. Scented putting up a good fight, though. There's hope, but odds very, very slim here, Vivid.
He's got a lot of heals, though, here. You know, 7 builds to work with as well. And that purple Stinger SMG is nothing to play around with. So if he finds a good opportunity, we know that Scented loves to practice his aiming. So he definitely will lay down some quick shots and do some quick damage. But it looks like the other players are very healthy, so it's not going to be easy. He's trying to work around the builds that he has established. Again, using all of these heals that he has, making sure that he has the best chance at actually clutching this 1v2, and he hears them disengage, so he's going to go look for a quick angle. Larson's pretty close, though. Oh, box! Oh, just misses.
Oh my
gosh. Barely slides underneath that floor right there.
That little bit of terrain change right there would have been the difference maker, but hold up, he's gotten the bear awake now. Out comes the aggression from the other side here. Scented playing mind games here, really utilizing this bush here to hide his cover, mask his position, but hold up, they're inside. They're having enough of this, the double SMG barrel stuff, and just like that, they finally take him down. For a moment there, though, they thought about it, said, all right, you know what? He's kind of hard to catch. Let's just back off and play this. But Scented, he wanted that fight. He got what he asked for.
That's when Larson and Smite, right, they walk away, and they're like, man, we got the Elim, but that guy was not easy, you know what I mean? Like, that could come into play. Yeah, exactly. They're like, man, we got to give that guy more respect. I mean, obviously, we know Scented, well-vetted player, but watching him in situations like that, we really understand why he is at the top.
Yeah. Tough day for Scented so far. You hate to see it, but the reality of the situation is Smite and Larson, man, they are just on a different level, looking like a different breed on the field right now. And hats off to them for the success so far. I do wonder, though, what in their right minds made them come in and decide we're going to target out Cold and Scented today. Because that's something you just don't see pros do. Take on other tier 1s almost directly, as we have seen in the first 2. So Scented and Cold have to make some adjustments. On to Quanti and Peterbot, who also have to make some adjustments here because they are below the surge. Peterbot, who put on, you know, honestly, the clutch pants in the shoes last game, managed to pull out an end game as a solo and led via eliminations all the way up until just roughly around the top 5. Now getting taken out, though, here. Quanti, smart play, right? Brings him off the high layer. But no, the duo's coming in. They're pushing in.
Yeah, for paying attention to the map, though, they're coming in quick. Cloud here with a quad crash. They're going to be breaking some of those builds, making it harder for Quanti to actually clutch us up. Oh, player here only with a total of about 80 HP. He's going to be minion up now, though. Yeah, definitely smart to heal before you actually take this engagement. We can see there, though, Peterbot trying to drop those chug splashes so that way Quanti can use them. He's going to grab them here. Yep, use them up. Make sure that you can have the best chance possible at 1v2 in this. Because if we're looking at the situation here, I don't think either of these other players here... Oh, no, he's got full HP now. Oh, and now the Storm Surge comes into play. Going to be dealing damage to Quanti because he is below. Going to be running in, trying to find an angle. These are all his edits, so he does have play potential here. Now, he's got to run it back. He's got to be aggressive against these guys because Storm Surge is still ticking.
Yeah, there it is. 104. It's going to keep him alive for a little bit. Give him a little bit of pressure alleviation. But for a second there, I thought the jig was up. I thought Quanti was going to have to hand over the keys or something here. But he manages to find a shot that really mattered. Back into the box instead of backing off here to try to find a better angle. The walls are already replaced. And just like that, Peterbot and Quanti get taken out to the hands of Cloud and Zayatello. So for the first time today, we're watching the big boys fall down. Players that are up at the top of the standings now starting to lose their lead. That's going to make the standings honestly much more of a competitive look, at least coming into game 3 here shortly. So my gosh, what an explosive early game so far. Much faster pace than the previous round as we're now down to 72 players. So someone's still in the surge right here. Yep, there it is. Shout out to observers. Can we just get a hats off for that? That's so well timed. They were just like in my mind at that time.
Dang, Click. So the only players in the lobby taking Storm Surge, we can see 72 players alive in the lobby. We know that the threshold for the first Storm Surge is 70 players, so they are actually the only 2 players taking to that Storm Surge, and they are trying to out-heal it, which is not going to be possible. Clicks gets stripped down by the Storm Surge, and Day is left with not a lot to work with. He's going to be trying to stay on this fire for as long as he possibly can here, but not looking too good.
Yeah, I mean, the surge turned off. That's a bonus, so he has an opportunity. He has a chance. Now, a replay aside here, Nick and Beef popping off. One thing I do want to mention, guys, Clicks is not retrievable via the reboot card, right? Like what happens at that moment when you get taken out by the Storm Surge, you are completely removed from the game. It's like you did not exist. So he's been pretty much poofed out of the game. So Day is truly gonna have to operate this as a solo with no shield. On over to Macwood and Donatello, young Donnie here. Kings of the Bugle so far today. And look, this is why the Bugle's so highly contested. Just take a look at the ammunition count on Macwood's loadout there. 500 light bullets for the SMG. Just such a strong spot to be in.
Oh. Yamzo and Degen, did they actually find that elim right now? Somebody, no, Yamzo found that elim right there. Somebody lurking off in the storm. Enqua is not in a good position. He's going to check out the loot, see if anything's worth going for. I doubt it, though. That player didn't even have shield. C9 Avery, though, taking out Magnolia in the feed. Interesting development over there. We know that Avery is teamed up with Muzz. Pretty strong favorite coming into this, but they were taken out early in the last game. So looks like they will make it a little bit further than they did in the prior game in this one. Oliver and Playfly, though, they're still in second place, second only to Macwood, who we saw earlier rotating. It looks interesting, though. The west side of this is actually pretty contested. So it'll be interesting to see how all these players flood in here. A lot of eliminations coming out right now, though, and Storm Surge is not even active yet.
Yeah, people are getting active here for the rotates right now, and that's what happens when this terrain is just so open. Sight lines are available, and fights are going down here. Those are desperate attempts to try to bounce into the round here. I've not seen Day in the feed, so he's managing to somehow sneak his way around and stay alive right now as we hop on over to Glace and Chucky here, who pulled a big finish in the last round, making it all the way through to endgame. You can see they're still positioned up in third right now, poised to have a very successful next round as they have pretty decent loot, armored walls and whatnot, so plenty to play for here. And honestly, what happens now is just up to the zone gods, if you will, right? If they pull half in, half out, they're big chilling. Otherwise, they still have a vehicle close by, so looking pretty good for Glace and Chucky, setting themselves up for another possible endgame.
Yeah, what's funny about those vehicles, right? We see a lot of players praise them. They get through these mid-game rotations, early game rotations very well. You have those big off-road tires. They can go pretty much anywhere. But then when you base up on a spot like this, right, like a grassy area, players will actually, you know, shoot those vehicles until they blow up. And then you have this like weird thing where all the builds around you kind of blow up, and then you got fire around you. So you got to be careful because I think they left their vehicle pretty close by. But Storm Surge is going to be active now. We got to lose 8 players somehow before this starts to do some damage.
It's gonna be tough sledding here. One of the more difficult situations to be in is half in, half out, and below the surge, because a lot of players, you know, surprisingly enough, will wait until the last moments to hit their rotate. So, you know, they won't necessarily expose themselves until it's a bit too late for Day. We wanted to know how he was doing. He's doing just fine. He's saying, you know what? I got all this metal. I'm gonna flex. I'm gonna flex big here. Before the half in even shows itself, he cranks way up to the sky, and he has 300 damage below. This is as bad as it could get here. He quite literally needs to take a box fight here, and somehow with 51 HP find over 400 damage to get comfortable, to find more opportunity to stay alive in this round. I mean, I'm gonna count him out for now. We'll pay attention soon on the feed though. Qualifier coming on in. This is our second place team right now. Big pressure, 30 HP as Qualifier forced into low ground. Finds his teammate on the other side. Okay, they do manage to get with one another here. This is Squish and Aviv they go up against, and my gosh, just because they're ranked 29th in the lobby currently does not mean they cannot take out a top 3 squad, as Oliver gets met with a shotgun shot there and put down and out. That's 3 points in the hands of Aviv, just like that.
Yeah, Oliver and his teammate there, they were looking a little low on Storm Surge. They made an aggressive play. It looks like they were going to actually make it out of that one with the damage they needed, but ended up getting caught on the late shotgun shot there. Turn it over to Macwood here, still in the lead. They have 2 eliminations, so that's really, really good for their Storm Surge. They have a launch pad in the inventory, some web shooters. Looks like both of them will just be web shooting to this next zone. Macwood gets caught up on that hill, though. What's really, really cool is I love to see these players make cohesive plays with, you know, a movement item that can be like a little bit random, right? Like you can both individually go a lot of different which ways, but they always seem to find themselves in the right spot. Like I love watching Benji and Mr. Savage make those plays. They'll call something simple like metal, and there'll be like 50 metal builds around them, and they'll both land on the same one somehow. So that cohesion is really, really important in these lobbies.
Yeah, being in tune with your teammate is grossly underrated, and there's several duos out there that can do that exceptionally well. For Iamzo and Degen, it doesn't seem like they were having that telepathic communication this round, as Iamzo is left by himself to defend here. But hey, 3 eliminations, near top 25, right? This is where the placement points start to divvy out. There's hope. There's hope to stay alive for a little bit longer. There's hope to squeeze out some more placement and whatnot here. First zone's going to pop. It's going back west again. So this is forcing teams pretty much in the direction they just came from. That's going to increase the odds of more builds and recycle opportunities. So for the most part, this is a favorable situation for the majority of the lobby. But if you're someone like Iamzo, I mean, it's rough either way. You don't have mobility.
Yeah, no mobility, right? And then you took out his HP. He's only got 61 HP. He's going to be fined, and oh, I think he got that stolen, so he doesn't get any of that siphon. That would have been huge. If he would have got the siphon right there, he would have been chilling at above 100 HP. But look at this rotation he's got to make with only 61 HP. I mean, maybe he's got the builds to do it. He is putting down a lot of damage on a lot of these players right now, though. If you can find one of these eliminations, actually finalize them. Ooh, finds a quick launch pad. He actually took fall damage from that. He didn't land directly on it. I don't know what he landed on. I think he landed on the edge of it. So he did actually get punished a little bit for that, but nonetheless finds himself in a pretty good position at the front of the zone. He's got 80 builds to work with, which should be plenty. A big fight going down here, though. D-Roller and Trashy finding themselves against Tabney and Death, both who are which less than 50 HP at the end of the little tussle that they had. But it looks like D-Roller is going to go fully down, and Trashy left the solo clutch. Iamzo now down to 1 HP.
Man, I would have loved to see him a little bit more aggressive right there. So much opportunity to find some shots, but it's okay. Trying to keep a low profile here. On high ground once again was Macwood for a second there. Looks like they were actually contested as Donnie was taken out on the rotate here. So going to the backside of zone, Macwood goes for the desperate hero play, hoping to pick up his teammate. It's not going to work out. To the front side he goes, though, and this is the benefit of having that HP, right? That heal to miss spray here to play off of. Beautifully done. He's got the best position on the lobby, SMG in hand as well. That's a great 80 tag here, but a little too much pressure here, a little too much focus. He layers up, and this is just exceptional play by Macwood, proving why he is such a veteran right now. But second height comes that second pressure. It's 20 on top here. They're looking to make a comeback story for themselves. Reciprocal and 20, who are in 17th place now, can definitely rocket their way on up. Our first place seed, though, Macwood almost approaching another top 15 situation here. Now remember, this is plenty of points to be made here.
Yeah, finds himself some Storm Surge damage, though. That is not actually in play anymore. He's going to be trying to take a little bit of a tag or trade there with Salax. I guess it kind of works out. I don't, he doesn't really gain anything from that. Running in the storm, though, for the web shooter is very, very smart, but I think he's got to go down a couple layers. This higher ground knows that he is a solo player. They've seen him multiple times now, so he's got to find himself out of the sights of them. He's still got 38 builds to work with, and this misspray, man, this thing has been so clutch for him. You know, that thing starts off with 150 total HP. It's now down to 85, so he's effectively used it here for like 65 HP. He's going to be needing to use it a little bit more as he gets beamed out of the sky as he uses those web shooters.
I love the play there, though. He knew that danger was near, but Macro gets shut down right there by OMG Me Too. Another end game for OMG Me Too. A top 10 situation here. Bully also alive just barely by the skin of his teeth, and he gets taken out in the top 4 spot there, but he does make it on in 4 eliminations. The 8th place for him. OMG Me Too rounding his team up to 6 elims, looking to rocket his way on up as well now out into the zone. It's such a tough read here, but the zone's going to favor this side that he's on, so this is going to work out for him. Now he has a little moment here. Here comes a duo, though. Fresh build hides in the pines. Love it. There's a duo on the other side. 84. Can he get a follow-up here? He's got this under control right now. It's a 1-tag, Vivid.
Oh man, he misses out on a couple opportunities there, but I love it. He actually started to break those trees, right, just for a couple mats, but he didn't fully break them, so that way he could hide in them, and ended up working out so well. So that was such a smart play. And yeah, the zone pulls back, so he's going to get this med kit off. He is a solo though, and there are 3 other duos alive, so he is. The odds are against him here. We'll see what he does. He's looking up for higher ground. Man, this guy is ambitious. He only got 2 builds left to work with. These players in front of him though, not full HP. Gonna be working with the angles, and yeah, no builds.
He gets shut down. Redux comes on from the high ground now with Savage here. Evasion on the low ground. That's 1, that's 2. They get the full finish, but he gets traded out as well. It's Zerch left by himself now. He gets coned off by Redux and then shut down from the side angle there. He was quick, so quick, and feeling the momentum, almost pulled it off, but Redux is like, nope, I'm not having none of that, and takes home that victory royale.
Savage and Redux actually ending that game pretty quickly there, and that was actually one of those games where we saw high ground actually changed who was up top, right? We saw that Macwood was kind of up there with Donnie earlier, but Donnie ended up going down, and at the end of it all, Savage and Redux find themselves with a quick victory royale there to close out game number 2.
Not only that, 8 eliminations as well. So
huge.
Savage 8, okay, I see why you got the number up there. They're dropping nothing but bombs here all day today. What a game for them. The first victory royale that we've seen them put up on an FNCS stage. We had a little, I guess, conversation point about them early on about, you know, this is a team that has some veteran skill, and if I'm not mistaken, I'm trying to pull up the map here, but they were definitely contested as far as landing at the windmill. Yes, they were. So, I mean, putting the sock into Sundown's mouth for a second here, like, hold up, we're in this battle.
Yeah, really cool to see them come out of that drop and pick up a victory royale, and excited to see what happens in game 3. But first, let's talk about game 2 with the desk. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, fellas. And game 2, great stuff happening there. Redux and Savage, the more exotic sounding Savage there. Savage, love that. With the high ground plays there, and again, it reigns supreme. But let's talk about another team for a second here before going through the victory royale here. Smite and Larson, twice now off spawn, defeated Cold and Center. This is huge, SPG.
Yeah, they've been a team that really just missed by a couple of points last qualifier. Now they're starting off picking up and building all of these eliminations. They need to get their end game going because they're falling early in those moving zones. But these early game elims are putting themselves in good spots in order to be able to reach that top 8. I want to see them put it together in that end game.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest factors is we talked about just how good Sentin and Cold were on Friday and how close they were, but the fact they've been just completely shut down and been unable to get any points off of the start. Now we're 2/3 of the way through the competition. They have 4 matches to go. They have to put the pedal to the metal if they want to avoid the semifinals and all the amazing duos that are going to be playing there.
Yeah, it's really interesting, actually, isn't it? The fact that you have a team that is so strong, Qualifier 1, suddenly Qualifier 2, things just aren't clicking, that aren't working out. And obviously, after 2 games now on the bounce, not getting really any points, things need to change a little bit here because, you know, you have to score in some capacity. Obviously, with semifinals next week as well, get series points. That's key as well. Let's take a look at the standings as well, how things currently are on our leaderboard. Obviously, with game 2, things could change drastically. SPG, still we see Donnie and Macwood reigning supreme in the number 1 spot.
Yeah, that solo clutch by Macwood, able to get them enough points to stay up there in first place. No surprise, but there's a team coming right behind them in Glace and Chucky. They're trying to grab that second spot, where actually that top spot Who knows? They keep it up. The consistency is going to be there. But we see a new challenger approaching there in third place. Bully and Dusky shooting up the leaderboard. Someone we haven't seen too much, and now they're playing so well.
And I think one important thing to note that's been different from if you watch EU, NA East, and even NA West yesterday is there's no one dominant team up at the top. So right now, there's plenty of points still up on the table, even looking at the second page here. Oh my God, me too, with a nice clutch going up there. Somebody who just competed in Streamer Bowl 3 as well is one of the community champs, pushing them up to 11th. But basically anybody in the top 20, top 25 or so is right there inside. It's one more good game into the top 8. And that's because we've basically seen two completely different pools of duos make it into those end games.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. I mean, that's the great thing about this as well now. It's because we already have 8 teams qualified. The rest of the teams now, there's still so many big names, but they're all fighting for those last 8 spots because you know how tricky it can be getting into finals via semis, which becomes a lot more based around victory royales. But enough of that for now. Game 3 is right around the corner. We have Vivid and Monster waiting in the wings. Fellas, we're almost at the halfway point. Things are getting mighty exciting. Over to you.
Yeah, honestly, exciting to the letter, if I had to say so myself, because what we're watching right here is just a setup that is going to give us a fantastic finish, honestly, with how close the standings are so far, Vivid here. I mean, the leaderboards are looking super tight.
Yeah, the top, only 1 point separates first and second place. Going into game 3 here, I'm excited to see how Scented and Cold changed up, right? They obviously haven't found much success, and all of that is due to Larson and Smite just finding them in the mid game. Not sure what's going on there, right? Scented and Cold, I've hyped them up about being really good fighters, and it's been interesting to see how many fights they've taken, and they've been successful, but they are just getting worked right now by Larson and Smite, and not a team that you would necessarily think would be able to take down the likes of Scented and Cold, but well on them. They are right now currently placed in 16th place, so they have 38 points total. Those elims on Scented and Cold coming in handy.
I mean, at this point, they're risking everything, standing on thin ice here. Let's hope they don't fall into the lake and freeze out, because 2 games have been dropped, 4 more in front of them at the start of the show. We said you had to have at least 4 great ones to get top 8. Let's see it right here, right now.
All right, here we go. Game number 3. And another thing that would be interesting to check out, right? We know that Sprite and Rise over there at Greasy Grove has gone every which way so far. 1-1 on the leaderboard for that contestant off the spawn. Going to see how that goes. Maybe something will change over at the Daily Bugle too, right? We talked about how in the first qualifier, round 3, Macwood was seeing some success. He was able to just walk away. And then all of a sudden, game 3, Polarized was like, nah, you're not going to be able to walk away anymore. And look at that. Polarized is like, listen, we've been kind, we've been friendly, but I'm finding this MK7 right off spawn, and you are going to feel it.
Yeah, and just because Macwood and Donnie are up in first place right now, 76 points, you know, there's a point that separates them from second, and then about 10 or so from everyone else, and that's because they got a great and amazing round opener, right? A victory royale, followed by an 11th place, and it just shows you 11th doesn't have that much weight. But hold up, let's pause that conversation, hop on over to I guess one of the hottest fights, one of the hottest draw spots that we have so far today. Greasy Grove, man, is just put on wax here. Agers dropped early. Will we see the exchange of blows now between Rise and the 2 that are still here? It looks like it is going to go down. He goes for the challenge. Great 80. That'll even out the playing field a little bit, but MK7 is a high fire rate weapon. Sounds like a shotgun on the other side as well. Goes for the SMG full challenge. Not going to be enough. He gets shut down. Terrible game 3 now, and things are just cascading. They're falling now for Rise.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, Rise did end up clutching up that game number 1, but game number 2 and 3 is not actually able to do it. Nounsy and Sprite just finding a quick elim on Rise's teammate there, and Rise just left in that 1v2 situation, as I mentioned. But Greasy Grove is so interesting, right? You have all of these coolers around this POI, so a lot of these chug splashes come out very early and get used. As you can see, Nounsy has 6, as he's kind of taking a little bit of a break, maybe grabbing a bite to eat. He's like, man, I want my spawn, now I'm chilling for the rest of the game.
Yeah, he's just clipping the moment, getting ready for socials. You know how it is. Gotta milk it while you have it. Take a look at this. We have a fire going down. How about we backtrack for a second? What all went down here? It was Golden and Walkers stepping on in, just trying to get their loot. Finds themselves a little 2-piece situation right here. Shotgun overhead. Nice job for Golden there to clutch up in the moment, but that's how early game fights should go down for the most part. Most people are just going to be in shambles, right? You're not going to have the HP pulls as usual. And if you're a little unlucky, you end up just like that. Fall into the hands of a common shotgun.
Yeah, Golden Walker is actually in 7th place right now. Those 2 early elims, I'm assuming that they've kind of had this all-spawn fight pretty consistently, right? People don't like to switch their drop spots. Switching over to another drop that is heavily contested. Covert Cavern going for the full piece. He gets in with the Stinger SMG and finds the quick elim. Potential 1v2 situation here. And he gets the full finish there. Statics left to do it for Scare Bear here, but the other player only has about 80 HP left. It's going to be disengaging. So many heals here for Statics.
Yeah, a little trade for Static there. Gets you know, the revenge for Scare Bear, if you will, so not bad by any means, but my oh my, I feel like full piecing is a thing of the past in this current meta.
Yeah.
You have to be very careful. You get caught with your builds out, man. You are just, you're a sitting duck for the most part. The time it takes for you to swap to a weapon, it's usually a little too late.
Yeah, and he's just going to be grabbing the reboot card there. This team not doing so hot in the 35th place with 3 total points. But look at his loadout, man. Gold Striker and 2 purple SMGs.
Yeah, definitely. That's for the teammate. We'll see that. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and go back in time really quickly. Scarebear takes the 1 challenge to 106. Ooh, that was a double follow-up. So they shut that down really quickly. It should have been over at this point for Day and crew, but J-Man holds on a little bit longer. I mean, he gets one of these trades here. This is what you don't want to do as a solo, is pretty much get a fair one-on-one with an opponent. See, that knock right there could be the difference, right? Because he gets the full finish for the points. Although sent back to lobby, now they have to figure out a way to bounce back into this game. Here's a team that has to bounce back into the tournament as a whole. Ladies and gentlemen, Monster Defense and Vivid here on the mic. You missed game 1 and game 2. Some of the biggest upsets so far for Scented and Cold have been that Larson and Smite have basically been, you know, just on their heels, right, this entire game. I don't know how else to say this. Like, they have had them on checkmate round after round, so they need to have a flawless rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to get themselves in another early game encounter here. You know, obviously it's not Larson and Smite this time, but again, you know, what's kind of going on here? You usually see Scented in these lobbies able to find his rotations pretty cleanly. And now it seems like he's running into players. Maybe these other players are just so tired of dealing with Storm Surge, right? I had a conversation with Sundown earlier about how Game 3 usually gets a little wonky because these players, you know, they have the first 2 games to kind of work everything out, and they kind of just start to dabble in some other strategies. But nonetheless, Scented and Cold look like they are in a solid position to maybe disengage from this, but the players are pretty much on the high ground, so if they take a peek over that little rock right there, they will see them disengage. Not a lot of mats for Scented. I think, yeah, I saw him with like 26 builds. Yeah, there it is. And that's not a lot to make a rotation away from a team that has such high ground on you.
Yeah, not to mention, like, they have, I want to say their draw spot is like, not that it's clear, right? They are contested technically, you know, over at Sleepy Sound. They have Smite and Larson on the other side, but it just seems like Smite and Larson have had a much more better time, maybe better drops, right? Landing in, getting loot, and probably pressuring them out consistently. So Scented and Cold playing a more adaptive game right now, rotating early, opting to have much less ammo and probably loot in general than they otherwise would have, just to say, hey, let's just get out of there, let's stay alive, because they know as long as they can stay up, they should be okay. And it looks like we're seeing an adjustment in the playstyle, and I like that, right? You got to learn from your mistakes.
Yeah, so Scented and Cold, they do land up at Sleepy Sound, as you said, and that's on the north side of the map. Right now, they're over by the east side island, so they kind of just hop in the car and was like, listen, they're landing north of us, and they've been dominating us. We're just going to get away.
Love it. Love the adjustment in play here for Macwood and Donnie. They don't care who's on top of them. They're sticking this out. They stuck it out on Friday. They're going to continue to do so here today. You know, some teams are stubborn. Some are flexible. This is one that's probably on the more stubborn side. Yeah. As you all know with Macwood, if you know him, he'll take it all the way through and bring the action to socials and wait for you next week. So that's kind of where we sit right now. But today so far, very, very good for him. The boy Macwood's in first place right now.
Yeah, and this spot is working out. It's interesting to me that they actually stay here for a very long time. They do get, I guess, a good amount of loot. Macwood, for some reason, opting to not fully shield himself up here. I wonder what the reasoning behind that is. He obviously has plenty of stuff to do that, but I actually like this play. They take the car out, and they sit up on this hill. They know they're contested. It's been mutually, sound, and they haven't really, aggressed at all. But you know that there's another team in there, so you can kind of post yourself up here, get some easy Storm Surge tags. Again, Macwood, you don't have full shield. I'm not sure why you're just hanging around about here. A couple more shots were to land right there, and that would have been a big mistake.
Was that a grenade, like, ricochet play? Like, what just happened there? Like, that was kind of disgusting. And now they're initiating right here.
Yeah, here we go.
So Macwood, mistakes are made. He realizes now, oh, yeah, I should probably shield up here. But pressure's on. And for Chimp and crew, for them to get that instant shield crack, in their mind, they're thinking, this guy probably does not have shield, right? Because we barely did damage and we cracked it. So they think this team's in shambles. This is going to give them more confidence. And although it may not be true, like it's kind of like false information, it doesn't matter. Confidence can be everything. Sometimes a difference maker in these fights.
Look at that, using those webs that I talked about. I love them so much. I was thinking he was going to go for the card play, and I was like, I don't know if that's going to work out. But look at this, man.
No.
Scented and Cold. Cold is down once again, and Scented does not have a lot to work with here in order to actually make a play. It looks like they're against Clicks and Day, a duo that you do not want to be in a 2v2 situation against, let alone a 1v2.
Not to mention, Clicks and Day were fall into the hands of Storm Surge in the last game, so they're definitely adjusting their playstyle as well right now to be a little bit more aggressive, take these fights, and probably finish these fights like all the way. They need the points. They understand this. So here's two team favorites that understand and are in a position where they have to absolutely win or play very, very exceptional their next 4 games.
You got to be careful, too, about what Clicks and Day do here, actually. If they overextend for the solo in Scented, right, we've seen it in the last game. Scented will put up a pretty decent fight in a 1v2 situation, and Bully over there, he is lurking in the wing. So if they hear this 2v1 go down and Scented survives for any amount of time, then that will allow time for the third party to come in, and it could actually result in a pretty negative experience for Day and Clicks. But they seem like they got their heads on their shoulders, and they are actually just being calm, cool, and collected, and happy with the one elimination that they got.
And it's crazy. Those are fights you wouldn't normally, anticipate to see go down because they land kind of in very different locations. But since kind of Cold and Scented are switching up the gameplay and switching up the style, it forces this fight that we wouldn't otherwise see. Here's a quick stat, though. Macwood and Donnie had more points in game 2, 26, than in all games. Dang, all 6 games.
Man.
Qualifier number 1. So just working on the way up.
Yeah, you mentioned that they had a bad day, but we're going to take a look now and see how Scented went down, because he did actually just go down, probably making a play for the reboot card here. And again, Day and Clicks, 2 very good fighters, and Scented just backed into a corner there, has nowhere to go. That pre-built wall there of a structure of the building, you can't break through that too easily. You can't edit it. It's not yours or anything like that. So he's just trapped. Clicks and Day, quick cleanup, 2 eliminations for them now.
Yeah, we're just going to be tight-lipped about that one. Just sweep it under the rug. Didn't happen. Whatever. Scented and Cold. Man, again, this is a caster pick too, right? So, like, we really have high hopes for this duo. And one of the few duos that have just had solo cash cups on lock, right? Like, or duo cash cups, I should say. All the duos competition so far, they've done so well. For us to not see them to punch straight to finals, I mean, there's still a fighter's chance here, but things just got much more difficult. Yamzo and Degen trying to continue their tear so far. 45 points in the competition, 12th place in a full-on fight right now.
Ooh.
They're going for it. Beautifully done there. And this is against the top 10 team. That's a knock as well. This might be a little bit of payback as well, as Degen finds the angles on the side there. And this duo of Team Zen is now out of the competition and back to the lobby. Beautifully done and executed there. One of the 2 might have been sniped up, though, so just 3 points for them.
Yamzo, looking at his aim there, very, very good to thwart that player away. Slacks trying to find a third party, couple Storm Surge tags. And as that fight went down, Yamzo and Degen picking that up real quick. Macwood actually lost Donnie whilst all that happened. So Macwood's got a lot to work with here, but not a duo to share it all with.
Yeah, no Donnie now. Wonder what happened when he moved on out. Pretty tough spot to be in right here, but there's still time for him to earn more points. There's still time to at least get some placement points here. We do know that a single point separate him from second place, and then he has a small buffer down to third. And again, no 2 teams have played so great that they're that far from the rest of the competition. So, top 20 has a true grip on the standings, a true chance, a fighter's chance to stay in this. Slacks, clarity now though. have a good little spread here, but 2 below the surge. You can see they're playing 2 different angles right now, trying to look for opportunity. Wooden wall here is definitely one of the ones you want to target. Fresh build comes out on the other side. Fortunately, nothing pierces through there. It's Clarity G called for the backup. Nothing though.
Smart, but they're not in a good position here. If you're going to take a look at the map, you know, they got a couple teams around them and nothing really to work off. So now they're just going to pop a pepper and they're going to go for it. Over on the other side, though, Macwood in a 1v2 situation, going to be doing a lot. Switching back over to Clarity G, looking for some piece control. Not going to be finding much, and they are just going further and further down away from that Storm Surge threshold. Going to be taking some damage from it now. He's going to be just trying to take any duel that he can with this MK7, any range, anything. Please, he's begging, please give me an angle to work with here. If you look at the top left, 73 players left in the lobby. Again, 70 players is the threshold that we have to hit here. So only 3 players need to go down. And Slacks and Clarity are 2 of them. So we will not be able to just kind of sit here and idle this one out because, oh, there we go. They will be able to idle it out. 54 damage above. Probably clip them with the heavy shotgun he's got right there real quick. But look at the situation here. He's got 50 green HP and only 50 shield to work with now. So not setting himself up well for the end game.
Yeah, and somehow Macwood's still alive right now. He was taking a 2v1 fight as well. But look at this. He's still got minis, but he's got players on the other side starting to run out of material here as well. It's Spade and Osp there. Osp is Chimp there. Chimp is very, very good when it comes down to these box-to-box type situations. Honestly, he thrives as a controller player in this situation. So if Macwood isn't careful, it could all be wraps. He's going to go ahead and be a little more passive, play for the outskirts. This rotate is still very risky, and I like this. I love this play here. Getting inside the box here. I think he knew, yes, this is probably where he lost Donnie, so he comes back. That's just good communication, right?
Yeah, those med miss, man, they open up so many avenues for these clutches. Oh, he's actually going to go for the reboot. This will be interesting. I think that here, if he can potentially get his teammate back to those other web shooters that he saw, but his team is actually hearing this. They got the audio cue that this is going down. They're going to be pressuring him here now. Macwood once again in a 1v2 situation. The pressure from the Stinger SMG is coming in hot, but he is still alive, and the player drops down. It's actually Chimp that finds that elimination. Chimp and Spade, as you mentioned, they were close by, and they were hungry enough to actually chase that into the Storm. Got to keep a close eye on them, see if they can make it out of this one, because that Storm does do some damage, and it's not necessarily the easiest to just walk into zone when everybody is established. They are quite some distance behind.
Yeah, but they both now have med miss. One, of course, due to Macwood, and they just found one off on the side there, so that's going to work out for them. Clarity, G, and Slacks, this team, if you didn't just already tell that they are just exceptionally smart at this game, I mean, let me break it down for you. When they were on that the Storm Surge situation, they had the option, right? They could have taken the fight to Avery, who was inside the zone, but instead they went outside the zone because they already blew their cover to Avery and crew. They shot at them. They said, you know what? If we go to them, they're defensively, pretty much waiting for us. And instead they turned tail. They went towards the outer edge to take a fight. They found their surge there. Granted, it wasn't so pretty, but they are alive right now, and they managed to survive the situation. But it's those little plays, it's those decisions that, these veterans make that are so much different than your traditional newer players that are just starting to find themselves in these competitive settings. So I just want to give a hats off to the vets, man, that are doing plays that are kind of outside the box, but with reasoning,
Yeah, and love watching these MK7s, man. The tracking that goes down from these players. Users is not loving the MK7 right now, as he is getting pressured by multiple of them from across the map. Oh, and the armored wall goes down in the wrong spot, so they can't back up out of it and run out of builds after all that pressure, man. Yeah, this is a dire situation right there. Going to be some loot there if Tabnate and Death want to pick it up. Oliver and Playfly kind of getting close, but they're like, nah, you guys are closer. Go ahead and take it. Here we can see Glace going to be taking the lead. We have a switch up on the leaderboard. Live updating feature now. If you look in the bottom left above his name, you'll see Team 1. That means they're in the first place position right now. Oh, and he places down a armored wall. Hopefully he doesn't need that later.
He will. That's such a good utility item to have. So pretty unfortunate for him. This is a deep pad here. He manages to honestly get away with murder here. Doesn't get shot and steals away a couple more tiles of placement. That's gonna go a long way here, but they have to be very careful. There's such an open field, and they're the first team leading the rotate. Now others are starting to come in, so they're gonna have to move with the pack here. 121 damage is gonna be the lowest team threshold that someone's gonna have to be battling their way up towards, and It's going to be Slacks and Clarity G once again, to no surprise. This time, they're trying to set up for OMG and Shadow, who have had such a great day. OMG and Shadow are in 8th place, ladies and gentlemen. Slacks and Clarity currently holding 3rd. So this is a big fight. This is a game and tide-changing fight. Down goes one. Can Slacks get the second? No. Clarity gets traded there. Big shots. Has to be very careful. The Siphon comes in, though. They want at least the 3 points, and now they back off to get their heals. What heals do they have? Bandages. Barely anything, but okay. They pick up the loot from OMG. He had a lot to work with. Beautiful. So it works out here. Oh, brother. That could have been super, super close, but it works out for them.
Yeah, that was pretty good. You know, it was actually unfortunate for the other player. Clarity was about ready to make a play with the Stinger SMG, about ready to just brute force through that metal wall, and the other player edits it at the exact time that he goes to shoot, so he just flies right in, doesn't even need to break it. Really unfortunate timing, but now Clarity and Slacks are in a pretty good situation here. Full shield. I mean, their mats aren't necessarily the best, and they do have a little bit of a rotate to make here, but definitely a better situation than they were in a couple of minutes ago. They have a team right in front of them that they have to go through, who they are not looking too healthy either, so maybe they can find something. But look at the map. Look at all of the teams in this bottom left corner of the zone. All of them got to go over to that half zone, and it'll be interesting to see how all of these players emerge over there. Hopefully they can make it out alive.
Oh, Slacks is thrown. He did not pop the mini right there. This might be the difference maker, right? The difference factor. Now going to the sky with no shield is so scary. Look, Clarity just got chunked by a heavy shotgun on the way in. That singular pellet carries range and damage downtown consistently. Here comes Clarity, though. He's going to touch down here. So still alive and in the game, now holding 4th place. So other big teams falling left and right here as Clarity manages to just continue to sneak his way on up and keep him in the running here for Aver and Muzz. One of the first times we're seeing them make it to an end game. We'll see what they can do with their positioning. Yamzo and D-Gen holding on to 8th as well. Slide their way on up as OMG Me Too was dropped out of this positioning here. That's the cool, again, the cool update about this new feature now. We get to see in real time how the teams are exchanging positions here.
Yeah, and I really liked the rotation that Slacks and Clarity. As you look at this top-down view, you can see them on the east side, right? And we just saw that all of these players were just recently on the west side of the zone prior to this half and half. They had the opportunity to pretty much go anywhere they wanted with that launch pad, and they opt to go to the east side because they know that'll be least congested over here. But as we can see, the first movement zone is actually going to pull back to the west, so maybe it wasn't actually too smart of them to go to the east side. But nonetheless, I still like it, right? They'd be able to reset over there. Nobody's around them, so I like paying attention to small little details like that. D-Gen and Yamzo, though, in a pretty good position here. They got a lot of mats, and they are on the west side of the zone, which is where the moving zone is going, though. Correction, they now have to get Storm Surge, and there we go, on cue, just gonna be beaming with that Stinger SMG. Gotta be careful. Any single little bit of margin that you give these players, they will punish you for it, and that's what you see right out of Yamzo, though. Let me tell you, Yamzo has been impressing me all day. Every single time we tune in, he is just beaming somebody with an MK or a Stinger.
Yeah, definitely. Surge hasn't been too much of an issue for them as it has been for Clarity G and Slacks right now. I mean, listen, Slacks needs to be the wind to Clarity G's fire right here. They have been trying to pretty much hold on just round after round, zone after zone. Here's another one of those situations right now where they are so far below the Surge and it's continuing to stack up. Players aren't falling fast enough, so the pressure is starting to mount here. And here comes the layer changes now out of Bill's. Clarity might be thinking, was that worth it here? As he has to start making his way all around here, trying to read the zone. He gets behind a player. One missed shot is going to be enough for him to just get bodied, and he had so much health as well. It's up to Slacks now. It's all or nothing. How much can you make here? Absolutely none. Time is money, and the money's been collected by the Surge to get him out of here. On high ground is Quad Magnolia. On the mids is Bully and Dusky here. In shambles, too. Our second place team in shambles right now.
Yeah, good layer change though. When you are in shambles like this, when you put yourself on that low ground, you basically remove a build that you have to place because you are on steady grounds, right? So they don't have to place those floors anymore that they would have to if they were in the mid ground. So pretty good play, though they do eventually get cleaned for being on those wood builds in the late game. Yamzo, though, finding himself on the higher ground, it appears. Going to be having a player contest them, though. I wonder where Degen is at. Looks like he's not sure where he's at, but he's going to be shooting this player out here to make sure that he disconnects. Degen's right behind him. Good, good, good. So both of those guys are on height, established, doing pretty well.
Wicked Beef looking pretty well on the low ground as well. 4 eliminations. Not a lot of material, but definitely tons to work with here as ammo and heals are not an issue at all right now. Seems like they managed to pick up some sweet goods down here in this zone. The zone's been ping-ponging back and forth. Convicted jumps into the wrong layer. Boxes get shot up as well. Big damage there. Beef will be able to pick up some of that loot. Well played for him as they sweep up 2 enemies on this low level. And look, they're just snaking their way across, ratting their way through the low ground right now. The tunnels are theirs. And look at this, more focus coming in here, but they have things under control right now. Even though it doesn't seem like it, they definitely have the lead there. Golden and Walkers too. Look at this condition that they're in. 7 eliminations and a full layer to themselves. Brings one down, that's a player caught. Bad ramp there, and he is trapped. Walkers comes in with the finish through. That's onto Nounsy, spreads by himself, and it comes through. Oh my gosh, shut down there. And Golden comes on in, he wants to pick up the loot. Nicely done. Counter fire though, it hurts, it stings. He has to make his way outside the zone. There's no health on this player, just shoot back. He heals 2. He heals an enemy in the chaos there. He doesn't care though, manages to stay alive. That's what matters most here. And look at this, they're still up somehow.
Yeah, I don't know how he actually just made it through that. That was
insane.
Phenomenal play. He's getting shot at like the whole entire time there. Still makes a nice little path around the zone though, but leaves himself with a total of 18 builds here. So they are in a pretty good position. Going to be getting pressured by Oliver OG, who's actually below them. He's going to be trying to panic place an armored wall there. And again, he is just finding these situations where he's getting shot at from every which angle, but he just slips right out the back. He's going to be looking at the higher ground though. Ooh, player sneaks around the back, probably from the zone, and actually finds the elimination. Degen and Yamzo on the top here. 2v3 situation for them. 3 players left on the low ground. Going to be using the rest of their ammunition to pressure all those builds out. Oh, Yamzo goes down for the drop down. Now they are controlling the actual zone there. This player builds up though. This could turn. Oh, there we go. Finishes it there on Oliver OG.
Little 8 elimination victory royale for my pick on Yamzo and Degen. Well played for them. Finished the game off very, very strong, but man, I think the highlights have to go to players like Nick and Beef, who are controlling the low ground, running it up. Playify and Oliver OG, shout out to them, man. They tried their best to stay alive, but definitely got shut down somewhere towards the end there. These zone fights are just brutal. You can see how taxing they can be. The Storm just doing so much damage there at the end game. Look at this. We didn't get to see that one onto D-Roller, making it work. Playing with house money pretty much. As Yamzo closes out the last Elim there. 8 Elim victory royale, Vivid. Very nicely done for Yamzo and Degen, who, again, we see the other side of this team. Not contested versus that FNCS qualifier #1 that happened on Friday. It's just night and day.
Yeah, very well played. They are taking full advantage of the opportunity they are getting with an uncontested llama split there. So that's good for them. You know, we talk about it sometimes. Some of these players kind of crack under pressure when they are usually contested, and they rely on that for their Storm Surge, right? But these guys, no, they're uncontested. They're taking full advantage of it, finding their Storm Surge throughout the game, and they are just running away right now on the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. And we want to see that leaderboard, so we're going to toss on over to the desk. There's no time to waste here. Catch us up, boys.
The telekinesis here with you there, Monster. You know, Yamzo and Degen, I felt it too, hence the prediction. They've come through and won game #3, the high ground. We saw there as well, fellas, that it was a true kind of masterclass, really. You know, they're not being contested by anybody. Everyone knows how good they are in that position there. SBG, they really kind of set themselves away from the rest of the pack then and just swept up when everything was in front of them.
Yeah, the first couple of games it was some solo plays to get some points, and now we see them put it all together here in this match, able to take some big shots there onto the high ground, weaken it. They got their info, and then they just crank. This is my high ground, my play, I'm knocking you out. Even taking off another team, possibly looking to hold the high ground position, and from here, it's just walking it out.
Yeah, and they were able to walk it out and work from the top down very, very composed, like taking shots only at the players who are on the backside of the zone, finding the key eliminations, and now propelling themselves pretty solidly into the top 8. But so far through 3 matches, things are very close. And one thing we'll note too, again, with the exception of Iamzo and DJ throwing shots up there hasn't really been a ton of challenges up towards the high ground. Once players get it, they tend to get it and then play out towards, at minimum, a top 2 situation.
Indeed. I mean, the standings are inevitably going to change right now. You know, DJ and Iamzo, they were kind of there or thereabouts. Are they going to be in the top 2 or 3? We're now about to find out in our leaderboard. Let's take a closer look and you guys can run us through. Gun, there they are, sitting in the top spot, sitting pretty, joint with second place as well. This is tight after 3 games.
Yeah, they own first place, but only because of that victory royale. Beef and Nick able to take second place. We haven't even really seen them, and so consistent. We look at the placement points. They are right there with our game winners of DJ and Iamzo, also slaying out with 16 elims Sundown.
Yeah, and right now you also see Walkers and Aphids Golden with their run last game being pushed up into 4th place. But what this really says, kind of looking at the top 6 or so teams with a little bit of separation after that, 7th and 8th, everyone else on top of them is really close. But also the separation is less than a victory royale right now, right? We're talking 32 points for a victory royale, which would put even 9th and 10th well into that 8th place range. If you have one decent game, you're all of a sudden in the conversation. And with only 3 matches left to go, pretty much everyone is still in the conversation given how the points have been spread out so far.
Yeah, we were talking kind of, behind the scenes when the game was playing out. It was interesting that game 1 and game 2 had 2 different pools of players. Suddenly game 3, the top 25 all came together to go head to head. And that really made things a lot different there and made it a lot more entertaining for us here as well, SBG.
Yeah, no doubt. And we see it reflect on that leaderboard. It's crazy how close these games are, because basically when everyone's winning a match, they're doing it with 7, 8, 9, 10 elims. And that's a 50-point game. That's the difference between first place and I think like 18th, if I'm doing my math correctly. So it is
math for
close.
broadcast.
Oh, quick math. But it is so close right now.
Yeah, everything's so close, and as that margin kind of shrinks, it basically means we go from playing a 6 set to now we have 3 matches to go, and as long as you haven't really fully stumbled, anything is possible. And even then, if you're one of those teams who is all the way down towards the bottom, the Scented and the Cold is the one who are capable of winning a match, one really solid W and you get into the double-digit eliminations, which these guys are capable of, puts you right back into the fray.
It certainly does. And I can hear the battle bus is ready to rock and roll. We're going to head into the action. It is time for game number 4. Let's jump in. Anything is possible. Let's see what happens next.
This is a sink or swim type of situation now. So we're starting to jump into game number 4. For some of our favorites, it's going to be very, very tough to go ahead and claw back in, but anything is possible. Double-digit eliminations. We've seen bigger comebacks before. For Nico and Polarized, though, no shots. They shut down Macwood out the gate. Wow.
Again, I'm telling you, that's what happened. Wow. They had a good kind of first 2 games through Qualifier 1. They were chilling, they were comfortable at the Daily Bugle, and then Polarized was like, no. And again, repeating that same strategy. You know, this is a very interesting strategy because when you think about it, if you're really, really comfortable, then, you know, you're going to think you're going to just be able to land and chill, right? And maybe that's what Macwood was thinking. But no, Nico was like, listen, I got a better drop than you. I'm going to out-drop you to this chest. And he does it, and he picks up a Stinger SMG, which quickly cleans up that elimination. Now, Donnie left to do it. And let me tell you, you know, I'm all for these clutch situations, but it is not looking good for him.
Yeah, no, not only that, we've seen how bad Surge is, right? Like, we've seen how crazy Surge has been. I don't expect it to be any different now that all pressure's on here. Even for a team like Aegis and Rise, I mean, this is do or die kind of situation. And you know what? Nounsy and Sprite are like, hey, we want to stay alive. We want to survive a little longer. They actually disengage a little earlier. Other teams roll in, trying to take advantage of the chaos because they know the fights are going down here round after round. So we're seeing a complete adjustment, a complete fix across the field now. Teams are pulling out the wild cards, if you will. And little do Aegis and Rise know a surprise could be lurking nearby. As there's a team just right there, Vivid. They're lurking.
I can't believe this third team has not actually taken a shot yet at Aders and Rise. They definitely had an opportunity to, chilling on top of the house. Aders and Rise are in a really good position if they could just get up a straight 2v2 here, right? They have more HP, and then also Aders, look at all the meds that he has right now. He's got some guzzle juices to work with, and then 4 chug splashes, which are so beneficial. That other team, got to pay close attention to the map. They're still actually chilling on the outskirts, not really pushing in. Rise and Aders, though, in one of those situations where you find yourselves on top of the builds that the other players just seem to hide down, and you're just kind of wasting time, though. Rise, not really feeling it. Going to be going for Nounsy here with the SMG. Going to be getting jumped on by both the players. Rise with no builds left, doesn't realize it. He's going to be getting taken down. Aders left to clutch up a 1v2 situation, and here comes not only one third party, but 2.
And you know what? That second team actually waited for the fight to go down. They jumped on Aders, so Aders got pounced onto. Little did he know, caught with the weapon out though. Pickaxe out. Luckily, Nounsy manages to just barely slide out of there, avoiding the elimination. But Aders, this is a tough situation. Our top 10 Nounsy and Sprite team here, now easing their way into 8th place. That's how close the standings have been so far. That 3 points swung them into a qualification slot as of right now. So it is just putting more intensity on the situation, more importance on this battle for them. It's Fable, Taco, and Jackson up from that southern location at Southeast Drop. They rotate up quickly. Aders just gets dived in. They don't want to waste any time here. They want to shut this down before the third party comes in. And this team, they're just second guessing the entire fight at this point. For Sprite and Nounsy, I cannot believe they managed to survive that, because Nounsy, like, dang near threw the bag right there, right? Sitting there with his pickaxe out, facing the wrong direction with the wall completely open, could have been the end of their tournament, and possibly the difference that pushed him out at the end of the day from this number 8 spot here.
Yeah, and if we saw the clutch that was attempted there, you know, he kind of put himself down in the basement. And thinking about the layout of this building, there's nowhere to go down here, right? As soon as you put yourself down here, there's nowhere to go. And Nounsy and Sprite understood the layout, so that's why they go ahead for that pressure. Going to be taking a look right back at this. And as you can see here, you know, he soloed out here, right? So Nounsy and Sprite take full advantage of that, jump on Rise instantly, and they kind of, you know, lead themselves in a 1v2 situation when it's, in hindsight, a 2v2. So Aders off into the side during while that was going on, and then he tries to 1v2 clutch it up, but from the basement, very hard to do. And again, you know, we still have these other players over here, Jackson and Serbski. Now they're going to be potentially taking a fight, and Nounsy is going to be the one doing the third party in.
Yeah, this could work out. If they get another 6, that'd be massive for them. Nevify and Ritual, though, on the other side here on the east side. It looks like they picked up a nice little 2 eliminations, plenty of loot to play off of. It's going to push them up just a little bit here. This is a team that is, you know, fighting for series points at this point, right? That's kind of the story for them. I mean, listen, if you want to go to finals, you need to do one of 2 things. Get top 8 today, or earn a boatload of series points to make it to next week, because otherwise you're left out. That's it. And that's why today's qualification, just making it this far to top 50, was so important. This is pivotal for most of our teams. As we kind of run back in the highlights here, there goes a quick wrap up for them. Back on over to the fight that matters most for Nounsy and Sprite. They actually take this engagement. This is a 2-on-2. 2 more teams rolling in from the outskirts, hearing the fight go down. Sprite goes down. This is up to Nounsy to clutch up. Did they bite off more than they can chew? Nounsy thinks otherwise. Almost had it, but Redux, too much health, too quick. Shadow 1 XLMG me. This is a golden opportunity for them now. How do they read this? How do they read this situation? Look at how many. What is going on? There's a delay on mainstream, guys. They don't know this is all going down right now. So this is just chance occurrence at this point.
Greasy Grove is the place to be. Somebody sent out an invitation for a party at this POI. Man, I feel like every single elimination outside of the one that happened between Beef and Nick over at the east side of the map has occurred here at Greasy Grove. And it's funny because, look, again, we have another fight going down on the north side of Greasy, but then Redux and Savage here, they are actually pressured by a team that is above them. I wonder if they know the team there they got to, right? Like, you know, they heard some builds going down. The other team tried to press in fast. But Shadow, he's hiding in the shadows, so is OMG me. Go for a quick elim here. They don't do a lot of damage to Savage. It looks like they are fine, and they are now fully aware of the situation. So they should be chilling, should be able to get out of this or take the fight straight to them.
I'm more upset that they didn't get a single tag right there. that would have been huge. Those 6 points being in 15th place when you have finals just right there. finals positioning in your grips, in your sights. You don't hit a shot when it matters. Unfortunate. You call this a party. I mean, it's a party's like 8 to 10 people. We've had like 20 show up so far. So this is a classroom at this point, all right? This is crazy.
And Shadow actually ends up finding the eliminations over here. So OMG, me, and Shadow can be picking up an elim each. They actually found that on one of the other teams that was third party in this. But MDF, if we take a look at the map yet again, we're finding teams that are getting eliminated here, and they're just instantly getting replaced. Again, we have a total of 6 teams in this general vicinity. I guess the storm is pulling down here, but we're going to take a look at how Shadow ended up finding that. And man, right through the taxi window, they're going to be doing a lot of damage and opting not to build or get out of the taxi there, and they pay for it.
Yeah, look, and what happens there is not only does this explosion do a lot of damage, you touch down, you immediately have the floor set ablaze, and your health ticks very, very fast when it's on fire. So engulfed in the flames there, Shadow and OMG Me find themselves 6 points, pushes them up 3 more spots, which is great. Now they're in 12th.
Yeah, that's pretty good here. We're going to be taking a look to see how the Daily Bugle ended up. No. Yeah. You know, you love the webs that are around the POI, but sometimes maybe you get a little bit too confident. And look at this. Scented and Cold are at Covert Cavern now.
I don't know what to make of this. I don't know what to make of this. You have a team like Larson and Smite, quite honestly, just own you out of the drop, right? They played Sleepy Sound so well. They strategized basically a counterattack, right? The first 2 games onto Scented and Cold completely mix up their play style, their strategy, force them into this situation that they have to go into other people's area a little bit more, I'd say sooner, right? Than they may have anticipated. And we're seeing what happens when that happens. They don't have material. They've been very, very, I'd say fortunate in the sense that having like ammunition and whatnot, but the material counts, man, have been really, really bad.
Yeah, and that's what happens when you're kind of pushed away from where you are comfortable. They are comfortable up there at Sleepy. They probably have some routes where they're used to getting their metal, their wood, their brick. But now they're like, listen, man, Larson and Smite are just putting us in the dirt. We got to go somewhere else. And when you go somewhere else, you know, somebody's already got their route planned out to get those materials wherever else you go, right? Like, this is a big map, but there are a lot of players on it. So all of these materials get accounted for. But let me tell you something. They are finding a good amount of materials here. But on the other side of the cavern, Glace actually goes down. And they were in 3rd place coming into this team. So that is a big elimination to find there.
That is so bad. That is so bad for Glace. Right there. What's going to happen now, guys, that spot's going to completely open up. They're dead stuck on earning points. That's going to give much more room to runway on up. Not only that, remember, Macwood and Donnie are also out. So already we're seeing about 3 of our top 10 teams out of the competition. This is going to make a... Wow, we have a very, very, very competitive and close qualifier here right now. One of the last opportunities they're going to have to just punch their way straight to finals. This is the time to do it.
Scented and Cold, though, they find a quick beam on the reciprocal, so they are going to get aggressive on this. Scented quickly going through east control, finds a good shot on the reciprocal there, too. He's now down to 40 HP, but they just keep throwing chug splashes. They haven't stopped for the past, like, 10 seconds. Must have had like 15 plus of those, but still the reciprocal finds itself below 100 HP. Scented and Cold doing work in this engagement right here, and this is what we love to see. You know, maybe a little bit of a mental reset. Game 4, though, taking a while for them to actually get here, applying some pressure. Scented's got to watch his left, though. He sees the build get placed, but he doesn't do anything about it. Does he not know the player's right behind him? He's got to be careful. He does get out unscathed, still full HP. Resetting here, Cold and Scented to do all the work, but they got to be careful. We saw that there was a lot of players here, and as you can see there, Dayfan off on the side, lurking, waiting for a good opportunity. The 3rd party of this team, and Scented and Cold seem to be happy with the amount of damage they've done. They see the zone is about to start moving, closing in on them, so they got to get out of here at one point.
Works out. I mean, listen, they take no damage. They get a lot of tags. Granted, it blew some material, but the fact that Scented was able to even find that little brick reservoir worked out really well. That was like 100 plus power materials just swept right back into the inventory, so kind of negated everything there. It works. It works. It's not pretty, but it worked. What else can they do for the remainder of the game is a true question that we want answered. For Iamzo and Degen, our #1 team, we already lost our 3rd place seeded team. So Iamzo and Degen have so much room to work with here. This is where they can jump ahead of the competition. This is where they can punch their ticket to the finals in game 4. That would be the most ideal situation. That'll alleviate all the pressure here. Smite and Larson fizzle out after game 2. It seems like 3 did not work in their favor. They're hard stuck now at 40 points, below the Storm Surge here as well. I wonder.
I mean, you think about it.
I was just going to say, did Sentinel Cold maybe make a decision too soon? Like, did Smite and Larson get a little lucky?
Smite and Larson were probably finding a lot of their success through that, you know, those early eliminations that they were finding on Cold and Scented. But now that Cold and Scented have made a big adjustment in how they play their early game, Smite and Larson no longer have even the opportunity to take down Scented and Cold and find some early eliminations. So maybe they are struggling with that Storm Surge. And as you can see here, yeah, back in that point up, they are 40 below right now. This could be potentially big. This is what they did against Scented and Cold. Found some early eliminations. Good shots on the Pams through there. Larson in a 1v1 situation now as they trade downs. Let me see what happens here. He's actually just gonna go straight up for the res. If they can get him up quickly and get right back into the fight, they might be able to find these eliminations very, very quickly. But you know, we look at the Storm Surge counter, he's 253 above already, so he got some good damage in. The other player's healing up, and it looks like Larson is going to take a step back. Pop a big potion, reset, maybe take the fight, maybe not take the fight. We'll have to see what he decides.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like they were content with it, but no, I think they want the elims here.
Yep, here we go.
Want to get a little bit more, probably feeling confident. Someone's calling for the re-engage. Shots are coming in from the distance too, though, so someone else trying to get involved in the mix here. Playify gets tagged, though. The punishment tries to sneak his way into the corner. He was 55 below the Surge. Surge does the rest. That elimination credit will go to the player who last tagged them. So Chubbs, you can see right there in the feed, finds the tag or the full elim. That's granted directly to them. So rewards being divvied out. Oliver OG now trying to make best of the situation. This is our number 4th place team here. This is all for the finals, guys. All that matters is finishing into top 8. Beautiful shot there with 2 HP. 52 damage above the Surge. That is so close. He would have otherwise been taken out. So a frame perfect shot. It was about to tick over. Oh no, they jump in. Couldn't get the reset in time. Oh man, unfortunate.
Chubbs and Twix were coming in, as was the zone. Not a lot for Oliver OG to do there. Again, you know, Storm Surge, troublesome for some of these players. Twix and Chubbs, they got to get a move on. Going to be jumping in at the vehicle there. They'll quickly be able to get to the Storm. To back up the point that you made earlier, though, MDF, you know, big game potential here for DGen and Yamzo, right? Because Glace and Chucky went down. We know Macwood and Donnie went down, but let's not forget Beef and Nick, who were actually in 2nd place, also went down. So DGen and Yamzo have a big opportunity here to, you know, create a gap between them and the rest of the leaderboard. Little bit of a chill zone going on now. You know, not a lot of people doing much. We see that 70 player count has been hit, so everybody knows, okay, we're good on Storm Surge until the next one comes, so we're just all going to relax. If we look at the Storm, though, a lot of water included in this one on the east side, so they're going to see a lot of players bundle up here on the west side where there's actually some land. You don't want to base yourself up in that water. It is hard to traverse sometimes, and there we go. We see DGen and Yamzo. They don't have any elims yet, so hopefully they are chilling on Storm Surge, and we'll see how they play this one out as the next Storm is about to show itself.
Yeah, definitely. But we all know Yamzo has the tendency to take a fight, so it's just a matter of time at this point as they're sitting at 0 eliminations. How much Storm Surge have they managed to put down in the game? DGen and Yamzo opening the bills just as we talk about that aggression that typically comes out.
Whoa.
Oh, little boost. All right, it works in their favor, though. Doesn't completely throw them off here. Those little only in Fortnite type situations almost occurred right there, but it's okay. Okay, so look, DGen and Yamzo get to get first dibs here. This is honestly prime real estate. They get to also sit on some material that they can recycle. This is one of the few pieces of land. And look at that, they fire away the logs. So yes, they're clearing out the location, just conditioning this little piece of land. Oh, I was gonna say, did they actually just get hit marker over there? That was bulldozing right into a potential team.
You know, it's interesting that they actually didn't build up any higher than they did. If we look at the map again, on the west side, there are a lot of teams that got to come into the zone here, right? And really, the only place where there's land that they have to go is this little island. So they're all going to funnel in and potentially build up on top of them. But Clarity G and Slacks finding themselves in a fight on this western piece of land that I just recently talked about. A lot more than just Clarity and Slacks involved, though. A couple of teams over here in shambles here is that Cody guy right there. He's going to be disengaging, though. Clarity and Slacks going to be happy with the loot that they find. They know that the storm's going to be closing soon, so they know that they got to make this rotation soon. The water, a mode of transportation for them, and picking up a quick elim. That team over there had no shield, so very easy for them to find that, and they know that they have their shields, and they know they're potentially even further shambles from what they can tell. Going to be going for the piece control, playing it safe, playing it smart. Here's the other player jump in the water, and again, they're just happy with the loot that they find. Very well played from Clarity and Slacks. They're going to be happy with that quick amount of storm surge that they find.
Not only that, the material, the refresher to come into this, the new zone, find a knock. It couldn't work any better for a team. Cold is going to find Larson in the feed. That, my friend,
there we go.
Is a big, big exchange. If you've been following along since game number 1, Larson and Smite have been the key reasoning to their difficult time so far today. They had to adjust their entire strategy, so things come full circle. I hope we caught that one in the package. We'll see if we can see what happened and unfolded there. But for Bully and Dusky, who are now in 6th positioning here, 90 points on the board. So 90 points is our top 6. That's a lot of points, guys. You saw, though, a ton, and I mean tons of teams are hovering around the 70 and 80 point threshold mark. So the standings are so close. Here's Yuz and Okis. The first time we really get to see them in a battle. And unfortunately, they're under some serious pressure here. A couple armed walls come down, but no. One should have been thrown up on the ceiling. Okis now left to fend fire himself. Can he get to Yuz in time? No, down body gets full finished here. Wants to fight for the loot. Little doesn't know. Users jumps on into the box there. Big pressure from up above as well. Okis has to be so careful here. Okay, snatches up some of it. Yes, he actually needs this here.
Going for the wall there 3 times in a row, not going to get it. A little bit unlucky. Okis played that very well. He kind of disengaged, and then as soon as he heard the shields break of those other 2 players, he re-engaged. He's got 3 Stinger SMGs, all of which were purple, rarity or higher. He's going to be opting to drop on. Probably going to take the web shooters. He's definitely going to need it, because if we look at the zone point all the way up there to that northeast location, and if you were, wow, Bully here, showing off his parkour skills, walking right on top of a tree. You know, he's got 100 mats to work with. If he can make this rotation on foot, he can potentially create solo clutch opportunities. He's going to hear a player land around him, going to make sure everything around him is covered. Eventually, he'll build in once he thinks that it is safe, and there we go. He's going to build himself up in some metal, keep himself safe. And again, Clarity, G, and Slacks finding themselves in good positions to where they can just spray some players and find some quick eliminations from distance.
Yeah, it's little things like this, guys, that give us a deep appreciation for FN competitive. Watching the master rotates from someone like Bully, now watching Clarity, G, and Slacks just play such a execution, like executing at the highest level right now, finding multiple refreshes, finding these angles, these positions in from the low ground, aiming and targeting teams up above just off the terrain knowledge is just so well he played right now. And take a look here. We get to watch this back here, how it all began. Here's the setup from Clarity G. The big tags for the MK7.
Oh my.
Trying to slide to get away, but you just can't. Clarity, one of the most disgusting shots in Fortnite. You just watched it play out there in real time. GG's for him.
Yeah, and that's not an easy shot to make, right? We think about it, Chapter 3 just recently introduced, so sliding a mechanic that was implemented along with the release of the season. So a little bit of different momentum there, right? Players got to adjust to that momentum that players will have to be able to make those shots. Clarity obviously been putting in some practice, but you're paying attention right there. Cold picks up a couple elims, but maybe even a bigger bit of a development. Yamzo is all by his lonesome. These are your leaderboard leaders as of current. And Yamzo is left to solo clutch and hopefully, you know, keep that top spot alive for this duo.
Big developments on height as well. Muzz fighting for high ground. I don't know if I saw Avery there, so keep an eye on him. They're in 16th place, guys. These guys will be at the top of the standings if they manage to get all the way to endgame. Bully on the other side, he might have had great rotates, but unfortunately might have made a little mistake here as the pressure comes in. But he's in the water situation, right? He's on this ultimate low. Naturally, you're going to get targeted here. He did not reset the wall behind him. Small mistakes like that will get you, you know, quickly taken out. On height now, though. Another exchange. Polarized and Nico on top. They need this victory out so badly. They've been having a struggle of a tournament, but they shut down Macwood and Donnie over at the Daily Bugle. Now taking this game all the way through to end game. This is going to be a confidence boost for them, which is going to spell more and more trouble for Macwood and Donnie for the next game.
Yamzo on the low ground, he's doing it for the duo. I mentioned how he was gonna have to clutch up to keep that first place position alive, and yes, Sento as well, finally finding some success. Ooh, Yamzo too aware for a player to be lurking underneath of his own builds. What a great spot he's in right now, though. Actually gets tagged. Ooh, he's still got a lot of mats to work with, though. Great builds coming out. He knows he's got to go up the hill, so he's slowly working his way up as he builds away from those players. I like this play. Taking a little bit of a detour into the zone a little bit. Mindful of the high ground. We know that they can do a lot of damage in very quick succession. And again, Magnolia goes for a quick little couple of shots on him. Does some damage, but nothing to be worried about. Sent it over there. Backside of the zone. Actually goes down. Yamzo to do it.
Yeah, a little wide shot right there gives us Pamsu and Thatch on height right now, so they could be making their return into the standings too. Yamzu gets the wall opened up and shut down, so first place is now out. More room for the top here. Clarity G and Slacks managed to find themselves into the triple-digit mark. This is a 108-point breakthrough for them. Every team that falls is granting them more and more points. Take a look here, 6 elims as well. There's a player behind this wall, but will they open up? Yes, of course. Slacks is looking for it. Clarity G leading this rotate out at the bottom. Calm and collected. Day and Clicks managed to make an end game too. But this is Pam and Thatch's game. They're in 11th place. Can they do something even bigger? We'll find out. Beautiful angle here from Clarity G on the low. Shots are coming out. Can they get the full rip through? That's a great tag there. No shield break. It's Day and Clicks on the other side of the barrel, facing the pressure on height. 3 elims now. The champs are trying to come back here. They've been on a tear. We've been hyping them up. We know how good they are. They need to show us right now. How can they close this game out? 2 builds now for Thatch. Have to assume Pamsu barely has any. Yes, so that means they're committing down here. Sneaky and Statics at 9 eliminations. They're fighting for the spot right now. This is a top 10 fight here. Can they break through? No. Sneaky gets shut down. The Vets are just a little bit better. Statics as well. And a quick elimination here for Pamsu and Thatch, who both win their ones there. GG's for them.
Thatch and Pamsu to close it out. Another one of those situations actually where we find that they actually take high ground, right? We saw a different team up there not too long ago. Then all of a sudden Pamsu and Thatch are like, hey, listen, we want to be able to just walk straight to a victory royale, so we're going to go ahead and take it. But Sneaky and Statics, who ended up coming second right there, had a total of 9 eliminations, so not too shabby for them. Pamsu and Thatch going to be finishing out there with a total of 6 elims and the victory royale. That's going to be a huge swing in the leaderboards. Again, let's remember, we had a lot of our top 10 contenders go down earlier before they even made it to the end game. So leaderboard is going to be very interesting to take a look at.
Yeah, definitely. And those standings update in real time. So we already know players like Clarity G, the Vets, the OGs, really rocketing their way on up to the top. I'm sure Adam and crew have something to say about that game. So we're going to toss it over to Desk.
Heck yeah, we do. Pamsu and Thatch coming through there. Sundown, they're in the race, man. They got there. They got there. I mean, that's fantastic for those guys, and we'll touch on them very shortly. But Clarity G, as Monster just mentioned there as well, what a pop-off there. I think it was 5 or 6 eliminations, I think it was. But SBG, I mean, you need to have a clutch up. You need to get a lot of eliminations at some point in the competition, and Clarity has done exactly that.
Clarity has laser beams coming out of that MK and just locking on to people. We see him popping off, and the story's kind of been the high ground plays, but Clarity and Slacks able to play this low ground, navigate this space, and really fill the void that's been left open by everyone else. Slay out on the low ground, but ultimately they're falling before that top 5. Really nice to see these two do well, and this probably puts them into that qual range, or at least really close to it.
Really close, and I think one of the things that's key with Clarity is he's always been known for his rifle aim, and then when you add something that's as strong as the MK7 into his arsenal, his ability to just hit those huge legendary pump shots on the low ground, the striker pump, I mean, he's putting to work and able to pick those up. And I think with how close the top of the table is, you're going to need an individual effort like that to really stamp it up. But normally we'd say, hey, that should be a qualifying effort. With how close the leaderboard is at the top, I'm not sure anybody's safe.
I know Vivid was talking about that there as well, that it's, you know, it's going to be really different now, and we can't wait to see. That's the best thing about NAE. It's always so close going to the final stages as well. We've got to touch on, obviously, our Victory Royales, our winners there as well, Pamstone, Fatch. We saw that they claimed that high ground. They managed to hold it outright. They're a consistent team, it seems, here all the time, always being there or thereabouts. It's great to see them get the Victory Royale in this instance, SBG.
And this is exactly what they needed. We can see only 68 points right now, so they're on the outside looking in. And Sundown, you and I were talking about, you just need like 1.5 good games right here in order to push for that qual. And hey, they've done most of the work already.
And as you're watching that bottom left corner over the replay, you can see the number just starting jumping off. I believe when we first hopped on board, it was 18, and then it was 14, and boom, all of a sudden, one round of elims and the placement points come through. They're 12, and then I think we finished right there at the end. They pushed themselves all the way up into 8th, which goes exactly what we talked about in the desk before. One good game. The leaderboard is so close that, hey, a Victory Royale, a decent number of eliminations, you put yourself right in the middle of that conversation with 2 matches left to go.
Exactly, and this is it. This is what the standings currently look like. DJ and Iomzo continue to run at the top spot there, 131 points. But as you can see, things are really starting to change up between 1st and 10th place here, SPG.
Yeah, we saw Iomzo solo clutch holding up that top spot. We saw the plays there by Clarity. Nick and Beef able to do enough, and then everyone else now is in that range of, I need to at least secure one more top 5.
3rd through 9th is literally separated by 8 points. That is less than 3 eliminations. That's 2 eliminations and getting into the top 30. Like, there is so much to play for. I mean, there's a significant drop-off after the fact, but when we say quote-unquote significant drop-off, that's relevant, right? Like, as soon as you end up going below that, it's still one good game worth.
Yeah, and everyone at you, 11th through 20th position here as well, you can totally see are all capable of going into it. You know, look at 14th place, they're D-Roller and Trashy, 74 points. They're only 20 points away from breaking into the top 8. So they're so close, and it does just take one game, and you're right back in the mix. You're being considered for going through in the auto call spots, those top 8 going through to finals immediately and bypassing semi-finals. Let's head back over to our casters. We're about to go into Game 5 Monster. Vivid, what do you got for us, boys?
I mean, listen, it's pretty clear Iomzo's here to set the world on fire. We might be seeing one of our first punched-in finalists of the top 8. The rest of the 7, though, those other slots, I mean, Vivid, we haven't seen a competition this close in quite some time. I feel like this, my friend, is one of the tightest qualifiers, and this is all thanks to the new format. Bringing and swinging the points, skewing the points towards eliminations. It's pretty clear that it's turned into a very competitive format.
It is very competitive, and I love how someone pointed out that there are basically like 2-3 eliminations that separate 3rd through 9th. Like, if anybody is feeling like they are out of it at this point, they really need to switch that mindset around, because it is so close to the top. Anything can happen. You have a nice solid pop-off game with like 10 eliminations, and you're just flying up the leaderboard because of how close it is. Going into the 5th game though, right, there's not a lot of games left. There's only 2 games left, so these teams are really got to make some plays, make some adjustments if they're not liking how the results are going so far.
Yeah, not only that, top 20 has a fighter's chance here, guys. You saw it's 20 points. Now, if you think about that, 7 eliminations, very much feasible. Breaks that 20 to 30 point threshold pretty easily, and 32 points for the Victory Royale, maybe a little bit more than that, honestly. So easily, any team can win and give themselves buffer room and a definite top 8 spot coming into the last game. So as we start rounding our way into game number 5 right here, right now, I mean, it is anyone's chance. We're going to cover that action right here. So let's go.
Flying in though, you know, we've seen a lot of early game action going on, and a lot of it was centered around Greasy Grove. A little bit of a development happened in the Daily Bugle. Looks like we're going to check out Greasy Grove. Let's not forget what happened last game. About 20 teams ended up showing up here, so that's got to be in the back of these players' minds as they go ahead and try to loot up, right? They got to be thinking, we want to take the fight like as soon as possible, so that way we can thwart off any kind of third parties that want to come in. But I think Rise and Agers getting a hold of this main building here is just too big. There's so many coolers in there. There's so many chug splashes that come out of those coolers that they are instantly full shield right now, and they look like they're already ready to fight as they go for some early shots here on Nounsy, who decides to disengage with a car. And if we're looking in the top left, Macwood going down to Nico, as is Donnie.
Oh my gosh, big trades right here. This is so unfortunate for Macwood. Oh, you hate to see it. A team that just was off to such a rocket start and now just having struggles, right? Struggling with their drop spot instead of changing up the strategy the way Nounsy and Sprite have managed to do. Now, mind you, Nounsy and Sprite were granted, honestly, a lot of lucky, or just had so much luck. Let me just rephrase this. What happened last game, Agers was shot at as soon as the fight kicked off alongside Rise, so gave them a chance to actually win it. And then Nounsy just, I don't know what Agers did, but he rolled up behind him who wasn't paying attention and managed to miss a couple shots. So I don't know how they survived last game, but here we are. Things are going to reset. Those windmill teams starting to come in now, as you can see from the map. So Rise has limited time to wrap this up. They have to be very, very quick at this point.
And Nounsy and Sprite going for the same strategy that they had before, finding a singled out player, and it works out yet again. They just both decide, make a quick call, let's jump on one of these players, find a quick elimination, that quick knock, and then the other player is basically left in this quick little 2v1 situation where they got to try to clutch, and Nounsy and Sprite just putting in all the work. I believe they're like 4-1 now off spawn.
Oh no, but they were getting pushed right there. But here's a quick replay of Nico taking out Macwood and Donnie, just so you guys can see exactly how it went down. It's a rinse and repeat, honestly. They're landing at this main building instead of switching things up. You know, that's the definition of insanity over and over. Same plays, same stuff, but a more important fight right now. Top 9, Sprite and Nounsy. Nounsy did not get the pickup in time, and they get crushed by Jackson and Fable Taco. Wow.
Yep, and this is one of those same teams that did the same exact thing in the previous game. Was one of those teams that was prevalent in third party, and Jackson just going to be finding the angle here. Does take a whopping 140 damage shot from Nounsy though, so good shot, but just two healthy players coming in from an outside landing spot into a bunch of players who have been fighting now for a couple of minutes, so just real no solid chance there, especially with Sprite going down. Nounsy left to do it all, and now Jackson and Fable Taco left with the rest of Greasy Grove to themselves.
Yeah, this has turned out to be a much better strategy than sitting around taking the fight at the windmill, right? When you have a team that's being contested, honestly not too far off, it works even better for them to step in second after getting their initial loot, kind of eye out the situation and take advantage of it. And that's what we're watching go down here for game number 5. For Iamzo and DGen, our team that is the only team with a semi-comfortable buffer and lead over the rest of the competition here. And that lead being held on to by about 20 points or so. It's looking pretty good right now. Once again, we're watching Iamzo just have an exceptional day, clutching up when it matters most. These end-game performances that he's pulling off with no teammate has just been great. But more importantly, DGen and him, when they're up together, they've been winning engagements and everything that you want to see from a team that's going to punch their way to finals.
Greasy Grove no longer the party spot, looking right outside of Tilted is the place to be.
We haven't been here all day.
No, we really haven't, and it looks like the players are kind of tired of it, right? A fan favorite POI, Tilted Tower. Some of these players are like, man, I want to go back, check that out. So they're going to create some fights around here, though it looks like maybe some of their efforts are thwarted. A couple of elims picked up by Peterbot and Quanti. They're happy. They're going to disengage quick. They see a little airdrop going down over here. If they can secure that, they are in really good shape. You really got to value those early elims because that's just Storm Surge. You were chilling. You got peppers popped. And already right now they're pretty centered on the map, so they can really just focus on positioning. They can even position up on these rifts that you can find here in the map. So they're going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see what Quanti pulls. A little launch pad here. Ranger.
Wow. Actually,
got an upgrade for Ranger. He didn't pick it up, so maybe Peterbot's going to go ahead and snipe that one up.
Yeah, opting for the Ranger as well. Not something that we've seen a lot throughout the day. Something that we have seen a lot throughout the day is leaderboard changes, and Slacks and Clarity brought that to fruition in the last game, flying all the way up to the number 2 spot. And I feel like we've seen so much aggression out of Reciprocal and 20.
Oh, yeah, surely. We really have. We've seen a lot of fights go down, but their placement in the overall tournament shows us that a little bit of a struggle today. But again, with how competitive the standings are, we were giving teams inside the top 20 a realistic chance. They're not too far from there. So it'd take 2 hero performances, but I mean, the standings don't lie. There's a lot of room for these teams to go ahead and jump on up. Remember, 8th spot can be as low as 130 points, as high as what we saw on Friday, 138, roughly around there, closer to 140. So, you know, there's definitely plenty of room here. Victory Royale has been on average around 50 to 60 points or so.
Oh man, 20 there.
The setup.
He was getting greedy, you know. He had minis, he had the big pots, but I don't think he wanted to pop them. I think he was trying to wait for his teammate so that way they both could pop the chug keg there, because he does have 2 of them. I think he was trying to back up, and he got caught right on the log that was right there. Couldn't move a bunch, and just too many angles to be covered by the builds, and we're gonna be seeing a quick replay of that. Yeah, look at that log. He's on the slope right there. He's literally, he's like getting crushed by the log as he's trying to disengage from that right there. And you know, maybe he should have just settled in somewhere and used some minis rather than waiting for that choke egg. But Slacks and Clarity gonna be just watching that other team pick up the loot that they just ultimately could have claimed from that elimination. They're happy with the quick elim that they got though.
Yeah, definitely, and a couple tags as well, so plenty of surge, little extra for their efforts. And mind you, Clarity and Slacks are in 2nd place right now, so this is a huge early game elimination for them, a huge pain relief, right, for later when surge is going to become the biggest issue, especially for the first zone.
Cold in the top left,
Down.
going down. Oh, and there goes Scented as well. So Dayfan and J-Man. We know, though, that that's going down at Covert Canyon, right? We've seen those names there a lot, so interesting to see. Scented and Cold actually liked how that worked out last game, so they returned to that strategy. Probably landed at Sleepy, rotated in. Figured they could do the same thing they did last game, but this game not going to be working out.
Yeah, it's really not. And, you know, at this point, we're just going to have to see them, you know, next week.
Yeah.
Right? For the semifinals, they were managed to get their way this far, so we know they have the series points. We know they've been consistent enough. That's not even a doubt in our minds. So we will see them competing for the semifinals for a spot, right? For a spot to the finals. Now, remember, next week, too, Victory Royales are going to be punching people all the way through. So there's it's going to be very interesting for Day and J-Man, though. That's how it went down for them.
And
this is their drop. They have the benefit.
Yep, and here we go. Finally, the ultimate prize of Covert Canyon, the loot. All these chests, everything that you could really ever ask for. So these guys, pretty much dream situation. 3 elims, so that you know that they have plenty of Storm Surge. They've got purple weapons across the board. Dayfan himself, 2 launch pads to use. And they just got to make sure that they make themselves all the way over to Colony Crossroads. A little bit of a trek for them to make, but surely they can make it, especially even if they have to use one of these launch pads. They got extra.
Yeah, definitely. 2 yielding out of this draw spot now, so it's going to work out really, really well. Now, one thing that is interesting, though, Sensen and Cold were there before the vault was even opened up, so I wonder, did they decide to land there just to see how it would go, or did they just rotate really, really early? We'll have to find that one out. We'll hit the books on that one, but either way, doesn't work out. Hopping back on over to Dusky and Bully. Bully who pulled out, you know, a miraculous number of points at the end game there. Big rotates, well timed. Got a couple extra points, squeezing the juice there out of the fruit, if you will. Oh, it was a big fight. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, Larson starting off with a quick 90+ damage pump shot right there on Avery. This is a big fight. You know, Larson and Smite were putting up numbers against Scented and Cold, who, you know, we know that they're very well, but then you got Muzz and Avery on the other side of this thing as well. Well-vetted players. Avery, at one point, known for being an aggressive player, and Muzz well-rounded as well. Avery decides to take a questionable edit right there. Doesn't actually pay for it, though. Larson was not ready for it. Larson gaining some pieces here, though, and Avery just backs up. Gotta be careful, though. Muzz is lurking right down there.
Yeah, Muzz is one of the quickest players, right? Fastest editors, and he's accurate, too. Remember him from the All-Stars competition, just dominating his region. Like, it wasn't even close. He comes on over to NA East. He's done nothing but big things here as well, so this is a fight that can really, really, really go bad if Larson makes a single mistake. So you have to play perfect into duo like Avery and Muzz, who are currently sitting and 14th spot. So if they can earn these 6 points, it's going to jump them inside the top 10 standing, giving them more runway into a potential top 8 here. Don't count out Muzz and Avery just yet. This competition is still available. There's room here for them.
Yeah, there is room here for them, but only if they find themselves a little bit of Storm Surge. 27 below doesn't seem like that bad of a number, right? That's like a couple AR shots down range. But when you look at the top left, we got 81 players left. So as some of these players start to get eliminated from the Storm Surge, that threshold is just going to increase. So they really do got to make sure that they find some Surge here quickly. And if you look at the map down in the bottom right, there are not a lot of teams around them to even get any sorts of damage on, right? They are currently running away from 2 teams that are behind them. I think they catch a glimpse of them, though, so they're going to be making a straight line towards them. Yeah, interesting to see how that one plays out.
It's unfortunate. You saw Larson and crew actually use the web slingers to jump in, so they definitely exposed themselves. Smite actually finds Nasen in the feed right there, so that was quick. They landed, they pumped somebody, and that was wraps. Like that's what happened over there. I'm sure we'll see it shortly as we jump on back. Yeah, we got to get back to this action here. Muzz is on the fire here. He's got the 108 tag already above the surge, so they definitely found a little bit of the action here. This is a legendary heavy as well. This is really, really good for this position. Aiming long range with it, but loses Avery as he overcommits into the box. Falls to the hands of Smite and Aviv there.
And now, Soulflow finds a quick amount of good damage on Smite there. Oh, and Muzz comes in to clean it up. When we find that quick finish on the elimination, well, now Larson not too happy about that. Going to be trying to go head-to-head here with Muzz. Muzz is like, I'm just going to go ahead and grab the loot, peace control you, and doesn't actually end up cleaning it up right there. That would have been clean. Oh, Larson finds an edit, though. Comes on down. Takes a lot of damage for that, though. Muzz is holding his own here. Hasn't even been touched really yet.
I'm telling you, man, he's so excited to watch fight because of how clean he is. He just wastes no time. He plays mind games with you as well. The way he was waiting for that pre-fire right there was just so masterfully done.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, takes a lot of damage. Is that fall damage?
Yeah, he
what happened
clipped
there?
the tree, so his feet kind of landed on the leaf there, and he just fell right out of the tree. And then also there were some teams off in the distance shooting him out there with their MK7s from long range. But Muzz finds himself a quick campfire. His map knowledge coming into play. Know that there's a campfire here. And he's still got 7 uses of the web shooters, but if we're looking at his mats, though, only 27 total builds left.
Yeah, not too hot here. He's going to go and start sliding around here. Still players in the vicinity looking all around him. He does have a launch pad as well, so a couple options when it comes down to quick disengages, but these mythic hands are going to be the best that they can use. These web slingers are just so perfect. Look at this. Sliding his way back to some loot. What can he find here? Medmith everywhere. Perfect. And this is from their previous elimination, by the way. Remember, this is where they were when the battle first started. They kind of slid out of this location. So just remembering, right, what they left behind and whatnot coming into full effect here.
Yeah, crazy enough, if we take a look at the map, Sleepy Sound has 2 players that are also lurking in the storm. It's going to be 4LK. Right, yeah. So I think Muzz is actually going to be trying to make a play for the reboot van. He sees the player. Okay, he's happy about that guy getting into the car because that means that guy is leaving the POI. Muzz now has the opportunity to go over to the reboot van, pick Avery back up, and potentially run this game out as a duo.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, the new changes to the Chapter 3, these reboot vans finish even faster, right? So much more time to go out and get them back here. It's the small quality of life changes that make the game a little bit more competitive. And it's situations like this where Muzz just managed to time his rotate back in. And clutch, honestly, in that situation, find an Elan. So it's not all for nothing. As now, though, they need a car and they have to get out fast.
Plenty of cars around here. They definitely can get out fast, but you know, they're pretty much 100% guaranteed to get out fast, but what happens when they actually make it into the storm circle there is a whole different story. Cars, they make a lot of noise, so any player that are posted up along this edge is going to be very well aware that they are coming in, and they just took a lot of storm surge. They saw that little reboot van notification go off in the feed, so they know that somebody out there is shambles.
Here's a look at Glace and Chucky, who are inside the zone right now. Someone tries to copyright their way on over. Was that noisy? I don't know if he was trying to just deny an elimination or whatever. He was done with the game, but Luke comes raining from up above. Free 3 points for them. I guess it works out.
Look at that. Avery goes down too. Just talked about how they're going to get into the zone and instantly going to be pressured by teams. Muzz left to do it again here. He did it before, and that time he is going to be short-lived.
Yeah, definitely. I thought for a second that was Glace and Crew. I'm like, wait. we jumped over to Nasen and Flo. They finished the fight off, and that's just how quickly that story unfolded. Here's Glace and Chucky once again, our team in 3rd place. 110 points, trying to make the best of this game right now. Surge isn't an issue, but it looks like medium ammo might be. So the problems. Beef's going to find Twix in the feed there. Okay, Nick and Beef. Remember, Nick and Beef have been doing very, very well, too. Keep your eyes on them. They can very well jump up into this top spot here. But for now, the focus is on our 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place teams, all of which, again, have a couple elims to work with. Look like they all have decent loot and material as well. Most of them are outside the zone, but close enough to go ahead and fight for. So Yamzo looks like he's in the most action right now, sliding and flying his way across the field right now.
Yeah, those web shooters, they are very, very handy, especially when you get your hands on 2 pairs, right? Both you and your duo get to have them so you guys can make some tricky rotations whenever you need to use them. I believe it was Boop earlier talking on the EU broadcast about how a lot of people like to use the launch pad, that first moving zone, and then once the other ones come in, you just kind of use those web shooters to further rotate. So potentially a strategy that's going to get shown there by Yamzo would be very, very cool. Slacks finding a quick amount of damage though on a player who he himself was also looking for some damage.
Now, mind you guys, if you're just tuning in, this is game number 5, right? So this is it. Like, teams are falling now. They have 1 game in front of them. And the difference between any of the other types of stages of the competition is these are all set lobbies. When you get set back, you have to sit there and wait for the next round to queue up. So there is a lot of pressure mounting on top of these players. And these standings have not been, they've never been ever closer. Glace is actually going to be under some serious pressure right now. Duo jumps inside the box. He manages to slip out. I don't even know how. The box is open up above as well, and look at him scrambling to stay alive here as he just ditches Chucky's body there. There's no way he was gonna be able to go for that one, but no, the pressure coming in. He tries to take the challenge and he gets shut down. What in the world just happened? All of the duos in the vicinity, it's almost like they just had a pack to take this fight and they just got targeted. The shots came out and it was faster than what they could have reacted to.
Ultimately those type of situations, they don't work out, right? Like, he goes down there, but watching him, he lives for so long, and it really does tell a story about how these top 3 teams, how they get there. They're just so good in every single situation. Getting lobby focused is the coined term, and he's still making his way around the edits, making his way around the builds. I don't think he missed a single one during that whole thing, though. Cody and Eden need to focus on not missing any shots because they are very close to being below the threshold. 5 players have to go down before the Storm Surge is happy with the amount of players that are alive. And now players have to start rotating to this half and half zone, the 5th zone, as the Storm closes in and forces all these players into a tighter area. And honestly, I like this opportunity here, right? Cody and Eden, they don't decide to instantly rotate. They kind of take a pause, they peek out, and they try to look for some quick tags. And using that little bit of a short pad, the ramp over top of the launch pad, basically makes it so you don't have to go so high. And in lobbies like this, when you are floating high in the sky, you do take a lot of damage because these players that you're up against, you may be a hard moving target to hit, but they are good aimers. And Chubbs here, sigh of relief as Storm Surge subsides.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it wasn't looking too hot for Chubbs. He lost Twix there for a second. He was trying to, figure out his situation with the Surge. Yamzo and Degen still alive right now, making their way to low ground. Pamstu in 7th place here. No Fatch in sight. 98 points though. So they're holding on to top 8 by a thread. And we haven't even gotten to top 25 yet. We haven't even gotten to the real placement points. They're gonna start adding up soon. Look at Day lighting up the feed there. He finds Nick and Beef. So those are 2 big eliminations. This is 2 games in a row now. We're seeing Clicks and Day get online, turn online for the last 3 games of the tournament. Can they continue to tear things up? If they do, that's going to spell upset for players inside the top 10 that were thinking they were going to have a free pass to the end game, because so far it has not been like that. We've seen so many new teams start to jump into these final settings. Look, Redux and Savage, the game winners from the previous round, still here, still up. They took, what was that, like game number 3, right, with the 8 eliminations, and they're still here. So these are teams that have been so consistent now, and they're fighting for everything here. They're fighting for top 10.
Man, Oliver using the web shooters, lands on a piece of a building, and is just like instantly in a situation where he's in the face of another player and it doesn't work out. So Qualifier going to be left alone, 1 versus 22 other. And yeah, there goes Pamsto. Now Qualifier again, you know, he's in the top 8, but barely. So he's got to be able to clutch up, and so that way he and Oliver can go into this last game and hopefully be in the top 8. Taking a look over to the right side though, Walkers and Golden. Number 3 on the leaderboard though, 80 total builds in the web shooters. If both of these guys have web shooters, I think that they are in one of the best positions in this lobby, outside of course, your high ground team, J-Man and Dayfan, who, if you remember, ended up securing the vault.
Yeah, definitely. That vault super, super key to their success so far. Walkers and Golden, though, man. Hot and cold type of team today. Big, big top 3s, then falling to the surge coming out of game 1s and those early zones. But so far, those top 3s really carrying them through. Can they get another one here? Walker's going to scramble out of that tight situation, lose his teammate in the process. Now, mind you, he's going to be a solo here, but he's got the best mobility you can ask for. He's got the best loadout any solo can ask for. Couple quick heals, big mobility to work with. On high ground, our number 1 team looking to buffer up the lead here. Iamzo and Degen holding things down. Out goes Walker here, though. This is what we're talking about. How much can he actually clutch up here? 4 points being earned. Nice. Great layer change here. Now down to 29 builds to work with here. Yeah, it's where the sensory overload starts to kick in, though, right? With all these teams nearby.
Yeah, this is a good position for him, though. You know what I mean? He's hearing a lot going on, and he's just like, listen, leave me alone. Let me live. I got 30 builds left, couple of web shooters, and he's actually going to be going for an elim there. Surprising, but I'd be happy with the position that he was in. But here we go. Yeah, going to be using those web shooters to rotate, and then just box up again and wait for the next zone. He's going to be able to clutch up so many placement points for him and Golden here, which is really, really good because as you can see, they actually just updated to that top 2 spot. So doing all the work there. Savage on the right side, though, getting pressed.
I was going to say, he's still up with very little HP. No time to even pop the big pot here. He's just waiting. He'd rather look for an elimination than go for the quick heals. We'll see if that ends up being a mistake here soon. Look, he's so nervous. Tension is so high. He doesn't even want to heal. The moment he does, he gets shut down. And back on over to Walkers, who's sitting inside the zone. This time, though, he's actually finding eliminations, so the story's much different here. He's gotten much more loot than the first time. Look, there goes those couple splashes here. Out comes the Mythics Web Slingers. Remember, he's just trying to stay up here. Another top 10. He did enough. He's done enough to get to second place. He can actually fight for first, but Iamzo's still alive. 125 on the 180 right there. Beautifully done. Out comes the rotate. That's on today. Oh my gosh. Walkers is incredible so far. What a shot he just laid down right there.
Absolutely phenomenal, keeping this solo clutch run alive. You were just saying how he had already done enough. He reached the top, then he's like, no, MDF. You know, just relax, I got this. And he picks up a quick elim on day. Right before that, he picked up clicks, which is where he found all of that loot from. But Degen and Iamzo, the lobby leaders, you know, taking the lead over Walkers right now as a duo on the higher ground. You got to be thinking to yourself, you know, they definitely got to be qualified to the grand finals by now.
The Walkers, it's all or nothing here. Chip in front of him. Fresh duo, big health on them. Spades ready. They're going to be able to hear this pickaxe here. This is where the threat really starts to increase. Out comes the early cone looking for the control here. That's a wood build. He knows it's fresh as well. He's looking right through it. Spade and Chimp get off this layer, though, so it just works out. The timing here, perfect. Another team goes down. That's another point for Walker here. Couple placements away from actually taking first, but Degen and Iamzo are the team up top. That's the mountains, the titans on the hill, if you will. And look, they're starting to work their way down. Walker's into another box. Huge tag here. There's only one more separating him from finding another fresh elimination. Onto low ground he goes. He still has builds, though. 101. This kid's shot is crazy. Even if he does go down, that was so good. Chimp and Spade, though, put them in the conversation. 8 eliminations already. It's a 2v2 situation. Spade's down. Chips off to the storm. Tick, tick. One more shot. Should be enough. And Degen, Iamzo take the lead. 190 with 9 eliminations. What a game. But man, oh man, Vivid. Walkers. like, this kid's crazy.
That right there, on the day, nonetheless, Day, we're talking about Day, one of the most well-respected players on the region, and he just pulls a nice 180 out and takes him out there. But, we saw Walkers go down with about, 140 points, and seeing DJ and Yamzo end this game with 190, man, not only have they qualified to the grand finals, but they have made a statement.
Oh yeah, definitely, and that's a pick for us as well. That's a big pick, Degen and Yamzo. Remember, their contested drop is against Knifer and Baila. We saw that go back and forth, 2 exceptional teams, but my gosh, what a game right there. And listen, Game 5 is so exciting. We're gonna toss it over to Des. Set us up for the final game here today, guys.
Wow. Ridiculous. Your DJ and Yamzo, a second victory royale, cementing their place going through the finals. But let's talk about that insane 125 on the 180 at SBG from Walkers. What an unbelievable clutch. And managed to go through and get tons of points as well by riding up those placements as well.
Rarely do you see moments like this, and when you do, we remember them. We see Walkers popping off, securing that qualification for his teammate, and just doing it all by himself. That was one of the greatest solo clutches I've seen this season, and now we've got a lot to live up to.
And I mean, it's going to take individual efforts like that if you want to cement yourself into the top 8. We talked about how close the leaderboard was. If you saw coming into the start of this clip, despite his individual effort, he was already in second place just as the 118. But all of those additional points make you that much safer. Where coming into this last game, where all of a sudden before you really needed a solid effort looking at the rest of the leaderboard, now if it's Golden and Walkers, they're sitting relatively pretty along with Yamzo and Degen as pretty much the only 2 who can maybe not afford to just put the pedal to the metal.
Exactly. Now, for you guys at home, we are all about creating the storylines, the narrative of what's about to happen. Now, to give you some context, this is game 6 right now. We have 1 game left, okay? The top 8 teams go through to finals automatically, all right? Now, it's so tight on this leaderboard, so tight. We got to break it all down for you because anything is possible after this next game. SBG, a couple of teams really confirmed the top spots there, but so much to play for still.
All right, bear with me, everybody. We see Degen and Yamzo, they're gone. They got the top spot. They've solidified that. Everyone else is still in play. We know that a victory royale is only 32 points. So if someone wins a match all the way from 10th to 2nd, anything can change. Barring, no points here by Walkers. This is so close. And I'm sure if we check out this other page, there's going to be even more teams that are in contention for these top 8 spots.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how important that individual effort was by Walkers that we just ended up seeing. It gives them that 18-point buffer where now you don't really have to 100% worry about being all the way up there. But now, even looking at that second page, like you talked about, anybody who's reasonably inside of kind of that top 15 has a fighting chance. Outside of that, you're really going to need to push for some elims and add those additional 3 points per elim onto your score if you want to make it into the top 8. But with so many of the points still being up for grabs, anything is possible.
It's so true. I mean, that's what I love about this region as well. Every single time we have an FNCS, it always comes down to the wire, to the last game, and that's why I love this so much. I mean, SBG, we saw that, Sundown was highlighting how 15th place, give or take, is kind of whereabouts the teams, for the top half of the leaderboard could get in. 50%, give or take, in the top 15 they're going to go through. What do they have to do now? Is it just kind of much of the same? I think 2 teams qualifying already, kind of 6 spots, give or take, are up for grabs here. What do they have to do?
So really it's luck and then keeping what you can in your own hands. You can only play your game. You can't worry about what anyone else does. You may get lucky. Everyone could fall early, but what you have to do is make it to that 9th zone. If you're in that top 8 and you make it to that 9th zone, you can pretty much say that you've pushed yourself forward. Now for everyone else, they need someone in that top 8 to fall, make it to 9th themselves, and then push themselves in with a couple of elims because they have to close that gap. It's going to be one close ride as we head into this final game.
We got the bus, boys. This is it. Game 6. The top 8 teams will qualify for finals. After this one, let's jump in. Let's do this thing. The last game of the day. It's game 6.
Here we have it, guys. Game 6 of the second qualifier is underway, and my, oh my, What a tournament we have had today. These competitors have gone head-to-head, round after round, and there have been so many upsets, one of which you're about to watch unfold right here for Macwood and Donnie. They're going to need not only every bit of elimination and luck to make it all the way through to endgame, but also they need the top teams to fall right now, because those top teams are in a 10-way race up at the top. Because if you just think about it, Vivid, they're a couple elims apart from each of those guys swapping spots.
Yes, still realistic chances here for Macwood. I mean, we know that he has the potential to do very, very well. In fact, the first 2 games of the day today, he did just that. However, Polarized and Nico, the other duo landing at the Bugle, have seemed to just shut them down. And that is not the only case for just Macwood. We've seen other trios get shut down as well, such as like Scented and Cold. So a lot of story developments happening that are a little surprising throughout the day here. But it's game 6. And right now, it's the last opportunity for these teams. Now, remember, top 8 is what secures these guys a guaranteed spot in the final. So that's what everybody is fighting for. But don't forget, though, placing better still nets you more series points, which could, in turn, make sure that you get a good spot in the semifinals that are going to happen next weekend, which will be their next chance to qualify for the grand finals.
Yeah, so all in all, everyone has to just do their best at this point, right, to secure themselves a spot at the semis, because you're not guaranteed that either. Walkers falls to Nick in the feed. That is so bad. 137. Listen, it's a lot of points, but if you just look at Friday, that was not enough, guys. Oh my gosh.
Walkers, man, I think he's good. 137, that's a solid amount of points.
Let's hope.
He had a really good day today. He last game gained 22 points on his own, and that means that he himself took his team from 18th to 3rd by himself, right? And that's just so impressive. But then you can come to think about it, his best finish to date was a 17th and a 21st in solo cash cups, right? So he's not necessarily used to doing all too well, but man, something has clicked throughout this qualifier, and he has played out of his mind.
Now, think about that. From 18th to 3rd, ladies and gentlemen, that means any of your teams in that top 20, maybe a little further down, can do that same thing. They can have one good game, one great last game, which is possible, and jump their way all the way on up to the top. For fights like these are fights for placement points. These are fights for series points. Shoney and Polo have not done very well today. They're going to need every little bit that they can get. And they are going to go ahead and clutch that one up against Tabney and Death. They shut them down, send them on out. And this is over at the Coney Crossroads, where more important teams are sitting and lurking nearby. Pure and Crunchy now hear the action here. They're starting to slide on. And Polo, yeah, you're dancing. You're having a ball here, aren't you? Or you're getting lined up as well by Crunchy and Crew just on the mountain here.
Here it comes. There it is. Man, paying for that one a little bit. But when you look at the grand scheme of things, maybe he's just trying to send a message. He does have 15 points right now, so maybe he doesn't necessarily think that he has a chance to make it into the top 8. Just trying to send a message to those that contest him over here at Coney Crossroads.
Yeah, but listen, you still need those series points for semifinals.
Yeah, true.
You didn't qualify for last week, so it's all sweet in games until you realize you didn't do enough because you decided to dance around. But on over to Dusky and Bully. Mega important fight here, guys. 11th place versus 12 here. It's all or nothing, and Dusky and Bully shut this battle down. Sneaky and Team Assault have been pretty much removed from the competition. There is no more chances for them here tonight. Dusky and Bully do, however, have a fighter's chance. They're now inside the top 10. Not comfortably, though. There's a team nearby. There's a team just to the east. They might be sliding in another big fight here. Pledge and Teo.
Yeah, I mean, listen, this is the 6th game. We've mentioned a lot of teams on the bubble feeling pressure to kind of gain as many points as they possibly can. We know eliminations being worth 3 points apiece. There's a lot to gain if you get a lot of eliminations. So a lot of aggression coming out, already 85 players alive. And Pledge and Teo are going to try to work themselves out of the situation here. We can see another team lurking in the distance. They probably are not aware of that team over there. So as soon as they try to go make a play in the open, AV going to be right there in the wings waiting.
This moment starting to develop here. Teams lurking nearby for Teo and Pledge. Oh man, this is everything right here. Here comes the very scary pickaxes now. Pledge trapped in the corner here. He's gonna have to give it on up. but deciding to hold the angle, doesn't want to give away too much real estate. Tries to go for the exchange, unfortunately gets clipped there. Teo does as well. Teo goes down. We might be seeing another upset here. The second one of the evening, potentially, as Pledge now scrambles to the vehicle, jumps in the car. He's gone. He has big wheels as well, so it's fully upgraded. He'll be all right. He'll live to see another day. Can he make it back later on, though? It's going to be the real question.
He's out of there. Left to clutch up himself. He is in the 13th position right now, so potentially possible for him to get into that top 8, but a lot to do as a solo. I'm going to be taking a look at some of the fights that went down in that early game. Crunchy just using the MK7. Doesn't need anything else. Going to be hitting all of his shots right there. And D-Roller, I love D-Roller as a player. He loves to get in. And man, hitting some clean shots even as the builds break right there. Well done on him to get some quick eliminations. Over here at Tilted Towers, though, see a couple teams posted up, right? They're kind of happy. Ducky here, he's 40th place right now, so he's got a lot to do if he's going to get to that top 8 spot. But again, working for those series points.
I was going to say, these are like their crumbs at the bottom of the bag of chips, you know? They're just all lurking here in Tilted Towers. Man. They're trying to figure it out, man. No points for Zenki-kun and Ducky, but hey, series points racking up right now. Just trying to make the best of it. You know, that's what's going down at Tilted right now. They're just trying to make the best of this last game right here. On the other side, Logjam Lumberyard, another little fight here. Larson and Smite, man, who had some of the craziest upsets of the day today. Sitting in 25th. But wait, another big fight. Chimp and Spade hopping on in. Onto Pure and Duo, and they were both still up, so Chimp gets punished big time, but the double shotgun timed perfectly as well. Shut down Pure and Crunchy there. Look at that, 6-point swing for them. They are one step closer now, Vivid, to going to the finals.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. You know, you find some of these teams that aren't necessarily doing so well. They're nervous. They're kind of just full sending you for some elims, and you're doing well, right? You're up in the top 5, so you're kind of just chilling back, and they play perfectly in that fight right there. But Larson and Smite, as you mentioned before, upsetting Sentin and Cole throughout the day. Going to be defending themselves here. There we go. Smite finds himself in there to help his teammate Larson. They're going to be backing up now. The other team also going to be backing up there, left as a solo. They are in the storm, though. It is only the first zone, so not doing too much damage. The piece control comes in from Larson, finds the quick edit, and takes out Eden there. So Smite and Larson, they did have a big upset throughout the day, but only 61 points even after those elims.
Yeah, not bad by any means, but not enough to make the cut here. Bully and Dusky on the other hand. Great opening fight. Lost Dusky somewhere along the way. And now all of a sudden their tournament life is on the line here. Bully's going to find some heals, but doesn't get greedy. Doesn't even need to stop right now. This is the proper play. Open up the distance between him and his opponents, but I was just going to say he broke the line there of the brush. They're coming in quick as well. Look at the turn back. Lovely, but no. Focused in from all angles here. Bully has to make a desperate attempt into the bushes. Please heal. Just start misting, dude, while you run around. I don't know.
Take a breather. You do got the med mist. You can run around and use those, and he's got the pepper pop, so he could heal it really quick, but you're just not entertained. He's like, listen, I can do this with 1 HP. No, no you can't.
He was saved so many moments ago. Oh my gosh.
Man.
No.
That
They were in 11th, Vivid.
Yeah, I mean, they had real chances, but, you know, with Dusky going down earlier than that, you know, D-Roller wasn't necessarily feeling it, just didn't even want to heal. He was down in the dumps. But another team that's surprising, Rise and Agers, you know, Greasy Grove, they do seem that they got out of that POI alive, but for games 2 through 5, Sprite just told them, like, hey, listen, this is our POI, and they had no chances. The first game, though, Rise and Agers won that all-spawn fight, and they did really, really well, so it was looking good for them, but they got to work on how they manage to deal with people who land with them over at Greasy Grove, and they can potentially do a lot better in the semifinals.
I love that we jump back here because Aviv and Squish are now up in 9th place. We saw Clicks and Date lurking nearby just a moment ago, who jumped up to 13th, so all very much reasonable. The more of these top 10 teams that fall, the more of these teams on the bubble fall, will open up the standings for players like Clicks and Day, who can very well clutch up and have a back half tournament for the Aegis here. One of the biggest comebacks probably of their individual careers. And just look at the Mythic come into play here, managing to open up the distance here, get to a better position, back themselves up with their teammate. Walker and Golden are back. Walker gets picked up. He was downed in the feed, but he is back in the game here. In this fight, it's an interesting one. There are so many. Why? It's just like Greasy Grove all over again. Why are there so many teams here?
A lot of teams over at the Sanctuary. Maybe you're looking for some security, some sanctuary from not making to the grand finals or something. I'm not sure. Squish and Aviv going to be disengaged from that. They don't want anything to do with the other 5 teams that are lurking, but they do got to be careful, you know, as you run away. These teams that are behind you, they do get these angles, so going to be getting a little lucky there, find a little loot spawn medkit that he desperately needed as he's down 80 HP in that sense. And the Storm's closing in, but they're chilling on Storm Surge now. Only 2 players got to go down, so it's not looking too shabby for everybody, but we'll see what happens. There's one team out there reading their Storm Surge, thinking that they're below. You're like, oh man, what are we going to do? Especially when you got all these teams down here set up early. Looks like the Storm's going to pull all the way down to the south.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're looking to get our top 8. Our top 8 that will qualify directly to the finals. That is what's on the line right here and now. Pam's doing 9th place alongside Fatch with no eliminations. Down at the bottom, you have Playify and Oliver OG, who have just been in and out of these placement positions all tournament long, as have Squish and Aviv. And you can see how close the numbers are. 106, 106, 102. It is that close. A single team elimination. That's 6-point swing. And all of a sudden, you are fighting for top 8. All of a sudden, it's your tournament. That's what matters right here and now.
Top 10 for Oliver, but he is going to be going down here. Playify to clutch up. Yeah, just go ahead, throw him back, build another new base. Hopefully nobody notices, but it looks like a team has noticed. And these type of situations get really, really tricky because when you have a down player next to your walls, it becomes really, really tricky to actually edit. But Playify is playing around it really well, and he's going to be hoping that this box right here that will get destroyed if it's hit by 1 bullet is going to disguise him and hide him. And it looks like it is going to do a plethora of work and keeping him safe. And Oliver OG gets back up, top 10. Their chances at getting top 8 are still alive. They do got a little bit of rotating to do though as the zone pulls a little bit north of them, but Smite and Larson going down, looks like to the Storm actually, so they're probably still over at Covert Canyon having a fight over there with Dayfan, who we've seen had a pretty good game last game when he got the vault.
Look at the names. Look at the positions of these players rolling up. Nick and Beef in 6 just nearby. Pamstu and Fatch, who need to snipe up one of these positions. Trashy and crew who are holding on to 8th. That's the team they want so bad to get taken out. Meanwhile, Iamzo finds an elimination in the feed, so he's just lighting things up, making things that much more difficult for everyone else that's trying to just claw their way through. Aviv on the other side rotates out of the Sanctuary, only into Ritual, who he then finds an elimination on. So big for Aviv, who's fighting his way on up out of 11th spot.
Ooh, this is a rough one. Pamstone Fash can take some shots. Yeah, big risk, especially when you're, again, 10th place position on the line here. They're going for it, though. They find themselves in a pretty good position as long as they can let this metal fully build before anybody starts to pressure them anymore. And it looks like that's going to happen. So in a pretty good position there, and they're going to be full shield, decent math, and they're chilling. They have a real good chance of securing themselves the top 8 here as long as they play this game really, really well. But Glaze and Chucky, who we've seen, you know, top 3 for most of the day, they're actually falling all the way down to this 7th position. You know, their chances are still well alive, but they got to play with a lot of caution, being that this leaderboard is so close. We know that there are teams not too far behind that 111 points that they have. They got to have a good game because everybody else is also fighting for a chance to have a good game, so that way they too can get into the top 8.
Absolutely no time for rookie mistakes here, as you can see with every moment that passes by, more and more important teams start to position up next to one another. The zone's only getting closer and closer. It is inevitable that we see these teams that need it so bad clash against one another. Here goes Oliver OG in Qualifier situation, and Moment right now to find themselves in Elam, maybe use the lobby to focus on in with them. That's a team that probably needs some surge or something. They're going all the way in. Great tags here from Oliver OG. Chimp, steps in and steals the Elam, it seems like, but no, they turn focus to the side. Big knock comes in. That's onto OMG Me Too. Nicely done, but they do not get the finish. They couldn't quite find the angle. Decision to go in. Oliver commits to it. They want this.
Here we
That
go.
was so lit.
Spraying in there. Yeah, he knows he's so lit, but he actually can't build right there. So he gets put into a little bit of an awkward situation. Still, though, going to be pressing the build with his pickaxe. Opting for that instead, but Shadow is a little elusive right now, and he's going to be getting some meds off, so it's not going to be a guaranteed elimination anymore. Qualifier, though, as the sound cue goes off, he hears the mini, instantly decides to pressure that guy. Oliver, though, return pressure from DGen and Yamzo, who are actually over here. Oliver and Playfly, they got to be careful. Again, 11th place. They have real chances here, but you don't want to have it all end instantly trying to chase an Elam.
Mind you, DJ and Yamso have nothing to lose at this point. They know they've qualified. They're just steamrolling through players and teams, and they do manage to find the full Elam right there. So Oliver gets the siphon from that Elam. They know, they absolutely know at this moment, hey, this team has nothing to lose.
Yep.
The real question, do you sit here or do you mythic your way out of this situation? Do you pull out the hands and say, you know what, let's get out of here? No, instead, greed sets in. They say, hey, let's stick around. Maybe we could get to loot. Maybe they leave because they don't need it. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, a little bit of a tricky situation there, you know, and as that fight was going on, we saw Clarity and Slacks actually go down in the feed, and I believe it was to none other than Scented. So Scented is alive, but Slacks and Clarity's chances at getting any more points are not. And we got to hope that they had enough points to kind of secure themselves a top 8 position after all of this ends, because you got to figure you go down early. We're at top 25 right now, Monster. There's a lot of points left to claim.
Yeah, this is where things are going to really start to rack up. This is the fastest paced finals game that we've had of like pretty much the weekend at this point. Only 49 players remaining. The lobby's really starting to thin out here. This is where the victory royales are going to start to matter. The points are going to add up, but look at how many teams that can still fight for this top position are still alive. Pamsto and Thatcher, one of them, they're focusing in on Aviv and Squish. This could force Muzz and Avery to decide to jump into that box, and I think they're doing it. They're eyeing up the wall. At the very least, Muzz is right here, and the shots are coming in from the side angle, but pressure starts to slow down. Moment starts to open up here for Trash and D-Roller. They're listening to it go down. They're not entertaining any of these battles. They just want to see where is half in, half out.
Yeah, and this last lobby here, since there has been so much aggression, as you can see here, even more aggression coming out of Aviv and Squish. They're in 8th place right now. Avery and Muzz way lower on the leaderboard, so Muzz and Avery really nothing to lose. They're going for it all. And actually, Squish turns around as AV gets pressured, and Avery goes down. Muzz the clutch up here. Squish has got to be careful, though. He's only got 60 total HP. He's going to take a break. Going to pop a mini, pop the rest of his med mist there, maybe drop this over to Aviv, who also only has about 30 HP there. 50 shield to back him up, though. Muzz going to be doing his best to get out of this, and they're just looking for the Elim. There we go. Avery is found. Squish and Aviv now top 6 they find themselves in, and you can see, you know, with that position change, you can just see how close this leaderboard must be, because they find one Elim and they jump up 2 positions.
That was so massive as well. So massive, because it was almost all over. They both had no HP, but man, talk about incredible shots onto Avery. Incredible counter defense there. But Squish, what are you doing? You're sitting inside the zone. All this greed for the little bit of HP here. It works out. They do get to take to the skies a little late. Luckily, no one's situated. No one's planted up to counter fire here. Squish just scrambling here, making a wide box, trying to control as much space as possible. He is deep inside the zone here as well. So taking control of the field right now. It's looking pretty good. Trashy's still alive. D-Roller's still alive. But so are Playify and Oliver OG, who are inside the top 10 now, and they make it to the end game. They also have, all of these teams has the mobility that you want. Launch pads and Spider-Man mythic hands. They're ready to throw down the gauntlet here. They're ready to get down for the points.
Yeah, and here we go. The first moving zone is going to show itself. As you can see here, a lot of focus to the eastern side and the southern side here. So, but Clicks and Day are making a quick rotate over there towards the west side. So maybe, oh, it goes to the north. So they're trying to go up and over that dead side over there, right? You can see no players really there on that west side, so they can maybe use it to get a quick, clean rotation. A lot of pro players love doing that. And yeah, here goes Cold and Scented doing that same thing I just talked about, using that west side because there's no players over there. All you really have to do is build one wall, but they're going to be finding a lot of pressure from that team in front of Fatch and Pamsto, who, let's talk about, they're in top 10 right now, man. And there's just so many teams. We got Oliver, Fatch over there. How is this going to play out?
I knew it. Batch is going to go right into that layer there. He's going to barrel his way down the tunnel. Here's Oliver OG and Qualifier who managed to slide their way back, but it's just a back and forth situation right now as they're effectively sharing top 10 here, but 2 eliminations is going to change that. Up they go. Pamstu falls down to the hands of Rise. So does Glace and possibly Chucky there. We have to be very, very cautious of our standings now. Oliver OG and crew jump up the top 6. Yup, that means important teams have fallen now, and they have a realistic chance here, but it's not all over yet. They have to hold on here. The Surge is definitely active, and they have not done enough yet, Vivid. They need a little bit more damage here.
Isn't that crazy? We've seen these guys do a lot of damage so far, but a lot of aggression means that all of these other teams have high elims, high damage done, so they really got to make sure that they find some damage. They might not even have to worry about it, right? There's a lot of players going down right now, and Trashy, a solo player right now, he's got 1 web shooter left, and he is in 7th place right now, keeping his chances alive for himself and D-Roller.
He's barely holding on here. There's still 18 teams left. So the game went so fast. Now things are slowing down. This is where the pressure really starts to sink in here. 38 damage below for Oliver OG. They're getting targeted by the Surge. 1 player has to go down. We hear the shots. They are just hoping someone gets taken out. It's now or never. Finally it happens, but not before the Surge claims 4 different big pots from them, 2 effectively each. Luckily, they are definitely capped off now, and they have a chance here. Quad Magnolia down low. They need to take this team out if they want to stay up. Look at how they are changing position. Oliver OG now in top 7. So they're just funneling their way back and forth here. This is all a battle for every single elim. Players are jumping up and down the standings here on high ground. Jamper and Duke need a victory royale if they want to qualify into top 8. It's going to be close.
Oh man, looked like they were in the 12th position again. We need to get top 8 to go straight to the finals. And yeah, Oliver goes in. He wants to find an elimination now, wants to get that refresh so that way they can have really good chances. But I think that he just needs to stay alive, work with what he's got. Again, if you pay attention to the bottom left, guys, the number, team 12 right now, for example, Duke is in the 12th position. They need 8th to get to the grand finals. This is the last game of the day.
Duke and Jamper are going to need much more eliminations if they want to punch their way to the finals right here and now. Otherwise, they will see them inside the semis. Clicks is still in this game too, trying to do something big. Aviv and Squish look like they have solidified themselves a positioning here. Oliver OG and Qualifier have fought tooth and nail to get this far, and they're still battling their way through. Inside the top 10, they find one. Down goes Oliver. Qualifier, it's up to you. He finds a 78. That's a single shot there. Not enough. The edit was a fumble, but he catches it at the very last moment, and down he goes. Top 5. They managed to do enough for Duke and crew. They need every single point here and this victory royale in order to qualify. Can they get it? Top 11 now. It's so close. You have to commit. Don't lose an elim here to anyone, and the game is yours. That's one. Can they get another? Users is down. It's all or nothing right here. Oh, Duke saw him. Yes, he's gonna commit here. He's going in for the full finish. He needs the mats as well. This is everything he ever wanted. That's a player with no HP down there, but he lets him slip by. Someone else takes it. Jamper gets it too. They did not do enough there at the end, unfortunately, unless the victory royale points add up. We'll see at the end if it is enough, Vivid. What a game we just watched, though.
Listen, Jamper was my prediction on the day, and we really haven't seen a lot, but the game 6 victory right there with a lot of eliminations at the end. I don't know if it's going to be enough. We'll have to wait until we get a finalized leaderboard on that one, but it does look like they only ended with 116. So a bigger story going to be, you know, the likes of Pamsto and Fadge, Oliver OG. Where do those teams that were directly on that bubble, close to that top 8 position, where are they going to end up?
Yeah, it's safe to say, Oliver OG, my man, you are incredible. One of the only players that have gone from content creator straight to professional player, and he's just managed to impress season after season, Vivid.
Yeah, and that was just very well done. You know, we had a very fast 6 games. Let me tell you, you guys kept it very action-packed. It was awesome. We had some fun over at Greasy Grove, the Daily Bugle, stuff like that. Scented and Cold, unfortunate day, but DGen and Yamzo, amazing day. And hopefully you guys appreciate my first ever cast. Hopefully I did pretty well, kept everything entertaining. And shout out to MDF for keeping it really clean throughout the whole time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a fun rodeo here at the Dash. For Monster and Vivid, we'll see you guys on the other side. We're gonna toss on over to Adam and the boys to bring us on home. Thank you guys.
So much love in the chat right now for Vivid, man. Amazing with MDF there. You guys crushed it. It was, I mean, the last game there, we knew it was going to be topsy-turvy, back to front, and it absolutely was that SPG. We saw so many pop-offs, so many clutch-ups, and as well, we saw so many points, which are really going to throw the leaderboard completely out of whack.
That was chaotic. We saw so many teams literally like making their punch, trying to get up to that top 8, then another team gets right there, then another team gets right there, and they're just jockeying for those top 8 spots. Oh, that was insane to watch, and I have no idea, honestly. I have a couple of teams that I think made it, but we'll have to see what that top 8 looks like, Sundown, because that last game was everything we could have asked for.
Yeah, that last game had so many people who were in contention, either dropping or making it just far enough. The solo efforts trying to push through. But one thing that was consistent from start to finish was the team who ended up in that top spot. It felt like we always, no matter what, we're seeing DGen and Iamzo in the top left corner on the left side of that feed, racking up points. We know they're going to be there. We know Walkers and Golden are also going to be there. The question is, who else is joining them?
Well, I'm hearing it right now that we do have the final standings. Who are the 8 going through to finals? Here we go, guys. This is the final standings after game 6, and look who's made the top SPG. Wow, that is our top 8.
So DGen, Yamza, we knew that happened. Aviv and Squish, a big last match to be able to qualify. They finish in second. Spade and Chimp, a relatively quiet team thus far, at least from our side. And now they're in the top 3. Walkers, we knew 137. That was more than enough. And then Sundown, what about our other qualifiers?
You missed the obvious one. We talk about how it didn't update right at the end. You add in the final elimination. You add in the Victory Royale. Luminosity Gaming, Jamper, and Duke with a game 6 Victory Royale in 6th place there. We talked about Oliver OG and then Playify also making it through, but we can't also discredit the fact that Trashy with his individual run right there at the end, and then Redux and Savage also managed to make it through. The 1 point difference coming out between there, you can see the other page just how close it was with even Pamsow and Fash. They were only 7 points off, going all the way down to even 18th was still right within striking distance. So, I mean, we covered it from basically the start of match 2, maybe match 3, just how close that this leaderboard qualifying was. And I mean, what a show.
What a show. I mean, we're looking at 8th place, 121 points, 9th place, 120. We're talking about 1 point, boys. 1 point. This is, that's why we love this region. They're always keeping us entertained. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from what was a great pop-off in the last game as well. I mean, we had so much to play around with. We were there waiting in the wings, just kind of going up and down, looking through the leaderboard, seeing who was going to the top, who was going slightly to the bottom. So Squish obviously had a massive pop-off in that last game. Let's talk about that SPG. Some great highlights here. Simply sensational stuff.
Yeah, and we see this is exactly what you need in order to qualify. Separate yourself from the pack and just remove players from the lobby, send them back, put them back at the loading screen, and then put yourself into finals, because that is exactly what Squish and Aviv did here. They were clearing box by box and doing just enough in these final moments. But so many teams able to do this. I mean, what a great performance in this last match by those two. And Sundown, I mean, you said it. Just enough winning that last game. You can't ask for any better than that.
And I mean, particularly for Jamper and Duke, the discipline, when you don't have all of the information going through, knowing that, like, hey, we've had high ground control this whole time, but they had no eliminations up until those last 2 duos were there, and they're able to just barely eke them out. I think they got 2 of the final 3 with Storm ticking 1 over, but that in the Victory Royale being just enough to push them over the top. I mean, talk about sweating bullets. I know I was.
I mean, and the elation as well now, that top 8 as well, joining the other 8 to make 16 finalists that have qualified. You you will be buzzing knowing that you don't have to go through the grueling semi-finals next weekend, which is amazing. But let's actually reflect back on our predictions and see how we got on here on the broadcast team to see if we got anything correct, if we did anything right. And I'm just putting this out there, guys. Now I know why Vivid's not here with us on the desk, because back-to-back weeks, boys. Commandment stretch last week, I called it first place. This week, Iomzo, Degen, first place. I got to win like a t-shirt or go to Vegas in the morning, SPG. What's going on?
You are the man when it comes to predictions, and I apparently have no idea what I'm talking about. So no, I'm just kidding. Cold and Scented had a tough day, and we saw that Jamper and Duke clutching it up there for Vivid at the bottom. Sundown, next time.
Like I said, they were close. There were moments there, and I can't feel bad gassing them up and kind of give them a little bit of that light going through. And I'm excited to see what they do in the semifinals. I would be shocked if they didn't make it all the way through the finals, but at the same time, I also feel like there's a little bit of a sprinkling of a caster curse going on there from Super Bowl 3 now to 2 weeks in the FNCS in a row where I've predicted them, and they've come up just a little short.
Well, do you know what? I props actually to Viv, obviously Monster as well, calling Iomzo and Degen as well. So we both got a dub there. But Vivid last week called Kanada's duo. They got through. Jamper Dukes as well got through. So Vivid, man, it's looking up. For once, it's looking up. We've had an amazing time. Hope you guys have as well. NAE has rounded up and got its 16 finalists going through. But semi-finals is coming your way next weekend, where Victory Royales are all that it's about. You need to win to go through to the next round. A big thank you from myself, SPG, and Sundown, of course, Monster and Vivid as well. We are back with you next weekend, but for now, we'll bid you farewell. Enjoy NA West coming your way very shortly. This has been a blast. I'm gonna go and relax now. That was exhausting. See you next time. Bye-bye for now.
Chapter 3 has arrived, and with it comes an entirely new map to explore. There are some old returning favorites like Tilted Towers, Shifty Shafts, and Greasy Groves. There's also a ton of new POIs like Sleepy Sounds, Condo Canyon, and the Daily Bugle. Now, everyone knows the POIs, but what about the characteristics of the map, and what should we expect throughout the competitive season for Chapter 3 Season 1? Let's dive into some of the new changes and effects it has on competitive play. The first change that will seriously impact the way that competitive games are played out is the large abundance of environmental heals that are now available on the map. Previously, in Chapter 2, a lot of the slurp barrels were mainly located at slurpy swamps, with of course some others being thinly spread across the map in small amounts. Now in Chapter 3 Season 1, there are 87 slurp barrels distributed rather evenly across the map. Similarly, there are also 171 produce boxes spread relatively evenly throughout the map as well, so now a lot more players and teams will get access to not only the free shield in these, but also the peppers for enhanced movement speed. Last chapter, all the pepper spawns are basically limited to one POI, Catty Corners, but now the majority of named POIs have access to these outside of Rocky Reels. Teams like Janus and Vortex, who play second in the first Cash Cup of the season, heavily utilize this in their early game strategy. They land to the south side of Sleepy Sound, and on their individual looting paths, both has access to shield barrels and produce boxes, meaning they can essentially make the most out of the 20 chests they have there, as they barely need to use any shield that they loot. Vortex uses 7 shield barrels to the west side alongside the shield mushrooms obtained from the produce boxes to get himself all the way up to 200 HP. Janus lands on the east side and pops 2 minis, then grabs the 3 slurp barrels and produce boxes to the north. You might think it's a waste, since he could have just used the same shield barrels as Vortex, but landing more split enables them to loot the entire place faster, disengage quicker, finding plenty of minis along the way anyway, so it won't necessarily matter. As you can see, as they leave their POI, they are not struggling for shield one little bit, unlike many of the other teams in the lobby.
You know, Reese, while we're on the topic of heals, we have to talk about the new coolers. These trusty new resources provide 3 different variations of loot. You can get 4 chug splashes, 2 guzzle juices, or 2 chug splashes and 1 guzzle juice. We've already seen this become a huge staple in competitive play. For example, Booga and Skittles drop in Chonker Speedway that has 17 cooler spawns, and when they leave this drop spot, they often have 18 chug splashes split across both of their inventories. This totals to 720 HP that can be healed if utilized effectively. With the cars already equipped here in Chonker Speedway with those nice off-road tires, they have that ease of mobility around the map. With this additional mobility and all of the chug splashes from the cooler boxes, this allows them to spend much more time looting in zone for ammo and better weapons. The issue with this strategy though is that it requires you to take a mid-game fight for your surge damage. But for a team like Booga and Skittles, that's something they're very confident in. Overall, this is a very unconventional but successful early game strategy they've been implementing. Last but not least, we have probably the most impactful addition to the map, and that is the spider webs. These webs provide you with mythic Spider-Man web shooters, an easy rotational tool using the webs, and additional heals. Having these provide numerous benefits in the early game like easy shield and fast mobility. Now these webs can be really useful in the early game for faster looting, but can be a double-edged sword in the end game. In this game, the first moving zone pulls from south of Daily Bugle to the northwest, which means there are a large amount of obstacles in players' way. Shady and Waze have boxed up next to one of these webs, meaning when the zones start to pull, they can leave their box and get an easy rotation from low ground without the use of a launch pad, and also saving them a ton of material. However, if you're not watching each turn in a messy endgame, you could easily bounce off of one of these and be sent into the zone, or even worse, into Tayson's line of sight. With these incredible additions to the map, plus some old favorites returning, we can't wait to see you all in action when FNCS returns in February. Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep!
Pizza. Pizza, just because, I don't know, it tastes better. I like cheese.
Pizza? I personally choose hamburgers. Burgers, because I love fries. Probably hamburgers. High ground, just because if you end up getting on height, it's really easy to finish the game.
I'm more of a low ground player. Probably low ground, just because high ground is such a gamble.
Low ground because it's more consistent.
Low ground, with the Spider-Mans in the game, everyone can swing up and then boom.
Comes with a lot more risk, so that's why I usually choose low ground. I'm more of a dog person for sure. I have 2 dogs myself.
For me, it's cats because, well, right now I have 3 cats and 1 dog.
Definitely dogs because I've had a lot of cats, and one of my cats actually jumped down the chimney. So yeah, after that, I'm not getting a cat again.
Dogs because I have one.
Dogs. Oh, hold on. I have a dog and a cat, so hopefully they don't hear me when I say this, but I'll probably choose the cat, to be honest.
I would say by car.
Definitely rotation by car. I'm infamous for being nice with the quad crasher, actually.
By car, just because I'm not very good at using the quad crasher yet.
Definitely car right now.
Car because quad crashers you can get shot out.
I think I'd rather have bionic legs.
Probably legs, to be honest.
Bionic legs because I can probably run super fast.
Bionic arms, so I could go crazy with the cranks.
I'd probably do a bionic legs just because I feel like you could probably run faster and stuff like that. Not too athletic when it comes to running.
Definitely spike traps. They're way more OP.
I think spike traps because poison darts they're a little confusing.
The mechanical skill that spike traps took sometimes, there's a lot of outplays you could do with them.
Spike traps, those are really fun.
Probably spike traps.
Definitely spike traps.
Takeout, because there's just so many restaurants out there that I love.
Definitely home cooked.
Takeout
tastes better when you make it yourself, so I'll probably go home cooked.
I prefer home cooked just because it's just what I'm used to.
Definitely takeout. I like fast food a lot. I prefer sand just because I am very close to the beach.
I like the sand. I really like the beach.
Being Canadian, I'm probably gonna go with snow.
Definitely sand.
Snow.
I think I like snow more.
Definitely middle.
I'd say middle of zone just because you have the higher chance of pulling the next one, better positioning.
Probably edge.
I'm definitely more of an edge zone guy. I was one of the first people to ever sort of do dead side.
I'm gonna have to say EU, even though Bugo is on NA.
I think EU is the better option here.
Probably EU.
Coming from NA, I gotta be repping NA.
Definitely NA.
NA, 100%.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's Life with Panda here, back again with another player joining us. Defiable, hanging out, returning to the lobby. What's going on, Defiable?
Nothing much. How are you doing?
Doing good. Looking forward to the season, man. Now, obviously, 2022 is here, and we have a brand new competitive game mode in duos. What is your personal favorite game mode in Fortnite?
My personal favorite is duos, followed behind by solos. Obviously, the season's duos and their solo cash cups.
What is your favorite part about this current meta?
I'd say the Spider-Man. I like how the mechanics work. I like how they function, and I land at the Daily Bugle where the Spider-Man is most common there. I really like the meta right now.
Who are you duoing with here in Chapter 3, Season 1?
I'm duoing with my friend Mojo. I've known him for over 1.5 years. We met in 2020 and just clicked in trios.
So tell us a little bit about you. What does your day-to-day look like, and including Fortnite into that schedule?
Obviously, I have school for like 7 hours, so I get home at around 3:30ish, do my homework until 5 or until I'm done with it. And then I hop on. If there's any tourneys, I play them. If there's not, then I usually just play creative or play scrims. And then on weekends, it's tourney days, so I just warm up for the tourneys, and that's basically it.
How did you get into Fortnite?
My friends in Season 3, all the hype started building up at my school, and then they were like, hey, you should download Fortnite. And I've been playing ever since.
What are some expectations for you and Fortnite in 2022?
I hope to place top 5 in FNCS in one of them, especially this one, because I have really high expectations for myself. I want to place in a lot of the cash cups, and I just want to get my name out there, basically.
How do you stay motivated when playing Fortnite?
When I'm not motivated, I usually just take a day or two off, or if I'm like if I'm not playing really good, and I'm like playing, or if I'm playing really bad, then I'll take like a 1 or 2 day break, so I can just fully reset my mentality and everything.
So you mentioned that you like to take some time to rest to avoid that burnout when playing a game too much. What are some things that you do when you are away from Fortnite?
I like to play football, and then I also like to play other games. Or I just like sitting in a call with my friends and just talking to them.
Thank you so much, Defiable, for hanging out with us and answering some questions. Tell the people at home where they can find you.
Twitter.com/Defiable Defiable1_. You can find me on YouTube. Just search up Defiable, and those are like the main two I use. I'm obviously really excited.
Like, I'm gonna go for that first place.
Definitely, we're gonna qualify for grand finals.
I'm super excited.
Oh, I'm going all the way. I'm winning FNCS.
On the West Coast, it's gonna be Epic Will and Arkham. That's like kind of everyone's opponent.
I'm just making sure that I'm as prepared as I can be.
We'll dominate low ground and scare everybody off.
My duo and I bring a lot of chemistry.
You know, work a lot harder than a lot of the other players. I'll be at my best for sure.
I think they should be worried about me. I don't miss my shots.
I'm definitely one to fear in finals for sure.
Oh, ready to crush it.
So we're going in this hard and we're gonna win.
I'm beyond ready to crush the competition.
Let's go, baby!
Just bring it on.
Let's go! Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is Chapter 3, Season 1 of the FNCS. And one qualifier is down, meaning that only one qualifier remains for these teams to claim their spot at the top and take the Pickaxe of Champions. I'm your host, Hello Kelly Link, and of course, everyone, we have 6 exciting games today with some of the best duos in NA West. And I can't do this by myself. No, I have to have 2 of the best men I could find on the desk with me. So let's introduce to you these gentlemen right now. Of course, you guys have seen them on the desk with me last chapter. We got Panda coming back on the desk here. And then, of course, Takata joining me once again. Panda, how you doing, man?
I mean, I'm feeling hyped as well, Kelly. We just saw some incredible action coming from NA East. I also know in the qualifying round for NA West, Epic Whale and Arco, I mean, they dropped a high elimination game, so I'm excited to see how it goes.
Oh yeah, everyone, you guys, if you were able to watch Qualifier 1, then you guys are going to be so excited for what we have in store for you today. But of course, what we're watching here, maybe you guys are just joining us for the first time and we need to break down the schedule. But first, everyone, we have to talk about where you guys can watch everything right now. And of course, that's in Legends Landing. If you guys haven't been able to check that out, you definitely need to.
What is Legends Landing? Well, you can watch all of this action here in the new Legends Landing, found in by the Epic Discovery Row. Takata, I mean, this is an amazing experience.
This is incredible. I love to see this, Kelly. You can join in with your friends. You can watch FNCS as well as practice a little bit. You get hyped up from seeing Arkham Rex, Epic Whale, from seeing the FNCS champions, get into a little bit of box fight action, get into a bit of practice. You can do everything you need to prepare yourself for the next FNCS.
Speaking of preparing, Panda, are you prepared? Are you ready? Okay, never mind then. That's fine, everyone. That is okay. But guys, again, we're here to talk about the schedule. So let's pull that up right now to see exactly where we are in Season 1 of the FNCS for Chapter 3. And of course, we already had Qualifier 1. That was 2 days ago on Friday. Right now, it's Sunday. That is where we're having Qualifier 2. This is the last chance for either the top 8 teams to automatically qualify into the finals or for teams to collect the much-needed series points to go forward into the semifinals. And you can see the semifinals is going to be happening the 25th through the 27th. That is a 3-day affair right there. And all of that leads up to the finals the following week here. Oof. And breaking down the format right now, we've already had 2 rounds either happening yesterday or today. The top 50 teams from round 2 are now going to be competing. And you can see it on the bottom left score. The top 8, or the bottom of the screen, the top 8 teams are going to be moving forward to the finals. That's going to be in week 3. But we also have the semifinals that's going to be happening next week, where the top 8 teams from each session are going to move forward to the finals, joining the 16 teams from the qualifiers. But Takata, to be able to even make it into the semifinals or finals, they're going to have to earn some points.
Ooh, they're going to have to earn a lot of points, Kelly. If we take a look here at the format, it is 32 points for that victory royale. But be careful. It's a different elimination point format here for round 3 compared to the first and second qualifying rounds. It is 3 points per elimination instead of 1. So if you get 11 eliminations, that's equivalent to a victory royale. Being able to play for that late game and get those placement points alongside a good amount of eliminations is what is going to get you qualified to those grand finals.
And we saw that just 2 days ago, Takata. We saw a team not just get 32 points for the VR, but also grab a double-digit elimination game and be able to essentially get 2 VRs in one game. But Panda, there are a ton of great teams that are going to be competing today.
Absolutely. And at the top of the list there, you already know Arkham and Epic Whale. They've made it on. They struggled a little bit in Qualifier 1, but here in Qualifier 2, they have made it to the final round here. And this is their opportunity to qualify for the finals. Now, there are a lot of talented players here, though, so it's not going to be an easy task for them to qualify. You see people like Chris, Wavy, you got Chicken and Kaizen, you got Krizix and Jelty. So many top-tier talent members here from the West Coast competing here in round number 2. So this is not going to be a cakewalk for any team on the board.
Not at all. Just like you said, we have Chris and Jelty. There are quite a few teams that are making a comeback from qualifying in the first qualifier and now qualifying again in the second qualifier. Here on the second page, we can see Frappi, Nate, Punisher, and Landjock, a duo I'm very excited to see how they perform. They've been competing from skirmishes to the World Cup duos, and now here in Chapter 3 FNCS, I mean, it's looking good.
I mean, we also saw Clay's favorite team there, E-Girl Obama, and I know that they're going to be doing so well, so I can't wait to see how they're going to be competing in today's competition. And there are honestly just so many teams, so many players that we can talk about, especially here in the region of NA West. But there is a particular player that we decided to get a little bit more information from, and that player goes by the name of Wheels. Let's see what he had to say.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? It's your boy, Life with Panda, back again here. And joining me today in the lobby is none other than Wheels. What's going on, Wheels?
Not much. How you doing?
Are you excited about what's coming up here?
This season has been going good for me and my duo partners so far, so I'm actually really excited to see how we can do in FNCS.
So tell us a little bit more about you. Tell us about some things that you like to do in your spare time, or just tell us that you love Fortnite. Whatever speaks to you here.
In my spare time, I usually like to exercise or hang out with friends. But I usually spend most of my time of my day practicing, 8 hours a day, either practicing, scrimming, VOD reviewing, anything I can do to improve.
It is quite a bit, like you mentioned. There's scrimming, VOD reviewing, etc.
Yeah,
it takes quite a bit. to play at your level. So I totally understand that. What draws you to that battle royale genre?
Being the last survivor out of 100 is it's kind of like an overwhelming feeling. It's really accomplishing.
What's some personal goals for you in 2022?
It's always nice to see improvement. So anything like outplacing myself in the past would probably be my main goal.
Again, fresh chapter, fresh map, fresh loot pool. How are you going to use these new changes to your advantage to come out on top in FNCS?
When you practice and play arena, stuff like that, it actually gives you more of an advantage than other players who just, go into scrims every day.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Diversifying the way that you practice is super important, because if you scrim, you're only going to be understanding the players that you're going up against in those scrims. And a lot of times when you have to qualify for next rounds in FNCS, you're going up against players that you're not used to, and it's going to throw you off for sure. Final question, what's your favorite part about this season?
It's got to be the new map, the fresh new map, the new feeling of discovering new areas, learning exactly where everything is. It's probably the most enjoyable thing when it comes to competitive, like little things that you can pick up that some other people might not have found yet, so you have like a little early advantage. Yeah, that's just exploring the new map is probably the best part.
Well, awesome, man. Thank you, Wheels, so much for coming on, joining me and answering these questions. Where can the people find you?
I stream on Twitch at twitch.tv/wheels, and my Twitter is wheels960.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you so much, Wheels, for joining us.
Panda, what was it like to talk to Wheels there? I mean, obviously we got the interview, but I'm sure it was really cool to get some in-depth information from one of the players.
Absolutely, and Wheels is very, very confident going into today. I actually had the opportunity to talk to his duo as well, Batman Buka. Both of them have a really, really solid game plan going into this. They didn't quite execute on that game plan there in Qualifier 1, but Qualifier 2, they've made it here, and I think they're going to do pretty well.
Oh, yeah, I definitely think they're going to do well. And we're about to talk about one team that I think everyone expects to do well, but for some reason we didn't see them in Qualifier 1. Of course, I'm talking about Arkham and Epic Whale Takata.
I mean, like, there's so much I can say about this duo. Arkham and Epic Whale go back to World Cup, to the skirmishes, to the early tournaments of Fortnite, and they're still dominating today. Unfortunately, we did not see them in Qualifier 1, like Kelly mentioned, but now I think that's going to motivate them even more here in Qualifier 2. Dropping at the Coney Crossroads, it's a very central location, so having a lot of options to choose where they want to rotate, and also have to be a bit careful of third parties, since there'll be a lot of duos rotating through that POI.
Panda, I really want to know, though, your thoughts on Arkham and Epic Whale and why they didn't actually qualify in the first qualifier, and what changes did they make to be able to make sure that they came here?
Well, I think it boils down to spending that extra time to understand the format going into the qualifiers, right? And I think a lot of the veteran players just automatically assumed that they knew what they were going to be doing going into it, so they just kind of slightly prepped for it and then went in. However, the teams that truly practiced and prepped with this format in mind were the ones that were successful, and that's why we saw a lot of big names from NA West not make it to Qualifier 1, and a lot even still struggled to get to Qualifier 2. So it's going to be a unique situation for sure for these players, but I'm excited to see that they can come back from this. That adversity that they faced there in Qualifier 1, it's their opportunity to come back here in Qualifier 2 and show why they deserve to be here.
Yeah, we actually, during Qualifier 1, had our analytical team send us a list of all of the top performing teams from Chapter 2 who didn't make it into Qualifier 1, and it was something like 40 teams, a ridiculous list. So it is, the first season of the chapter, and between a new map, a new item set, there is a lot of changes that need to be made. And one of the changes that we're going to be seeing is Landjock and Punisher. Obviously, with trios going down to duos, a lot of changes are going to be happening, Panda, but Landjock and Punisher, I'm really excited for this team right here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you here. I think Tokata's even more excited than you and I, but I think this team is very, very special, right? We've seen them time and time again. Again, a veteran duo in the space, stepping up to the plate and showing that they still got it here in Chapter 3. And not only am I excited to see what they can do here in these games, I'm also excited to see what their game plan is from that drop, because you saw where that was, right? That's not the easiest drop to kind of manage and go around. So it's going to be interesting to see what they can do from that spot, making sure that they get those surge tags early and so on.
Takata, what are your thoughts on this team right here?
I mean, I'm feeling confident for them. That drop where they are by the windmill south of Greasy has 2 Spider-Man web shooter spawns. So it looks like they want to play the Spider-Man strategy going into this. We also know that Landjock and Punisher played together as a duo in the Fortnite World Cup. So they've got that synergy. Kind of reminds me of like a Benji Savage duo from Europe, but here on NA West.
Well, let's hope that they do as well as Benji and Savage did, because I think they got 2nd place out of Europe today. So it'll be exciting to see if they do that well. But the last team that we're going to be focusing on right now, we already had a little interview with Wheels, but Batman, Booga, and Wheels, obviously, Panda, we've talked about Batman, Booga so much just from the name alone, but over the last chapter, saw Batman, Booga slowly climb up the leaderboard every season.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, another team that they've had skills, right? Well, obviously Wheels, another player that's done a lot within his career, but Batman Booga, one of those names that when we first saw it, obviously we chuckled, we laughed, we love the name, right? But as a player, they have continued to just improve season over season, and they assured me, like I said before, that this is their season.
Well, I'm excited to see if season 1 of chapter 3 is going to be their season. And obviously, we want to know everything we can about all of our players in NA West. So that's why we asked them some questions in this video, Ask a Pro.
How did you become a pro, and what advice would you give to those trying to become a pro player themselves?
Hopping into a scrim Discord and being able to see your improvement and going against some of the best, it will help you improve.
The 2 most important things you got to remember are just confidence and experience.
You have to see what you're doing wrong and be honest to yourself about it.
Don't work on everything. Like, don't be a jack of all trades, basically. Just work on what your strength is.
You're having a good practice routine, making sure that it's effective. You are improving. You're seeing improvement in your placements.
The best advice I can give you is to learn from the already established pro players. So if you watch their videos, you can learn a lot.
I'm absolutely cracked and creative, but I can't seem to replicate it in real games. I know some of the part has to do with my nerves, but any recommendations on how to get over this hump? Hop in creative and then make sure that you do also play in arena before tournaments so you can get the even balance of the 2.
A lot of times when I'm playing creative, I'll switch my server to East, which puts me on like 60 to 80 ping. That way when I go into game and I'm on my normal like 25 ping, it'll feel a lot better.
Experience is probably your #1 factor in not getting nervous.
Honestly, same. Like, a lot of creative stuff I use, I don't use like 90% of them in game.
I think you probably need to slow down. I'm assuming like a lot of creative players are really fast. They have really like fast mechanics, but in real games, I don't think you need that. I think you just need to know when to bring in those skills.
The best way to get rid of these nerves is just get a lot of practice. Does any pro have aspirations to join the broadcast team?
I am a pro that could definitely see myself on the broadcast team in the future, and I feel like I have a lot of knowledge when it comes to Fortnite, so who knows?
It would be nice to see former pros in the broadcast team and be able to like share their knowledge as they're broadcasting.
Yeah, Takata is on the broadcast now.
Joining the broadcast team would be really awesome. I think it'd definitely be a cool experience, especially since like a lot of the pros like know so much about the game. They could probably add that extra insight.
When I'm older and I'm not, able to compete as well as I used to be, I would, like to maybe get into a job like that. That would be a really cool job to have after competitive.
Yeah, Takata, that would be a pretty cool job to have here. And as our residential pro, you made it to the grand finals during the last season of Chapter 3. I have to ask you as well, being the pro here, what kind of tips and hints can you give a lot of the people that are watching right now on Twitch or YouTube about becoming a pro and hoping to see themselves on the FNCS?
I mean, a lot of the players and pros we just saw nailed it, to be honest. The first thing I would do is start stepping it up and getting into those scrim Discord or those servers where you can practice more, you can improve your skills, improve your game sense, and also just watch pros. Watch the FNCS. Watch this broadcast, but think more about what's going on, what these players are doing, how they're using their items they have, the materials they have to the maximum utility, and just kind of think about it more and adapt to that, bring it into your own play style and see what you can do.
And Panda, I also have a similar question from the videos that you joined the FNCS team kind of halfway through the chapter last year. What was that like for you? I know that you started with third-party events, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I've had some pretty awesome opportunities leading up to this moment and leading up to that moment last summer where I was able to join the broadcast. But it's definitely different, right? Obviously, in my focus, right, it had always been as like a player, not only as a player to play through competitive events, but also to play just casually. I really enjoyed the game of Fortnite. And so being able to step into a spotlight like this gives me the opportunity, I should say, to showcase and spotlight my knowledge of the game in a unique way.
Well, I'm glad that you brought up Spotlight because now it is time for us to spotlight some of our favorites that we're going to be seeing competing today. And although obviously we're going to be talking a lot about Arkham and Epic Whale throughout the next 6 games, I actually want to talk about the #1 team coming out of round 2, Salty and Kruyor, I think I'm saying that correctly, who were able to, in just 7 games, beat out Arkham and Epic's 10 games. So, Panda, what are your thoughts on that team?
I mean, look, anybody that can go toe-to-toe with Arkham and Epic Whale obviously are a team that we need to pay close attention to. On top of that, like you mentioned, they did more with less. Arkham, Epic Whale, they played out their entire 10 games there in that first, second round, I should say. So it's not a great look for them. However, going into this is where they shine. When they're in that single lobby format, when they're going up against players where they kind of have some idea of who's around them, where to rotate, and how to get those surge tags against certain players, it's definitely going to be a different format for them. However, again, they struggled to get to this point. This could be the season that we continue to see that decline of Arkham and Epic Whale. However, obviously, the community is definitely rooting for them too.
Yeah, I like to compare these two teams right now because Salty's team never placed below 10th place, but also never grabbed a double-digit elimination, whereas Arkham and Epic Whale had a bit of a different story, Takada.
They did have a different story, Kelly, because they were able to secure a victory royale, but it wasn't a regular victory royale. It was a 28 elimination victory royale in the round 2. Now, I mean, if they're able to do that in one of these matches today in round 3, I'll be very impressed. That would be almost enough points to qualify instantly, but obviously it's a lot more difficult. You're playing against the top of your region in these round 3 of the qualifiers, so it's a lot more difficult to do.
If they get a 20 bomb, I will lose my mind. But everyone, we have to talk about predictions, who we think is going to be on the top of the leaderboard after the 6 games are done. And I don't think it's much of a surprise. NRG and 100 Thieves, Epic Whale, and Arkham respectively is going to be my pick. But Panda, your pick I think isn't much of a surprise either.
All right, look, like I talked about before, I had some insight, got to interview these guys, and both of them just confident in their abilities. And again, leading up to this moment, they've been growing, right? They've been improving season over season, and now them together here in Chapter 3, Season 1, they are guaranteeing this is going to be their season to take over. So I'm confident in what they said. That is why they are my prediction for Qualifier 2.
Ooh, and you know I had to go with Landjuk and Punisher. I've known these players for a long time now, and what I know is when they put the hours in, when they get their grind on, they do not take it easy. They've been practicing a lot this season, and now how we're seeing them in the round 3 of the Qualifier 2, I'm sure that they're going to play for that consistency. We'll see them a lot in the top 10. Maybe not like Arkham did in the round 2 getting 28 eliminations, but they'll definitely be in that late game, and they're going to do it consistently.
And as you can see, Sundown, typically from North American East during this chapter, is actually going to be joining us today, taking over Jacob. So thank you, Sundown. It's so good to have you back. I mean, we always had him on NA West last chapter, so it feels like the old times. But he's going to be going with the team that I just mentioned that came out in first place in round 2. That's Kruyor and Salty there. And Clay Staling, following my suit, of course. This is not, he wouldn't pick this team if it wasn't for, oh no, he would pick this team. But it's Epic Whale with the 6X there. I love to see it. Every chapter he wins, or every season he wins, he loves to add another number there. And of course, Arkham, guys, those are the 5 predictions that we have. Maybe you guys have a different prediction, but make sure, stay tuned, everyone, because we have 6 insane games to decide which 8 teams are going to move all the way to the finals automatically. And then, of course, which teams are going to gather those much needed series points to make it into the semifinals. Because once today's done, there is no more qualifiers. This is it. Everyone, thank you guys so much for joining us here on the Analyst Desk. We're going to be seeing you guys after Game 1, but for right now, I say it's time to toss it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Tokata. What is up, Fortnite fam? My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling to call all the action here over in NA West. We'll have 6 matches to see who will end up into that top 8. And Clay, how you doing today?
I am excited. I was over on the analyst desk yesterday. Excited to be back here and with you, the OG duo, back at it again. I'm excited. There's a lot of contestation happening here, especially for the duo that I picked. They are contested right off of spawn. So I'm excited to see what happens, how they deal with it. And I know in the analyst desk they were talking about what happened round 1. Arkham, Epic Whale weren't there. I mean, come on. We know them. We know that they always mess around that first qualifier and then come through. And when they need to qualify, they do end up qualifying. So I'm excited to see how they do.
Come on, we're talking about the team who would intentionally disband their trio so that they could just like get a little bit of extra practice in the qualifiers. I think they're only super concerned about where the money is in that ultimate final. But one thing I did want to elaborate on a little bit, we heard Kelly in the desk talk about my pick on that side, Assault Courier and Ignite Salty. One of my big reasons for picking them, yes, they had an incredibly consistent performance, averaging just under a 5th place average placement and a decent amount of elims in that second round. But my big reason is Courier is a tank. The dude played incredibly well when you watched him at the Streamer Bowl 3. He played with Nick Merckx and Mike Evans, and there was literally at one point where Wavepunk and Sancho were like, hey, go Tilted, and they're like, we're not listening to you, we're listening to Courier. He's the one who's making all the calls and all the plays. He did incredibly well. The way he ended up getting there was through the Community Cup on West. So seeing his rise and the fact they got first place in the second round, like, I want to see him pop off today.
And honestly, they could, because they averaged just a little bit less elims than Arkham and Epic Whale did, but a better placement. And that's really good voting in to this round. And that's great because, and they did it in 3 less games as well, right? They had 7 games, 178 points, which I believe was like 26 points more than Arkham and them did. And that's really something right there coming out of that round. So they've got a lot of momentum coming through. Obviously, we've got Jay Roses back here. We've got Aguilar, who's played a long time over here in West. And Lane Jock and Punisher, I'm excited to see how they do. They are a little bit older of a duo, like Takata said, but they still got that footing under them.
Yeah, there's plenty of duos who'll be able to go through. I'm excited to see. I think Landjock and Punisher play very calculated. They stick to a game plan. They're looking to kind of get as many points as they can. And one thing we've always seen with West is in these kind of qualifier rounds where it's not money on the line, it's just a spot to the next one. Literally anything can and will happen. We're going to see absurd plays, great individual clutches. There's so many different little nuances in terms of how West plays compared to the other regions. And I'm really excited to dive into it.
I am as well, and now we got that 5-minute reboot timer as well, so you know West's gonna be pulling those reboots out of nowhere. I'm excited, and it looks like we're about to hop right into the game.
Yeah, we're getting in there. Don't forget, 6 matches to go. There is the sound of the bus. Let's hop right on in. Here we go, match 1 of 6, and the question is who will make it off of that initial fight. Now, I do believe Epic Whale and Arkham might be fighting off of the start, unless something changed on the drop. Let's see here. Looks like we got a northeast to southwest style path, and we're gonna hop right on over to Coney Crossroads with the 6-time champions, Epic Whale and Arkham.
They're looking pretty good. I mean, getting that uncontested is gonna be great for them. Snacky and Fabs are contested, but look, I mean, they already got damage on them. They've already gotten to a point where if they just push them quickly, they'd be able to eliminate them. It's gonna take that Guzzle Juice in heal right on up. But Tilted, one of those POIs. We see a lot of them in Fortnite and Fortnite's history where you can contest and not have it affect your overall loot that much because there's so much loot.
Yeah, there's tons of loot. Second most loot dense POI on the map, next to Covert Canyon, which then ended up just getting averaged in there. Covert Cavern, excuse me. As we can see, our first fight happening just outside of Camp Cuddle. Slicknick have looked like they've already cleaned it up, and they're going to get the second one in there as well. So real quick pair of eliminations coming through for them.
That's what you want in game number 1. If you get those quick healings, get that Storm Surge up, you're chilling. You don't really have to worry moving and rotating around. You're set. You're good. And we move over to the log jam, and we've got Chris and Wavy. Oh, look, do we get aggressive? They're already on that forward foot. And I mean, look, if they go on to Fallen, yes, that SMG is strong, but you're gonna need something to back it up, especially early game. As shields are popped. They're looking good. The other team is starting to make their way on through. No shotgun either on Fallen Prism. They got that shield keg, but not really much to come through. And look at Chris's inventory on the flip side. They've got epic and rare items. They're looking really good.
Yeah, if they're going to be able to close the gap and get those shotguns in the fight, all it's going to take is one really solid shot. And while the shield keg is very strong if you're able to set up, this isn't a situation where you have the ability to set up. These Ranger rifles are very good at running them down. And then Chris says, well, I'm not even going to bother running him down. I'm going to drive him down. He's going straight for it. Wavy Jacob and Chris just trying to run him down. The two veterans, they are no strangers to trying to push forward and find early elimination. Sometimes it's been their downfall, but when they're successful, it's because of fights like this.
And that Ranger may be a little bit of a disadvantage here, as he's not going to be able to put as much damage down quickly. The antidote does come through, down to 132 effective HP, but again, there's no follow-up there. They get that initial damage with that SMG, but they can't really do anything. And as you see, Wavy looking for a different angle here, trying to put the pressure on from a different side. Down below, they're going to get time to heal up, but as you can see, Wavy went, farmed up some extra mats, is now getting back into the fight and puts them in an even better position.
Right now, positioning is the name of the game. With limited amount of resources, you don't necessarily want to overspend it. You want to get this fight resolved quickly. While Logjam Lumberyard does have a ton of excess resources, they take a little bit to farm up. If it's not wood, it's not necessarily the most efficient spot to mine all of that brick and metal. But right now, you can see Chris and Wavy Jacob just trying to continue putting the pressure, but Voltzy and Prism doing a really good job of just staying hip to hip, backing up defensively, and not really giving them the chance, knowing that if they are able to isolate a 2-on-1 with those SMGs, they'll be able to burn through somebody, but they're only really going to get 1 or 2 chances at it.
Oh, look, Chris may have the more materials and may have more HP right now, but he's running out of ammo. But a good beam there from Wavy, going to hit him from the side. Asala now going to go down. They're trying to push out, but look at that. Chris was there in tandem. The beautiful teamwork there, and they're going to get the loot. But it cost them a lot.
It costs a lot, but now that's what I'm saying. You resolve the fight. There shouldn't be anybody near them, and Logjam has plenty of resources. One of the most resource-dense spots on the map. It just takes a while to get through, so that's why we want to kind of close that fight up. So now we're going to swing on over to one of the other spots where a ton of fighting generally will end up going down. The vault tends to end up being the highest priority, and you can see right now, J Roses and E22 being the ones in control of that vault card.
And this vault, it has been a very interesting vault to watch. It brings me back to chapter 2 days early on, where you would see people grab the key card and just run away, and then come back later in the zone, grab all the loot, and then make their rotation through. There's been some really interesting plays with it, but it looks like J Roses and E22 are really going to, you know, hunker down, try to open up. We got a replay coming in here. This is just going to be another off of spawn fight. Looks like, unfortunately, they're not able to get away here. It's just, look at the damage coming through, the teamwork as well. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, going to be able to isolate that fight really quickly and wrap it up. As now we're going to swing on over Mr. 6X himself, Energy, Epic, Whale, 100 Thieves, Arkham, doing what they typically do when it comes to a Storm Surge dash, trying to drive around the map, find a shot. You can see info on the top right-hand side. Archivate Epic Whale placed second in the previous round to qualify for round 3 after a tough performance on Friday. And honestly, a tough performance all season. Hasn't necessarily been finding the results they're used to finding in the Cash Cups either. So really have to put it all together here today. But honestly, if anybody's going to do it, you kind of have to bank on them, right?
You do. I mean, you can comfortably predict them almost every time, and you'll do relatively well. What's interesting for Arkham is he's rocking double light ammo weapons right now. He doesn't have a shotgun. He doesn't have an AR. We've seen an AR with an SMG this season. We've seen a lot of different combos, but that pistol is something we haven't really seen that much in. I know both you and I are big fans of it.
Yeah, I think this season in particular, the big reason for its kind of falling out in terms of prevalence is, one, just how strong both of the rifles are. Like, the big draw on that pistol is the 2x headshot multiplier, but when you have the MK7 and the Ranger that both hit like trucks in the respective aspect, one, just because the aim and the rate of fire on the MK7, and then the Ranger itself just has one of the higher base damage numbers out of out of the weapons in the game, and you factor in just that SMGs when you get in the late game or even in any box dive situations are so valuable, it kind of cuts down on why you'd want to carry a pistol when you and I were both very much obsessed with it. There wasn't really a good light weapon alternative. Like some players carried SMGs, but not really, right?
And it would also double as your AR in those moments, because then you could drop your AR ammo over your teammate. You'd be good. They'd give you your light ammo
exactly
needed. Yeah, so it was perfect. It was this perfect balance. And now, you're right. I feel like it's an interesting phase out that we may see come back in, but it'll reward players that do have a proficiency with it. So moving back over though, we've got Wheels and Batman Booga, a favorite for some, coming through. They've got a tall order, right? I mean, that's a lot of pressure coming through. They didn't make it last round, rather last qualifier. Now really have to perform well, because again, if you don't get to that top 8, it's all going to be about series points. And this time around, the series points are a little bit harder to get.
Yeah, luckily everyone gets a little bit of a blank slate. Like, yes, you didn't make it all the way through in that first qualifier, but there's still plenty of series points. There's still 8 qualifying spots up for grabs today. So there's an opportunity here, as you can see. TSM Snacky, 33 Favs, looking for a little bit of space here, and Favs instead is going to find a couple of medium bullets. So one thing that, well, the MK7 is so strong. One thing that I feel like isn't necessarily talked about a ton in the Chapter 3 meta, the unavailability of one-shot down weapons, whether it is the pump shotguns or those sniper rifles, means you almost always have the ability to react, unless you end up at a really unfortunate range where a duo is just able to kind of beam consistent headshots on you before you're able to turn an about face. You can pretty much always cover yourself up and not take detrimental damage. And you add in the fact that there's so many excess heals on the map that we end up with these really long drawn out fights where players really won't get chipped down to the opportunity unless they want to push. And you say, ooh, Clay, as we're pulling way south.
That is gonna be a hard zone to traverse for a lot of players, as you saw them right outside. And you're right. I mean, that's one of the biggest things in Fortnite for the longest time. And I believe up until this season, you could one-shot down someone with multiple different weapons. And now you don't have that reliability. So your players that were proficient in snipers can still use them, but they're not going to do as much damage. You're not going to get as much storm surge. You can't really rely on it like you used to. You have to be able to find different ways. For those that were proficient with the shotgun, when you would pump them to the head, it would, depending on rarity, it would take them down in one hit. And a lot of players relied on that. So now you got to play a different game. You have to have these swap weapons. You have to be good at it. And that goes back to many, many seasons ago when the swap weapons were a big proponent of the meta. And now we see the first place team currently right now trying to rotate across from Favs and Snacky. Not going to get tagged up, but they're taking a lot of unnecessary damage.
Yeah, and it's tough. This rotation is very difficult because we talked about this a little bit in the green room yesterday. I forget if it was during NA West or NA East. How once you rotate south past a certain line, there's almost no like natural high ground. There's a couple little divots there. So once those outcroppings, where you can see Epic Whale and Arkham are doing, it's so good when they're like you're talking about something and then you immediately pan to an example of it. Where this is one of the few natural high ground spots, and they're controlling the entirety of it. They have one of the like biggest priority positions on the map where they have sight lines to everyone who wants to rotate into the side of the zone, and they're owning both parts of it. So they have a clear view, not only of the whole northern side and everyone rotating in, but a clear view of the entire west side as well. And this is part of the reason why they are just so good at the game.
And that also comes as a negative as well. When you're that good, no one's going to be around you. No one wants to be around you. Look, we got our first reboot coming through there. Evolve doing an in zone at Covert Canyon. Heals galore as well. They should be good to get back in. But that's one of the things is that's what they struggled with in Trios a lot. I mean, if you go back and you look at all the broadcasts, you'll see that there was nobody around them in the immediate area. And that hurt them on Storm Surge. It was very hard for them to get Storm Surge. They had to venture out, actively go look for it. This season, I'm very intrigued to see how they deal with it and how they have dealt with it. Because again, when you're that good and people know where you're dropping, they're just gonna avoid you on rotation.
Yeah, you end up just kind of creating a bubble of space around you. And I think it was Chapter 2, Season season 5, 6, and then 7, where they ended up having just the first couple of qualifiers. That's why they ended up making the decision. It's like, hey, we're going to disband off of the start and then play through those qualifiers so they could get a better idea of those Storm Surge routes, because it's difficult then getting into the finals and having to spend the first 1, 2, maybe even sometimes 3 games of a 12-game series having to figure out Storm Surge routes. And honestly, I applauded them for kind of taking the time to go through and study it and figure it out, because everybody on West does give them such a wide berth, because they really are the Kraken out there in the water. You don't want to even remotely test them or poke or make any sounds.
Oh, we got some aggression coming down here. Honda Biz, they did use an armored wall to get out of that, but look at that, the split pressure coming through with that SMG is going to be a little bit too much. Unfortunately, Shallow looks like they're going to go down, barely able to make it out. Biz is making the edits to stay there, and oh, what a beautiful denial there with the armored wall to the face. That player is not going to be happy about that.
Yeah, the armored wall, I was just about to say, he had one more in there and he needs to use it in the correct situation. Generally, you either want to throw it on a wall after a player has just broken it through, or slide a ramp up and then throw a ramp in their face to make them end up going around so you can kind of predictably box them off. So end up creating a little bit of space, but I really want to see Shallow and Bizboom just like that. Get hip to hip and fight together. As actually in the Elim feed, my boy Courier picked up at least one, might have been a dub there, as we can see one of the 2 duos who is underneath Storm Surge right-hand side. Evol currently taking 25 damage every 5 seconds. That is because his team has not done enough damage. It's something generally you will only see in competitive games, but is active in every single Fortnite game. They'll just be healing up on that shield kick, trying to use that to negate as much as possible. As I'm going to flick my eyes back to the left-hand side, as Shallow is continuing to get pushed and backed up. Still has plenty of shields, but they're not doing a lot to return fire, and he's actually eating fire from the side there. In a tough situation, his zone drops right on top of their head, but everyone's kind of looking at him, trying to get a piece of the pie. The question at this point, who's going to end up getting the 3 points for Shallow? And it looks like, nope, Batman Boogie getting the confirm on the other side. That's your boy, E-Girl Obama. They're going to be the ones who get the knock on that side, and Biz is going to try and drop down and handle a Biz, but looks like the only Biz he might be handling is picking up the resources from his teammate, but instead he says, I got you, buddy. He's going to toss him up, pick him up, and back up.
And what a great moment for Biz. Just wait. Just sit there. Don't be too aggressive trying to get your teammate up. But here's the issue with this. He stands to benefit a little bit more if he lets his teammate go down there, because then he gets the siphon mats. He gets more mats than his teammate had. He gets all that loot as well. I know it's one of those things where you don't want your teammate to go down, but look at Chicken knocked to ZNO, and unfortunately Kaizen is still getting hit because of it, because no one has finished him off, and Kaizen is probably going to go down here because they don't have enough to withstand this Storm Surge. But no, they're above, 16 above, but this is very tight for them. And okay, Elam does come through. They get a moment to breathe, but they don't have much heals.
I was just gonna say, it doesn't look like they have any excess utility in their inventory, and that was one of the situations where the timing was almost absurdly unfortunate, with Chicken being taken out and down right as Storm Surge would have just eliminated him. They could have potentially given Kaizen an opportunity to have a little bit of respite and play it out 1v2, but instead now they're basically praying for some heals, and that prayer is going to be answered in the form of a Guzzle Juice. Now, Guzzle Juice, another new item this season that has very mixed uses. It'll end up healing you completely to full over a set duration of time. I believe it's 2 HP every second, or maybe a little bit quicker than that. It might be every half second. However, it will turn off the second you take any form of damage. So not good at negating storm damage. However, when you find her in the middle of the zone and only have a 20 HP, it's going to be real helpful.
Indeed, and it's a good combo if you can get in the zone, use it, and then pick up a med miss as well. We've seen the med miss be very strong this season and very prevalent to the end zones, because unlike the Guzzle Juice, it does heal you in the zone.
Yeah, I love the med miss. It's one of my favorite new items. The fact that you're able to use it while also being mobile. You can combine that with the sliding mechanic, maintaining momentum, and it just enables you to make more plays. And at the absolute highest of level, when you go and look at heal offs, it's one of the most efficient items in that regard, because you can completely negate 15 seconds of the zone for one item slot. So it just barely is able to end up ticking over and outdo the 10 damage per storm tick. So see left-hand side, Gwen Arkham, just kind of looking for potential pot shots, still owning a decent area. As now we're going to swing back on over. Mizu Trey, TND Kyoha. They're all the way up on the northwest side, so they got a decent rotato to make here.
And whew, that's a lot of duos that stand in between them and the zone. Your duo in particular, Salty. and Kruger there looking good. And oh, they've got peppers, they've got a launch pad. I'll be intrigued to see if they use it here. They just try to go with those peppers. I feel like, personally, I think peppers right rotate now. Let's save that launch pad for that half and half out. We move over left, bottom left there are going to be Wheels and Batman Booga. We're set up right on the edge of zone. They are looking good. Fabs and Stacky though on the other side, they're okay. They've got mobility, they've got mats, they're up. They don't have a lot in their inventory though.
Yeah, and here's the pepper rotation you were talking about. You can also see that foundation mythic MK7 in Kyoha's hands, trying to just make the rotation around the side. And if you actually look at the bottom right-hand corner, there's nobody directly in front of them. So as long as they take the correct path here, they should be fine. Kyoha, a little bit of a slip. They're going to take 12 fall damage. Good job covering his 6, but Trade was not as good about it. And unfortunately, he took a lot of damage. That was not a small amount, and that's going to be pretty much the entirety of their med miss. I'm a little upset with the efficiency there, especially because they had bandages there. The med miss is just so good late game that they could have saved a significant amount of that. They only really needed to use the bandages plus a splash there to get it back up before dipping into the heals. However, they're the ones playing in this. I'm the ones commentating on it, so I'll continue to let them make the plays. As Jelty making plays himself, you see the top left-hand corner. He's picking up Elam there. Arkham trying to find a spray there, but instead he gets sprayed back. Both him and Epic Whale lose that trade fantastically. That's Krior and Salty that said, knock, knock, who's there? Well, we're ready for you, but unfortunately for Krior and Salty, they get sprayed right from the other side, so they're not able to take advantage of that, and they need to be careful because they're poking 2 bears at the same time. And you know, Epic Whale and Arkham, they're not going to be happy about just sitting there for it, and they might have to actually be content as they see all of those chug splashes go off. I don't think they want to take that full one-on-one as J Rose is going to pick up a double in the feed there. Snacky ends up getting one, and we'll expect to see a number of players to drop here as we will have our second rotation of Storm Surge. However, not going to impact Epic Whale and Arkham at all. We will see another team kick up in World Cup. They're 23 below. They need to go, or they need to start taking shots.
And that's what they're going to do. They have to go for it. They know at this point, hey, the damage is too much. We don't have the heals for this. They look for it. They're not hitting any shots there. Still 34 below. They've got the mobility to try to close the gap there, but okay, no, barely going to be above. But still, that is not safe when there are 5 players that need to go down. Boom, just like that. As I'm talking about it, you are going to go below. They are in the box. They are inside each other's POV. They're trying to get in out of this situation, but able to do it just barely 82 above.
We see Arkham actually able to pick up an elimination onto Angel as one of those other duos who is there. Good use of the Spider-Man Mythic Web Slingers to end up rotating out together. They're able to get back hip to hip, but it doesn't look like they necessarily have any more excess utility. We see it bottom left hand corner of the screen. Punisher ends up getting picked up. It's all going to be down to Landjock to now carry the weight of that duo as we move in the end game. We see Arkham and Epic Whale, where we generally see them just a little bit below height, front side of zone. Keep an eye on the top left. Courier going down outside of our top 25, which is where those cascading placement points really start to kick in. However, he is yet to be confirmed, so still keeping an eye on that top left hand corner. It's Epic Whale and Arkham. They're sitting relatively pretty, and Epic Whale somewhere along the way picked up a legendary striker pump shotgun, and we know he can put in the work.
They are going to put it in, and zone is pretty favorable for them. You see him immediately look towards high ground there because they are obviously a team that will go for that high ground and try to contest it, but swapping back over to Batman Booga, we finally get to see some chilly chug splashes in the inventory. They've got 3 eliminations. A lot of our top teams are sitting pretty well on eliminations already. You see Fabs and Stacky bottom left there looking for any sort of movement, as well as Wavy and Chris trying to find something to get going with because they are looking, they're out of options when it comes to heals as well. Launchpad going to come through for them. They're trying to make their way through. It's Fabs and Stacky trying to find any sort of damage on the back end. Above, Storm Surge now for Wavy, but not that bad of a beam comes through. Looked a little bit worse than it was, and they get in zone and now have to move.
Yeah, it's the one benefit when you do end up getting tagged by that MK7, unless it's consistent headshots coming through. Nothing a big pot won't be able to top you off on. As you see on the right side of our screen now, Fabs and Snacky trying to get in front of the zone a little bit. Good angle they're taking, trying to make sure they end up overlapping with it. So we're going to hop on board with them. Snacky is a little bit separated. You generally prefer seeing them hip to hip, but I think he might end up having those mythics. So he's just saying, hey, I'll catch up, because we're now going to keep an eye on the top left-hand corner of the screen. Nope, he's actually just right behind him. So doing a good job making sure they're controlling that tarp. He's closing it off and about facing whenever he thinks there's potential shot there, as Beast is going to find a knock onto Pars. We're into the top 25, so every duo that drops is an additional point. As Wavy Jacob does end up going down there. Chris is by him lonesome. That's on the right-hand side of the screen as the elims continue to tick off. We'll hop on board here with Chris, who popping the big pot, looking for a little bit of space.
He's got 35 builds. He can find some there if he recycles, but look at Jay Rosas and E22. They've taken the high ground. They are trying to make it work, as I saw Arkham there in the game, still up and moving around. Chris is trying just to lurk his way through these builds, not trying to take any sort of unnecessary damage there, not trying to make any unnecessary movement, as well as Aguilar going to pick one up in the feed. Chris is playing this perfectly. You want people to forget that you're here, and that's exactly what everyone's doing.
Yeah, just being a little sneaky snake on the backside of the zone, hoping for some tall grass to move through in the form of other people's builds, but instead going to invest some of his very minimal amount of mats. That was about a third of his remaining builds. Going down here, you can see Salty was actually still in the feed in the top left, and Insecure get confirmed. We're going to swing on over. Epic Whale with the 6X, with that legendary striker pump, not finding the shots. Arkham, though, is going to end up finding a knock, but he needs to change back the level and get the reset. They are going to be able to do it. Dueling Chug Splashes immediately top both of them off, and that's a second elimination, as J Rose and E22 are going to continue the trend that's happened in North America, where once you get the high ground, everyone just forgets about you, and you get to rain down shots. 6 elims on J Roses, 2 on E22, 8 total, and nobody's even looking their way. They're just raining shots down. They have all the utility, all the shields in the world. Nobody's even off the second grid space layer. They're completely uncontested, and honestly, everyone seems happy to just bang it out in the lower levels. They say, hey, we'll fight here. Speaking of which, Arkham takes a huge shot in the back. Epic Whale needs to about face and give him some kind of relief and pressure. Arkham doing a fantastic job to disengage and change the level, but it's leaving Epic Whale completely isolated. He'll finally get an angle to be able to try and punish the two who pushed his teammate, but instead is going to be forced to rotate forward, as unfortunately he's running completely out of builds, and Raze is going to be able to pick up one on the backside. Epic Whale's going to drop down the back, but he just gets ripped to shreds. That was Jay Rose saying, thank you very much, come again, but this is going to be my dub, as Batman Booga trying to push through.
Yeah, they're able to get a nice shot there, almost able to get it there. Wheels will follow up. Can he 1v2? It doesn't look like he's gonna have the HP to do it. J Roses and E22 with the 12 elimination victory royale come through and absolutely dominate the lobby.
12 elimination victory royale, and that's what High Ground is able to do. But also, you can't forget J Rose is the Season X FNCS champ. That first FNCS where everyone said, oh, it's definitely going to be Epic Well, Arkham, and Rex. Well, this man came to play, and he put a stamp on it right away. That's a, what, 62, 64-point game, I believe?
Ooh. That's looking good. It is looking good for them. And you're right, a lot of people forget that about J Rose, is that they are a season champion, and they showed up today. And that's what you want to do, game number 1. If you can come out, win, and on top of that, get double-digit eliminations,
you're going to set yourself up for a good 6 matches. You want to end up in that top 8. But to break down where we're at after the first game, we're going to kick it back on over the desk. Kelly, what you got for us?
Well, once again, we have a double-digit elimination game in the first game for the qualifier. So really, that is going to set J Roses and E22 so far ahead of the competition. And you kind of want that cushion, you know, Panda?
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, an impressive start there for them, but also an impressive start there for Batman Booga and Wheels, holding on there to the final moments to take that on. I'm not saying that for any particular reason other than obviously Batman Booga and Wheels may or may not be my prediction, and this is why, because they just have the chemistry, the function, the flow to walk out here and feel like champions.
I mean, you can see how confident they are in this late game. Already on 4 eliminations here, and they're just plowing through their builds, looking for more, looking for any player that gets caught off guard, and they do it so perfectly. Going in together, the communication is there, the synergy is there. They just have to keep playing like that, and I mean, I can see your prediction doing well.
I mean, just from that highlight right there, it was the big names that we saw make it out of round 2, all make it to the end game. And Takata, there was something else that was kind of interesting. Around zone 6, zone 7, almost every team had a couple of eliminations compared to what we saw in qualifier 1, where the eliminations weren't really coming in until the end game. What was that?
It seems like these players are adapting to the format, right? Because there is more elimination points rewarded in this round 3 for the qualifiers. It's 3 points per elimination. So if you're able to secure 1 or 2 eliminations getting into that end game, it doesn't only help you with Storm Surge, it also gives you a massive boost in your points.
Speaking of points, let's take a quick look at our leaderboard right now. These are the top 10 teams during this qualifier too. And of course, chat, only 1 game's been done, 5 to go. So a lot of things can change here. No one surprised, J Rose is an E22 with 12 eliminations and a VR are going to be skyrocketing all the way up to first place with 68 points. But Panda, your team right behind.
Yeah, and we also got to talk about third place with Beast and Tao Tai. This is a team that we didn't get to talk too much about before, right? When we were leading up to this moment before we got into game number 1. But this is a special team as well. So to see them right there in the top 3 with these other 2 teams is going to be, it's pretty exciting to say the least.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. And speaking of exciting, another team that I saw do pretty well, and I think they went down towards Zone 8, Snacky and Favs. Takata, talk to me a little bit about this team.
Snacky and Fabs, these 2 players have been competing on West for a long time. You might know Snacky because he's our previous Chapter 2 FNCS champion in Trio. So now still having that Champions pickaxe going into the Duos tournament, I'm sure he's feeling confident and I'm sure he's ready to perform well with his duo Favs. Unfortunately, we did not see him in the round 3 of Qualifier 1, but now that's going to be more motivation in this qualifier.
And Panda, I don't know if I'm calling you out or not because I think you actually brought up a really good point in the green room, but a lot of people may have speculated that Snacky and Favs were kind of holding Reet back a little bit. And you kind of had an opinion on that during the game 1.
Absolutely. Like I talked about last season when I was able to watch them live and talk about the Reet addition for their team. I knew that Reet was kind of the perfect addition for them for trios. However, I knew they weren't really the ones holding them up in that position. Snacky and Favs do a really good job of just showcasing their talent together, and that chemistry that they have is so unique. I don't think anybody on West, maybe aside from Arkram and Epic Whale, have that same level of chemistry.
They are also incredibly impressive mechanically, Panda. I mean, you can see just from those highlights how confident they are in piecing their opponents, securing those eliminations quickly, because when you're in these finals, you do not have a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, for me, though, I want to kind of focus on not the duos, but the solo, because, of course, throughout the game, players are going to get eliminated, and a lot of these teams are going to have to make it to the end game as a solo player. And one person we saw that have was Chris. Now, Panda, during this, I think it was Zone 7, Chris was a solo in second height, which I thought was an interesting play, but you actually said that it wasn't that bad of a choice.
So it technically wasn't, right? Because it wasn't a contested layer, and obviously high ground is going to be the closest players to them. However, their focus is going to be people that are straight down below, not necessarily the person right there on second height, because he was on the back of second height. So for them, they're already ahead a little bit, and Chris can just kind of chill out in that cone and then drop when he needed. But unfortunately, when he did drop, he dropped directly into a box with 2 other players. So it really didn't work out in his favor in that moment. However, you never know, things can change.
Takata, if you were a solo in this situation, it's Zone 8, the end game. There's so much chaos going on. Where would you go? Would you go into the low ground, mid ground, or high ground?
I'm gonna be hunting for the other solos, Kelly. If I don't have any materials and I need to refresh, the last thing I want to do is get it on a full duo. So I'll try and maybe play the dead side of the zone or any zone which is kind of the safest until I find that solo and then go for that 1v1 engagement and trying to refresh my materials.
Yes, everyone, 1 game down. We have 5 more games to go here. And with that beep beep, it looks like game number 2 is ready to go. So let's toss it once again to our casters.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Tokata. 1 match down, 5 to go. 8 spots up for grabs. And right now, J Rose is in E2 with 68 points in game number 1. Really put a stamp on it, but
they did, and I'm excited to see if they can keep it going in game number 2. Look at a sniper shot from Kaboo. Gonna line it up. No, the stutter step gonna get that player out, but it doesn't matter when you have that MK7. You know they gotta be 2 shots away from going down. That one's gonna hurt. They could go for it, but it's just not worth it at this time. That's just good Storm Surge damage from off drop.
I never hesitate on those sniper shots, right? Like I feel like it's like, oh, I want to wait the half second to hit the headshot. The MK7 is so good, and the sniper actually swaps very fast in terms of its unequipped time coming through there. Like just throw the body shot away when you know you have it lined up. Like trying to take the extra half second is not going to end up worth it. Of course, easy to say that in hindsight, but I mean it's something you've talked about a ton, Clyde.
Indeed, and one of the things with the sniper this season is you can actually animation cancel it. Like back in the day, you used to when you would sprint to stop that reload, right? You can swap over to your MK7, get that shot, and then swap over, and it would have been about the same time as if you stayed on that swap of the sniper rifle waiting for it to reload. So it would have been really good for them to be able to do that swap, right? And knowing that about the game would have been good, but unfortunately, hey, you know, you miss a shot you don't take. They took the shot, but unfortunately still did miss there. Looking at Wheels and Batman Booga, though, look at, oh, they got a llama. They got a llama, and I mean, that's not one that always is there, right? But llamas this season, I mean, they set you up for so much success, especially with those chilly chug splashes, just because they're both that heal and that mobility, and when you need it this season, it's perfect.
I think it's, I don't want to say arguably, because argue is the wrong word, but I think statistically right now it might be the strongest drop spot on the map. If you look at just the FNCS qualifier today, both EU and NA were won by the teams who ended up playing the llama split. And I think it's because the immediate influx of mats and then the adaptability of routes, right? The option to immediately dip into Covert Cavern and know you're going to have more materials, more pace than the other people who are fighting there, or your option to then just go rotate to the center zone, kind of use that initial influx to know that, hey, we can go center up on just about a third of the material we would normally need, and we're going to be totally okay, right? And I think if the continued trends ends up being that that spot is just outright winning tournaments, more teams are going to start kind of staking a claim towards it.
And you can even kind of disrupt it as well, right? You don't have to necessarily land there to disrupt the llama because, oh, is Swollen Prism gonna go down? The confirmation is maybe Jacob and Chris, oh, are gonna try to push, but look at Fallen Fultzy there, just taking down Wavy Jacob with that MK7. That's why you don't really push up into one if you don't have a good angle. You're just gonna go down, and now Chris has to try to clutch up. But right, you can fly over that llama, kind of disrupt it, make it start moving, and then that team won't be able to do anything about it. They'll just get the scraps because the llama will go away before they have the chance to get it. And now back into the fight, Chris has the high ground. What will Fultzy do there? Are they going to be able to hit the same shots? I don't know.
Yeah, there is a slight weapon strength advantage on Fultzy's side. He does have the epic variance of what Chris is holding, but Chris is the only one with that SMG. However, while trying to take a little bit of pot shot and pressure, Fultzy able to answer back with that epic striker pump and going to be able to do it. The stinger, though, adding a bunch of pressure, and I actually lied. Fultzy does have a stinger in there, so pretty much identical loadouts. However, Fultzy has the excess shield, so he's more than happy to continue taking these trades.
The med misuse for just a little bit of HP, as we do see Mag's gonna get elims there. E22 actually gonna fall there to Buzzo. That's gonna be big. Nice shot there. Chris gonna be down 55 less HP. Does have the med miss to try to make something happen. The wall replace will come through, but Fultzy's not caught off guard by that. Oh, almost actually gonna get caught off guard, but minis will be popped again. They've got the overall effective HP advantage. They've got the item advantage, but can they hit their shots? Because Chris is really good. Oh, almost going down to fall damage there. Fultzy is getting so close, but Chris is still somehow able to get out.
Chris is fighting very well defensively right now, but I think Fultzy knows. Yeah, I think Fultzy knows Chris is very low on mats, and actually, as he ends up going and picking it up, I think Chris only had 2 extra builds there. Because you end up dropping 15 when you do end up getting eliminated, so we're going to swing on over. Or match 1 winners. To Brute, well, it looks like he found a knife in his back as he's down early right now. And Jay Rose is trying to do his best to stock up on some materials. He's already sitting at 102, and he's got that's extra bricks, so not really sure what he's doing. Maybe just trying to create a little bit of additional space, own a little bit more of the real estate around here, figure out a way to maybe loop back around and grab Etutu's card. But he's in a real tough position right now with a bunch of duos near him. Look at the bottom right-hand corner of the map, Clay. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe a 6 down there as well.
And that's Covert Cavern there, right? I mean, it's so powerful. You've got that vault. Oh, but wait a minute. Is he going to be able to find a bait almost coming through? But right, you have this surplus of loot there, which means a lot of duos are going to rotate through there. Even as we've only just started moving on that first zone, they want the loot, and there's always going to be leftover. There's never going to be enough people in that area to pick up every ounce of loot. So if you're on a scavenger route, rotating through there is really good for you. And now that makes it that much harder for J Roses, because he has to worry about those players as well. He's going to look to try to make their way through. And yep, I think this is where he's going for that reboot card, I think is where his path is. But again, we'll have to wait and see. And we move over to Zuko and Ikro here, who are also in Covert Cavern as well. They pick up 1 elimination. Oh, and look at their loadout. Look at how many heals they have.
They're just stacked on deck right now, just trying to push through. But the only thing they're putting on ice is their opponents as they just run through yet another one. Convict goes down, and it wasn't the Flu on the other end, it was Zuko. Let's keep an eye on the top left-hand corner. Fultzy looks like he resolved yet another fight there, so potentially a pickup and then some good plays going there. J Rose is still just kind of like a rat in a maze running around. Doesn't look like he's been able to grab that card quite yet. He might have been able to grab it and get out there, and based on the fact that he's disengaging, he's either got it or he said, it's a little bit too hot for me on this party. I'm gonna go outside and catch some fresh air. Somebody who's had in a fight down by Logjam Lumberyard right now. Hound, Prism, it's got Wale on the other side of it, trying to put some pressure on.
And they're running out of ammo in that SMG. They got to be careful, right? That 61 ammo will deplete very quickly, as the MK7 could have punished Hound for looking just a little bit too long. Vanellas and Wale will get a moment of breath. They get a chance to heal back up. Even will get a chance to pop a medkit, and that is just to show how much pressure was taken off of them. And they're still in a good spot. Yes, that damage did come through, but look at it. They still got a good amount of heals. Yeah, it's only 1 chug splash there, but still have all charges left in their mythic Spider-Man web slingers. They are, I'd say, relatively in a good spot.
Yeah, and J Rose is like dipped. He went all the way over to Camp Cuddle, and he says, all right, we got the points. We'll get you back up on our feet. Hopefully we've traded enough, and Storm Surge isn't going to be a problem, but was able to end up grabbing that card, get him back in the game, and NA West starts the trend of, hey, getting their buddies back up on their feet.
Well, and we know how powerful it is early game to get your teammate back up. It's just much more beneficial early game than that the West reboots that we've seen late game, because we know they're coming. We know that they can do it. We even saw one a couple of seasons ago in a half in, half out reboot all the way back in Lazy Lake when the map was unflipped over, as we do see Yellow Glow take down an opponent there, get the elimination. As we move over, Static and Blast going head to head. Look at the armored wall usage here. His teammate gonna actually hop in there, get the elimination for him, doesn't need to, and already sitting on 4 eliminations for this. And using a med mist early, I can't help to think maybe just the chug splashes would have been better.
Yeah, they do end up having the excess of chug splashes, but especially with those big shields, it's just more about slot management. What do you end up carrying? And while the med mist is there, it seems like that might have ended up being their extra white heal. So it's just like, hey, if you're not going to end up carrying something else, might as well burn through it if you're going to drop it on the ground, right?
Oh, exactly. And look, this is actually kind of genius, using that shield keg, because they know, hey, we're not really going to get a chance to use it, because look at where they are. To just go ahead and peek, over peek, look for those tags, look for anything, because it's going to immediately heal them back up. Like, there's literally no punishment there for them to take any sort of damage, because it's just healing them right back up to full. So those are pretty great usage of it, and I want to see more of it.
I think definitely one of the items that, while not necessarily the strongest thing in the game, it has very strong situational uses.
Exactly. I think it's the best way to put it. Is it's one of the most situational using items, if you will, because it's just, hey, you have a space for this, and we're already set up in zone. It's definitely worth using. Like right now, it's not worth grabbing. But J Roses in ETU2 did set a new single game point record in game number 1 for NA West. That's going to be 68. But Sundown, they are below Surge. Zone is already moving, and they already are using a lot of their match and shields. This is not looking good.
Yeah, but they're not too below Surge, and they do have this truck just trying to drive its way across the water. I think this might end up being a circumstance where you double back and potentially consider dropping one of those Stinger SMGs for a shield egg, because there's not a whole lot of teams here, and if you're not able to get these tags like right here, right now, you're going to just end up pushing into people who are already going to be holding zone on you. So it's going to be incredibly difficult for this duo to be able to make up the damage they need. But even as I say that, they've whittled the number down from 78 to 17. So they're doing a good job. And J Roses does have a ton of chug splashes as well as excess big shield. So as long as they can get a line here onto Xeno and Nickjaw and potentially take this fight sooner rather than later, they shouldn't be in a bad situation. But not having a shotgun and then immediately closing the gap puts them in a terrible position. Still 3 below, and that Storm Surge will start ticking in 45 seconds. So they got time to figure it out, but the clock is literally ticking.
Barely above 21, now down to 18. It may hold, but again, with 8 players that need to go down, everyone's going to be looking for tags. J Rose is just going to go in. This is how they're looking to get their eliminations. Looks like another one coming over just yet. No, they're able to actually get out of it. And now look at the swap there, the little bait and switch, and J Roses is going to fall for it there. E22 has about 70 effective HP, trying to get back up. Will get 1 elimination. I believe that actually may have gone over to J Roses, so no siphon there granted, but that was such a good play from Nickjaw just to bait out his teammate who he knew was weak, swap places with them, and get that elimination.
That's what you have to end up doing in that circumstance. But right now, 8-2, looking for a little bit of space, trying to put in the work. They are above Storm Surge, but it is a 2-tick storm. So even with the launch pad times ticking just past the hour, one more, not enough. He goes down, but luckily for him, he did not get tagged on the way. So there's 3 points that just kind of disappear off into the void. They'll be a little happy about that. And you can see Arkham and Epic Well, I thought they were actually going to box up on top of those slit barrels, which would have been a slightly more efficient strategy because you could have boxed up on metal and then been able to just have the metal ready to go, as well as extra HP for trading. But instead, going to go a little bit past them and make sure they are just right in the center of the zone.
And they're being a little bit greedy keeping that car around because, as we all know, everyone in Fortnite knows, they're just going to shoot the car. Any opponent's going to see that car inside of a base and they're just going to shoot it. As we move over, look at World. They did lose their teammate, but they got to look at their loadout. They've got the web slingers. They've got a legendary and epic SMG in their inventory. They've got a lot to work with. So overall, we'll be in a good spot for a solo. Definitely want to have their teammate up, but not bad overall. I mean, I as a solo, I would love to have max mats and 11 chug splashes with max charges in my web slingers.
I would also really like to not be a solo, you know, if I had that option. That'd be fantastic. I mean, the situation isn't terrible. I will say the one thing, as a solo, especially in a duo scenarios, in solos, it's a little bit less pressing, but not carrying a shotgun is tough because, yes, while the Stinger SMGs are very strong, the Stingers, just by their nature of being kind of the close quarters combat weapon, is a weapon of attrition. You have to go in and you have to trade out. It doesn't matter how good or how strong that weapon is. If you then dive in a 1v2 and somebody chunks you with a shotgun, you're not winning that trade. Period, full stop. Without having that kind of big one-shot potential that ends up coming with carrying a shotgun and being able to hit the shots, it becomes a lot harder to just single out somebody and then finish them. Because not only do you have to burn through the entirety of their shield and their HP, you have to finish the downed opponent if they're not a solo. Oh, this is brilliant.
Oh, I love this. I love this already. You can see it setting up perfectly. Just going to give them that maximum amount of rotation coming through. And it's this ingenuity as well from these top players that'll set them apart. As well as does look for some tags on the other side. I wonder where they're standing at 0 eliminations. They are second place currently. Oh, Look at that damage coming through. That unfortunately is going to get sniped away. Doesn't matter right now. If yes, he gets that elimination, it's an extra couple points towards them. But right now, Storm Surge is very prevalent, and with them having no elims, I worry about where they're sitting.
Yeah, they have a great angle. Like, shout out to the observers right now for just showing they can see pretty much the entire rest of the lobby in zones right in front of them. Right? So they don't have to go necessarily far. They can hang out here forever. And then when they do decide to go, they have a nice little jump already set up, ready to go. Just Evil Knievel style, just yeet themselves into the fray. Honestly, while the foresight to set up the play is really nice, I don't think you need it. I think you just slide down the hill and you box up on the natural high ground directly in front of you, despite the fact that I do want to see somebody just go fly.
I'm with you. I want to see him do it, but again, it's one of those things. It's like, we could have done it without it, but it'll be good to see regardless as we get a nice picture of three of our biggest competitors here. Fabs and Snacky on the bottom left. Arkham Epic Whale there on the bottom right. They are, I believe, just inside of zone there, maybe just outside. But no, yeah, they're looking good as they're going to try to hold a team out. Again, that car going to be their target. If they can blow that up as well, that's more damage right off of those opponents that they're looking at. And again, you're right. Just look at this angle they hold. Everyone on this side right there to their south is just completely cut off from rotating the zone.
Yeah, they can see everything. I mean, honestly, the biggest distracting factor is Wheels just doesn't have the medium ammo, and despite having an absolutely sick jump setup, they're going to do the intelligent play and just slide forward like 5 or 6 grid spaces and be on the priority high ground for the 4th zone. So great play by Wheels and Batman Booga to set themselves up. Need to be a little bit careful, though, because they are separated. And there you go. Batman Booga gets on his high horse and ends up riding on in there. So we're going to swing on over. Currently in 10th place, Fabs, TSM Snacky, trying to do whatever they can, getting wall to wall. You can see Shallow on the right hand side, currently below the Storm Surge. Well, it's him and 7 other duos. So a lot of people are going to have to get to work very quickly.
He's got the double SMG, but look, they spotted him out. They know he's a solo, and once you're tagged in the lobby as, hey, that's a solo right there, it's going to be hard to get away. Arkham and Epic Whale right down below him to the left. Is he going to be able to get out of the situation? But 8 seconds left. He's going to hop into a box. He's going to get an elimination. He's going to take that one away. It's going to be Salty. He's going to find the confirmation there as well. Still below, only 97, though. This may be manageable there. May be able to find Pouillet on the other side, but I don't know. This is still getting rough. 134. It's like that damage didn't even matter because everyone else is getting damage as well. There's the other solo on solo 1v1. Storm Surge, though, making it a 1v2, and Shallow looks like they may go down.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly difficult here. But right now you can see just the Elim feed lighting up in the top left-hand corner as players are being forced to move because of Storm Surge, and Shallow, after burning through all of his utilities, going to do it. You can see Arkham picking up yet another Elim in, getting dropped down into the box is Shallow, but sprayed away. Kruger can be the one who picks that up.
Getting that return elimination back onto the player that got his teammate as Rush will fall. We swap over to Punisher and Landjock, who look like they're going to launch pad all the way in. Only 1-2 teams currently in the zone, and honestly an early rotate that will set them up really well. Oh, that is a beautiful opening there, and we've seen Epic Well do it before, but Landjock is not going to hop into the box. I think rather Punisher not going to. Landjock too far behind, honestly. So now if he was going to hop in that box, I was ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like he might have gone, but then he just kind of put the brakes on a little bit. As Monkey was able to find some good shots there on the backside of the zone and really picked up a free rotation. Look at the bottom right-hand corner. You might be able to just go on a nice little stroll. Honestly, like, I would stop building. Yeah, and he's just about to say, hey, wait, everyone's already made it in there. I'm late to the party, but they didn't. Looks like nobody remembered to lock the door, and he's just going to be able to walk right on in like he belongs.
Yeah, no one was looking at him, which is perfect. That's what you want. But this is a great rotation, able to save a lot of builds, right? He did build a lot towards the end there, but overall, the amount of builds that he saved was great. As we move over to Arkham and Epic Whale, 6th place currently, after all the points have been divvied out for this game. They're in an okay spot on low ground. They've got a launch pad. They're still looking pretty healthy on materials. That's also one of the things that I've always worried about them, right? You can always tell how their games are going based on how many materials they spend, because Usually Arkham and Epic Whale like to be very aggressive, spend a lot of the materials. They're going to find a solo, get that recap on the materials, so it doesn't matter. And one thing that you and I have talked about extensively on Arkham and Epic Whale is that they do like to over-index on heals. So you look at Arkham, he's got 3 healing items in his inventory. I'm assuming Epic Whale has the exact same amount, and this is great for them because it allows them to be aggressive. It allows them to go for trades like that and not get punished.
Yeah, so really like the additional tech there of just slamming down the armored wall right after getting the elimination, just saying, nope, this is our loot. I don't have to worry about constantly replacing that. I'm not going to get picked off because you double sprayed my metal. And we're able to catch me while I was just trying to sort out what's there, slam down the armored wall, get everything you need, as we're now going to swap on over. Lil Guifu front side of the zone, but Fabs and Snacky up on the high ground. And remember, the trend for NA West has generally been, once you're up on height, you're there. Nobody is looking. However, Epic Whale and Arkham are a duo who will look to go if they have an opportunity. They're content to sit just below it, but you'll see they'll keep taking peeks towards the top. They're saying, hey, is there an opening? Because they know high ground wins games is the right side of the screen. Guifu still trying to do his best, finding a little bit of room here, 615 above, but with only one more duo who needs to go down. I don't think Storm Surge is going to be in play too long, as yet another elimination and a refresh goes over to Arkham and Epic Whale.
1,000 damage above, but only 2 eliminations. And here we go. Arkham looking for the sneaky move, looking for that high ground retake. Is going to get taken a little bit down there, but they've honestly forgot about him. He's going to get some nice damage off. They're getting chopped down as well. There you go. Arkham's got the high ground. Someone behind him, but doesn't even matter. They're on the high ground. Epic Whale is right there with them, and all of a sudden now it gets very scary for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, but they almost went too high there. They're way over-indexed on it, and they wasted a ton of builds in that regard. So now their hard mats are very minimal. However, it's late enough now where they should just be able to run it out with single tarps between the two of them. They're missing out on a bunch of eliminations on the low ground, but they don't care. They'll ride it out knowing they'll get their share of the points. Remember, it's all about the qual for them, as they don't want to miss the finals. Epic Whale wants to put a 7 in his name, but somebody is looking for some more points right now. Is Guifu, who's still running it as a solo. Big 66 tag there, gets the spot, 55 as well, but not going to find the cleanup as he goes down in 18. Each duo that drops will be some additional points. Batman Booger backside of the zone. No builds, no problem. Jump shot 180. Nick Jaw eats that one to the jaw. Tug Splash is on the backside of the zone. He's going to Peter Parker his way all the way over, but not quite in. Just finds a gap, but the gap is then blown up as still on high ground. Arkham and Epic Whale raining down shots on the rest of the lobby, and Old Man Melton is helping out a little bit as we swing on over to Jelty and Krizix.
They are hopping up leaderboards as well, like that armored wall placement for them as well. Look at Epic Whale and Arkham, though. They went from 6th place to 3rd place, just being on the high ground. Now is where they're going to find the eliminations. Unfortunately, that one may have gotten taken away. Epic Whale does find FJAA there. Elimination is going to come on through. Arkham is just finding Elim after Elim, shot after shot. Krizik's going to go down. Jelty not far after his raise, trying to clutch up ours. Now will be the only one to do so. That's a big shot coming through there. Has no builds remaining, is just trying to stay alive in the zone for as long as possible. Is going to find that elimination. No, is actually going to get it stolen away from Epic Whale up above. They're finding Elim after Elim, and all of a sudden, look at that sundown. They have made their way into 1st place overall, looking to try to seal the deal with more eliminations after 2 games. It is not a surprise. They are Arkham, they are Epic Whale, and they're looking phenomenal.
They have to close out this 2v2 though to really put the cherry on top, and they do, as Elder and Statics fall, and we say you can't open the door for them, you can't give them an opportunity. Man, you can't even put them in line, because the second they get up front to it, they just kick it right on down. Match number 2, Epic Whale walking away. I think it was 11 eliminations in total coming out for them, or 10. Either way, it's going to rocket them up the leaderboard as we take a look at some of the match highlights here.
Batman Booga is doing a lot of work, though, putting it in, trying to get those placement points and Elim points. Ray's also trying to get involved, but again, it's Arkham. It's Epic Whale. Look at that. The denial there by shooting that, the web slinger there is actually going to cause that fall damage, and unfortunately going down. That is a beautiful, amazing game from them. And again, they literally were given an inch. They were given the smallest of opportunities to take high ground. They did it.
And we talked about it, how teams necessarily aren't used to defending against that high ground take anymore, and it was really a pretty traditional one. They just 90'd up at the correct time and forced them back down. But that's 2 out of our 6 matches down. We're a third of the way through the competition. We're going to kick it back over to Panda, Tokata, and Kelly to show us what we might have missed.
Thank you so much, Sundown and Clay. And obviously, Arkram and Epic Well grabbed their first VR of the day, and they did it in such a great way, Panda. That height steal is what you want to see.
Look, I can't take this away from them, right? They did an exceptional job here showcasing that classic Arkram Epic Well playstyle. They play together, they play aggressive, and they play for endgame. These are all things that they did a very, very good job of here. And honestly, it worked out in their favor. I'm not surprised to see them here in these final moments, but it was these final moments that truly defined them and how they took that high ground. So beautifully taken here, climbing up, catching these other players off guard. And then after this, right, they get the high ground, they feel comfortable, and then here it is. They use the launch pad to go back down and just again, full control nonstop the whole time, Tokata.
They played it perfectly, Panda. From having eliminations, going into those moving zones, preparing themselves for this late game with enough materials, to playing the high ground retake correctly, to surviving the high ground contestation when they almost got knocked down, and then finishing it off for the victory royale. I mean, they played it by the book, and they played it perfectly, Panda.
Yeah, they definitely did. You even see there in the final moments, Arkram gets all the additional heals, right? You see the chug splashes picked up. He prepares just in case he has to do a heal off. He has to hold on, but it doesn't matter because Epic Whale gets those eliminations there with Arkram in the final moments and takes the VR.
But it's not even the final moments that they're dominating. I think it was around Zone 4 where we saw a solo player, Shallow, who had 2 eliminations and was below threshold, compared to Epic Whale and Arkram, who had 0 eliminations and they were 1,000 above. So again, it's not just the end game that they dominate. They are pretty much very competent throughout the entire competition. But of course, we also have to talk about Raze and Pars with 5 eliminations. Had a pretty good performance there, Takata.
They had a good performance, all right, and if they can maintain that consistency, I mean, we could see them at the top of this leaderboard. We've had 2 games played now. Epic and Arkram just took that last victory royale. Remember, 32 placement points for the victory royale, 3 points per elimination. So it's pretty elim heavy here if you're able to secure a good amount of eliminations during the late game.
Well, especially after seeing E22 and J Roses go down a little early, our first place spot is open for grabs. And is it going to be Arkram and Epic Whale? Well, let's find out because we have our top 10 leaderboard right now. And it is indeed Arkram and Epic Whale now with 92 points, 12 eliminations, 1 VR, and still Batman, Booga, and Wheels in second place, Panda.
Not surprised whatsoever to see them there in second place. They're just priming Arkram and Epic Well. They want them to feel confident here early on so they can then later take that top spot. But no, I'm kidding. So many great names here climbing up the leaderboard. Again, Beast, Tautai, another name we definitely need to talk about more. Krizix and Jelty. Now they're starting to climb up this leaderboard. Not necessarily the best game 1, but here they are in game number 2, showing why they deserve to be in the top 8.
Oof, making that comeback, right? Qualifying in the first qualifier, now back at it again in the second qualifier, round 3 in the top 10. I'm liking what I'm seeing.
I'm liking what I'm seeing too, and I'm sure our casters are as well. So before we jump into game number 3, let's toss it back to Clay and Sundown to see what they have to say.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Tokata, and Panda. And with 2 matches down, surprise, surprise, Clay, look who's on top.
You know, it wouldn't be West without them. I mean, it quite literally wouldn't be, right? I mean, we expect them to do well at this point, but not by a really big margin. Still within a victory royale of second place. So that bodes well for the rest of these 4 games because it means it's anybody's game. It's still, you know, we're not having a runaway. We still got really good Fortnite to come, and that's what I'm excited about.
Yeah, still 4 more matches to go. We're closing in on that halfway point. We're starting to get a good idea of what it's going to take, but don't forget what's on the line today. Top 8 is a trip directly through to the finals. After that, everyone is competing for series points to get the opportunity to play in Friday's semifinals to then get a shot to make it through to those finals. So there's a lot of pressure on these duos today.
Yeah, if you're able to make it right through finals, to skip that entire week of semifinals, don't have to play, able to just practice your drop where you want to, that sounds good to me. I mean, I would take that. I would take that any day of the week.
Oh, absolutely. I would too. But what I'm going to take is game number 3 starting right now. And here we go right off of the bat into match number 3. You can see bus path coming through, and we're going to swing right on over to Camp Cuddle. We've had a little bit of a contestation going down here. We can see Slick Nick on one side, Cypress and Mr. Locke on the other. Can the Flu duo end up pressing back forward? And right now, both these duos are struggling a little bit. Currently in 24th and 30th, as Zaze is actually going to get an insta-splode there onto Frappi and take him out.
Ooh. Quick heal him there.
Right?
Frappe, one of the ones that we had in our pre-show, that said they don't miss shots. They usually don't. They are a menace with the shotgun. But unfortunately, when it comes to being contested, you can honestly throw the playbook out the window. There's not really much there you can do. If someone 50-50s your drop, if they land right on top of you, it's just going to come down to who had the better landing, who had that opportunity to grab the weapon first. And sometimes that's how it plays out.
Yeah, just being able to get your feet on the ground, kind of touch it down and be able to just spray shots out towards the opponent makes a huge difference. And if they can't get some heals to immediately offset it, things could potentially get weird. But again, we've talked about it so many times, how this season there really is an excess of heals on the map as long as you know where to look. Those coolers offering so many. There's shield barrels all over the place, and between the addition of the shield kegs, the guggle juice, the med mist, there's so many white heals that you're not really obligated to use the other heals until you're forced into it. However, an early fight might be a circumstance where that's the case.
See, I'm surprised not that much contestation happening. Just the two teams here at the Bugle. This is one of my favorite POIs to drop in, and it's one of the most plentiful when it comes to loot, especially when it comes to those web slingers. Offers you a lot, but a lot of players understanding that while yes, you can get a lot of loot here, it's not always worth being contested. As we see user get tagged up pretty hard. Unfortunately, it looks like they have the shields to heal it up right away. As we swap over, we see Mags and Boston down against Wiz and Gooey Foo over in Condo Canyon. This is one of those POIs that we see a lot of players go to, but for me, it doesn't feel like one that is worth contesting.
So there's a lot of space over here, but again, things end up being a little awkward as soon as there is more than one team, particularly because rotations through this area, if you are rotating around the southern part of the map or doing a scavenger route, you're generally going to pass through there a little late, and you can end up getting bogged down, but that's generally ends up being the cases for a lot of POIs that tend to be towards the outside of the map where scavenger routes are possible. I don't think it's necessarily as much of a trap as some of the other ones, where even if you are contested, you can almost comfortably split or at least get the loot you need and disengage and just kind of head straight up to be central. I personally dislike it. I think Condo Canyon and Bugle are one of my two weakest POIs. If I ever am going to land at a POI, I just really struggle to fight there.
It's definitely different, especially with Condo having so many spots that you can't really build in. There's a lot of awkward windows that, you know, look really good, but unfortunately you can't build with them. Right there, like one of those stairs and those triangle walls that are just there. And Condo has a lot of those, so it's definitely one of those POIs that you have to know like the back of your hand to be able to realistically take an off-spawn engagement. There's a move over Logjam. A POI that a lot of players like to land around. It's a really good POI. You do get that initial mat gain just by the amount of mats around. Look at Fallen trying to go in, trying to hit him with the harpoon, but what he didn't realize is that brick, once it takes about a second with the harpoon, you have to hit it twice, and unfortunately that's going to cost a lot of HP on both sides. Solon going to go down, Chris down to 14 HP. This has been a back and forth engagement. This time it looks like Chris and Wavy Jacob may be able to make the better of it, but look, all of a sudden up in the top left, it's going to be J Roses going down as well, and we've got a third party.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure they were the ones who got the knock, so they're just hoping that this other duo is going to end up finishing it off. They'll get the 3 points and whatever Storm Surge damage they had there, and I'm really happy with that disengage. If you're able to get that and then immediately get out of dodge, somebody else absorbs the pressure you were just dealing with, bravo. That's plus 3 points. You get your Storm Surge, and you get to then rotate in front of these other duos as Prism finds a hefty shot there with the heavy shotgun, a great aim down sight. But then I'm going to break this down after the fact because he just missed 2 shots. He has no reason missing. So if you're not directly on top of somebody with the heavy shotgun, firing it without ADS unless you're positioning your crosshair completely over the top of the character model, you're basically wasting a shot now as we're going to swing over to one of the other off-spawn fights here. As you can see, Scissor and Javier getting a nice little push on their side. Really good job closing down this fight early. Mags just getting separated off and then taking the 1v2, forcing the launch pad out. And I'm assuming, he's just going to gun him down here. Look at those shots. Brilliant there.
It's one of those seasons where if you take that launch pad, you gotta try to fly as low as you can, try to spin, try to dodge behind things, but it's one of those seasons where you just really can't. You can't afford. It's great though, right? And I think this is something me and you talk about specifically a lot, is resource denial. That's a great example of it, right? Use that launch pad so they don't get it. They don't get any opportunity for that loot. And look at that. Look at that Crow gonna give over an epic shotgun. Oh, it looks good.
Yeah, Kaka, they're happy about that one on the other side. The Raven turned out to be his friend there, not yelling nevermore. Instead, he's yelling, here you go. Just a gift from above and just dropping right down in a key spot. And it looks like maybe another potential fight going on here in Logjam. Doesn't seem like there was a resolution or another one ended up coming through there. We're going to get another replay here in just a second to see what we missed there in that regard. And J Rose is taking a fight over at Covert Canyon. And this is when Buzz, did he just not see him push up there?
I don't think he saw him. That is unfortunate. And no way, there was a team behind him as well. And I guess that is the duality of what is Covert Cavern. Is yes, you can get a lot of loot, but you gotta be really careful.
And right now, why is that on the ground? Are they just leaving that? It seems like they're like trying to pick what they end up wanting to take with them, but that's not something. Again, we talk about resource denial. Don't just leave that out in the open. At least toss a wooden cone over the top of it. Don't let somebody come by and be like, "Oh, a free shield fish." Like, why give somebody rotating behind you 50 HP? It's not like nobody's gonna find that. It's right on the edge of zone. It's just weird to me when you're at this level. Like, go chuck it in a corner somewhere. You can throw fish.
Yeah, and it's like hiding those extra minis in a bush, or like we said just moments ago, it's literally resource denial. And at this level, you would expect to see more of it, but I feel like we don't really see a lot of players do that. We don't see even then, right? Like, let's say you have that ability to pick up those gauntlets and you have an extra one there. Great shots here by Nico. You can use the extra gauntlets while you're just chilling in your POI if you're not rotating out, to get rid of them, to not allow another player to have them. There's a lot of opportunity here, and I like this setup from Nico. I like that they're sneaking around, but they've got to be careful. They're in a spot that a lot of players are going to rotate.
Yeah, keeping an eye on the bottom right-hand corner of the map. You already saw one duo rotate past on the other side. You can see that Scissor just getting himself a decent amount of space over on the side, making sure he's getting up on the utility, but they have a chance now. You can see putting up hard mats between him and the opponent, segmenting him off, but there's one of those other duos. There's the other one of those other duos, and Nico eats a couple of his shots for his trouble, and without an extra big pot now, pushing into this becomes a little bit more risky.
We move over to the Daily Bugle as they've gotten zone. We're going very east, though. This is one of our first eastmost zones, so they'll have a good angle on the entire rest of the lobby. But I mean, let's be real. This is why you land at the Daily Bugle. Look at the loot that they've got: a legendary MK7, that shotgun, and interestingly enough, I like this prioritization of the chug splashes over the web slingers.
Yeah, being able to just stack those chug splashes and being able to just chuck them down whenever you feel like there's any kind of trade. Also see Epic Pistol being rocked by Paris. Again, ridiculous first shot accuracy rating. You can see if he's able to get a line, especially if you crouch, which will also reduce that first shot accuracy timer reset, you can basically spam it out with perfect accuracy the entire time. And when it comes to damage fall off, the pistol is actually a little bit more damage efficient than the MK7 once you get to the max range situation. I know that sounds a little bonkers, but that is the case, as we see somebody else also opting into that 100 Thieves Arkham, rocking one there in his 5th slot.
I really like seeing it. Again, we're big fans of the pistol, and it's unconventional, but it works. Arkham confident in his ability to get the damage off with that SMG. and have that as a backup for the swap if it's needed. But one thing we've always noticed with Arkham and Epic Whale, they'll give Arkham usually the more laser focused weapon, right? Whether it be that Ranger assault rifle or the pistol, because they know his pinpoint accuracy when it comes to long shots is really, really good. So they can rely on him for Storm Surge, and with the pistol, you're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, it's generally Arkham ends up getting the stronger surge weapon in, I don't want to say 9 circumstances out of 10, but maybe like 7 out of 10, right? It's not like Epic Whale is a slouch to the weapon as we get our surge warning on the right-hand side. 141 below is the first number we will see, which means the team who is lowest towards the bottom, the team who's done the least amount of damage, will need to do that. And we get the update, we see Favs and Snacky currently sitting 192 above, so they're relatively comfortable. They don't need to open up anything. They can sit inside their fully built metal and brick and be relatively happy, but it seems like that's not the case. They're actually just starting to spray and going forward. They're in the tall grass and they don't care about it. Not worried about any raptors there. Instead, they're the ones who are doing a little bit of hunting.
Gotta be careful though. They're gonna come out of nowhere, and they are potent. It's like Ghosty looking for that aggressive move. Unfortunately for them, they had a wall in front. They would have been able to see Fabs looking through that cone if they didn't have that wall, but because they wanted that protection, they unfortunately won't be able to see it. And I'll be real. I'm expecting Kaz and Snacky rather to kind of go aggressive on this, right? I mean, they're definitely a duo that could do it, but I kind of wanted them to.
Right side of the screen now swinging on over to the veterans themselves. Landjock and Punisher trying to get themselves above Surge. A couple tags there from Landjock. A couple more tags from Punisher. Gets them from 94 to just 11 below, which means one more tag, a headshot there. Landjock going to be more than happy to trade that out for keeping himself up there. And you see, there's no threat. Like nobody carries sniper rifles this late into the game. So you can kind of hang out there. And because the MK7 does have such aggressive damage fall off, even though he got dinked, what, like 4 or 5 times there, or like 3 times plus a headshot, all it takes is a big pot and a mini, or a couple minis and a big pot, and he's right back up there. And that's going to be plenty worth until you're still below Storm Surge. He needed to keep trading out the damage there, because now, like, they have to find targets. Luckily for them, if they look directly to north, there's 2 duos who are holding each other, and they should just look to get involved in that party.
He's dropping the med mist for that SMG, which we know, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to look at that engagement, looks to find more elimination, as Snacky is going to get eliminations. They did end up going aggressive. Those armored walls, doesn't look like it's going to save Taltai from much. Beast trying to help him out. They've got a lot of builds, but they don't have a lot of space. Beast down to 20 HP, trying to build on out, but it looks like Landjock and Punisher are going to find that, as Snacky does go aggressive on a Ghosty who was right next to them. So good to see that that did end up playing out. They should now be above 285. They should be chilling, and now can go back for that med mist for Punisher if they want to use it now.
Yeah, and you can see they're just trying to sort out which loot belongs where, top off their mats, refarm whatever they can. The one thing to note is they were rocked right on the very edge of the zone. So no matter what, they're going to have a little bit of a jog to get to the next zone. It's not too far, right? But it's still, given where the terrain is, the one team in the bottom right-hand corner, that kind of tannish triangles towards the top of the map, who are right on that right side hill of the Bugle Crest, they're basically just get to decide who passes and who doesn't. They can rain shots down, and they have a great sight line now. You can see Remy is solo on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side there, we got Yumi and his duo who are below Surge right now, and just trying to use those very valuable chili chug splashes to offset it and then to head towards the zone, as only 2 people need to fall. But I mean, things are going to get weird here. They're taking a lot of damage, and Egertome is actually going to end up going down here with one more attack. How good is your chili chug splash aim from downtown? Call him Aaron Rodgers, the MVP. He drilled him with it, and then Surge turns off. 1 HP in a dream, but possibly the most valuable utility resource being burned there just as a saving grace.
That was beautiful. That's what you want to see. That's the throw that, you know, you can't ever practice that. That's not something that you could do in any sort of scrim. You just kind of have to hope and pray. Look at that HP and look at this angle. You're going to see it hit that HP just in time. You actually don't even see it hit, because the moment that it hits is the moment Storm Surge goes off. So it was a millisecond of perfection. He had no room for error.
That's just when you tell your teammate, help! Here's a live listening to their comms. Help! Throw a chug splash on me. Anything, please. Help. No, never mind. I'm good. Good job. It's just like that's the moment, right? Like just going through this. I promise you, Equatum is just begging and screaming, but we'll see what ends up happening now in the next circumstance as we're going to swing on over the 6X themselves. 100 Thieves, Arkham, Energy, Epic Whale. They're just smack dab right in the center of zone again. Fourth zone dropping right on top of them. Only a short hop, skip, and a jump to the outside edge. However, this time they have a duo sitting directly above them.
And this is where they are so good at. This is why they're some of the top team, right? And we saw this way back in the day. I mean, all the way back in Europe with Airwax when he was kind of the first pioneer of going straight for center zone, setting up and just looking for all the tags. He was kind of the first one to really push that type of gameplay forward, really dominate that style, and they're a really good proponent of it still. They are great at doing it. And now you're seeing that they're even better at finding more Storm Surge tags along the way, so they don't have to worry about that as Batman Buka. They get a lot of ammo over from Wheels. And again, they're second place. They're still, again, this competition is wide open for anybody to really take the lead. Yes, Arkham and Epic Whale do have it, but it's not by much. So they're in a great spot.
I mean, 90 plus points isn't insignificant after 2 games. That's definitely well above the average pace. So if they're able to keep it up, I'd say they probably have one of those 8 spots unlocked. But again, it's not about only taking first here. There's no money on the line directly today, but a top 8 spot guarantees you a chance to compete in the money in the finals. So that's really what everyone is looking for. 1 and 8th all get the exact same ticket. So keep an eye in the top left-hand corner. You can see Courier actually ends up getting a knock. I said Courier knocked Salty, which was his teammate there. So interested to see kind of what happens there. Looks like he ended up getting cleaned up immediately. So unfortunately, my caster's curse in terms of prediction looking like it's continued here. But Zuko and Igor Obama getting a good line on their opponents, but they are below Surge right now, Clay, and need to start raining down shots. That damage is going to end up coming through here in about 30 more seconds, and we still need 6 more duos to fall. They're trying to get box to box and end up putting the pressure on it. They will end up finding Barterista. Will they find the second one? Is that enough to get him above Surge? It will, currently sitting at 52. Trying to make the right play in terms of what utility to take, but is a little bit of hesitation. It looks like he might have accidentally left the Spider-Man gauntlets.
Oh, that's unfortunate. It's definitely something you want to keep, but I mean, swapping it out for Med Mist is not that bad. I mean, out of everything I could have picked up, I would have chosen that second. As unfortunately his teammate going to go down. Punisher going to get another knock, and hopefully it'll turn into elimination for them. As Wavy Jacob going to pick up 2 there, the Chug Splash duo, if you will. Fortunately going to fall, but they made it into that half in, half out, 91 above. Look at that zone. They've got a launch pad, luckily for Zuko, so they should be able to make that rotation.
So he's got a launch pad, and he should know where all of that loot is over towards the side. And that loot also included 2 med kits and some Spider-Man gloves. So if he wants to dip back into the zone, he does have that option. However, I think he's probably just going to try and late rotate along the side because there's so many people packed in that if he times it right, he should be fine. We're going to swing back on over to Static here, who should not have been putting bad things into his name now. As you can see, Batman Booga on the left-hand part of your screen. 100 Thieves Arkham in the bottom right-hand corner. He's just getting a hop, skip, and a jump, burning tons of metal, almost the entirety of his metal to actually rotate into the zone. He doesn't have a single metal build left, but they're saying, hey, this is worth it. As you can tell, Arkham is then just, or Epic Whale is immediately going to split it over and give him half left.
He dropped his pistol. He's rocking double SMG. I'm very intrigued to see how this plays out because, again, this season, out of any, this is one of the seasons where you can do it. It does provide you with a lot of damage output, and even on high ground with where they want to be, he'll be fine. And watch, he's just going to swap over to another SMG. They don't really have the ability to. It's like having another player there. It's essentially like having a trio because you can swap so quickly and get that damage out so well. But if they get into a close quarters combat situation, will he be able to still put out the same amount of damage he would if he had a shotgun?
The answer is yes. The dual stinger SMGs put out a lot of DPS, especially when you're as accurate as Arkham and you don't end up having the downtime. The drawback ends up being the amount of light ammo you burn through, but assuming that Epic Whale is then the one holding the shotgun and the MK7, then you can just kind of gift over all his light ammo, and that's why Arkham is currently sitting on 500 plus. But I also think Epic Whale might have been rocking the stinger because it seemed like they just had 3 pressuring on the wall there, so we'll see what ends up happening. So swinging back on over. Zuko. Solo as Igor Obama has left office. He's off retire now in the side. Maybe he'll come back later on to do a little bit more in the later games, but as of now, it is all on the solo player. But Raze and Pars, I don't think we've talked enough about them. They've been putting up numbers so far, Clef.
They have, and we always see a team that will kind of fly under the radar a little bit, and they'll start putting up these numbers, and it's like, wait a minute, whoa, wait, they're in 3rd place now. All of a sudden, now 76 points coming through for them. They do have 1 elimination. They're setting themselves up well. Their loadout looks great, and oh, that's going to be another elimination right there. Look at the aim from Raze going through. They barely may be able to make it out of zone, but you're right, Raze and Pars playing well together, and that's what matters the most. It doesn't matter if you're popping off, showing all these performances. As long as you're playing well together as a duo, that's what matters. As Arkham and Epic Whale try to go for high ground, but get shut down for right now, but who's to say they don't try to take it here momentarily?
Yeah, they still have 2 more peppers, at least on Arkham. They'll probably look to split those here in a second when they have the ability to get them, and then they'll look to go again. As you can see on the wide right now, Bumboy and his duo, Kizin, up on the high ground, trying to battle with UA and Chicken. And that battle right now, Bumboy is doing a good job to hold position, but immediately, as soon as they establish high ground, it says, nope, just kidding. We're going to go down the hill. Batman Booga sliding down the hill on the right side, looking like an action movie star, immediately catching up to the front side of the zone, going to box up a metal and about face in the top right-hand corner. Still have Arkham and Epic Whale trying to work together along the backside of the zone. They're dropping down a little bit from height, trying to get wall-to-wall and put some shots in, but so far not necessarily finding success. There's that Stinger SMG swap. Arkham ends up getting white tags, but can't quite chase it down and has to reload both. And in that time, Pulsar Chip says time to turn the table. Epic Whale ends up going down. Arkham now left without a shotgun in a situation where he has to use the attrition weapons, and he goes down 15th place for the 6X. But I believe they were able to just barely push into the triple digits now. You can see bottom right-hand corner, we got Batman Booga and Wheels, top right, Raze and Pars, and we got some breathing room at the top of the table now.
It looks like high ground finally looking to be challenged. Jelty gonna hold it out there. Batman Booga gonna find an elimination on the other side, finding Landjuck now. 3 eliminations, looking so good. Seems to operate as a solo, yet always near his duo. Doesn't matter if his duo is right on top of him or on the sides. He's finding these solo eliminations. That's what you want to be able to do, but they don't have a lot of white HP. Zone going back will give them a little bit of reprieve. Jelty at the high ground until all of a sudden no match remaining. Trey on the other side. Jelty trying to make something happen. Will use the web slingers to try to get over. They will still have high ground, but with no builds remaining, there's not really a lot you can do there.
Up we go, he says, but not necessarily finding anything. Trying to find an angle, gets the 37 tag, but about face on the right-hand side. Still got Batman Booga and Wheels running on the low ground, but they too very low on mats, trying to find old builds, trying to find edits. Jelty on the backside of the zone. Med Mist to try and top off the HP, but that's going to be the very last of his utility once he burns through that, so not going to be able to negate the zone. Zooming back in on Batman Booga, trying to find whatever shots he can. Wheels staying hip to hip with him as we're into our top 10 with Zeno picking up Chip on the side. You can see just trying to continue pickaxing forward, finding a space, trying to work back towards the zone, finding a solo, but the solo instead now is going to be Batman Booga's. Wheels goes down 96. That's a white tag, but he can't find a reset with no builds. He tries to put one on the floor, and there's nothing there. Raze continuing to try and work forward. 4 more elims for our number 3 team, but it's all going to be on Pars, who's stuck on the backside of the zone with only a 5-tick med miss. No more extra utility. 1 shot from anything will take him down at this range, making sure everything's reloaded as he gives it one more go, hoping to find a pick, hoping to find a target as the team continues just ramping on high ground above him. Looking back to the backside of the zone, he knows there's a solo there. He should have been able to identify that player, but instead he gets ripped apart, and we have our top 5 with Jelty and Krizix just raining shots down from above.
How they went from no materials on the high ground to be able to keep it for the entirety of most of the moving zone to now with 10 eliminations looking to pick up the victory royale. It's a 2v2v1 there on the low ground. down. They're trying to make something happen now. 2v2. Chrisix is going to pick up Wale. They don't have the materials. And as I say that, Jolty's going to find a tree, farm it back up. They have taken the #1 spot as well, moving up to 111 total points, 11 eliminations. If they secure this, it would be 13 total points, which would break that record for the most points that we've seen in a game, at least on West. I believe it was just for game #1, but still, they're doing so well. And again, I'll remind you, they had 0 builds at one point, so they had to use the web slingers to just try to be able to keep high ground as they're getting dropped down. Bump Boy gonna go down. That's a nice shot. Delty will get the other one as well. They work hand in hand to pick up that 13th elimination.
Vamos, Jelty, Krizax. 13 eliminations in the victory royale here in match number 3 puts them well into that top 8 conversation and sets them up to go into this back set of 3 games. Honestly, looking to enter tournament management mode. Now they just need to hold on, make one more solid late game, and they should be able to put it all together.
And I'm definitely going to have to see how they did it, right? How they went from that 6-7 zone with 0 materials to maintaining it throughout the entirety of those last zones. That is a long time to be on high ground with no one contesting you, no one looking up, and 0 builds. That's a really big feat to accomplish.
Yeah, I would say probably what ended up happening there was a refresh and then maybe using those gauntlets to kind of harpoon up some of the loot. But who can give us a little bit more insight other than Panda, Tokata, and Kelly? Break it down as we head in the back half of games.
Thank you so much, Sundown and Clay. Once again, 3 games down, 3 more to go here. And Takata, I'm sure you're feeling so good right now with Krizax and Jelty getting the new record for NA West for the most amount of points earned in a single game.
You know, I'm feeling hyped, Kelly. I mean, they could have done that yesterday when I had them as my prediction, but I mean, I'll take it in the second qualifier here when we have Jelty and Krizax on the high ground. You can see how dominant they are here, securing elimination after elimination, but also making a good use of those Spider-Man web shooters, which almost works like a harpoon. You can fish up those materials with the Spider-Man web shooters, but also use it as a mobility item. So they're getting perfect use of that, holding the high ground and just getting that victory royale with 13 eliminations. I mean, they are setting themselves up for that qualify.
And it was absolutely incredible. Panda, anything else to add about this team?
No, I mean, look, this is the performance we were looking for just 2 days ago when we were in Qualifier 1, right? We were expecting them to do a little bit better, especially coming off the Streamer Bowl like we saw. And now they're here showcasing, again, why they deserve to be here, why they deserve a spot in the finals, because this is the Jelty and Krizax we know. This is these great players. They know how to handle these high-pressure situations, and they show us here in that game.
Well, that might have been Takata's pick 2 days ago, but Panda, your pick today, Wheels and Batman Booga, kind of went down. I believe it was in the top 10 there. Didn't have as good as a performance as earlier, but still doing a great job.
Absolutely, and it's really important to mention that Batman Booga and Wheels, they have this consistency motto amongst them, right? This is what they want. They are not necessarily overextending early and mid game. They're doing a good job of making it to the end game and getting all of their eliminations in these moments. And boy, are they getting some eliminations.
They are doing it perfectly, Panda. I mean, you had it down from the start, from the first qualifier. You want Batman Booga and Wheels to pop off because you know they can do it, and they're demonstrating that right now.
And as we pull up our top 10 leaderboard right now, I have to give another shout out to Pars. I think that we're really not talking enough about this team right here, having an incredible solo run right now with 4 eliminations and still holding up in our top 4 spot. But of course, Krizax and Jelty jumping all the way up to first place, stealing it away from Arkham and Epic Whale.
Yeah, well, with 71 points in one game, it makes a lot of sense why they were able to climb so far up this leaderboard. But again, Arkham, Epic Whale, despite not having the best game number 3, still find themselves in that second place spot, meaning that, you know what, that consistency is just enough to work for them to stay in these top slots.
I mean, 2nd to 4th place right now is very close, but we need to take a look at 8th place because you need to get top 8 to qualify to grand finals. Right now, with 64 points being the cutoff, it's looking pretty rough.
Also, I do want to give a shout out that the top 3 teams right now, although Takata, it was your prediction 2 days ago, all of our predictions are up there. So, you know, this is more of what we were expecting to see. Qualifier 1 was a bit of a unique situation. A lot of the NA West teams, all the same teams, tend to always make it into our top 50. So this is more what I was expecting going into the first season of Chapter 3 here. But Panda, let's talk about some other teams that we haven't really talked about too much right now. What other teams are standing out to you?
I don't know. You know, I want to say Landjock and Punisher, right? They do good to get into the in-game portion of everything, but they're just not capitalizing on it. So the second half of these games, it's their opportunity to come and shine.
Oh, looks like we have the beat everyone. The second half of games are about to begin right now.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Tokata. 3 matches down, 3 left to go. 8 spots up for grabs, and right now with their match 3 victory, Jelty and Krizik sit atop the throne. But the average points needed so far to have that 8th place spot is right around 21 points, Clay, and we know that's kind of crept up. So just keeping an eye on how many points some of these teams are gaining per game.
What a game. I mean, that's a good way to go in the back half of the games as we move over to Chunk or Speedway. Gonna keep our eyes on Lime and Chip as Frappe is going to fall. I actually no, it looked like they got knocked to an explosive, I believe is what happened. So I'll be intrigued to see exactly what took them down, as Lime is going to get hit from the side. We'll find these coolers to heal back up to full HP and more. Should be fine.
Yeah, you just always generally, if you take any amount of chip damage, just pop a Guzzle Juice. It'll top you right back off after the start. Don't want to use those Chug Splashes on anything but shields early on, and generally, you also want to be able to at least grab a pair of minis and then toss them down, which looks like Aguilar and Co. might have potentially missed out on right there. They're going to have another set of Chug Splashes. We'll want to group up, kind of get those down, and probably start the push. They got all they need to go. However, on the other side, we haven't necessarily seen what Lime and his duo are sitting on. So once they have this max shield, it'd be interesting to see if they decide to go. It looks like that is the case.
They're going to get spotted out, though, by Lime. And, oh, just look at the damage that they take compared to what they put on to Lime. That was a good turnaround sort of damage coming through as a lump. Looks to take that big shield up as Nico going to get 2 elims back-to-back quick and efficient there, as PSR is trying to get away, is going to bounce their way on up using those tires. It looks like Aguilar going in, getting aggressive, is going to get that knock. Will force Lime to try to make something happen, but sniper shot not going to connect.
Yeah, comes whistling by there, but just hits a build errantly, and not going to be too much of a problem here. As you can see, trying to hop in the whip and skirt around, but the wheels have been shot out, and the car actually ends up, no, did it pop? It looks like it might have popped, and they got him. Yeah, it did. Aguilar ends up getting it. The car goes boom. 3 more points go over, and Alamp is going to end up walking over and make sure he gets those excess builds, but the 203 boys coming out ahead there.
As we swap over to another 203 pairing of Boston and Mags, we see 2-2 in the feed, unfortunately gonna fall. What an interesting set of games for them. They really got to start to make a comeback. If J Roses isn't up right now currently, they have to reevaluate again. They're landing at that covert cavern. That's again so contested. They have to be careful, and there it is, J Roses going to fall.
Yeah, and I think we're going to get a look into that fight here in just a second, but Zuko doing his best to end up being promoted to Firelord on that side, so we're going to swing on over to the other 203 fight here on this side, and what a great shot there from Boston to be able to push right on in and clean it up.
And a little insult to injury as well, hitting him with the emote on top of that. As we move over, we get to see Zuko and Hero Obama, who have moved up into 7th place. And they've got that Volt key card. They should be able to get all the loot, and I think this is what we wanted. Yep, that replay coming through of J Roses, and unfortunately going down. Oh, look at that tracking from Zuko, was beautiful.
So you were looking at the tracking. I was looking at his movement. The way he crouched on the backside of the cone and then walked back up it while maintaining the right hand the whole time. He only ended up winning that trade by 2 extra Stinger SMG bullets there. So just doing the smallest of things to give himself the advantage. And of course, that big pump shot as he went through help, but they're going to get access to that vault. So we're going to get access to the fight over on the other side. And Benji and Monkey are going to get access to the lobby as they're sent back to it. And they'll be joining all of you wherever you're watching. And thank you for tuning in. This is qualifier number 2 of the FNCS for Chapter 3, Season 1. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling. And whether you are watching on Twitch, YouTube, Legends Landing, watch.fortnite.com, over at your friend's house, however you're tuning in during one of the viewing parties, whatever it is, thanks for hanging with us. It's been some amazing Fortnite so far today, and we will see the last of our 8 teams who are automatically going to qualify to the finals and get to skip what is assuredly going to be a clown fiesta of a semifinals.
And I just want to say, Legends Landing, shout out to those people watching in particular, because it's amazing in there. You know, we got to take a look at it, and it's so fun. And oh, look at Buzzo. Unfortunately, may be going down here, trying to get a little piece of that Volt action, but they're able to disengage and get out. But I don't think they're quite done. They've got him kind of trapped. You have to go one way in. Well, you got that one way out, but usually most players don't end up taking it there. Buzzo will go back to the shield kick, he'll back up. But Zuko and Ego Obama are definitely not the team you want to push inside the vault with how they've been playing their aggressive style. Buzzo is, without his teammate, has to be very careful about that. But back to Legends Landing, it's so beautiful. There's so many awesome things you can do. The fact that you can box fight while also watching competitive Fortnite so you can get better in multiple different ways is just amazing.
Yeah, shout out to everyone who ended up working on it. Gotta give a shout out to my boy Tekko, who put in a ton of work in that, as well as Immature Gamer and Enigma, some of the builders over on Catalyst who just did an amazing job. Everyone internally who made it turn out well. But right now, we're gonna swing on over to my prediction. They've been on a tough end of the stick recently, Courier and Salty, and it looks like, unfortunately, the end of the stick is not getting any softer as they just get beat over the head with it once again. That's Summy, and I don't even remotely know how to pronounce it. Dusan Vlahovic. It's actually funny because Dusan was one of my goalie coaches when I played soccer back in the day, so I do know how to say that.
Oh, interesting. And I'm sure they're gonna leave those 6 strike flashes there. But they better not. At least throw them down. At least well, I mean, zone's here, so it's not that big that they leave them behind. But I mean, there were 6 strike flashes, and Summy's not full HP, so. Definitely think could have used it there, but we'll rotate out. We'll be able to get into zone. Back over to Covert Cavern here. Buzzo and Evol. They're really set on getting into this vault. They want some of that extra loot.
Yeah, they want to try and get in there and get a little bit of the leftovers there. I'm like, I knew that name ended up looking familiar. That's actually just a professional European footballer. So, Dusan, I am upset you are not wearing the Juventus outfit in this circumstance. Like, if you're going to commit to the cosplay, go all the way in, make it a part of your brand, be like the Cactus Man, and go all the way through as we're going to hop on board. Somebody's looking to try and go all the way through and pick up some of just the scavenger part. That's the thing we've talked about in areas like this. We've seen it, whether it was Catty Corner, whether it was Stark Industry. When there is a POI with such high loot density, it doesn't matter when you pass through it. There's always something in there, whether it's excess minis like that, or excess metal that you might need to farm, or just a couple of excess slurp barrels that you need to top off your shields. There's always something there. However, that generally means that other people are always kind of going to come by and just kind of poke their head in and see what's going on over here, guys.
And with how many ammo boxes are in there as well, right? It doesn't matter if it's just a little bit out of your rotate path. If you need anything, like you said, it's always worth it. It is always worth it to go through there to try to find something. And if there's other players there as well, you can get some Storm Sword tag, you can get some eliminations. And I like that Jelty is using what's around him, not wasting that shield mushroom there. Will use it. And I kind of like the saving of the big shield here because they know they're going to take more damage, so might as well save it now and get that. It's a little bit min-maxy, but get that 9 extra HP as mags. And Boston are going to find Wiz on the backside. They take the L, and Wiz unfortunately will go back to the lobby to try to play again in the last couple games. But Jelty and Krizix, they're setting themselves up well. They look like they're in a really good spot for the zone. They've got rotation. It's everything they need to do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not aware of G2 Jelty, FS Kozix, one, where have you been? What game have you been watching? But two, they are just two of the more dominant in the Spanish-speaking community when it comes to that, the Spanish-speaking South America community, playing on NA West. And Jelty has been around from the very beginning, playing in all the way back to the Pro-Ams, back in the World Cup days, coming very close to qualifying himself. And he's the epitome of a professional, one of the most watched streamers, too, if you end up going and wanting to check out some of his gameplay. Again, almost all of the communications are in Spanish, but it's fantastic to watch. And one of the ways where I get like my very minimal intake of Spanish speaking these days, and I just enjoy watching them so much. But somebody else who I've enjoyed watching so far, Prism and Hound, trying to take these fights. They've done a good job in terms of being aggressive, but they just haven't found the closeouts they need, Clay.
And they're looking to find it here, but no. Hound going to fall, actually, yeah, going to fall down there. They do get a trade elimination, but look at Fulty. They are miles away in what is competitive Fortnite. They can't really afford to go for that. Yes, there's that 5-minute reboot timer, but that zone's pretty far. They don't really have the heals to do so. Prism, Hound going to be there for a little bit. It's just best for Fulty to go away, and that's what the risk you run, right? You're split dropping on these scavenger routes. You're gonna run into somebody, and if they find an opportunity, they're gonna get you.
So far away too on that split route, like that is forever away. I think one of the things that people don't consider enough in competitive Fortnite as a whole, whether it's playing arena and trying to camp on the outside of the map or in bushes so you avoid fights like me, or at the very highest levels, is committing to sightlines. Once you drop down off of one of those highest sightlines and you're on the coast, that's it, period. If somebody is over on the side and they see you moving, if they see something that isn't normally there, you are just completely out in the open. You talk about a fish out of water. Well, in this circumstance, you're basically a fish in the water with a huge neon sign around you. But right now, Epic Well and Arkham are looking for as many neon signs around them to just continue pushing that Storm Surge ticker up on their side. But with being 313 above, they don't have a whole lot to worry about.
No, they're chilling. Especially in this next zone where the zone will more likely pull over them as well. They've set themselves up well. Frappe finally able to get back in the action, gets a knock there, and will find the elimination as we see on the bottom left. Jelty and Krizix, though, only 14 above. Bottom right, only 11 above for Batman, Booga, and Wheels. They've also really got to make it work, and now Jelty's below.
And again, if you're wondering what we're talking about, that is that Storm Surge threshold on the right-hand side. It keeps updating. You're wondering why that's updating. It tracks how much damage each duo has done in the lobby. The teams who have done the least amount of damage and the ones who are below the threshold, once the third zone closes, which happens in 33 seconds, will start taking 25 damage every 5 seconds until we hit a certain number of players remaining. In the third zone, that number of players is 70. In the fifth zone, that number of players is 50. In the seventh zone, that number of players is 30. So right now, we would be looking at 7 duos who would be taking that 25 damage every 5 seconds. So there is going to be a big spurt of action and a bunch of people eliminated starting right about in the next 5 seconds or so.
32 below for Batman, Booga, and Wheels. Now 6 above. It's a back and forth battle. Right now, you really want to be about 150, and that's when you're chilling. And looks like whoever is spraying at them really needs that. It looks like it's going to be Vanilla as the spray from Batman, Booga preemptively will get them some more damage, but still only 34 above it, which may be enough. But look at the damage Wheels taken, and these are very valuable to be using right now. They have to because they took too much damage, but now with that team coming in, being aggressive, they've got to be careful with this.
I don't think they had to burn the chug splashes there. Like, they have plenty of big pots in that regard. Those chili chug splashes are super valuable, especially considering they have to rotate over water, and that base move speed added to the boost while you're doing the dolphin dive in the water is so big. But right now, we're going to swing back on over to our current leaders as they're only 82 above, and there's still when we're doing, as I say that, we actually get full eliminations over on the World Cup and Kick Cup. So the Storm Surge will turn off, and everyone who made it past will breathe a sigh of relief. We're not quite to the first placement thresholds yet either, as that will occur at 35 duos remaining. So still just elimination points going down, but those are worth +3 a pair. So plenty of points being taken off the table. But right now, my eyes are on this kind of awkward little staring match going on here, and actually just going to hop in the whip and get out of dodge.
They gotta be careful with that though. It's already smoking. That more damage coming through could mean that they take unnecessary damage, and looks like they will continue to commit to it, but already down to about a third. Jelty's really going to have to hop out, and I'm glad they did. As well, Krizix is actually just coasting on through. Jelty will take the brunt of the damage, but this is an awkward spot, because if you're the first to rotate, you're going to take this ridiculous amount of damage, but if you're too late to rotate, you're going to get caught with zone. Buzzo and Evolve put them in a really good spot. Can they capitalize? Can they take out the first place team? Jelty spending almost half of his metal just to get out, just to make sure that they are good, but Krizix is very low. That fire is burning. They have to be careful. They're singling him out. Oh, Buzzo just places the ramp right when he could have gone for the spray. Not able to capitalize on it, but Jelty taking damage from elsewhere. They've done what they needed to do to put them in a bad situation.
Yeah, Jelty taking plenty of chip. They do still have the peppers though, and honestly, I would have liked a little bit more of a decisive action right at the start of the fight. It seemed like they're debating getting in the car, then they weren't going to get in the car, and now they want to rotate late. And because of this, now you can't go just across the water. If they had just committed to the peppers, committed to the car, ended up driving out as far as they can, and then hopped, they might have ended up being in a better situation. Now you're forcibly stuck behind this duo who is aware that you're there. They've been holding you the whole time, and this is the team who's right on the border. They need these elims, and you might not even get a chance. You're going to have to pop peppers for HP here, and that's only going to get you an extra 3 storm ticks. He has to find elimination. He's trying to find a line on Buzzo. 2 more seconds. Bye-bye, Jelty. Storm ticks him over. Buzzo and Evolve are going to end up getting that, but not a ton of excess of HP there, and we're going to now fly over to some of the replays that we missed from that Storm Surge action right as we saw Evolve actually go down. So here's FJAA with Salvo on his side. FJAA going to end up finding that one, and Foltzy just taking way too much damage over on the side out in the open, and I mean, he wasn't long for this lobby anyway.
No, 216 below. That looks like this player right here, 160, just tries to hop in, and this is Buzzo's perspective of taking down Krizix and Jelty. What a big moment there for them, taking him out of the game. That opens it up. Third, second, fourth, all have the opportunity to now close that gap and even take that distance away, put Jelty and Krizix in a spot where if everybody below them as well does great, they then are worried. They're going into that 5th game wondering, oh my God, wait a minute, hold on. We need to start to get our footing underneath us. They got to be careful about that. But Epic Whale, Arkham looking good, Wheels, Batman, Puka looking good, and Rays and Pars the same as well.
I love how you say immediately Epic Whale looking good, and then right after that he hits body shot, headshot. Yeah, he's looking good. That's for sure. Some more shots being sprayed out, but they're also very central here, and you can see the team boxing up in metal immediately next to him, drawing fire on their side. They're trying to see if they can get an angle to potentially add fire there. Good job connecting those brick walls to kind of deny the ability, and it's going to give them an angle, just hard spray on this wall, where if they do end up getting eliminations, it's very hard to end up defensively fighting this. But Epic Whale over peaks a little bit there. Once he had the wall replaced, I would have loved to have seen him just back up and reset, kind of catch those guys off guard, but instead staying out there on a disadvantageous peak. He was on the left hand where his opponent had the right hand. He was able to push him down, but Russo was able to stick that med kit. If they had gone before that, they would have had a huge advantage, but they have to know that Arkham's right on the other side of the wall. They definitely heard him drop down, and as they begin committing the chug splashes, they're going to back up from that fight. Very smart there, as you can see, Coexy and Static on your right-hand side below Storm Surge, which is potentially going to tick on there. 4 duos will end up taking that damage, and that's going to turn on in just 15 seconds.
38 below. Can they find? Gonna play around the other side of the wall, but they have the pressure to get in. I don't see Stingers on the other side. The shots will come through. They don't need the pressure on the walls. When they're gonna find that solo, and GGEZ will be saying just that. But look, when you go aggressive onto someone this late in the zone, they're gonna find you, and unfortunately user will go down, and their teammate just says, you know what, I'm sorry, but zone is more important. And that's it. At the end of the day, sometimes you have to wait a minute. They're gonna find him, maybe able to get the pickup here.
Somebody who needs a little bit of a pick-me-up, but he'd prefer it in the form of white HP is Batman Boogie. You can see his teammate does have some more of those chili chug splashes, waiting for him to pop all the shields first. So nice little bit of min-maxing here. Coexy back up on his feet, has a medkit as well. So good play over on the other side from Static to be able to work together and make sure they're both up and healthy. And no Chug Splash is actually committed to Batman Booga, so it looks like they're going to wait for this rotation then to potentially use it. I believe they were Holy One. I might have ended up being mistaken here. As they're going to look through that cone and try and see, yep, nope, boom. Wheels does have one. Going to pop the Chili Chug Splash. Good call. So get a little bit of extra HP on Batman Booga. And then hop, skip, and a jump. Try and head their way to zone. Maybe try and pick somebody off on the backside of his wheel. Continually checking his left-hand side. He sees he has a teammate to his right. Tries to spray some shots towards Punisher. But rightly just going to rotate past and onto these former builds. He doesn't want to use any of his own builds to get into these tunnels, as he knows he's only down to 22, 23, going to wall off his back. They have to go forward because there's a team directly behind him as well. That Chili Chug Splash effect is also going to run out in about 10 more seconds, so they need to find a little bit of space. It seems like they're just right on the edge of that zone, but they want to try and go for it. They're trying to get the edit down. They're trying to knock their opponent. The bottom right-hand corner. We still have Pars, and Pars is sitting on 4 elims. What did this kid ate his Wheaties this morning?
Where did he find those elims at? Right? Yeah, where? Because I genuinely would want to see that. I definitely want to keep our eye on that. And maybe, obviously, we can get an analyst package or something coming through.
Look at the zone.
That's where?
Yeah, but look at the zone, Clay. There is not a single soul remotely close inside. Everybody was packed in to just the southern hemisphere. And Pars and Rays, they didn't even build till they were all the way on the edge, and now they get priority for nothing. And this is our duo, who is all the way at the top. Now that we're in the cascading placement points, they are going to pass Jelty and Physics. It's just a matter of time. We're into the top 25, so every single duo that drops is +1 point. However, 8 duos potentially going to be pressured by Storm Surge. With this being the later zone, players are going to start dropping like flies, though, heading towards that magnet. As you see, Snacky actually ends up picking a dub. That's on the Landjock and Punisher. Left side of the screen, you got Wheels and Batman Booger. Right side of the screen, you got Vanillas and Wale just trying to use those mythic web slingers to catch up to his teammate. We're going to swing on board with him as they are 7 below the surge, and the pressure is mounting.
Shots come through. They're going to be above 47 now. Should be good. 11 players need to fall. Great rotation here, but look at high ground. They've got a beam on them. They've got the angle. They're going to have to use these web slingers to get out of there. They got to do it well. They got to do it perfectly, and they do. Arkham Epic Whale at the front of zone. Vanilla's going to be right actually above them as we move over to Wheels and Batman Booga. Once again, low on white HP here. Not sure where they're taking that damage from, but oh no, they're going to get shot from behind. They got to be careful about that. Batman Booga, though, putting the damage down, but it wasn't enough. Wheels and them will both fall, leaving the door wide open for a lot of teams near the top, including Arkham and Epic Whale.
And you saw those God Rays come down on top of Pars. That means their duo has taken over first place. They have passed Jelty and Krizux, but we're going to swing on over to the current third place duo, Epic Will and Arkham. This is a situation you see them in all the time. They're on basically the 3rd or 4th from low, but they're all the way towards the front side of the zone, and they're going to take a hard angle to try and cut off and get hard mats in people's faces. This allows them to then about face and turn around. Bottom right-hand side of the screen, we got Pars and Rays, who have just been putting on a clinic, and Pars doing a great job of just opening up on the backside and spraying shots away. Rays doing a good job of making sure he covers, keeping on Epic Whale in the top right-hand. They're also onto 380 limbs, and again, we talk about them over-indexing on heals. Plenty of Chug Splashes, has the flopper in play as well as we close in on our top 10.
And Epic Whale was able to find 3 players worth of loot at the bottom, able to get all the way up to maximum mats, puts that armored wall down as well for Arkham so they can get back up. This is beautiful. This is why they play so well, because even though they're separated for a little bit, they can operate independently and not have it be an issue, get back together and be fine. Up into 2nd place now. They're looking to try to make something happen. They're low ground v low ground. Pars and Rays there as well. They are going to meet. They are going to collide. Who's going to get the shot first? Who's going to get that initial engagement? Because they're right on the other side from each other, and we're going through a spot where they're going to have to break their way on through right into Arkham and Epic Whale. Will they be paying attention? Will they be able to find it? And that is going to be the key as we have a massive battle for high ground going over. One of the first there, as Chug Splashes will be used by Arkham and Epic Whale on the low ground. Looks like Pars and Rays have decided to go up a layer, get out of this low ground, but just look at how many materials they have somehow.
So many materials and still 14 worth of metal for Arkham. He also still has one of those armored walls if he needs to be able to just slap that down and provide a little bit of cover, which is what he's doing for Epic Whale right now, just covering him and putting the shots down there. You're first and second on top of each other in 8th and 11th, and they hit a rift. We went over one of the outposts and the rift come through, and Par says, well, high ground's gonna be mine. He's just gonna pop the glider. Nobody's gonna expect him dropping down directly on top of him. So the question is, where is it? They're both up there. So we're gonna get a nice little drop. 8th place, they're coming down. You can see the dive happening for Pars. Firelord Zuko on the low ground, continuing his own individual run as Epic Whale ends up taking it down. But no, Mass, how do you get down from here? You do have the one Mythic Spider-Man. You don't have to get down because the zone bounces directly back over the top. Raze begins platforming his way down, but Salvo ends up picking it up. Pars says, hey, wait for me. He wants to join the party. Heads straight down, but he heads to the backside of the zone. He's able to get the shot, but he's not able to find the second. FJA knocks him down. He cuts it apart, and it's all going to be on Raze to work from the top down as Zuko finds yet another individual Elim. What is Zuko doing?
I don't know, but Arkham and Epic Whale look to put a stop to that as they, again, second place. They're still on 4 eliminations, finding the room to work with. They've got a med miss there for Epic Whale. Arkham will do the best they can to keep them up. That's going to be FJAA going down. That's another elimination. And again, this is kind of back and forth, neck and neck. Raze still up, still using that med miss to try to get back in. It's going to be a 2v1v1. And oh, that's him gone. That's going to be Arkham. No, it's going to be Zuko out of nowhere getting the elimination. I don't know what Zuko is doing.
10 eliminations!
Brought his team up to 3rd place with 10 eliminations. It doesn't matter at this point if he goes down to Arkham and Epic Whale, big individual. Congratulations. 10 eliminations as a solo.
All right, so second victory royale for Energy Epic Whale and 100 Thieves Arkham. Congratulations, you're gonna book a spot through the finals. Everyone knew you would be there. But stealing the show, it doesn't matter if Obama is retired. It doesn't matter where he's chilling because Zuko has been 100% promoted to Fire Lord. Might as well just give him Avatar level powers at this point because 10 individual elims and all of those elims in the feed, he was running through solo. Igor Obama went down ridiculously early. And now I just desperately want to see what that leaderboard looks like because we have seen so many different exchanges, so many amazing individual efforts. But in West, one thing is always consistent, Clay, and Epic Whale and Arkham will find their way to the top of the table.
They will. And I'll say another thing's consistent. Solo clutches. That seems to be West saying all the time. Is solo pop-offs. Out of nowhere, Zuko puts his team on his back, says we are getting to the finals. Because remind you, top 8, that's directly a ticket to finals. You don't have to go through semifinals. So that leaderboard shaking up, I'm excited to see how it's gonna unfold.
Yeah, I don't think it's been out of nowhere. Zuko's been lighting it up the whole time. But to show us what went down there, Kelly, Tokata, Panda, break it down.
Thank you so much, Sundown. And Clay, you are completely right. It's NA West, and solo clutches seem to be the name of the game right now. It did go to the way of Arkham and Epic Whale with that VR, but my goodness, Panda, Zuko absolutely dominating.
Yeah, I mean, to see 10 eliminations on him going into that final fight there with Epic Whale and Arkham, that is just insane to think about. Obviously, 10 eliminations as a duo, right, is great. But 10 eliminations by himself, just nutty.
I mean, Takata, for me, though, it looked like there was a moment where that was going to be Pars and Ray's game, and there was an incredible rift play there that I'm so excited that we got to watch.
That's what I love about Fortnite. You don't know what to expect. Them finding the rift on the map, the zone closing in a location that has rifts, and then Ray and his duo making use of that to get the high ground and secure even more placement points. I mean, that was impressive.
And Takata, I do want to talk about something that you got very excited for during the game was a double pick play. So we're going to pull that up right now. And I just want you to break it down for me because it was something that we don't normally see in Fortnite.
I haven't seen a play like that in a while. We saw Static and his duo make use of a double pickaxe, and it almost like they had a harpoon. You can see how quickly that wall was broken instantly. They pickaxed it at the same time, 3, 2, 1. Comms were on point and were able to secure a refresh by timing it so well. You can do that with a harpoon as well, like I was saying, but if you don't have access to that and you have your duo partner beside, you see that wooden wall, jump right in the box, get that elimination.
Well, I know that you guys in chat want to see our standings, and I know Sundown does as well, because it seems like a lot of our top 4 teams keep going down early. So who is in top? Well, with 2 VRs, it's definitely going to be Arcrum and Epic Whale, 155 points, but only 8 points separate them from Pars and Rays with that incredible Rift play. And of course, Zuko and E-Girl Obama jumping up to 3rd place, Panda.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at this top 8 and it's really, really solid, but everything's still up in the air, right? That was only game 4, so a couple more games yet to still be played. So look, anything goes here in these games. We all know this at home. This top 10, while it looks good now, can easily shift here within the next few.
Oh, it's going to change up quickly there, Panda. We also saw Snacky making it into that top 10. A lot of names I'm looking forward to seeing.
Well, with only 2 more games to go, this is where things get really scary. They want to be in the top 8. They want to make it to the finals. And you know what? Let's actually jump into game 5 and head on over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Tokata. 4 games down, 2 left to go. And I feel pretty comfortable saying our top 2 teams have basically booked themselves a spot, with then 3rd and 4th not too far behind them from really punching a ticket. After that, though, there's about 5 or 6 teams who are right on top of each other, Clay.
And they're fighting for that 8th place and above. I think we're going to have to hop into game number 5, which means after this, we only have 1 more game to go. I am so ready for it.
And with that, there's the bus. Let's hop into the game. Just 2 matches left to go. We'll get a look at where the bus ends up heading through. The question is, though, who's going to be able to step up? Will we see those individual efforts that are so defining of West, or will we continue to just see the dominating run from the 6X?
Back over to Chonkers we'll go. We know there's action afoot here. Looks like another split coming through. Chip not taking any damage this time around, doesn't have to use any of those guzzle juices. As I say that, Aguilar is going to find him. They've cut each other off. Lime, though, will get a lob, so it could be a 1-for-1 trade if Aguilar is quick enough, but he's got to get in. He's got to find Chip, because Lime's coming over very, very quickly.
Yeah, Chip, Lime. Sorry, I just instantly seeing that, I'm like, oh, I love when duos names end up going through. There's nothing better than some Lime Chips going through there. Maybe add a little salsa in, but the salsa so far has been their gameplay. It's been a little spicy on and off. At first, you're like, oh, this isn't so bad, and then immediately after, you're like, not so sure. They're right in the running, but they'll need to kind of kick it up another notch if they want to keep running it out.
And Aguilar's not able to get that reboot card right away. So already chipping down that time, and oh no, they're gonna find him. Lime not hitting the shot, so he does have that heavy shotgun, so he has to be very precise on the aiming, but doesn't matter when you got that SMG. You can just spray, hold it down, and get those shots. And luckily for him, he didn't really actually miss that many, so he didn't have to spray and pray. But good eliminations coming through. That's good Storm Surge, and it's quick, so you don't have to worry about it. This is that angle that Lime ended up having. Look at that. Shots came through, and just beautiful.
I thought for a second there he was about to edit him down with the quick stare edit there, because I think a stare under that ramp would have been it. We haven't seen those, actually, the cylindrical stairs on the ramp edits in forever, but could have been a nice little technique. Didn't need it. As we say, somebody who needs a nice little technique, Frappi just gets blitzed right there. Didn't even get a chance when Hound and Prism trying to throw some shots over there, as Vanillas and Wale are one of those 6 teams that we talked about are pretty much right in contention on that bubble, right on top of each other, currently sitting at 102 points.
Frappe has not been having a good set of games. Hasn't really found his identity as a player for their drops. If you take a look here, this is Vanillas chopping him on down, and this is the perspective of that elimination coming through. Can't really do much when that shotgun's right in your face. Not an opportunity to react, as Vanillas will disengage. They don't have a lot of builds, but there's no one around them on this side. They do have to make quite a trick if they want to go. And back over to Zuko and E-Girl Obama. They've kind of started dominating Covert Cavern. We saw Jay Roses get it game number 1, but after that, it's been over to Zuko and Igor Obama, and this is where they're starting their eliminations at. This is where they're getting them, and if they get control of that vault, it's just going to be scary.
Yeah, and again, Zuko in the last match set the record for most individual eliminations so far with 10 going through. He has 14 elims so far in the games. He had 3 in another one and then 1 going through. So really been the backbone of this team so far. However, just getting into that circumstance and picking up those hero points is really what you need to do in a duo circumstance. We talk about the ability you kind of get to clutch, where as in a trio situation, 1v3 doesn't really matter what weapons you have. They're trying to pick up those extra points just becomes that much more impressive. Well, when you end up in a duo situation, that's when you see some of the most absurd clutches in Fortnite history. And I think Zuko potentially had one there on that run. So we're going to swing over to another team who's right in that kind of 4th to 9th bubble range. It's JFT Wheels and Batman Booga.
I mean, I'll be intrigued to see how they perform this game, knowing that they do have that opportunity to drop out, right? I mean, going into game 6, it's a little bit different of a mindset, but game 5, you're sitting in this mindset of, okay, so we played really well, but we still aren't where we want to be. We saw this opportunity to fall out of the top.
I mean, they're in 5th. That's where you want to be right now. And I would also say when we talk about like kind of that bubble, looking again more specifically at the leaderboard to kind of set the stage for you guys, right? They're sitting at 118 points, which is kind of in the secure range, right? We look at 1st and 2nd, who are at 155 and 147. They're nearly already there. Just a couple more points should be able to comfortably push them in. After that, we then have Zuko and Digital, or aka Igor Obama, and then Krizix Jelty, and then Batman Booga and Wheels, who are at 125, 122, and 118. After that, there's a 13-point drop to Fruit and Tiny, and then you have 4 teams who are all right on top of each other, 105, 99, 95, 95 for those last 4 slots. So need to be conscious of kind of those other teams who are right around you. But as long as these guys are able to make one more end game, they should be good.
Zuko and Igor Obama, who you did say is Digital, trying to do that, and I gotta say, I gotta commend Digital for committing to it as well, right? I mean, he committed to a very interesting name and stuck with it. It seems like, I think he's had this name for a little while, so sticking to it, building that up. But really, I would love to go back and examine that performance from Zuko, because he had 6 elims as a solo. Securing 29 points, jumping from 11th to 2nd, which is absolutely ridiculous as a solo. That solo impact score must have been phenomenal there for them. They've decided, you know what, hey, this is enough. We're going to rotate out. We're going to focus on the rest of our game. Because surprisingly, they didn't get the vault this time. They are lacking in materials, and I want to keep our eyes on them and how they play this, because the last couple games, they've relied on that vault to kind of catapult them ahead.
Yeah, it's ended up making a huge difference on their side, but now they're starting to kind of enter tournament management mode. Is now going to swing over to replay here for Pumps and for Clouds, and just trying to rain the shots in, diving down into the box and finding some great shots here, cleaning up Poyo and his duo.
Rocky Real is one of these POIs that I feel like gives that nostalgia for a lot of players, but it's one of those ones where contesting it is just not worth it. It's you can split it a little bit, but it doesn't really have that same feel as splitting a Tilted Towers or splitting a Sleepy Sound, right? Sleepy Sound naturally designed to be split, but looks like Salvo and FJAA don't want that to happen, as Trey taking down very low. The damage from FJAA and Salvo just too much to overcome, it seems like, for now. The bubble team that has to perform, they have to.
Yeah, they're right there trying to put some pressure right now, currently sitting on 95 points. Again, there's a team who is right on top of them, sitting in 9th on 95. So they own the tiebreaker right now, but it's getting close. And with the zone pulling very far north, they really need to be finding tags on these duos who are around them.
This is one of those interesting splits as well, because of the lighthouse there. You've got a lot to back up on. You've got a lot of loot to grab as well. I'm interested to see how they rotate out.
right now hopping on board here, Coexy and User over in the side of the zone, but plenty of fish, plenty of excess utility. They should be able to give these heals out and figure something out, no problem.
Yeah, well, obviously we know first zone, it's not going to be that detrimental going through. If you're in zone for a while, the sloppers should be able to keep them up. They can find campfires. They can find med kits like right there, as we see. Coex will be able to pop that med kit and be just fine on that rotation. They can swim as well, up that momentum and that movement speed. As we move over, we see Hound trying to get away from Fallen Prism and Fallen Falsey there. As again, a reminder, for everyone that's not within that quote-unquote striking distance, there's still a big game to be played with series points, because yes, it is about the top 8 that go through for finals. That top 8, there's still a lot of players that'll go through the semifinals after that. So a lot of these players are playing for those series points as well as trying to make a miracle run happen. If they can get up into that top 9, that's going to secure them a lot of series points, which more than likely will secure them a qualification for that qualification in the semifinals.
Yeah, it's all about the series points and just trying to get yourself an opportunity to play more Fortnite, because if you don't make the semifinals, your FNCS is over.
Good shots coming through, but none really connecting, and they're going for it. They want the Elim, and they can deny a lot to Hound here, but look at that. The web slinger going to come out. It's going to put them in a good spot. Really investing all of the web slingers to try to go for this elimination. Has to be careful here. Is not going to see him. Should know that they're in the bush. Doesn't hear him swinging around. Should look around and see, hey, there's no one here. Probably going to be in this bush. We'll see him probably get that elimination in the feed here. Favs on the other side of the wall, trying to get this player down. That is 1 HP, and both of them getting away just barely. Remy able to sneak away, as well as Beast. They're not able to get through, and it's because Snacky wasn't right there with them. But oh no, that's just going to be the FPC coming on through. Snacky getting healed up there on the bubble as well. This is the team right behind. We were talking about 76 points.
Yeah, on the outside looking in, but they're on a decent gap between the rest of the team. So we kind of talked about that pace. Well, there's a 19-point gap coming into this match between 9th and 10th. So need to be making up a decent amount of space here.
Wheels and Booga. Batman Booga, that is. Considering how they've been playing, I was going to say, be surprised to be below, are going to be 128 damage above. Now dropping below is Epic Whale going to pick up an elimination of the feed. They set themselves up well. Inside of zone, they've got those chili check flashes that they've had every single match. I'm liking that they're not using them on Batman Booga right now, because he could find a big shield or use a big shield there on rotation. They're dropping below Surge though, 100 now. If they keep staying here, they may, but considering how the lobby's going, 74 players, they really don't need to worry about it. Now 92, it'll be more of a worry for next Storm Surge, where they'll have to pay attention to it. But overall, set themselves up really well for this game. Inside a zone on a high ground position, didn't have to use a lot of mats, still got a lot of heals in their inventory as well. So I'm looking great. It's looking great overall.
It definitely is. And you know what? You may be wondering, this isn't Sundown. It's actually Panda. Because my boys Wheels and Batman Booga are on the screen, I decided to cut in and come hang out with Clay for a little bit while this is all happening, because so much is happening here with this team. You see them doing a great job staying above Surge here, getting a really nice high position to do so. But then you got players like Zuko and Euro Obama. They're in that top 3 spot, and they're just trying to rotate. They're trying to make something happen here, despite other teams being pretty close by in a much more advantageous position.
And they're below Panda. If you take a look, 5 damage below. Not consequential, right? Not insurmountable, but with only 3 players that are going to be below. Oh, technically 4 if another duo is, right? That's going to be hard. There's no one around them. They don't have the ability to find this damage. They're just going to have to take it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They definitely are going to have to take it. Something's going to have to happen here, because that damage is not just going to change. And sure enough, though, it actually does. One of those players that was above actually has now gone down. So that means Eagle, Obama, Zuko, they're in a comfortable spot. Surge is no longer up and running. but they still need to get those tags. Despite Surge not being active right now, that doesn't mean they won't need it for later. So that's why you see them actually utilizing some of these weapons here to try and get some shots in. Nothing really connecting though, but surprising on Zuko's part to carry the sniper rifle. We haven't seen too much action coming from the sniper this chapter so far, but it looks like that's about to change.
That's a very intriguing point. Is he gonna hit it? No, that's definitely one. If they were doing that one-shot headshot, if it hit, you'd put it all over your social media. You brag about that one. But Ego Obama gonna go down pretty low. All of a sudden down to 1 HP on Zuko. Ego Obama as well down pretty low. Can they get out? They got the chug splashes. Or do they have the builds there? Did they put an armored wall up to save them? It looks like no. They just had enough builds. FJAA and Salvo took too much damage from a third party to keep pushing. That would have been a very big moment, Panda, because that is 7th versus 3rd place. There's no better way to secure yourself into that top 8 than to take out the ones in front of you. Whew.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, looking at this too, with how this format has played out, we've watched this leaderboard shift every single game because it is just that close, and one game makes that big of an impact, especially for players like Jelty and Krizix. Again, they had a 71-point game earlier, launching them up the leaderboard, and ever since, now they've been able to hold on to a top 8 spot. But if they're not careful and they're not consistent, they could end up falling early. Speaking of teams falling early, it's teams against Krizix and Jelty getting taken out there, and it's actually Beast going down there to Krizix, and that's why you got to be careful. You got to be careful, especially when Jelty and Krizix are in the area.
And you know, that I think that's one of the most unfortunate things about when you're on the edge of zone and you're getting sprayed out. Is because you're just, everyone's looking at you, right? And in contrast as well, it would have been really unfortunate for Krizix and Jelty if they not got that elimination, right? You see it, you put all that damage down as a duo, and then someone else just says, oh, you know what? I'll take that elimination as Ego Obama. They get very aggressive. Looks like Zuko going to fall down as Ego Obama going down really low, 35 HP and a dream. They've got 2 armored walls. They can use it if they want to heal up, but the pressure coming in from a third party may be enough to take down Ego Obama. They may go back into retirement here for just a moment. Again, in 3rd place, they really need to secure a lot of points here. Going down now would not be beneficial. Just barely able to keep the pressure out. Going to get that big shield up. Barely 110 effective HP, 61 builds. Still not using those armored walls. You've got to think maybe it could have saved them a little bit. That sniper rifle in hand, can they put the damage down? Have they withstood it? For now, it looks like no. As I say that, as I was about to take that breath, Girl Obama gonna get pushed, but a big shot coming through that heavy, and doesn't matter. E22 right there on the other side will take them down. That is a big elimination.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's so unfortunate to see for them, especially after the last game they just had, right? They climbed that leaderboard from that huge game there, and unfortunately now they find themselves going down here really early in this one. However, a team that has not gone down and does not look to be going down, Batman Booga and Wheels, getting shots off and getting eliminations here. This is so key to their game plan, right? We talked about their positioning being on par, right? Being at the top, getting a nice high ground spot, but this is why, because they're able to get not only those surge tags, but the easy eliminations on players trying to rotate behind.
And honestly, that's one of the best feelings is when you're spraying someone through the air and you get that last tag and you get the elimination. You see all the loot fall out as they push them back to the lobby. It's satisfying. And you know these players, they do it all the time. I think Wheels posted a clip on Twitter earlier, one of their qualification rounds of them just beaming people out of the air early on. And look, we talk about E22 doing well, but unfortunately going to fall to FJAA. And I think that's just a byproduct of a lot of these players not rotating early enough there. But just letting everyone know, no former FNCS champ has ever won a game when Panda was casting.
What a stat there. That is definitely interesting. But you know what, Clay? I've gotten to hang out with you for a little bit. So I'm going to actually toss it back over to you. You guys are doing such a great job, and then I'm heading back to the desk.
He just wanted to secure that win for Batman Booga and Wheels. He wanted to see it, you know, hey, again, it was former FNCS champ, so maybe Arkram, Epic Whale, get that dub now. The Panda has swapped back out, but we got Sundown back with us.
Thank you so much, Panda, for filling in. I appreciate you coming and covering. You know, things got a little too exciting there, so just had to calm myself down, make sure, because the action on West has really been just so intense right now. We can see these teams all battling pretty much for those last 3 or 4 spots right on top of each other. And right now, Wale and Vanilla is our team right on that cusp, currently sitting in 7th place.
23 below. They haven't had that great of a start, but really hammering it home here in the last games. But 23 below, they're going to have to hit their shots. Unfortunately, Vanilla's is not, but ooh, what a good usage of the shield keg. This will effectively negate any damage that they're taking from Storm Surge while they're getting the ability to look. But again, it's the same situation where there's only one other person / duo now that's going to be below. And now it's just 2 players there for Vanillas and Wale. And we've got C Winter there on the other side, 172 below, just trying to out heal it. Really, they're trying to out heal his own when they're not getting any damage coming through. It looks like it's going to be them going down, but as we see, 1 player will fall. That's going to be Gosh getting taken down. Zay's going to be taken down as well.
You can see Storm Surge, just 1 more player will need to fall and then it will turn off. And right now that player currently being pressured by it is C Winter. With him being in the air, he's just hoping somebody else goes down because there's nothing that he's going to be able to do to influence this. Just 3 more ticks of it will take him out. He does have the minis he's going to be able to pop to hopefully offset it, and boom, there he goes.
May offset the Storm Surge, but can't offset the SMG damage as C Winter will fall. That is unfortunate. They were making their way on up as Wale moved into 6th place now. Again, reminder, 3rd place did go down early on, and 3 eliminations here for Wale and Vanillas. I wonder how they're grabbing him. It looks like there was one right on top of them there. They're going to get a med miss there. Actually going to have 2 med miss there and have that shield keg on top of them as Jelty going to get taken down very low, suddenly worrying.
Very worrying. Again, we talked about them just needing to make it into endgame. Well, with 25 duos having been passed, they've gotten a couple rounds of placement points, but only the 1 elimination. 131 is pretty good, but not 100% there. As you can see, Batman Booga, bottom left-hand corner, he's on that individual effort. Can he pull the Zuko, and will he be able to reach that Firelord status right now? Wale trying to do the same. A great trade out onto Landjock. He might have actually bought just enough time to keep Vanillas up.
That was beautiful. A great turnaround shot with that heavy shotgun will keep them up. And in a desperate time at that, again, you don't want to go down in 6th place right now because that makes it that much harder in game number 6 because you'll more than likely be pushed out of the top 8 if they were to go down now. Medmiss going to be used. They got to go. They don't have time to really look for any loot. Looking for a launch pad. Is it going to be clear above them? Doesn't look like it. A lot of time in zone there on Wale. Will be able to get in. Vanilla's, just barely as well.
5 HP in a dream. The question is, will it turn into a nightmare? So far, the answer is no. I'm pretty sure Wale has a med miss as well. They're going to go for the 2nd launch pad, and I saw a flick of blue. But again, don't forget, you get just 1 second of grace period in the zone before that 10 damage comes through, and Vanilla has used every bit of that 1 second. As Batman Booga on the right-hand side, sliding and gliding. I was directly actually on top of Vanilla's box, trying to find a harpoon, trying to find something for a little bit of space. Instead, going to opt to use a decent amount of the last of his metal to just keep gathering placement points. Jelty is down and out outside of the top 20. So points will continue to be racked up. Pars and Ray, 2nd place, just trying to continue running. But Arkham still up on his feet as well on that middle tarp. You can see him there with the God Rays coming down. Krizix in the bottom right-hand part of your screen will get the knock, but he needs to be able to get the siphon, and he can't find it. That's 3 points that just go to the wayside. Batman Booga also falling in the top right part of your screen. We got Tiny, who's currently sitting in 6th, just trying to eke out some placement points as well, with no builds and barely a tick of health.
The amount of solo clutches that need to come through here from Tiny, it has to be just monumental. He can't take a tick of zone damage other than the initial grade.
He needs a refresh.
He's got to find something. He has to find anything on the backside. Vanillas and Wale still somehow able to make it in and make something happen. Evol will go down FJAA as well. This is our 5th place team currently, as Tiny does end up going down there to zone. Unfortunately not able to make it in. And as you said, Arkham and Epic Well did move into 1st place, but Pars right there in 2nd, still in this game. Buzzo, 8th place, has to try to get as many points as they can here. Is going to slide down the mountain, but doesn't want to go down too far because they have no match. A good stop there for them.
Their great stop as soon as they were able to cancel momentum, because it keeps building here. They do have a tree if they want to opt to hit it, but instead just deciding to remain incognito. You see the zone, they get a little bit of bounce back, a little bit of room to breathe. Finds a wall, finds a space, 98, but can't get the follow-up. The swap isn't 100% there. Wale still trying to run through Vanilla's, only at 1 HP. Wale just holding down that left click, trying to find any form of a shot, but instead has his pickaxe out, does find the one shot, will find the second, gets the much needed siphon, but now he needs to find the zone as Vanilla ends up getting just a little bit of space as well. He ends up going down. We'll go back over to Wale as sitting on 4 eliminations, trying to continue pushing, but he will go down. 10 players remaining, and it looks like we only maybe have 1 or 2 full duos. Yes, Chip and Lime being one, trying to continue forward, push themselves into the top 8. Actually, excuse me, they're already in 7th, doing everything to try and get themselves set up, but up on the high ground with a change in elevation coming as Zeno, but no more builds, Clay.
He's got nothing really to work with other than those Spider-Man gauntlets. Lime shooting him down, and that's all damage, taking him out. Arkham and Epic Whale trying to work on the low ground, but it looks like they're going to get taken down, at least one of them there. No, they're still both up. Very low HP, getting eliminations. This is great, but a great performance from Lime and Chip on the high ground. 6 eliminations on the side of Lime. This is great. No builds remaining. They build over to where they need to. They do have that Spider-Man gauntlet on one person, but Lime has to just try to stay up in the zone. Now has to drop down to try to cause some disruption. SMG going to come through. Will he find Epic Whale? Yes, he will. Will he find Arkham, though? That's the question. No, Arkham going to find him. Chip trying to get in, but Arkham has so much more HP. They pick up Victory Royale number 3 and secure themselves that ticket right on through to the finals.
The 3rd Victory Royale coming through for the 6th-time champion. There might be 100 thieves, but it only took 1 to steal away the Victory Royale as Arkham rips victory from the jaws of defeat for Lime and Chip, taking the 1v2 in a really convincing fashion. But it's not to discredit what Poster Chip and IGL Lime were able to do in that match, pushing themselves pretty comfortably into the top 8 with 1 match left to play. And at the end of the day, that's all that matters, Clay. Whether you're 1st or 8th, your ticket will read the same when all is said and done, and they want to see themselves in the finals.
And what a game to move yourself into the top 8 in. Right? Set up that game number 6 where you can just coast, play your game, get your elimination. So well done from Lime and Chips, who went from fighting off spot and having a very hard time being contested to dominating with, again, no materials, almost taking down arguably the best duo in NA West. So big props to them for that 2nd place there.
Almost being the key word, but with 1 game left to play, we're going to set the stage. Kelly, Panda, Tokata, take it away.
Thank you so much, Sundown and Clay there. And once again, it is Arkham and Epic Whale that grabbed their 3rd VR of the day. I mean, Panda, all they had to do was make it out of round 2.
Yeah, I guess they just had to make it to this point to showcase some of that talent that they have. You know, it's this new duo, like, you know, I don't know too much about them, but they seem to be doing well today.
You know, Takata, I think we actually had some new players kind of showcasing their ability in that last game that we haven't been able to see. Zeno, absolutely incredible solo run on the height there.
Yeah, Zeno did an incredible job there on the high ground, showing kind of how powerful it can be even as a solo. If you don't have a duo up and you're trying to make your way through the mid to the low ground as a solo, it can get very dangerous. You can get yourself into 1v2 situations, which are hard to overcome. But if you're on the high ground, they might mistake you for a duo and not even contest you.
Well, speaking about the high ground, we had Lime and Chip, of course, performing really well. It actually looked like they were going to be able to take down Arkham and Epic Whale when they dropped down to the low ground. I think they actually took one of them down. But let's take a closer look at that team, Panda.
Yeah, look, they had great loadouts. They had great positioning here, getting these eliminations early on, but it was those final moments. You actually see Lime run out of material there, getting right here. And as soon as Lime ran out of material, it was a bit of a struggle point. Fortunately for him, he does drop down here and take out Epic Whale, but it's not without Arkham just coming back and completely eliminating him.
Yeah, there were some great plays there. Another play that we saw from Wale and Vanilla, or less so of a play, but more of just a general play style that we got to see, Takata. A great performance from them as well.
Yeah, let's check them out here. We have Vanilla's and Wally here. You can see, get into a little mobile action on top of that vehicle there, going straight into the box, getting it aggressive. Actually, Vanilla went down, and Wally there was able to clutch it up in a 1v2, getting pushed by another team and still coming out on top, making use of that shield keg in the engagement. Vanilla goes down again, but Wally is there to clutch it up, getting a knock and getting the second elimination against another duo there. That is 2 times now where Wally was able to get that 1v2 situation clutched up, using a launch pad here to rotate into zone as well. I mean, it was a tough road here. It was not an easy game for them, and they still made it to that end game, and they still were able to secure a few placement points alongside those eliminations.
Yeah, and it definitely was an impactful game for them. That's why we actually see them in this moment finding themselves in 5th. But until we get that leaderboard, we won't know exactly where they ended up. But this was definitely the game they needed to climb far up that leaderboard.
Oh, yeah. I mean, there's just so many plays. I feel like this highlight reel is just all them right now. Absolutely crazy. I mean, there were just so many great plays that they had. And a note that I want to mention is that they actually are down 1 game compared to everyone else and still in the top 8 to showcase just how good they are. But where exactly do they sit on our top 10 leaderboard right now? Well, it looks like they move all the way up to 4th place from 7th from the last game there. But of course, Arkham and Epic Whale with 3 VRs now have 208 points. Pars and Ray's doing a good job in 2nd, but pretty much 3rd through 8th right there, Takata, are so close. It's a 10-point difference.
Just like you were saying there, Kelly, it is very close on that cutoff range, but we are seeing domination from our champions, Arkham and Epic Whale. The 6x there, 133 placement points, but they're not just playing placement. 25 elims. That is a huge amount of points as well from eliminations. They're doing exactly what you have to do in this format. Get to the end game, get a good amount of placement, but do it aggressively and secure a good amount of eliminations at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this top 10, it's going to be close, right? For everybody that's under Arkham and Epic Whale. They have solidified such a solid point lead there that it's going to be tough for anybody to try and question or even take that lead from them. But for the players that are underneath, they're loading in now, and it's time for them to go.
I mean, just like Sundown was saying, that this is no longer about 1st through 8th. This is about getting to that 8th place spot. It doesn't matter if you're 1st, 2nd, or 3rd. All of these players, all of these teams are going to move on to the finals. Everyone, that beep means that we have the final game of the day. Who's going to make it? Well, we're about to find out right now.
One more match in qualifier number 2 here for the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 1. We're over in NA West. Right now, on the outside looking in, Lyman Pulsar Chip got a little bit of work to do. Ignore that number 7 out for them in the bottom. They are on the outside looking in. Our top 8 has been relatively stable in there, and they got a little bit of work to do, Clay.
Yeah, I mean, hey, get another game like the last one we just saw. They secured their qualification all the way through to the finals. Aguilar and Olop looking, as you saw, 16th, now 17th place on the outside looking in again, and now 18th places. They're dropping as players are getting eliminations. For players that are not in contention for that top 8 right now, their goal, get as many series points as we can. Get as many points here to secure a good enough series points final placement. That way they can make it in the semifinals. Because if you go down too early now, unfortunately you are out for this FNCS and you can't make it in through those series points. You may be able to squeak it in depending on how you did in qualifier number 1. But if you didn't make it in qualifier number 1 and you're not performing as well today, it's going to be hard to make it through.
And you want as many series points as possible so you have the best opportunity in that semifinal draw, get the most chances to actually play in those games going through. And again, to kind of set the stage and looking at what's for stake. We saw the leaderboard right beforehand. Top 8 is the only thing that matters. And right now there was a pretty definitive drop off in our top 8, but we're going to take a look at some of the other fights we might have missed across the map. Here's one between our 11th team and immediately just a weapon drop 50-50. Coexy doing a good job of hitting the first big shot and then following up immediately after the fact. That's going to secure him Surge right away.
Great tracking, right? To be able to follow someone through those shots and what a beautiful final elimination there. They just added it right into that shotgun. And this is really good. Surge points there for them. They got Daily Bugle to themselves now, can find everything. Is sniper shots coming through. Aguilar trying to get the damage off, but unfortunately he's only going to take damage himself. Javier and CZR will fall there to see Winter, and I believe they were pretty close as well.
Yeah, Chip and Lime have to win this fight. If they lose this fight, they're out. They're not out, but they'll be playing in the semifinals. They won't have a chance to contest for that top 8, but Chip can't move. He has 3 builds. Lime is nowhere close to him. He can't leave the safety of his builds right now, and this is what happens if you're a little bit undisciplined here. And as I say that, Chip says, surprise! I'm on the other end of that. He just handles his 1v2. He says, yeah, don't worry. Lime will end up coming in and just being the garnish on the top, but Chip was the one who did all of the work there, and we said, hey, you got to win that fight. Well, now they're sitting pretty on Storm Surge. That's 6 more points. We talked about how they needed to close that gap. It was a 13-point difference between them and Fruit and Tiny, and that's 6 points different. Make that gap 7 points now, Clay.
I'm flabbergasted. That was a beautiful shot, and unfortunately it came on the back of that. I'm not pushing together as we move over to Side Razor here, as this is a good usage of that shield keg. In that fight, just keep popping it, keep using it, and it's perfect because that enemy player is gonna think, oh, they got shield. Wait, no, I just have them. Wait, they have shield, and they're gonna get confused because it's constantly healing you up with that shield. So it's a perfect time to use it. We move over to Nico and them just to see what they got out of it. Again, even though they're in 34th now, they need to get more points so they can get that series points. That's what it's about. And for those that don't know, the better you place, the quicker you get to go in that first game, that first round. And you could possibly play all 3 rounds if you don't qualify there. Shots come through. Sharp is going to be able to take down one there with Gosh. They pick up an elimination on the other side here, nearby Condo Canyon.
So I want to wait for this fight to resolve before I end up saying it, because I know it's a 1v2 going through. That combat shield keg was sick. He ended up winning the fight by 2 HP. I think he got 3 ticks of the shield keg coming through, which is his 15 HP bonus. But that's one of those little big brain min-maxing type things where I just look at it, I'm like, yeah, that was nice. It's seeing just like the little bit of innovation coming down in players using every little bit to try and get themselves further into the game to be able to keep playing Fortnite competitively this season. Of course, there's cash cups, but the FNCS is what really matters to players, as we see the aggression coming out. The 13th place team, Angel and Nigel, knowing that, like, hey, we got to put a little bit of gas in our tank right now. Like, we got to go. We just got to start getting these +3 for the elims. And right now, they're doing a good job of pressuring this opposing team. Chicken and Kaizen are really being pushed back.
Well, they find the angles, though, as Chicken is going to web sling her away, be able to get into the house, and this is where it becomes awkward for the team up above. You push into a house, you don't have any of the walls in, and Launchpad gonna come through. This is risky, especially this season, but Nigel wasn't reloaded. And Angel says, nope, I'm going after you. I want this elimination. They are chasing them down. Seems like this player trying to use these Spider-Man webs that are set up to get away in some form or fashion, and Angel says, nope, I've got him as well. I am coming for that elimination, and I don't know if they're going to be able to find it. Kaizen finds a vehicle and is out.
Just dipping, riding for the hills, saying, nope, I just want to try and extend this game out a little bit, which when every point matters, when you're just trying to get as many of those series points to get involved, I mean, it's not necessarily the worst play. I mean, I know I would run away too, as we see Kruger and Salty finally getting themselves up on the board. We talk about a little bit of too little, too late. That's definitely going to be them. But again, series points will matter. It's not just the top 8, because the way the semifinals works, the higher you are in the series leaderboard, the more of those games you end up getting to play. As we're going to take a look, some of the action we might have missed here. So we're overboard with Salty and Kruger already picking up a pair, but Kruger straight in the box with that Stinger SMG, immediately swapping over, making sure he gets the confirm going through, and then Salty being able to clean up Sharp here and just run him down.
And good usage of the web slingers as well. I feel like a lot of people will use them and then wait and hold on there, but if you're able to do that quick release there, gain so much momentum. And you saw it there. And I mean, they previously were first coming into today, into this round rather, and now sitting in 27th. Not where they wanted to be, but again, still in the opportunity where they can get enough series points to make it into semifinals. And that's what they're hunting for.
Yeah, just trying to look to add in the points. They had a great round 2 with 7 matches. I believe they won 2 of the games and then had the best average placement with just below on the elims. So part of the reason why I was keeping an eye on them, but somebody else we got to keep an eye on. Again, Zuko has had possibly the best individual performance of any other player so far today with that 110 elim match and being able to secure all those solo impact points. But now, again, they need just a couple more points here to really make sure they're going to get them. First round of placement points will be coming in with one more duo dropping. Storm Surge not going to be a problem here as we're having a much more aggressive game with just 72 players remaining. So one more duo going down will negate that being on the board. But right now, Zuko and Igor Obama looking for some shots here, and he wants to get aggressive onto Cypers.
Don't know if they're going to be able to do so. This will be the first zone we will see without Storm Surge coming into play in that second zone. But that's how West plays, right? I mean, that's how a lot of reasons will play in this final zone, because they realize, hey, we got to get aggressive. And boom, there we go. That the stat backing me up is more players have eliminated in the first zone than any other round 3 game this season.
And just keep an eye on the top left and seeing if there's anybody who's in that kind of contention range who we need to keep an eye on, who is dropping. Again, don't forget, top 8 has a decent buffer, but somebody with a hero performance in this game could definitely slide in there if they're in kind of that top 15 area. We're going to take a look at some of the other action we missed around the map here in just a second, as you know, teams are really just posturing for position. There's a lot more space to move around on the map. We're going to swing on over. Here was Nico and Scissor in one of their fights over on the side, and a good down onto Shallow there. You can see him immediately segment them off, make sure they grab all the resources, and then take their 1v2 on the Biz.
And there's just nothing you could do. If you're Biz, you're literally against a rock in a hard place. And I don't think I've seen a better example in Fortnite than that. And unfortunately not able to do much. As we move to Salvo and FJAA, who have been kind of back and forth in their gameplay, but able to get in a 7th right now. They've got a shot at it. They've got to just keep playing well. They have no eliminations currently right now. Storm Surge is not going to affect them, so they don't have to worry about that until the half in, half out. But with where the zone pulls, it's looking good for them. They've got no one in their way. They don't have to worry about this, like what this team at Coney does have to worry about.
And right now you can see Fruit trying to find a little bit of space, find a shot. I think this might be the first time we've actually seen a sniper really carried into the later parts of the game, and it might just be because they didn't have the ability to index in those chug splashes, or maybe they think that just one extra snipe could end up being the difference here. It's very rare you end up seeing players opt into it, but see if Fruit's able to throw one of those shots out there and end up connecting. They still hit like a truck, but now you can see on the right-hand side of the team, right on that border, needs to be careful about it. See Winter and Russo in the top left corner in the feed. GG East is going to pick up Arkham, who, again, 6x already qualified through, won 3 matches today. However, not going to feel great about that. Maybe they'll feel better. They can go get some extra rest and don't have to play out the last game here.
Good disengage here from C Winter and Russo as they are able to back up just a little bit, but oh no, as I say that, the pressure going to come through. Those SMG is going to rain fire. They've got to be careful. Nico on the other side. That's going to be a lot of damage coming through. Can C Winter put it down himself? No! They're both going to be eliminated there. Nico down. Not a lot of HP at all. Was sitting about 50 HP overall for that, and for a 1v2, that's looking good. And look at them suddenly sitting on 6 eliminations. If you're outside the top 20 right now, watch Nico inside Razor. This is how you have to play it.
Yeah, the talk about it, they're just pushing the pace right now, trying to do everything they can to rack up those series points. Top 8 definitely out of sight for them, but not potentially getting in an extra round of games during that semifinals. So plenty of things to be playing for. To see Linjock and Punisher rotating through in the background. We're going to swing on over. FJA, Daddy Salvo. Trying to find a little bit of space right now as they're sliding down the mountain. Heading central, trying to refarm just any of the extra metal in here. It looks like that's the only thing they're missing right now.
Each or 2 falling. Vanilla's going down as well. Wale able to trade out that elimination, but now it's Wale versus J Roses. They were a team in contention. That is unfortunate there. Salvo going to take some damage from behind. They've got to be careful. This team has nothing to lose in the grand scheme at all. They just want serious points so they can go out swinging, but that team disengages. That box up was too quick. They don't want that engagement. Salvo and FJAA saved themselves for just a little bit, but that could have been scary.
Potentially. They were all right, though, just hanging out. Doing totally fine. I think it was a little bit of a delayed reaction there from Salvo. A couple of shots sneaked through that didn't necessarily have to, but plenty of those extra mushrooms down there. There's going to be able to pop 5 shield apiece. Also has a shield keg, but opting not to use it yet. Probably wants to save that for a circumstance in case they have to deal with the half in, half out, given that players did not kind of get a Storm Surge check-in. Honestly, Clyde, they might not even get one at the half zone with the pace this game is playing. 58 players left, and some of my arena games are a little more stacked than this on my climb.
Yeah, I don't know if we will, especially with how aggressive people are being on to Chip and Lime. They've got to be careful getting 8th place. If you go down now, it's just going to hurt as a exploding car going to come through line.
So they're not actually in 8th though, because as we've seen with that counter on the bottom left-hand corner, it's been very close. But if teams are tied, they will occupy the same spot going up there. So I know Salvo, FJA, and Fruit, as well as Zuko and Igor Obama, are all 1 point separating them through. So they're actually on the outside looking in. They were the team we talked about at the start of the game who was 13 points away. However, they've already picked up 6 of those to close the gap a little bit. So as you can see, they're only 7 points behind, 120 to the 127 of FJ and Salvo. And we can also assume that Tiny and Fruit are right around the same one with just the 2 placement points ticking over. Everything's going to get very interesting once we get in the top 25 and those placement points really start ticking down.
11th place team set up well in the zone. Looking for those placements. They've got a team on the other side that was looking for the engagement. They did get out for a little bit, but 69 builds. We've got very minimal heals as we get some swapped over. Still under 100 for this point of the game is going to be detrimental. As Chris is going to fall, that's going to be a big one going over to Yellow Glow. That elimination on. See exactly what happened there. As we move over, we see Salvo in the bottom right, FJAA, Chip in the bottom left with Lime. Again, these are all bubble teams. This is where our focus is going to be because reminder, 1 through 3 right now is pretty comfortable. They're definitely qualified through, and there won't be many shakeups there. And if the shakeup does happen, they're not going to drop detrimentally out of the top 8.
But there's still a couple of spots potentially up for grabs on the backside of it. I'd say 6 through 8 with some top performances from some of the teams who are just on the outside looking in could be achievable, but it's going to require not only the placements, the elims are going to be critical. The +3 per each elimination ends up adding up very, very quickly. As we see, Zuko is trying to do everything he can to keep up that individual effort, getting a knock there onto Nickjaw, continuing running through, and it looks like he's doing with the help of some lobby spray towards the side, as Landjock is also under a little bit of pressure.
I gotta find something as we get a nice replay. I believe it may be a sniper shot coming through. Our first one that we've seen on broadcast. Oh, what a shot. And they weren't full HP, so they're gonna go down.
The snipers not having the ability to knock somebody from 200 to 0, but anything a little bit less than that, I believe that was 177 going through, or 179. End up tagging, it might have been 187, sorry. End up going through, the rarity check ended up getting me there, but we see the power, and it's honestly probably a little bit of a mistake on Nickjaw's part for just leaving an edit open that long and standing perfectly still, but with players having the MK7 in the red dot site, you see a little bit more than that. When people get stuck scoped in and kind of just looking too much to aim down sights, you have the opportunity to just throw one of those shots out there, and that can be the entire answer to Surge, as Salter and Courier unfortunately end up going down yet again. So I'll strike out on my predictions, but still love being able to give a little bit of exposure to some of these players you might not have had an opportunity to see as much, and I swear that's not me just covering my butt on not necessarily the best of predictions.
Well, and no, 100%, you're right. I was going to bring up the point that a lot of these players in the top 8 will be new to a big majority of the audience because they just haven't had the chance to see them perform like some of us have. And that's great to see in a new chapter and different mechanics being brought in. The MK7 with that red dot, with that ability to aim in and hone your aim in on players, offers a lot of different aspects for people to become better at the game. And so seeing these new players is great. It's awesome. It's really good to see them performing well against some of this old guard, because it shows that, hey, even anybody can qualify here for this moment right now and then possibly the finals.
Right now, again, hopping back over Lime, Chip, Duo from Pulsar trying to get the shots out there and just continue the run. There will be no 5th zone storm surge. You can see top left-hand corner, 50 players remaining. One more duo will need to go down. We'll be into our cascading placement points. We got a pair of solos running around, but otherwise everyone has a buddy right now. And you can see, boom, there we are, cascading placement points about to start in a second.
First game, no storm surge. I'm not sure if that's content across the entire broadcast, but at least for West here, this is the first one we haven't seen with it. Looking at those bubble teams, we've got 7th and 2 teams tied for 6th right now. Again, as you can see, if they are tied, they will hold the same position, which is great because it gives us more opportunities to spectate them, see where they are in this game. One on the top right of zone, looks like one on the bottom right of zone, and one right in the middle. Looks like they're all kind of sandwiched in between each other. As we move on to Fruit and Tiny's perspective, we're seeing a little bit more snipers come out through us. Arkham and Epic Whale, even though one of them did get downed early on, was able to get the reboot off, get them back into the game, and they're still playing. So that first place spot still looking good for them. Good to still see them up. Jelty and Krizix, though, up on the high ground, 4th place. They need a great game to just really secure it.
Yeah, they're pretty safe. Again, with the 135, we're really looking towards those bottom couple of teams. The big thing is keeping an eye on that Elam feed in the top left-hand corner. And realistically, it's going to take a decent effort from Chip and Lime to be able to push forward. Salvo and FJA also right on that line, holding on to the shield keg. You can see that they want to use that potentially, but they're going to end up running out of opportunities. But since they're both mostly maxed on shield, it doesn't necessarily make sense to just throw it down to top off FGA right now. I kind of want to see what ends up happening on this rotation, because this is a long one for a lot of people. Bottom right hand corner, we can see Fruit and his duo taking to the sky, which with a high pad is very risky. You can see Fruit actually opting to land a little bit behind the tree, but he's going to land very far away. He's way out there right now, as we're going to zoom on in. Salvo, FJA trying to find a little bit of room right on the edge of zone. They're going to box up immediately. Fruit actually ends up getting an Elim onto Arkham going through there. Ooh. So that'll push him up a little bit as we continue watching here with Salvo getting the split bottom right-hand corner. Lime and Chip, the ones who need some Elims to be able to climb it up, because don't forget, every placement point that comes over, if somebody above them is still up, they're not gaining any ground.
Epic Whale will fall, so first place Owl, but our focus is right here on the bubble. Fruit going down pretty low, still has a lot of build, still has opportunity to get out. It's not that detrimental yet. They have no more pressure applied to them. They've got to be careful with where they're building, though. Chug Splashes will get them back up. They have time as zone is pulled back towards them as well. This is great. No one on that west side of zone, and no one needs to be, as it's pulling directly to the southeast. And look at Zuko, look at Igor Obama. They set themselves up in a great spot. Still a lot of mats, still a lot of opportunity, and they need this game to really solidify it.
Yeah, they're right in that hunt for a top 8 spot, largely been on the back of Zuko being able to chain together those eliminations in one of, honestly, the best individual performances we saw in that solo clutch run. Kaboo picking up Elims there onto Prism. Here comes the Storm Surge warning, which is going to be a real shock for a bunch of people. However, with this rotation going back over old builds, there's no guarantee you're going to necessarily get opportunities to spray out shots. So some people are going to be in for a rude awakening. However, Fruit is not one of them. Neither is Daddy Salvo. Both are comfortably above, so they could just continue on their late rotations and moving around. You see on the left-hand side, Cool Kaizen taking to the sky, but Landjock up there trying to swat anyone down. My eyes are pinned on the right side of the screen. See if either of those two go down and make some room for Lime and Chip. If Lime and Chip don't start racking up the Elims, our top 8 is going to feel pretty safe. And right now you can see Salvo trying to just fish somebody out of the water.
Trying to find anything, and nothing coming through. His high ground looking to be taken by Punisher and Landjock. 10th place going to be Nico and Buzzo. Rather, Buzzo and his teammate there almost able to get it, and look, Fruit and Tiny looking to get elimination. This would solidify them a little bit more. Zuconi and Girl Obama just have to stay alive. Poyo is going to fall. Fruit will get that elimination. That's 133. Zuko at 134. They're trying just to stay alive. That's all they have to do, is stay up in this game, and they will be good. They will make it through.
All it's about is finishing in that top 8, booking a ticket through to the finals. And honestly, it's on Lyman Chip to make the plays. They know they were only 7 points behind the pace. There is a little bit of a sense of urgency, but the Victory Royale by itself would be enough of a difference to push them up there over pretty much anybody, as long as FJA and Salvo or the other duo aren't in that second place spot. They should be fine. It's Tiny and Fruit who we're keeping an eye on, but in the bottom right-hand corner, Lime picks up another one. That gap closes from 7 down to 4. Can they make the play in the final game here on NA West when there's one opportunity? And what happened? Salvo ended up going down, but FJA still up on his feet. He has plenty of chug splashes, plenty of slurpfish, going to work back through the zone, trying to find a little bit of room, making sure he checks his reload, making sure he min-maxes out on those heals. Can't afford to waste any amount of time, and he will also find a completely full set of web slingers and get himself forward into the zone.
But 9th place is currently on high ground. If they're able to secure this victory as well, they will shoot up into the top 8. So FJA has to get eliminations. Wale going to be in 3rd place, picks up an elimination. These placement points may be enough, but with PSR Chip getting an elimination as well, that's going to be another one over there to them. They are getting Elam after Elam. Landjug on the other side. FJA has to get away. Armored wall to the face. He says, no, thank you, Landjug. I will keep my run alive.
Tiny and Fruit ended up getting 2 eliminations as well. So that gap we talked about where Lime and Chip are closing it, the other 2 teams are opening it back up a little bit. This is going to come down to the final moments. We have 6, 7, 8, and 9 all still in the match, all directly on top of each other. Here's Tiny with 3 eliminations, trying to get towards the backside. 3 eliminations for his duo, 1 for the solo. 45 build still, but doesn't have a great angle. We'll get a little bit of respite with how the zone is pulling in a good angle as he continues just pushing forward and chipping away. Players are dropping all over the place. You can hear the sounds next to him right now. As you see, FJA still up on his feet. Chip, though, still in the Elam feed on that left-hand side, raining down shots. Every single duo that he yelled out. Tiny goes down. Zuko takes him out. There's room, Clay. There's room.
There is a chance. There's a chance for a lot of players right now. 7, 8, 9, 10 still here. Eagle Obama going to go down. Evil and Buzzo on high ground. They have it, but they got to find these Elams. They need to start spraying out, dropping down if they can. Slick Nick will fall down. Zuko on the other side, 6th place, looking to secure it. The Med Mist run that we've seen before many times. That's 4th place on the other side. Don't want to really get involved there. Have to be careful. Medmist needs to come through, but the SMG spray gonna take him out. 148 is what they end on. Buzzo and Evol really need to find these eliminations on high ground. They need to get this victory royale as well. They want to secure that top 8 because, reminder, that is what they are hunting for. 148 is around where it is right now. 8th place currently, 9th place right there. You're right, Lyman Chip still operating on the low ground. They still have the chance.
They're so close. We saw 146 from Zuko and Co. They push into 8th place just like that. If there's not a tie above them, it should be good. We saw Salvo and them go down, but they want more than that. You can see Chip. He gets 1. He gets 2. Chip, 9 eliminations up into 7th place. They say put some salsa on it, make some nachos. It doesn't matter. We're celebrating and going to the finals. A fantastic run where they were put down, but Evo and Buzzo, did they get enough eliminations to squeeze themselves in? We see they're in 9th. They will end up, if they can get this in the victory route, it's +9. I'm not sure it'll be enough though. I don't think 137 will end up doing it. They go down. They didn't get the Elim. Got the Elim and not them. We're gonna have to see what happens at the bottom, but what it looks like with 143, 145, 146 on Zuko and Co. It looks like Chip and Lime were able to just steal away that final spot, push down a couple of the others who are above them, but the top 8 will be finished after that. We know many of the names. I think there's still 1 or 2 we might be unsure of though, Clay.
And what a West way to end the qualifiers. It comes down to 6, 7 different teams in that final lobby where they're all looking for that last elimination. Great victory royale there from Buzzo in a bowl. We'll have to see if it was enough to push them through, because this is the last, that was the last game. That's it. Qualifiers are done. We're going into semifinals after that. And those top 8, we won't see them there because they're going right to the finals.
that they will be in the finals. But I mean, ultimately, how many times on West have we seen a team with the opportunity to take the victory round, but needing eliminations, maybe not pick them up? I mean, it was just, as you say, a very typical West way to end it. But that's it from us as casters. Thank you so much, everyone. My name's Sundown, joined by Clay Styling. We're going to kick it on over the desk so they can close it out. So Tokata, Panda, Kelly, take it away.
Thank you so much once again, Sundown. It was so good to have you back on NA West. And of course, huge shout outs to Clay Staling. But guys, my gosh. I mean, okay, first let it be said, Buzzo and Evol, great VR there, clenching it out. We're going to have to see in the top 10 where exactly they did fall. But Panda, Lime, and Chip playing out of their minds.
Absolutely. We have to showcase what they were able to accomplish here, because this was a huge feat. Not only for them to hold on here in a moment like this, but to be able to survive, stay in this end game, in the game that they needed most, and potentially get that clutch moment to get them into the top 8.
I mean, the nerves must have been so high, Panda, but they were able to stay calm, get those eliminations. Chip was securing Elim after Elim, scooping them up like they were guacamole, and he was just not done, even until those last moments where they clutched up the second place. And I believe, yeah, that pushed them into the top 8. That qualified them. I mean, I'm very impressed with how Chip and Lime performed this last match.
I'm very impressed as well. I mean, look, you see it here. They literally took advantage of every player close by. They jump into boxes. They're getting elimination after elimination. Not only did they know they needed this, but that desperation led them to the final moment. They made it in to the top 2. You see Chip here holding on, potentially going for it here. And unfortunately, he didn't get the victory royale. But with those eliminations, it easily puts him in the top 8.
I mean, yeah, who needs a VR with a run like that? Where is he going to sit in our top 10 leaderboard, though? Well, we're going to find out right now, everyone. I'm sure we can expect Arkram and Epic Whale in our top 8, but who is the remaining team? Batman, Booga, and Wheels will be in second place. Vanilla and Wale are in third. We have Pars and Rays in fourth. Lime and Chip jumping up out of the bottom 10 onto fifth place. We, of course, have Zuko and E-Girl Obama in sixth. Krizix and Jelty in seventh, and then wrapping it all up, it is Salvo and FJAA. They're grabbing the final spot to go straight into the finals. And I actually need to call this out right now. Salvo and FJAA, as well as Lime and Chip, both missed a game. So they were able to get into our top 8 with just 5 out of 6 games played, Panda.
Not only that, but you see there's actually a tie there on 8th and 9th place. And FJAA won because of the elimination average. Because they had more eliminations by 1, they were able to claim that top 8 spot. So that is huge for them. We've seen in the past them go down to, I'm not going to name any names here, people by 1 point. But it's fortunate for them. They are going to make it over to the finals here directly.
I mean,